KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Courtesy flight by Yingling, courtesy of Low T Center, sitting just a mere 3 feet away from the exclusive furniture hot seat.
Oh, it's right there.
You are watching on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers stream.
I can see the camera.
Yeah, baby.
It feels like I'm right there where it's all happening, man.
You are. You're
6
right.
a.m. on Convention Center Boulevard.
Let's go.
In New Orleans.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm really happy just to be in the city of New Orleans. It's cool to have a working vacation in New Orleans where you're just, you're taking in a really unique city. In an environment where there's growing excitement throughout the week, and then at the same time, there's really cool stuff happening with your football team back in Houston.
Yes.
So all of you folks back there in Houston, stuck in a city where it's not normal to be drunk at 9 a.m. in the morning, where people will judge you for it. You do at least have the consolation of, hey, okay, this is different. This is something different. Nick Caley seemed to be the front runner, even though we were just kind of putting the pieces together. Nick Caley, the passing game coordinator for the Rams, a guy who was with the Patriots for 7 years, many of those years with Nick Caserio, but then spent 2 years with the Rams. He'd been offered offensive coordinator positions and turned them down a couple times already, so there's some social proof there.
Yeah.
Now the fact that the Jets wanted him, it doesn't mean all of a sudden like, oh, he must be the belle of the ball. The Jets, ooh, even the Jets wanted him. But it was Aaron Glenn and the new regime that wanted him.
Yeah.
So he turned down last year. So we know he has good judgment. Maybe he could have been the spark that made all that engine go. But he's been a coveted guy. And he very specifically looked at the Texans and thought, okay, this is a situation that I feel comfortable, that I've got a good opportunity to showcase myself and actually win some football games.
I think that's what you laid out there, Seth. Is like this. I think it says a lot about the attractiveness of the Texans as an offensive coordinator job, obviously.
Yeah.
As an organization, D'Amico and the coaching staff, and obviously the biggest statement who it's on is C.J. Stroud. That you're going to be coaching one of the young up-and-coming quarterbacks, and that if you get him back to or exceeding what he was 2 years ago, you'll be hailed as a conquering hero, Nick.
Yeah, there's a little bit of, if you're a stock car driver, there's only so much you can do with your natural ability. You're tied to your car, your team, your sponsors, all of that. It's that whole environment matters a lot. So you got to hope you put yourself in the right environment and get the best environment around you. And from Nick Caley's perspective, he's turned down other situations.
Yeah.
And he liked this one. So I would imagine, my suspicion is that they probably liked him last week as their front runner, and it's been a whole lot of maybe negotiating, talking about potentially which assistant coaches he'd like to bring, and all of that has gone into it. Who knows? Maybe not, but that's the scenario that makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, Jonathan Alexander had a ring out there yesterday that they're going to let him pick his staff.
Yeah.
But I imagine there's going to be, there'll be plenty of input, I would imagine, from D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. He's probably, like, as far as pedigree goes, he's probably like the most Texans-friendly pedigree when you consider he went to John Carroll, spent 6 years in the building with Nick Caserio in New England, has at least a couple of years in a Kupchana-Stan-esque environment. It's not exactly Kyle Shanahan, but it's a branch off of that tree with Sean McVay. We're going to hear some audio later in the show where Sean McVay gushes about him. The reviews around the league are very much a thumbs up for this hire from everything that I've read. All the quotes. People really like Nick Caley. What was your gut reaction when you got the push notification yesterday?
I thought it was one of those things. It's It wasn't a surprise to me. I was just happy to have some clarity.
Yeah, me
and
too.
You feel like, okay, we can move forward. It's a huge unknown.
Yeah.
You just don't know. But I always remind myself in these situations, it's always a huge unknown. You just never know how any coach, no matter how great he is going to be in any scenario. You look at Bill Parcells in any place he went, or some of the other great coaches. You just don't know until they get in that environment, no matter what the position is. But he checks off all the boxes in terms of a hire that makes sense. My initial concern about Nick Caley when I first heard his name was, this guy, and let me look at his resume. And you go down and you see that he's been a position coach for so many years until he was finally the passing game coordinator this past season with the Rams underneath Sean McVay. So Sean McVay's the play caller, the offensive coordinator. And my initial thought was, all right, well, this guy's been in the league around a while. Why is he not more talked about? And then you dig into it a little bit more and you realize, he has been talked about. He's not been out there at the forefront. He hasn't caught the whole. Sometimes it's the guys that are really adept at getting their name out there where there's more buzz about it. And I'm always actually a little bit distrustful of those guys because I wonder, like, okay, so you've been promoting yourself while working for somebody else surreptitiously.
Yeah.
What kind of information are you giving that person?
Yep.
What kind of information are you giving that national writer that he also wants to plug for you?
Yeah.
Every time I hear Albert Breer or Ian Rappaport gush about some up-and-coming candidate, I'm like, all right, what info did he dish that he wasn't supposed to?
Yep.
So I kind of like that you hear for one, you see that another few teams have tried to get him, and they liked him, but he also hasn't been feeding information to the National Nugget Hussies.
Which might be the biggest Texan thing. Biggest aspect of him, Texan-wise, that he may have going for him.
Yeah.
The lockdown environment where nothing leaks out of the building.
I want guys who the British intelligence service would want working for them.
Yes.
Like, okay, this guy knows how to keep a low profile.
That's right. He's got microfilm somewhere.
He's man of integrity.
That's right.
But it's still a huge unknown.
Yeah.
And that's what we roll into with. There's going to be, as it is with anybody their first time in a position, there will be hiccups, but hopefully he has enough on the positive side of things that it makes up for it. And the prior relationship with Nick, I think, certainly helps. Nick being, Nick, I think, wants to see guys. Nick lives in a world where the guys who have succeeded were genuine grinders, guys that are kind of obsessed and maybe really have to consciously remind themselves about the work-life balance and all that.
Yeah.
That's the kind of guy I'm guessing he wants. And all the things we've seen suggest that that's what Nick Caley is like.
I think it'll be interesting, too, as we wake up this morning. We're here on Radio Row, thanks to Flight by Yingling, Payne and Pendergast, breaking down the Nick Caley hire for the Houston Texans. He's the new offensive coordinator, now former Rams tight ends coach and passing game coordinator. A former tight ends coach is interesting. That was not a great position group for the Texans last year. And I know his job is not to get in the tight end room and micromanage that room. But I would imagine he's had some good tight ends that have played for him. And specifically at his most recent stop, he's turned Tyler Higbee into a pretty good tight end. Or he's been part of Tyler Higbee's development. I don't want to give him all the credit for it, but he was a tight ends coach. So that's a room like Dalton Schultz needs to get back to at the very least doing what he was doing in 2023, more so than 2024. Cade Stover, you got a young tight end that the team is very high on in that room. Brevin Jordan tweeted yesterday. That was it. Just 2 Joe Cool shade-wearing emojis
I think, when you're on a team and a guy that is either the coordinator or the head coach has been a position coach of yours, it does feel like you get excited about it. You get excited about it. Like, this guy understands my struggles.
Right.
This guy's going to take care of the position. Not even me personally, but just he understands what the tight ends go through. The thing that I've liked about him as a tight ends coach, just very generally, is that this is a guy, when you're the tight ends coach, you're involved in run blocking, you're involved in pass protection, you're involved in the passing game, and it's the one position where it's involved in every aspect of the game pretty heavily. So when it comes to the run game and the offensive line and everything that goes along with that, he was the tight ends coach in New England for 7 years. And, he can't take credit for Gronk's success, but he's seen the way an offense with really good tight ends operates. And then you go to the Rams, and I feel like they've gotten the absolute most out of Tyler Higbee.
Yes.
And so there's that part of it on paper looks really good. To make a very loose comparison, Andy Reid was a guy who was a tight ends coach for 5 or 6 years, then was a quarterbacks coach for a couple seasons, was never the offensive coordinator, and then became the head coach of the Eagles out of nowhere.
Yep.
People were very skeptical of that move, and they ended up having pretty good offense.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
So if all he can do, if he's only as good as Andy Reid, I'll be cool with that. That's all. That's the only bar. That's the only expectation.
That's with me. And then I think, too, the staff is interesting to me. I think there's 2 questions about the staff. One is now what happens with Gerard Johnson. It sounds like the possession arrow is pointed towards most of the guys staying, but it's an interesting dynamic that you got 2 guys on the staff, actually, Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor, that interviewed for the very position that Nick Caley got.
Right.
So I suppose it could be an awkward dynamic if you make it awkward.
I'll tell you what, I think that always comes down to personalities of the guys, because everybody at the beginning can say, like, oh no, there will be no hard feelings,
right?
But then it's when push comes to shove, is this a guy that genuinely knows how to keep his mouth shut and be a good soldier and everything, even if there's disagreements and you don't get petty about it? I think both those guys are like that. I mean, I know for a fact that Bill Lazor is like that, just because I know him personally, and that's where Lazor's old school in regards of, like, the boss is the boss, and I'm not going to second-guess him or anything like that. I'm going to be a really good soldier for that guy. And we know Gerard Johnson and the way he operates. I think with Gerard, I saw a bunch of people say, like, whoa, Gerard's going to be PO'd about that because this guy doesn't have any this guy doesn't even have a different resume. No, he has a much different resume. Gerard has not been in the league that long at all.
No.
So, Gerard is still relatively young in terms of full-time coaching experience. So I would be surprised if either of those guys felt overly put out by it. They might be personally disappointed they didn't get the job, but I don't think that would be an obstacle to keep him.
Caley's a grinder, man. He was at 7 different schools before he got. He was in college for a long time, coaching in college for a long time. I think the other thing for me, Seth, is what's the solution on the offensive line? And there seems to be rumblings that Cole Popovich could get promoted from assistant O-line coach to full-time O-line coach. It's worth noting he was in the building in New England with Nick Caserio, with Nick Caley from 2016 through 2020.
Yeah.
He was coaching. He was an assistant, just coaching assistant for a couple of years, and then he was the assistant running backs coach, co-offensive line coach, was out of the NFL for a while, and then came back with the Texans in 2023.
The only question I would have about Cole Popovich is that, yes, he was the assistant offensive line coach, so there's only so much that he can really do. The question I would have is, all right, he was the assistant O-line coach. The assistant coach is the assistant position coach. That's a guy who can have a huge effect on people in terms of technique and working with guys on their footwork and things like that. And there were a lot of things the offensive line did this year that were just fundamentally bad from a basic technique perspective.
Yeah.
There were things that good high school offensive line coaches might have been looking at and wondering, why exactly is this? Why is this guy's shoulders perpendicular to the line of scrimmage so often?
Yeah.
And that's something that, whatever about Popovich's explanation is for that, you got to sell out your former boss a little bit in the interview. And say, listen, they were just
tactfully.
This is why, or maybe there was something systemically in terms of the way Slowick wanted them to operate. Question with Popovich.
All right, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day. So you're 13 minutes in right now, 47 more minutes, and boom, you've got an entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. If you win, you and 3 friends are headed to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. That's Las Vegas' premium sports viewing destination. The sportsbook in there is amazing. And you can enjoy the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim as part of your ultimate college basketball championship experience. Plus, you'll have an extra 20 $20K in your pocket as a group to spend while you're in Las Vegas. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. What would a Rockets trade for Luka Doncic have looked like? There's one that was proposed that's very interesting, and the Rockets did not get it done. Undermanned last night in New York. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. We're live on Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. Stay there.
I'm going to tell you how you can be involved. You can be
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Seth has something. Seth he has a look on his face now.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys have heard about this Doncic trade or not, but boy, I'll tell you what, it was a humdinger.
I heard some people rumbling about it.
Did you guys hear about this? So this Doncic trade, I saw the guys from Dallas this morning. They weren't here yesterday. But
No.
Sean and Raj are sitting over there.
Sean and RJ, yeah.
Yes, them too.
Gave him a third letter.
I merged Dean and Raj and Sean and RJ.
You did.
What a show! Yeah. Can you imagine?
Music,
what a show that
sports.
was. So Dean and Raj and Sean and RJ this morning, they weren't here yesterday. They do sports talk up in Dallas. And as you can imagine, they've been talking about this Doncic trade a little bit. And I was like, hey, man, you guys, you know what? You throw out the show prep for the next couple of weeks. This will be fun, huh? It'll be easy for you.
That's what Hopkins was like.
Right. Well, and Sean was basically like, well, yeah, but then at some point they got to start, playing basketball.
Yeah.
And which theoretically should have been their next game.
Hey, Seth,
yeah.
You know when the content was really good? When we made the NBA Finals last year. Hey, smart guy.
That was also pretty easy. And
there were games.
Something we thought we could talk about for maybe the next decade.
Yeah.
Because we have a 26-year-old superstar on the team. But, yeah, for these next 2 weeks.
They're on their phone calling Gavin Spittle right now. Will you get Seth away from us, please?
I'm bubbly in the morning. I'm kind of like, hey, guys.
How about all that content that you have? Oh, man, that's funny.
And they said that, boy, when you even try to bring up any aspect of it, that even if you try to explain it from the team's perspective, even if you try to encapsulate maybe what their argument is, people are livid that you're defending them. Dude, and
we should walk over there with this article that I've got opened up on CBSSports.com and be like, hey, I know first pick, but would you guys have taken this from the Rockets? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Ahmed Thompson, Jabari Smith, Fred VanVleet, Cam Whitmore. Wow, this is good. And 5 first-round picks. 5. The 2 most favorable of the Rockets pick, the Dallas pick, and the Phoenix pick in 2029, all of which the Rockets own.
Yeah.
They own Dallas's pick in 2029, and then 2 more picks. That's what CBSSports.com, whoever the basketball writer is here, that's the deal they're proposing. Sam Quinn.
How many of those are Rockets picks?
Let's see. Let me get back down to the trade here. Potentially 2 of them.
Okay, so 2. I mean, those, especially when you're trading Doncic even to the remaining Rockets roster.
Yeah.
Okay, those first-round picks are useless to us. It's garbage. They're going to be really good, it does nothing for us.
Unless Raphael Stone wakes up and does a pinky swear trade with the Lakers,
right,
like Nico Harrison
unless he's
did.
Childhood friends with Rob Pelinka, which seems to be, boy. Pelinka versus Harrison, friends forever, and apparently Pelinka knows how to exploit his friends, which is a key to extreme success.
They went to junior high together, elementary school. He got over on all those cafeteria trades.
Yeah, Ramona Shelburne. I was watching her yesterday on Around the Horn. Just as she does, basically, she goes everywhere. Every time she's on talking about the Lakers, it's about how brilliant and fantastic and awesome they are.
Yeah.
But she was pointing to the relationship between the 2 GM, the way it could have happened. That's easy when you're looking at it from the perspective of the team that just. I mean, I look at her as an extreme homer when it comes to the Lakers.
Yeah.
Like she almost works for the team. That she was basically saying, like, well, no, I mean, the Dallas, they couldn't have pulled this off anywhere. No, exactly. That's exactly the point.
Right.
They couldn't have pulled it off because. If Harrison, the GM for the Mavericks, had actually done some checking with the other people in the organization or felt around or whatever, he would have seen that he was getting bilked.
Yep.
I mean, it's almost, because even when you try to paint out Doncic as okay, well, because he torpedoed Game 3 last year, it was like, you're not going to win a championship that way. You're not going to get to the championship game over the next 10 decades. Whatever it is whatever your issues are with Doncic, just like, well, we can't win. Because of Game 3, we can't win a championship with Doncic. Dude, what the hell are you talking about?
Right.
He's the only reason you're there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like talking about a girl that you want to hit on, but they don't even let you into the bar. You're like, these are all VIPs in here.
Right,
sir.
yeah.
You can't have her because you can't get in the bar. It's not that your skills of talking to her are good or bad. So along those lines, a couple of stories here that came out yesterday.
No, I'm just thinking about, like, honestly, it's like if I don't know, you're pals with Rob Lowe or something back in the day, and you're like, well, boy, I'll tell you what, when I'm in the VIP section, and it seems like all these girls are attracting the crop, so I'm going to get rid of Rob Lowe.
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, wait a second, how come what, people aren't treating me as well at the club anymore? Why am I? I'm not out. Like, you can't even get into the club.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. You have to be in the finals to screw up the finals.
They traded away Rob Lowe.
That's what they did. All right, two bits of audio here, maybe three if we get to them. Ben, let's do Windhorse first, since that's what Seth just brought up. The story of, if you recall, Luka Doncic in Game 3 of the finals last year. What did he do? He got ejected in Game 3 of the finals. And so that was a big topic. And Brian Windhorst of ESPN was among many who were very critical of Doncic, being selfish, going into business for himself, whatever the case may be. Here's Brian.
I'm sorry, he fouled out. He didn't.
Fouled out.
Okay.
He
didn't get ejected.
Fouled out. So here's Brian Windhorst talking about after he was very critical of Doncic after Game 3 last year, that nobody from in the building in Dallas called him to set him straight.
When I ripped the hell out of Luka after Game 3 of the finals last year, which
that tunnel.
Well, the reason I was so frustrated in the moment was that he basically torpedoed his team, and I'd seen him do it before on the international stage several times. And I showed up the next 2 days, and I got jeered by the fans.
Right.
Said all kinds of crazy bleep to me, chanted my name or whatever. After Luke, I heard nothing from the Mavericks.
No.
And from ownership through the front office to the coach, I was standing in the arena for 2 days on end. I wasn't dodging anybody. I went to the press conferences. I was in Luka's press conference. I was standing on the court. Nobody said anything to me.
Because everything you said were things that they had complained about repeatedly, were things they had.
Right, but that happens all the time. You say things all the time that you think are true, and agents and teams and they come to you and they they defend their person.
So this is the first. When I heard that audio yesterday, I texted it to you. I said, "Here we go. This is where the drama starts to seep out of the building a little bit." And that's Brian Windhorst. And the norm for somebody like him, he's like the Adam Schefter of the NBA, or one of them. Shams is too, but he's one of those insiders that when he says things, if people feel they're incorrect and they have a relationship with him, they will text him and let him know, like, no, blah, 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 here's what I think of this, or here's what the real story is, or whatever the case may be. Nobody, according to Windhorst, nobody from inside the Mavericks building called him after he took Luka to task when the fans in Dallas were up in arms about what he was saying.
Right. Well, and I think this is the thing where if you look at Luka and compare him to various other great players that, in basketball history, a lot of the personality traits are very similar and can be either a negative or a positive, depending on how you manage them. But he's rigid. He like maybe the ball movement offense isn't exactly what you want when he's in there because he's so dominant, and all of those things. Those are things that that's what you manage and you work with and you try to change over time. And to truly, genuinely get the most out of them. I mean, and honestly, this is what Phil Jackson was so great at.
Yeah,
there's like everything that you say about Doncic, I think you could say about a younger Kobe, a younger Michael Jordan, whatever it might be. And then it really becomes, okay, what is the maturation process and really getting the most out of a guy to become a complete team? But you live with it, and that's the challenge, because everything that Doncic brings to the table, those things might be obstacles to becoming genuinely great and all time. But you're not gonna even have the blessing of having those challenges with anybody else.
That's right.
You're gonna have basketball's not a sport where, nope, we want nothing but nice guys on here, and that's the standard no matter what, because the individual player matters so much.
Yeah.
That I think it's a failure as an organization, and they just decided to quit on the challenge, I suppose.
Yeah.
Ultimately with Doncic, and it'll be. Boy. I mean, it's bad for Dallas right now, but if the Lakers can figure that out, which they've done with guys like Kobe in the past, and genuinely get the absolute most out of them, and figure out a way to work, whatever his personality is, whatever his traits are, get the most out of the team with that guy at the forefront. The Lakers have done a really good job of that.
I'm looking to see if there's a chance these two play each other in the postseason. And right now, the Lakers are the 5 seed in the Western Conference. Dallas is the 8 seed, obviously, so they'd be involved in a play-in scenario. That would be fun if somehow those two teams wound up in a 7-game series with each other.
Yeah.
With Luka going against Dallas, that would be amazing. All right, one more. Did Mark Cuban know about this deal? Well, Chandler Parsons kind of gave us some insight into that yesterday.
And just as a reminder to people that don't know, Cuban's no longer the majority owner of the Mavericks.
Yep, he owns 27% of the team. The team majority owned is the Adelson family, who comes from a gambling background. They're a Vegas family. So here's Chandler Parsons yesterday talking about getting in touch, asking Mark Cuban what he thought of the trade.
I texted him, and I said, I'm so confused, and he wrote back, that makes 2 of us. So that kind of tells you right there he wasn't involved. And by the way, this new ownership, Patrick Dumont and Adelson family, they're business people, right? They're Vegas casino, real estate moguls. They know nothing about the NBA and basketball, so they have fully given Nico the keys to do decisions and make big, bold moves like this. So I believe Mark. I think this is just more of a shock. The comment he said now is coming to light about, filing on Monday, which obviously is getting pulled back to light. But, yeah, I mean, I texted him, and he literally said that makes 2 of us, so he's probably just as we are.
That is, I think it's fascinating that Mark Cuban wasn't dialed in on this. It goes to show you kind of what the pecking order, or his influence or lack thereof now is with the Mavericks.
Yeah.
But it also highlights just the most helpless feeling as a sports fan is when your team has bad ownership.
Right.
Because they're going to be there unless they sell the team. They're always going to be there.
Unless they, as you suggested yesterday, in a major league movie type of thing, they're trying to move or Slapshot, even trying to move the team to Las Vegas.
Well, the A's. Our friend Garrett, the former web guy, texted us yesterday. We brought this up. We brought up the possibility, the conspiracy theory, probably at this point. 'Cause I don't think the
totally
Mavs are moving
conspiracy
anywhere.
theory. Yeah.
Yeah, but that, boy, I wonder if ownership is doing things that are detrimental to turn off the fan base so you can move. Garrett's like, that's what the guy did in Oakland. He fielded such a bad team, they moved to Vegas.
With NBA teams especially, the arena is worth so much money because they're the perfect size. They're the perfect size for conventions and concerts and everything else. So NBA owners who own, like Tillman Fertitta, who own their facility, they get a lot of extra revenue out of that. And if you're not a basketball family, per se, you're business people, and with a gambling background, and you think about all the things that could happen if you had an arena in Las Vegas, it's a very tempting conspiracy theory.
Yeah,
but that's all it is.
Big time. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, live from Radio Row, flight by Yuengling. Very, very appreciative of them for getting us here to Radio Row, and we're looking forward to it. Ross Tucker is going to join us at the top of the hour, not live, although he is walking around here live during the day. 7 a.m. was a little early for him to get over to the convention center. You did his podcast with him.
I did yesterday. Yeah.
How'd it go?
It was good. I had to bring it was interesting because usually when you try to match somebody's energy, it's a matter of like, okay, I got to get it up. I got to bring it up. Ross he's a slow talker.
Laid back.
Yeah. So I had to consciously kind of ease myself down.
Dial it back. Yeah.
The 2 Red Bulls before I went on was a
counterproductive.
That was a mistake. Yeah,
that's funny. All right, so Ross will join us top of the hour. A little later on in the show, 9 a.m., we'll be joined by Thomas Dimitrov, who used to be the GM of the Atlanta Falcons for 13 years. He's now the CEO of a company that does analytics for player selection and evaluation.
But he spent a lot of time with Nick Caserio, especially in their early days of scouting, which intrigues us.
A lot of windshield time
with
the two of them. So we'll ask him about that and a whole lot more. He'll join us at 9 a.m. on the show today. So we're live from Radio Row. Up next, we'll do headlines. Texans have a new OC. An honor for Ime Udoka, but not last night in New York so much, but an honor from the NBA for Ime Udoka, and a huge trade request in the NFL. We'll get to all of that in headlines coming up next. But first, hey, if you want to get out to a great event,
and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Get into it. Headlines. The big headline locally in Houston. Texans have a new OC. His name is Nick Caley. He's coming over from the Los Angeles Rams, where he's been the tight ends coach and the passing game coordinator. He was one of 8 candidates, at least reported publicly. I'm guessing we'll learn more about this search in the coming days. I'm guessing there'll be a press conference at some point with Nick Caley. This is a big hire for the Texans. This is one of the biggest hires of the offseason around the NFL in the non-head coaching category.
As Chris Long pointed out yesterday, we played some audio of Chris Long saying that this might be the most important non-head coach hiring in the league this year.
Yeah.
Because C.J. Stroud is very, very good and has a lot of potential. I don't think there's a single person that could say, oh, yep, after this season you can tell that C.J. Stroud's no good. I don't think there's anybody out there really feeling that. You saw the environment within which he was trying to operate this year, and it was really, really difficult. So, yeah, in the third year, especially for a quarterback in the NFL, at the reps, they've seen a lot. This is when a lot of them really start to take that next leap to becoming really polished quarterbacks. And it's a pivotal and very, very important year for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, we'll talk more about the Caley hire. Was he your top choice among the ones that the Texans could have had?
He was. I wasn't overly enthusiastic about any of them, but not in a negative way. Right. It was just that, all right, we're going to leap into the unknown, as you do with any coaching hire. He checks off a lot of boxes, so maybe he's the one that I feel most comfortable about. Mm-hmm. Other teams have tried to get him, and he's turned them down. He's been in 2 different types of offensive schemes. He's been with McVay. He's been in New England with mostly McDaniels, and so I think you can't pigeonhole him, which I like. And I think a lot of it, especially in the modern NFL, is how adept are you going to be at adapting your scheme to the personnel that you have? And are you willing to be flexible? New England was famous for that for years and years and years. They had the benefit of having a guy named Tom Brady that made it a lot easier to be very adaptable year to year. But I like that he's had exposure to different worldviews, and I like that other teams have wanted him. I like that the reports seem to be, all right, this guy has everything you want in terms of being a grinder, being obsessed with the game, all of that. But now we jump into the river and see where the current takes us.
Yeah, the biggest question will be, what is his feel in play calling? Does he have a feel for, like the master chess players do out there?
This is where, when we were kids, we used to just into streams. We called it scum jumping because most of the streams look pretty scummy.
Oh, yeah.
But there's always that time where you're like, there's always a story that there's a car went off of that bridge and there's 4 bodies buried in and it's just beneath the surface, but you can't see it. So you're going to be the first, and you're kids, you're dumb. So you don't test it with a stick or anything. Somebody's got to be the first one to jump off of the bridge into the water. And in that moment, you're plummeting towards the water, and you don't know. The other story is always, did you hear about that kid whose feet went through the car, the roof of the car, and he got stuck there and drowned? That's what's running through your brain, and that's what I feel like right now.
This is how you feel about the Nick Caley hire right now.
Yes, but you don't know. This is you're scum jumping.
Yeah.
But this is the thing. This is great glory can be attained by being the first kid to jump.
Yeah.
And more times than not, I was that kid.
Okay.
And I was terrified.
But you're still here.
But damn it, I wanted the glory.
Yeah.
I wanted the prestige of being the first to jump.
I love that.
Yes. So you do it. You jump off that bridge.
I hope his feet don't hit the car.
Yes.
Nick Caley.
Yes.
Oh, man. All right. I like that. Okay.
I don't like dead people. I don't want to be stuck in the water forever next to the dead people.
The Texans.
Don't make me the Browns.
Headline: Texans scum jump their way to Caley. That's beautiful. All right, let's get to the Rockets. 124-118, the final score last night. They lose to the New York Knicks. This was a game that the Rockets actually led for most of the way. They were up by. Unfortunately, they gave up 46 points in the fourth quarter. Ime Udoka was not happy about it. I was reading some of the quotes. I was out with Reggie and I were out in the French Quarter last night, kind of semi-watching the game on his phone, and we saw some of the quotes popping up after the game. I'm like, man, Ime Udoka, runs that building. Like, he does not mince words. He's talking about how horrible his entire team was defending last night.
And it was one of those classic types of. The third quarter was a roller coaster too, where I was cleaning up in the kitchen last night because somebody had made a big old pile of eggs and decided that, like, hey, this will be fine if I just leave it there in the sink.
Chief?
I don't know, but there was the 2 inches of egg plaque hardened on the bottom of this pan that I was trying to.
So you had out your jackhammer while you were watching the Rockets.
Well, I wasn't watching. I was kind of listening, and I wasn't really paying attention. And all of a sudden, the Rockets they'd worked their way back to a 10-point lead at the end of the third quarter.
Yeah.
Ackerman was doing a great job with the call. I could sense the excitement, but I was also kind of peeved about my egg dilemma. Yeah.
Well, the fourth quarter did not put you in a good mood then.
No.
They're coughing up a lead.
Yeah.
I'm trying to chip off charred egg off of a pan that we've got in here. It's a bad night.
Somebody tried to make 19 eggs in a 6-inch pan.
Yeah.
Which it doesn't end well.
No.
Ever. And if it does, when it does end, you need to be sure you immediately go to work on that pan.
I just looked at all the sludge on the bottom of that pan. I realize we're in headlines right now, but this is the biggest headline so far from our Airbnb.
Yeah.
Is that unnamed host charred egg glued to the bottom of one of the only pans we have in the entire
it had
Airbnb.
Hardened into a diamond already. It was, I don't know how much about chemistry or how it works, but it was a diamond.
I woke up to the sound of a jackhammer this morning. It was Seth had a jackhammer out trying to get that charred egg off the bottom of the pan. Yeah, that was something. Ime Udoka, by the way, named Western Conference Coach of the Month. How about this for a stat? According to Mark Berman, Ime Udoka has had 13 chances to win Conference Coach of the Month in both his Celtics and Rockets career so far. 13 chances to be the Coach of the Month.
Yeah.
He's won it 5 times. 5 out of the 13 months that he's eligible to win Coach of the Month. That's an incredible ratio.
Yeah,
There's 16 teams in a conference.
It's really fun to be doing radio talking about the Rockets as we sit 30 feet away from the guys who are talking about the Mavericks right now.
Oh, we got Philly right here next to us, and their basketball team stinks.
Yeah, I'm sure they're weeping. I'm sure that's exactly.
We got Kansas City doesn't even have a basketball team.
The Philly, right? Philly's got other things to divert their attention at this point.
Super Bowl, Schmooper Bowl, whatever. Speaking of the NFL, Myles Garrett requested a trade yesterday at 10:01 a.m. Right after we got off the air.
Oh, he's in on it too.
He is. There's a conspiracy
to
not let Seth and I sink our teeth into stories.
I think that Myles Garrett, I saw some people trying to drum up, hey, should the Texans go after Myles Garrett? My quick answer is no. Yeah. Perfectly happy with having a young, hopefully Myles Garrett in the making and Will Anderson with Danielle Hunter, who's got 1 year remaining on his deal and who played very, very well this year. The Texans are at a point where they are very well set up at the really key positions defensively. Your 2 edge rushers, your 2 cornerbacks. You feel really good. Those are the money positions. And at some point, you're going to have to pay Will Anderson.
That's right.
Whether or not they end up keeping Danielle Hunter after this next year, they'll figure out a way to make do, but this is not the kind of thing that you need to all of a sudden throwing away all those other things where you want to build along the offensive line, you want to build at wide receiver, all of these other position groups that, I've got no appetite for it.
Well, and Garrett's going to get a new deal, too, if he gets traded. He's got 2 non-guaranteed years left on his deal for somewhere between 20 and 25 million apiece. So he's gonna get a new deal whenever it is he gets traded, and the estimate is he's going to make like $37 million a year.
And there's a 95% chance that C.J. Stroud's going to get a new deal at the end of this season,
like a year from now.
Yeah, not just because that's the way it works in the NFL these days. Yeah. Unless it's a complete abysmal disaster of a season, C.J. Stroud's going to get a new deal.
Yep.
So it really doesn't make sense for the Texans, and the odds boards reflect that right now.
Yeah, they're 50-1 to get him. The leader in the clubhouse, our friends in Dallas down there. Yeah. Dallas 4-1 to land Myles Garrett.
I think a lot of people in the Dallas fan base would swap out Micah Parsons for Myles Garrett.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Easily.
Right? The teams worked out. Cleveland, and I don't think Micah would be too hepped up of going to Cleveland and the whole thing.
Yeah.
But if you made a swap of those two.
Okay, so Andrew Berry, the GM of the Cleveland Browns, this is where he stands. His personal decision is, I'm going to be the guy that traded for Deshaun Watson and possibly the guy who traded away Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett, who I follow a lot of Cleveland people in our business, and Anthony Lima is he's one of their morning hosts up there. They do a great job, he and Ken Carmen. And he tweeted yesterday, he's like, Myles Garrett is the greatest Cleveland Brown of my lifetime.
Yeah.
He said his lifetime. And he's probably in his early – I'm guessing Anthony's in his early mid-30s, something.
Right.
He's a younger guy.
Says the James Brown, you take James Brown or Jim Brown out of the equation.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
James Brown for that matter. But Jim Brown is most importantly.
Yeah, like this iteration of the Browns.
Yeah.
You know? The
modern Browns.
The new Brown, 1999 forward. Yeah. So that's rough. That is rough. All right, we're live on Radio Row. Yingling, Flight by Yingling is our sponsor, our title sponsor, and they're awesome. A lot of Flight by Yingling been flowing at the Airbnb this week for sure. We appreciate them very, very much for getting us here to Radio Row, and hopefully you're enjoying things thus far. Ross Tucker is going to join us here coming up next. We'll get his thoughts on the Nick Caley hire for the Houston Texans, a little Myles Garrett, and certainly get his thoughts on this Super Bowl. Ross does a lot of work with the Philadelphia Eagles, so I know he's got thoughts on this Super Bowl as well. He will join us coming up next. But I want to tell you right now is a
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we are on Radio Row, brought to you by Flight by Yingling, and joining us right now, a man who's a big fan of all the Yingling products, as he outlined last week. He's our Odyssey NFL insider. He's the host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You can get him on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. He is the great Ross Tucker, who is here on radio. He will be here on Radio Row soon enough, but he's joining us on the phone today. How are we doing, Ross? How's New Orleans treating you so far?
I'm doing fantastic. I had a great conversation with Seth yesterday, recorded an interview for the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. I just decided I may try to go all week without seeing you in person, just as like a little game I'm going to play with myself just to try to have fun.
Oh, I'm not going to let that happen, Ross.
It makes a lot of sense when you're so geographically close to us to go ahead and send your voice to a satellite and then back down to us instead of 3 feet in front of us. I'm looking at your studio over there.
I would be there, except right when we're done, like every week, I have to record the Even Money betting podcast, but I don't have access to my set over at Radio Row. So I'm doing my Even Money betting podcast from my glorious hotel room. Otherwise, I would be there with you guys. So I may just come over there just so we can get a picture together so you guys can post on social media, because I was very impressed, Sean. Do you know that, Seth's like the Truman Show? He walks around, got a video guy with him that's posting stories to Instagram. It was very impressive yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And the guy who's doing that, Figgy Fig, is a machine.
No, he's dedicated to me and me alone, Sean. As far as Ross knows, that's my guy.
I mean, that's
he's on my payroll.
He's a Seth Payne machine.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I make him work 19 hours a day.
Seth's lost like 40 pounds since I last saw him, and his voice didn't change at all, which I guess is normal, but that's still a little weird to me. I feel like if you lose that much weight, your voice should change a little bit.
Like you should go up a couple octaves, right?
Like I should sound more like a professor or something.
Something, I don't know. I was
just
like, whoa,
pitch.
Seth,
yeah.
You look great.
No, thanks, man.
I'm used to you looking crappy. What the heck?
Backhanded compliment. I like it. Hey, Ross Tucker joining us here on Sports Radio 610. So, Ross, the Texans hired an offensive coordinator yesterday. It's Nick Caley. And obviously knowing deeply what ailed the Texans last year offensively, what do you think of the hire?
Well, number one, I don't know anything about Nick Caley.
Okay.
And that has been a theme with a lot of these guys that have gotten hired as OCs. I mean, the Cowboys hired Clayton Adams, O-line coach from the Cardinals. The Jets hired Tanner Engstadt from the line. I come to the realization that a lot of times these guys are position coaches, and the reality is we don't really know much about them. And I always think it's interesting, in Aaron Glenn's case, okay, he worked with the Tanner Engstadt guy with the Lions. So he at least was in meetings with him and has a feel for, his acumen, and obviously thinks he'll do a really good job. Obviously, these guys also do a lot of legwork behind the scenes, but I've come to the conclusion that for the most part, they just take a position coach from like one of the offenses they respect. You know what I mean? Like the quarterback coach for the Jacksonville Jaguars could be incredible. He could be the greatest quarterback coach of all time. He's not getting hired, bro. Like it's not happening. I mean, it's a really interesting aspect of life. Like you better be. There's certain organizations that get plucked for coaching staff purposes. The Rams get plucked a lot.
You know,
what I do like is, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, was his title tight ends coach and
he was tight ends
run
coach
game coordinator.
He was tight ends coach for a year in 2023. Then last year he was tight ends coach and passing game.
And he was also in. Just so you know, he spent 5 years in New England with Nick Caserio. So Caserio has in-house 6 years actually. So he has in-house experience with him, and that he was also he was offered the OC job with the Patriots last year, and he turned it down.
Wow. Well, that's pretty interesting. So, by the way, all of this information could have been useful before Sean asked me about the guy I've never heard of.
Well, no. I think honestly, no. It's actually really good because I think that you're exactly right. A lot of the guys the Texans were interviewing didn't have name brand appeal. The unfair and unrealistic comparison that I like to make is that, hey, Andy Reid was nothing but a dumb quarterbacks coach and previous offensive line coach when he got hired to be the head coach of the Eagles, and people hated that move. But it illustrates, man, yeah, there's a lot that the coaches in the coaches world might know about these guys from common experiences or from talking to their buddies at the owners' meetings that we as a fan or as outsiders just don't know.
Yeah, a couple thoughts on that. Number one is, if you're like Sean McVay and you really think he's good, you know, there's a restaurant at the Jersey Shore that I absolutely love. And we told a couple people about it, and now it seems like word has spread, and it's harder to get reservations. So my new thing is, like, if I really like a restaurant, I'm not telling anybody. And in fact, someone asked me about it, I'll be like, that place is terrible. You don't want to go there. Because I want to get reservations. So I always think that part of it's interesting. Two other things that are noteworthy. Number one, love the tight end coach background.
Yeah.
Love that. I am of the mindset that would probably be the number one position I would look to get an OC from. No position coach truly understands the passing game and the running game more than the tight end coach, because that's the only position that really has to know, like, nitty-gritty details. It's one reason why Greg Olsen is such a terrific analyst on TV. Because he's a tight end. I mean, his dad's a high school coach, but also he's a tight end. So he has to be intimately familiar with route combinations and coverages, which is not my strength. But he also has to have a real good feel for blocking schemes and pass protections. I will say what makes me nervous for the Texans, D'Amico Ryans is not just the head coach, but he's the defensive coordinator, which means the offensive coordinator essentially tremendous amount of autonomy.
Yeah.
I kind of thought they might bring in a guy with experience, but obviously that was not the case.
You know, Ross, the other big dynamic here is that they, as of yet, we don't know if they've hired an offensive line coach. And what I'm trying to figure out is, all right, I'm watching, just like you, I'm watching the Texans last year, and I'm looking at the offensive line. There seemed to be some things where they were just fundamentally not executing basic technique at times. And before we enter the free agency period and the draft, I'm wondering how much of what the offensive line, as it's currently constructed, can be fixed just by better coaching, having a better offensive coordinator, all of that, versus, some of it is they just need an infusion of talent.
Well, you and I were talking about this a little bit on my show yesterday, and I think position coaches are really, really important. And I always have. I had 9 different offensive line coaches during my time in the NFL, and there was a wide range, guys. You know, there were coaches that I thought clearly made us better as individuals and as a unit and contributed mightily to wins and losses. There were others that I also thought, man, this guy's not good.
Yeah.
This guy is not good. He's not buttoned up. Not here. We should not be making some of the mistakes that we're making. And then there's a bunch in between. You know, I think you can live with the in-between guys, but You can't have the guy that makes you worse. And you really, there's a reason why some of these guys like Jeff Stoutland in Philly or Bill Callahan there's a reason why some of these guys get paid a lot of money. It's because of the value that people think is created by them. I think Jeff Stoutland makes like $3 or $4 million as the Eagles offensive line coach, and the Eagles think he's worth every penny. So I think it makes a big difference. I don't think there's a lack of talent there. These guys are like either highly paid guys or highly drafted guys. Juice was a 3rd-round pick. Blake Fisher, 2nd-round pick. I know Shaq might be at the end now. Titus Howard, 1st-round pick. He's been paid. Laremy Tunsil these are guys. That's not to say they won't add somebody, but I do think watching them coaching was a big part of it.
Ross Tucker joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, Ross, I know you're busy. Before we get you out of here, Valentine's Day is 10 days away. What do you got for the people with my front page story?
Well, so last week, Texas stepped up big. Now, I will be honest, I did go on the Odyssey station in Dallas, and I did not ask my people to go ahead and decide, figure out whether the orders were Dallas or Houston. I don't know if they'd be able to figure that out.
We'll take credit for it. It's fine. No, we got all that. Yeah.
Listen, if you guys, I know this much. Yingling is not dummies. Okay.
That's right.
They are not dummies. If they're advertising on your show, they know you guys deliver. So I want every guy that's driving to work right now, think about how much you love your significant other, how amazing she is, and how you probably are in a rut when it comes to getting her Valentine's Day gifts. Let's break out of that. Let's go to myfrontpagestory.com. Just go to it on your phone real quick. Throw your email address in. They'll send you an email for an automatic 20%. So even if you don't want to use it for Valentine's Day, you can do it for Mother's Day or your anniversary or whatever. But literally, you can set up a time to talk to the professional writer while you're driving home from work, or just fill out an email if you'd rather do that. They'll write the most incredible story about her. It looks like it's framed. It looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper, like the Houston Chronicle. It's beautiful. Pictures of you and her and the kids. Definitely no pictures of kids if you guys don't have them. That would be weird. But to be able to say to her, honey, I want to do something special for you, so I had a story written about you, she will be blown away. She'll say it's the best gift anybody's ever gotten her. Certainly the best Valentine's Day gift you ever got her. She will cry. It's next-gen stats. They cry 93% of the time. She will cry. You will win. MyFrontPageStory.com. Let's put it in perspective. Sean has gotten one of these before. Seth, what do you want to be in life? Do you want to be a Sean who's an achiever and on the upswing, or do you want to be Seth, a has-been former player?
Oh my God.
MyFrontPageStory.com.
Wife's a loyal listener to the show.
MyFrontPageStory.com.
Son of a bitch.
MyFrontPageStory.com is where you can get that. Valentine's Day is 10 days away. Ross, you're going to have somebody waiting for you at the door when you get here. I'm just letting you know right now.
That's okay. He lost 40 pounds. I think I can take him now.
There you go. Take him down.
You didn't wrestle in high school. You're screwed.
Hey, Ross, we know you got a bail here. We will see you when you get out here to Radio Row. We always appreciate the time, my friend.
Yes, definitely say hello. I won't do the joke where I try to avoid you. I'll see you guys. MyFrontPageStory.com, where all your wildest dreams will come true.
There you go. All right. That's a promise right there. MyFrontPageStory.com. That's Ross Tucker. Interesting thoughts on the Nick Caley hire. Just in general, I thought he echoed what you said about the
tight ends coach.
Tight ends coach.
Yeah, kind of like it's at the nexus of everything that's going on in the offense.
Yeah.
You've got to know how to Hey, can I interest you in your tight ends pass blocking better?
Yeah.
Or at all?
I am very interested.
Maybe when they're supposed to chip, like at least look like you want. Can you throw an elbow into a dude's ribs before you go off on the route? That kind of stuff? Yeah, I've got an appetite for that. But also when it comes to you're involved in the pass game, you're involved in run blocking, pass protection, all of that. Yeah, in theory. And to go back to doing this because it's unfair. It's too lofty to say, like, hey, he's the next Andy Reid. Right. But that was kind of Andy Reid's background. He was an offensive line coach. He was a tight ends coach. He understood all those elements of the game. And, obviously he's been very successful. So that's what you hope for. That's what you don't know until you see it. But theoretically, yeah, this is a guy that can scratch a lot of itches that we have in terms of Bobby seemed very much – whether it was his fault or not, who knows, but, he came off like a whiteboard warrior. That, man, I want to scheme all this stuff up, but when it comes to the ground level, actually coaching and executing it, it's the old adage, an average plan well executed always beats a brilliant plan poorly executed.
For sure.
It felt like a brilliant plan poorly executed last year.
Well, it's interesting because, and I think what we're talking about here, I feel very acutely because the tight end position – underperformed last year. Specifically Dalton Schultz, if we're being honest. Like Kate Stover was a rookie. Brevin Jordan got hurt. They're cycling Irv Smith Jr. in, who's not part of this team's future, I don't think. So we're specifically talking about Dalton Schultz, which is an asset that you probably do need to get back on the uptick because of how much money you're paying him. But you bring up Slowick, and I think that's interesting. Slowick never at any point in his career has been a position coach. Right? He's a defensive assistant in Washington. He goes to PFF for a couple of years. He comes back in as a QC coach defensively for the Niners. Then he goes over to the offensive side as an assistant, pass game specialist, pass game coordinator. All of a sudden he's an OC. With a guy like Nick Caley, it's almost like you're getting a bonus position coach out of that whole thing.
The one thing that with Titans, they had Mike Munchak as their offensive line coach. The entire time I was playing against the Titans, and he was a really good offensive line coach. His offensive lines were a pain in the ass because they were so well coached. You might be playing some rookie free agent, and you think like, oh, I'm gonna have an easy week, and then all of a sudden you realize, crap, this guy's playing like a 7-year vet because Mike Munchak was such a good coach. When he was elevated to head coach, I felt like the Titans' offensive line they were not the same. They didn't have Mike Munchak in the room coaching them every day. So offensive coordinator is a little bit different, but it's still, I don't think you can't look at it as, oh, okay, well, he was a tight ends coach, so now the tight ends are going to be awesome. You got to get everybody performing awesome if he's going to be a good offensive coordinator.
Okay, there was another thing in our conversation with Ross that has less to do with football. I wish we had a little more time with him to dig into his contention that you should be giving negative reviews to places you really like so people don't go there.
I think of all the restaurant owners and managers right now that are listening to that and be like, wow, thanks, loyal customer.
That's messed up.
Do you know how hard it is to make it in we in Houston know this. How many times in your life have you had an awesome restaurant that you love and you're like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. It's the best place ever. And then 6 months later, they're out of business.
Yeah.
It's hard,
man. Hard. It's a tough business.
You can't. We only had so much time with Ross. I didn't want to send him off on a 5-minute tangent about it. But my God, no. If you like a restaurant, can you not sacrifice it being a little tougher to get a reservation?
Yeah.
Hey, if you treat the people well at that restaurant before you put them over, they're gonna take care of you, man.
Totally.
Now I question how Ross treats the wait staff at these restaurants that he likes so much.
Especially if you have a platform like Ross, they'll take care of you. You know what I mean?
I just also he didn't catch my little shot at him when I was impressed with his ego for thinking his recommendation to a couple of friends is what put that restaurant over. It's like Papados was nothing until old Sethers said something nice about him.
I'm just picturing
You're
Ross.
welcome, Tillman.
Picturing Ross at his computer feverishly cranking out negative Yelp reviews for all the places that he likes.
Hated it. It was like,
can I put negative stars in here?
The tapioca pudding was mid at best.
Tapioca pudding. Oh, man. All right. We love Ross Tucker. And if you missed it,
not if you're a restaurant owner, you don't.
No. Wait, a nice little drive-by on you at the end there.
With friends and customers like these.
Restaurant owners and Seth Payne. Those are the two people that should be pissed at Ross Tucker.
I've dabbled in the restaurant industry, man. It's a war out there. You need every bit of help you can get.
There are so many places, too, just driving around town that – now it's on its 5th iteration of a restaurant.
Right.
When I'm like, that's not going to make
that location isn't going to work.
It's cursed.
That's the problem. It's always an independent where the big corporations they can drive through. Like driving through, I've got friends that are in commercial real estate.
Yeah.
And it's amazing the old guys that can just basically drive through a neighborhood and be like, nope, yep, nope, yep, nope, yep.
They know.
And they know it like when my friend from Hughes, he came to visit me. in Houston, it was on Washington Ave. And he'd never been to Houston before.
Yeah.
And, like, the place said nope. It was like there's that one spot on Washington Ave where, like, there's been 29 different restaurants.
Yeah.
And everybody keeps trying. It looks like to the casual observer, it feels like, oh, yeah, it's visible, it's this, it's that. But, like, no, the parking, the flow, all that.
I know the exact one. I don't want to say it because I don't want to put it out there, put that radio juju on them.
Yeah.
But I know the exact location you're talking about, Washington.
Yeah.
That's wild. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We're live on Radio Row. Hey, big thanks to Yuengling Flight for sponsoring us here, the title sponsor. We love Yuengling Flight by Yuengling. Awesome. Low T Center as well, supporting sponsor. And, of course, the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat where we will have Thomas Dimitroff at 9 a.m. today, former GM of the Atlanta Falcons. 13 years as a GM in the NFL. I didn't remember his run being that long with the Falcons.
No, yeah,
13 years.
And he's got a different way of operating and thinking about things. And he spent a lot of time with Nick Caserio, when they were in their early days as scouts. So we need to do this though. There's a few things I want to get out of Dimitroff that I know Nick won't give us. So I gotta frame it in such a way that he doesn't feel like he's given up information about his buddy.
Oh, okay.
But he totally will be.
Well, hopefully Nick's not listening right now and texting him. Hey, man, they're going to ask you these questions. Oh, I love that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We've been talking about the Nick Caley hire for the Houston Texans. Let's get some audio here. This was Nick Caley, and big thanks to Houston Stress and Garrett that applies to the Nick Caley hire. This is back in 2014. Caley's a grinder, man. He coached at 7 different colleges before he got his shot as an offensive assistant in New England. The last place he coached collegiately was Florida Atlantic in 2014. He was a secondary coach, and he was asked about his coaching style.
You know, I'm a high-energy coach. I'm passionate on the field. I like to move and coach on the run and teach fundamentals first. And I would say I'm a fundamentals first coach all the way, and I do it with a great amount of energy and enthusiasm. I love to teach, and that's my style of coaching.
Okay, so this is one thing. I lean on the old Bum Phillips quote a lot. And despite that, I don't have it memorized verbatim.
The urins and hisns?
No. It's not what you know. Coaching isn't what you know. It's what you can get your guys to do.
Yeah.
And that's what I think about a lot when I watch people talk about the brilliance of Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs. I get frustrated sometimes because people be gushing about all these different things he does schematically. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, no, you don't understand. There's plenty of guys out there that are smart enough to draw that up. It's the way the Chiefs execute it, and it's the way their players operate on the field that he's able to pull it off. And when I see people talking about how Josh Allen should have checked and changed the protection on that final throw, the incomplete pass to Kincaid,
the blitz came off the corner
in the championship game, I'm like, you guys don't get it. The problem is that the Chiefs are losing their intentions, and then through the first 3 quarters, they'll show you looks that look exactly like, okay, the quarterback's going to be thinking, okay, I know where they're coming from, and you don't, because they flip it up completely in the fourth quarter. That's why they're so good in the fourth. That's why the Texans' offensive line and CJ and everybody else looks so confused in the fourth quarter. And when you watch those players defensively, you can't. I mean, Tom Brady on Adderall would be able to figure it out.
Yeah.
But for the most part, man, sometimes the guys that are blitzing look really, really casual, like they're totally in coverage beforehand. Sometimes they look super eager. Sometimes they look super eager and they do blitz. Sometimes they look super eager and they don't blitz. They mix it up a lot.
Yeah.
And it's really, really hard to tell. And that's where the way he gets those guys to execute is because he's fundamentally sound in the way they teach it.
Yeah.
And that's where I love hearing more and more if I hear an offensive coordinator talking about technique and attention to detail and all of that. I care about that way more than how brilliant are they on the whiteboard.
Attention to detail is what I was hearing you just now when you're talking about Spagnuolo.
Yeah.
You know, just the body language attention to detail.
Yeah.
Like making it look, having a body language where it looks like you're not coming on the blitz.
That was the thing that I really learned from Dom Capers and that I really appreciated about him when he would scheme up his blitzes. And Vic Fangio was this same way. It was, several inches in your alignment, where your feet are pointing, all of that stuff. They really drilled it in. And it wasn't just, you draw it up on the whiteboard and think. A lot of times, too, This offensive and defensive coordinators don't give enough credit to the opponent. They think they're dumber than they are. Like, the good coordinators know that, look, this guy is really smart, and we're going to use that against him. Mm-hmm. But we got to be really, really, really sharp with our details to do that. And that's what guys like Spagnuolo do. So I like hearing that. Now, he's got to execute it. There's a huge unknown here, but I do like hearing it.
No, and it's a cut from 10 years ago. You know what I mean?
Since then, he hates the fundamentals.
I mean, I doubt it. But
if he gets up at the press conference and he's like, I'll tell you what's one thing I've learned in the last 10 years is the fundamentals are overrated.
I was only riding fundamentals to get my job in the NFL. So that was Nick Caley. Hey, by the way, before we get to some more of this audio, because we got a minute here, we ate at Mother's last night over on Poydras, and they had a big picture on the wall of the 1992 Saints, and it was like 6 degrees of Seth Payne up there.
It was really cool. I was having a good time, but our Uber was on the way, and I was like, oh, there's Ricky Jackson. Oh, look, that's Joel Smengi. I played with him, but Vic Fangio's up there as I think he was the outside linebackers coach.
Okay.
That was a really cool, that's a great place, Mother's.
That's awesome.
But Ricky Jackson was the first guy that caught our eye.
Yeah.
Because there was a Hall of Fame induction. I was like, that looks like Booger McFarland.
Yeah, he was very heavy.
Ricky Jackson gained a lot of weight after. He looked happy, though.
Yeah,
he looked happy.
He did.
He looked happy.
Well, and you were saying as we were sitting down to eat, that like it all like came together. You were sitting down to eat. You got a big bowl of gumbo, and you just like, I would get so fat if I lived in this city.
And it was cheap. It was like,
I know, at Mother's, it was not expensive.
I got
crazy.
So anyway, Vic Fangio, I was going to say a young Vic Fangio, but I think he was like 45 at the time, back in 92. He's an older guy. This Super Bowl is intriguing by Vic Fangio, guy who made it to the Super Bowl finally as a coach, and Steve Spagnuolo, who's got more Super Bowl victories than any coordinator in history.
Yeah.
It's not the marquee attraction, but for me, it's watching these two defensive coordinators go at it in the same game.
Vic Fangio, 66 years old.
Oh, he's a spring chicken by today's standards.
Yeah, he would have been like 32 in that picture.
Oh, okay,
like
so he was a young Vic Fangio.
34 years old he would have been in that picture. So, because that was 33
Vic's
years
a little bit like Lawrence Fishburne in that he's looked like he's 48
forever. Yeah. That was good.
It's pretty much the only way he's like Lawrence Fishburne, but other than that.
All right, so more audio on Nick Caley as we dig into the Texans OC hire. Here's Sean McVay a couple of weeks ago talking about Nick Caley. This is, I think, prior to him even interviewing for the Texans or other jobs.
I've spoken to him about it. I know that's a possibility. Haven't gotten anything as it relates to a request, but yeah, I did speak with Nick yesterday. It was his birthday and his daughter Caroline's birthday yesterday, and so he was on his way to taking Chick-fil-A to her at school, and we were talking about that. And he's a special coach. He's done a great job for us. I love everything this guy's about, Jordan. I think it's really cool when these guys are offered opportunities to be able to elevate themselves, and you want to make sure that you evaluate all options as what that looks like. Possibility, but there hasn't been anything official as it relates to a request.
Okay, two things on that real quick. One, I like that he brings Chick-fil-A to his daughter at school. That's a big check mark for me. Big positive with Nick Caley. Family guy who brings Chick-fil-A to his kid at school.
I don't know that he likes his children, but okay. We have different worldviews on that.
Not just liking him, but next level, bringing food to school.
I like a coach whose children barely know who their dad is. He pays for stuff, but he's always at work.
No. OC, you're like you said, quarterbacks and head coaches, they can ignore their kids. I know. Yeah. The other thing, when he said it was his birthday and his daughter's birthday yesterday, I was like, okay, well, we can find out the exact date of this audio then. What is Nick Caley's birthday? And then that was obviously recorded the next day. Come to find out, Nick Caley and his daughter share a birthday with Sean T. Pendergast.
Oh, wow.
And Judy Ann Pendergast.
Is that what put it over for you on this?
And James Pendergast.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. He shares a birthday. So he, like me, has a birthday that's the same birthday as his kid, and it's the same birthday as me.
I've always respected you for pulling off the fraternal twin. I feel like that's, I don't know, fraternal twins impress me.
A lot of work.
I don't know. It just feels a little more blue collar than identical. You're not trying to show off or anything,
Fun medical fact is because my ex-wife was having fertility issues, so they plant like a few of the eggs in there.
So she was spitting eggs. Okay,
they plant a few.
And then hope for the best.
Hope you get one, and sometimes you get two.
Yeah.
So that's, it was.
Thank God you didn't end up like the quintuples or whatever.
Dude, like then we had Sammy 16 months later.
Oh, really?
So it was almost like having triplets.
Without having help? Without
having help.
fertility.
Yeah, we thought we were like, oh, we had fertility drugs to get these two, and then turns out the pipes were all cleaned
That's
out.
how the way life works, man. When you take the pressure off of a situation, all of a sudden you're at your best.
Yeah.
That's when I really became a genuinely great pianist.
Yeah.
Before people would be like, yeah, he's an average pianist, and but now that after that, when I stopped worrying about my performance, people were like, well, that's an incredible pianist.
He's like Beethoven.
This is the best pianist I've ever experienced.
Pianist.
Yeah.
Right. You just tickle the ivories.
Yeah,
tickle something. All right, C.J. Stroud. We know that C.J. is a big fan of the Sean McVay scheme. Why? Because he said so when they were practicing with the Rams in training camp.
I'm a super fan of his, the type of scheme he runs, the way he calls it, the way he uses guys in motion and just a whole bunch of different things. And he just seems like a good guy. And, he just had some tips and pointers, also showed me a lot of love, which I appreciate. But, I appreciate him more than he knows, just watching film, not even knowing him, just like getting better from the stuff that he does in that offense along with Matt and those guys. So, it's definitely just an honor just to know that he knows me, which is dope.
Well, I think the thing about McVay too, because as soon as CJ starts talking about scheme, I think everybody's gotta pump their brakes a little bit when, and maybe I'm part of the reason for this, but when you start talking about the Shanahan / McVay / Kubiak scheme, McVay's system or the way he operates or the way his offense is right now has evolved in many ways completely different directions than how he started out. He's adapted it to his scheme, his quarterback, all of that. And I think I just keep and continue to see with Nick Caley people saying, well, it's just another Shanahan scheme. For one, no, he spent more time in New England than he spent with Sean McVay.
Oh, yeah.
He's seen different ways of operating. And the hallmarks of both Sean McVay and New England through the years was you couldn't really pigeonhole them into one type of scheme. They adapted every year based on what their personnel was. And it started in year one with McVay with the Rams. He went in thinking, I'm going to be tight end heavy, a lot like what you see out of Shanahan. But he's, oh, no, we've got a bunch of good receivers and we don't have tight ends. We're going to be a 3 wide receiver type of team. So I'm not nearly as worried about that as I think some people are. And that's, you just can't get it because he spent his last 2 years with the Rams is not an indication that he's going to try to be some carbon copy version of Sean McVay or anybody else. We don't know exactly what he's going to be until he actually gets here and starts working. But I'm not concerned about that part of it.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're just trying to be Shanahan East or anything like that.
I hope not.
Yeah.
I hope he puts his own spin on it. Yeah, I hope he takes a look at what it is they have, what it is they acquire.
Yeah.
And put it together. Sure. We're getting a lot of texts in here. Ross Tucker hates mothers on Poitras. That's what he would do, though. Ross would go to Mothers and then tell people not to go to Mothers.
His advice was that if you have a restaurant you really like, don't tell anybody about it.
Yeah.
Because then you have to wait longer for reservations or whatever else. My advice is, if you really love the place, then help them because every restaurant, no matter how good the food is, needs help all the time.
Yes.
There's just so many things working against you as a restaurant owner. And B, if you treat the people at the restaurant really, really well, they'll take care of you. They won't forget you.
They'll know you.
They love seeing a friendly face.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, this text. My brother has 2 fraternal twins. Okay. I'm assuming you mean 2 sets of fraternal twins because if you're telling me he's got 2 fraternal. It's redundant to just say I have 2. It's like saying I have 3 triplets.
It's like saying I have an orange cat.
Yeah. What color's your orange cat? Well,
it's
orange, of course.
Yeah, that's what makes them special.
Yep. A lot of people saying McVay and Caley sound the same, that they've got similar voices.
Oh, yeah, well, they got that, a little bit of that. You know what, this was one thing I've discovered lately. For some reason, I really like anything that sounds like a punk rock singer, like a nasally. I want some kid that just angry for no reason against the world.
Yes.
But even when it goes into other genres of, with Americana or country or anything else, I kind of like a whiny, twangy voice on a guy.
Oh.
And I think maybe with the coaches, That's what I want. They don't necessarily check the boxes in terms of, that guy looks and sounds like a football coach.
I can't wait for you and I to interview Nick Caley for the first time, and for us to tell him that we were really pumped up by his whiny voice.
Yes, yeah. You sound like, I didn't know if you were a coach or the
that's a good
the
thing,
lead
Coach.
singer of the Mountain Goats.
That's
a
good thing. Trust us. Someone said, guys, my 12-year-old is in the car. LMAOOOOOOO. Yeah. Seth said he was a good pianist. With a T on the end, all right? With a T. Mother's getting a lot of love on the text page. Oh, the debris sandwich from Mother's. I would go on a mass murder spree for that sandwich. I had the Ralph Po' Boy, which is debris, ham, cheese, a little bit of that sauce on it as well, with gravy on it.
I just wanted, I had chicken and sausage gumbo.
It looks so good.
It was really good.
A huge bowl. And they gave you like a whole loaf of bread with that.
I could be, because I sat down, I was like, I should have gotten a po' boy. I haven't had a po' boy yet. And I was like, I'll just make a sloppy Joe po' boy.
That's what you did.
With my loaf of French bread they
creative,
gave me.
Yeah. And you had a brownie that was the size of a car battery.
It was an ingot. It was like,
yes. It was huge.
Keep that thing in Fort Knox.
It was huge. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We're going to talk to Thomas Dimitrov at 9 o'clock today on the show, former Atlanta Falcons GM. We'll talk about all the things going on around the NFL, get some stories from his time as a GM in the league. He will be in the exclusive furniture hot seat. We thank Flight by Yingling for bringing us here. We're in New Orleans on Radio Road, day 2. We're here all the way through Friday, and then the big game, of course, coming up this week. And you can hear us 10 up. Next, we will do our first mock draft injection of the mock draft season. I don't think Seth even knows that we're going to do that because he just walked away from the set. He's going to be very excited. He's the one that suggested we start doing these again. So we'll do our first mock draft injection. Who are the Texans taking, according to one of the experts out there? Also, a reminder to listen for an hour each day for your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. If you win, you and 3 friends will be headed to Vegas to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino. Their sportsbook there is amazing. Sportsbook indoors is amazing. The stadium swim is amazing, and you're going to be part of all of that if you win. Just listen for an hour each day to us on the Odyssey app, and you'll have an extra $20K in your pocket to spend as well. How about that? What a great contest. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Mock Draft Injection, first edition, up next. But I want to tell you about Beck's Prime. We just got done.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we are going to do in a moment our first mock draft injection.
That's right. We're back in a situation of really caring about the draft.
We are, yeah, because the Texans need things. They need items at the store, and we're going to get to that. But I was very excited to see that Coach Ed Orgeron, has his own staging here. It looks like he's going to be doing some sort of interview show over there, and the fact that Coach O is even roaming around Radio Row potentially excites me. I'm a big Coach O guy.
Yeah, that what's the name of the show?
It just says Coach O's Couch.
Oh,
so it's
an interesting choice for a name.
Couch with chair next to it.
Coach O's history. Okay, yeah, good. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah,
right.
I'm anxious to see who he's got running through there on his couch.
He'll get a lot of. There's always some of these booths set up at Radio Row, Streaming Row, where there's a buzz about them.
Yeah.
When McAfee shows up, people are kind of lingering around, just watching it.
That'll be one of them.
Yeah. Coach O will be one of them.
Sponsored by Dove. He may be soaping up over there while he's doing his.
Not afraid to take his shirt off. We know that.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
In all kinds of situations.
You were here you and I were both at the last New Orleans Super Bowl 12 years ago, I think it was.
Yeah.
We were working for different companies at the time. You were here, and I was working for a different radio company at the time. But remember the local Louisiana flavor celebrity walking around Radio Row that year was the Swamp People guys.
Yeah.
Troy Landry.
Oh, yeah,
the show Swamp People.
Yeah.
That show was huge back then. That was amazing timing. Did you ever watch Swamp People?
No.
It was really good, man.
No.
It was good. A lot of alligators got shot. All right, let's do this mock draft injection here. And the Texans, fortunately, they are drafting in a position where we have to page down a little bit. This is ESPN.com. This is Matt Miller's 2-round draft. I know that we have people that listen that can take or leave Matt Miller as a draft expert, but this is the first mock draft that popped onto my Twitter timeline yesterday, and I'm thinking about reprising the mock draft injection.
Yeah.
So let's do it here. I'll page down. The Texans, for those who don't know, they are currently picking 25th and 58th overall in the first 2 rounds of the draft. So here we go. The 25th pick in the draft. With the 25th pick, do we have the sounder, Ben? I didn't hear it. The draft sounder. Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na. The Houston Texans select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama.
This would be as excited as a fan base ever gets about getting an interior offensive lineman. But I feel like the Texans now for 2 straight years have seen what happens in the divisional round if you're going against a good defense and you don't feel good about your interior offensive line. This scratches an itch, and Tyler Booker has all of those elements that you look at and you think, okay, does this translate to the NFL? And yes, he's huge. He's 350 pounds, but he's athletic. He plays with good technique. He's got a mean streak to him. It's really easy to watch him play in the SEC and think, all right, I feel like this guy could end up being really solid in his rookie year. There might not be a learning curve with him. There's really not a lot. I'd have a hard time really picking out reasons not to draft him.
You would like this pick a lot.
Yeah, I think because it's not like he's an incredible athlete by guard standards, but with guards, it's so much more about, are you a good enough athlete, and then do you have the technique to use all that athleticism does. I think for a lot of times big mauler types in college, they're kind of sloppy with their technique. He looks like he accepts coaching well, and he likes grinding people. You know what I really liked about him, though, is that there are multiple times this year where he pancaked the dude in the run game, and instead of staring and admiring his work, he went up and blocked the second dude.
Yeah.
He added on. He multiplied his effect in the run game, and I love seeing that.
Okay, well that alone would separate him from this group of offensive linemen for the Texans, who routinely stop in the middle of plays.
They have a clock in their head.
They're like, sorry, I talked to my union rep, and I am only supposed to block this one guy. poorly on this play.
My work is done here.
Yeah,
I've met my quota for the play.
They do that thing where you slap your hands together after your work is done, dust off your shoulder a little bit. Yeah. Here's what Matt Miller says about Tyler Booker. Booker earned A-plus grades for his work ethic and drive from the coaches and scouts I spoke to at the Shrine Bowl and the Senior Bowl. He's also a really good football player. 6'4", 325, mauler in the run game, with great initial power in his hands and the lower body drive to move defenders out of gaps. And then Miller goes on to talk about how poor the Texans' interior protection was of C.J. Stroud and how Booker might remedy that in part.
Yeah. I think this would, and we know how much these guys love guys from Alabama.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. It's easy. I think that a guy that was recruited by Saban and you've got the word of mouth from guys at Alabama. I feel very comfortable with that. I would I've got this would be I think this is the name that gets brought up so much by the fan base, I think, or from guys that are plugged in, is like, this just makes so much sense. If he's there, you got to take him.
Prediction. When Drew Doherty does his deal where he compiles all of the mock drafts, Drew Doherty of the Texans does this thing where he collects all the mock drafts, like 36 of them, of the most acclaimed ones, and then he almost like a vote, like he tallies up who these mock drafts have the Texans taking. Tyler Booker, my prediction is when he does his first iteration of this, whenever that is, Drew, if you're listening, text me, let me know when that is, so I can tell the people. He's got one out right now? Okay, that's great. My guess is going to be that Tyler Booker is number one, if not close to the top.
Even the big thing with Drew's mock draft compilations is that it's pretty good at figuring out which position the Texans take.
Very.
And this goes back through multiple different coaches and whatnot, and it makes sense. People will always say we draft best player available. There's a sliding scale to that. It's like they take the best player available at a position of need more times than not. And I think this year, I'll be surprised if it's not an interior offensive lineman, a wide receiver, or a defensive tackle.
Okay, you would take those three positions and give somebody else the field.
If they draft number 25.
Yeah. If they pick there, right.
Well, I think last year with, defensive tackle, and I know guys we there, I think D'Amico's always going to be in the mood for a huge impact guy at defensive tackle or anywhere along the defensive line, especially if he's a young guy that you can have on the team for a long time. So I still think defensive tackle is probably up there in what D'Amico would want.
Drew's got one out. His first compilation is out, and he's got 24 mock drafts in here. Tyler Booker, 6 of them, the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Now, this is what I worry about, is that early in the stages of the draft, people will say, well, guards don't typically get drafted that high. But then you look at the teams, and the teams that all love Tyler Booker are thinking like, well, yeah, but we really like him. And I know a lot of other teams think that they're going to get him late in the first round because he's a guard and not a tackle, and they end up getting drafted higher than what you expect.
Yeah. You get nervous that they're going to take your guy. He's a really good player. At the 58th pick, the Texans, I'm going to do this quick. Thank you, Ben. With the 58th pick overall, the Texans select Dion Walker, defensive tackle, Kentucky.
Okay, I was hoping for Kenneth Grant. Is in this mock draft, is Kenneth Grant out of Michigan? He's a defensive tackle.
He goes to Kansas City with the 32nd pick.
So in this mock draft, they're choosing Dion Walker over Kenneth Grant.
No. Grant goes. No, this is with their second round pick. They're taking Walker.
Their second round pick.
This is a 2-round mocker.
All right.
Yeah, this is a 2-round mocker.
All right.
Yeah.
I'd be cool with that. Okay. I would
6'8".
I would have preferred that they drafted Kenneth Grant in the first round, but okay. So Kenneth Grant, the guy that I would like at 925. They do take it, and you would never guess that he weighs 340 pounds based on the way he moves.
Yeah.
But Dion Walker is the opposite, where he's a huge dude, but he kind of moves like he's a huge dude.
Yeah.
And
6'8", 340.
Yeah. I mean, there's times where he has some impressive grizzly bear moments where he's just throwing college kids around, but it's there's too much activity going on in front of me here. I know. But I'd be cool with that in the second round, especially because they took care of the interior offensive line in the first round.
Yeah. Mountain of a man, 6'8". All right, that's our first mock draft injection of draft season. Up next, Pettycast We get petty, and this is a Luka Doncic heavy petty cast. Boy, the fans in Dallas fit right into a petty cast. We will do that. We do it every Tuesday. We've got Thomas Dimitroff, former GM of the Atlanta Falcons, joining us here on Radio Row. Thanks to Flight by Yingling for getting us here. Stay there. The 8 o'clock hour starts next.
Kirk Holmes was the 2000.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. The Texans have a new OC. His name is Nick Caley. The Rockets lost last night to the Knicks 124-118, and we are on Radio Row getting you ready for Super Bowl 59. Thanks to Flight by Yingling for getting us here. Thanks to the Low T Center as well, a supporting sponsor of our trip here to New Orleans. In an hour from now, Thomas Dimitrov, former GM of the Atlanta Falcons and CEO of Sumer Sports, and he's 10 feet away from us. He's going to join us at 9 a.m. in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. Shout out to everybody watching on the live stream. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers for that. All of our partners at the station making sure that we're getting to New Orleans and giving you the best of what we got for you here at Super Bowl 59.
I just walked past Mike Florio.
Oh, yeah, I saw him walk past here, yeah.
And we made eye contact briefly.
Do you know each other?
Only a little bit.
Okay.
I don't think we don't.
Does he have beef with you?
No, I don't think so. I think that I don't know. We don't see eye to eye on things.
Well, yeah.
Got into it with him a little bit online once, and then we turned down when he used to come on the show with Mike and I.
Yeah.
At one point, we had a choice whether to keep him or not, and I was like, no, I don't know. So I don't know.
Do you wish you'd kept him?
No.
Okay.
No.
Good. Yeah, don't look back.
I have
You get out of a relationship.
You know how I feel about nugget hussies and people that are kind of clickbaity. He's very, very good at what he does. It's just that's not
your kind of guy.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
It's like if you were a fantasy book writer, I don't. It's not.
That's not
you
your
can be
deal.
really good at writing fantasy. I'm not into reading.
Yeah. Everybody's got their thing.
Yeah,
it's all
not
good.
a big J.R. Tolkien fan
It's
or
all
whoever
good.
that.
No,
Yeah,
me neither.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's do the petty cast for Tuesday here. We get petty. Text in 713-572-4610. What are your petties? What are you feeling petty about? And we go around the world of sports. This is a Luka Doncic heavy petty cast. I'm going to be honest about that up front. But before we get to that, last night was opening night here at the Super Bowl. They used to call it Media Day or Media Night, called opening night now. This is where you get all the reporters from various walks of life walking around and asking questions of different players. I haven't seen anything go super viral from there last night. Nothing that like an Entertainment Tonight person was asking or anything.
Yeah, when I was up grabbing my fruit for the morning.
Yeah.
Because one of our listeners, tried to play grandma to me and tell me how to eat, and I listened to his advice.
Sounds like it worked. Yeah.
They had some funny moments with Andy Reid tossing. And stuff. Anything noteworthy.
It hasn't come across my timeline.
Nobody divulged their entire game plan for the week.
No, unfortunately. Try as we might to get it from them. But I did see this. We poke fun, point out that Chiefs Nation seems to get very upset when people point out the narrative about the officiating surrounding their games.
Yeah, they don't seem to like it.
For a team that's won 3 Super Bowls and can really just tell us all to go to hell.
Yeah.
They really like to engage in the battle of like, no, it's not the referees.
Right.
My hope would be that the players wouldn't even really care about that. You know what I mean? Like, just go win your football games and flash your rings. You win another one, you can flash 4. Travis?
My hope would be that if I were the team playing the Chiefs, that also, likewise, that my guys wouldn't worry about it as much.
Right.
It's actually kind of one of the I was disappointed that D'Amico brought up they basically alluded to us against everyone.
I was too.
I don't one of the things that you want to do in any aspect of life is worry about the things you can control.
Yeah.
And focus in on those things. The things you can't control, that you got to just kind of let it go. And I don't want my guys feeling like the refs are out to get him or anything else like that.
Well, D'Amico saying that almost like opened the door for everybody to talk about it that way. I didn't like it either. I'm with you on that. Travis Kelce was asked last night at opening night, if you could ask the media one thing, what would you ask them?
If I could ask the media one question, why are you guys leaning into this whole ref thing? You know what I mean? Like, why are you guys leaning into it?
Yeah.
Why do you care, Travis Kelce?
Why are we talking about this game of grown men running around in tights anyway? Either. Okay. Don't get existential on me at this point in your career, Travis Kelce.
Yeah, but I mean, any number of things. I'm in my mind. I'm going, that's what you would ask if you could ask the media anything.
Yeah, I guess they probably. If I were on the Chiefs and when I start seeing the more venerated or the more, I guess, respectable sports media members really seemingly lean into it to where it feels where like they're trolling, that would probably be frustrating a little bit. Like, okay, you guys are fueling conspiracy theories and it's bogus, man. But I'll tell you what, this is why. Because you guys have won a whole bunch, and there are some juicy stats out there. This is one of those. I've seen so many juicy stats basically showing that Pat Mahomes doesn't get beneficial treatment. I've seen some really, really juicy stats showing that he does. And whenever you have juicy stats like this in this day and age, they're going to be pit against each other.
Yeah, like there's an easy answer to it. Like Travis, you're somebody who's tasked with garnering an audience by talking about things that are interesting to them. You have a podcast that's been very successful.
That people care about.
That care about, and they happen to care about that.
Yeah.
About that storyline. So I thought clearly he's feeling a little petty about all that, right? About the fans and the media.
He's got a lot on his plate. He's trying to balance being the trophy future husband. Trying to play football. He's got all those things going on.
Yeah, he does. He's
still living in the shadow of his brother when it comes to, like, hey, that seems like a guy I'd want to hang out with. Jason Kelce is so far ahead of him in that regard, no matter how hard Travis Kelce tries.
He's never going to close that gap.
He's never going to get to that point.
He'll never get to that. He just needs to accept that. He will never get to that point. Owner of the Chiefs over our right shoulder here. Okay, let's get to the Luka portion of the broadcast, of the Pettycast. And we know that Dallas not feeling great. It's funny, I was walking by our colleagues over there at 105.3, The Fan. And in Dallas, and just like overhearing what they're talking about. And it was like, how would anybody trust the Mavericks anymore? Like, they didn't let Kyrie Irving know what was going on. They just took a guy and basically yanked $115 million out of his pocket by sending him to the Lakers.
In talking to those guys, because I saw them this morning as I was picking up my apples and oranges, and I said, wow, but you guys can just pretty much just forget about
cruise control.
The show, right? This is actually going to be pretty juicy for you guys. He said, yeah, but there are people abandoning that team so ferociously.
Yeah.
The number of social media followers they've lost from the team account, all of this other stuff. It does not feel like this is the casual, like when Larry and Stafford says he's done with the team or something. When a fan is frustrated and they say, like, that's it, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
I could see this being where, no, people are going to wholesale walk away from basketball in the city of Dallas for a while after this. Because they
luck for them, I don't think they carry the Mavericks on our sister station. I know they have the Rangers and the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Because theirs is a show that has Jerry Jones on all the time.
Yeah.
Sean and RJ. But yeah, you're right. Like this is a kill the city type of move.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like this is like when I say kill the city, like the city is now dead in its soul for basketball. Like the NBA has been killed in Dallas.
And the funniest thing about any of the justifications from ownership are so funny to me because or from the GM. Or the ones that filter through. You know, they haven't said it directly, but the justification seems to be, well, you know, because Doncic fouled out in Game 3, it just shows that he just doesn't have what it takes, or he's just too ball dominant, and he's not conducive to ball movement. So we're not going to win the finals with him. He can never drive. Or you guys aren't going to make it back to the finals without Doncic.
No.
All of these issues that you have are issues that are things that you need to figure out as an organization. Okay, how do we take young Kobe and turn him into finished Kobe? How do we take young Michael Jordan and turn him into championship Jordan?
Yeah.
Those are awesome problems to have.
Yeah.
But you're just throwing it completely out to dive into maybe a couple of years of viability with a more consistent guy.
Yeah.
You still have to have somebody that can pass.
Who can get the ball to him? And they still got Kyrie, I guess, but Kyrie's not a point guard.
Can we point out the absurdity of the situation we find ourselves in, where the guy who was booted off of a team that has Kyrie Irving on it wasn't Kyrie Irving?
Yeah.
guy who was just couldn't get along. We need more Kyrie Irving type guys for this culture.
That's the best point you've made so far. You want to hear from some of these Luka fans in the Pettycast here?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you got to hear from these. These are Maverick fans outside the arena holding up posters, protesting. This first guy clearly came from work because he's got on a suit jacket with a Luka jersey on over his sport coat.
Oh, wow.
Backwards with 77 on the front, Doncic right above there. Yeah, I'm just trying to let you guys visualize it.
Well, that's a good move because that is like a lot of the basketball fans when they give out a shirt for the evening.
Oh, yeah, and they throw it on
from work and you're looking at
throw it on over their dress shirt.
Yeah, good for you, dude. You look like a doofus, but you support the team and whatever theme night it is.
Here's what he sounded like.
I've been a Mavs fan my whole entire life since I've been a baby. This is the worst moment in the history of my life. This is ridiculous. This is crazy, man. We went to the NBA Finals. Why are we trading the best player, the franchise player? How are we trading the franchise player? You went to the NBA Finals. He's supposed to have a statue. Hell yeah. He's supposed to have a statue. Dirk got a statue right there. It's supposed to be Luka right there. Why we don't got a statue for Luka? This new management is putting profit over fans. Profit over fans. Feel me? They're not worried about the fans. They don't care that we've invested 7 years of it believing in Luka, believing in building a team around Luka. They don't care about that. They just want to make their gambling money, make a couple $100 million, and leave us stuck out here. You know, now we're back to square one. We're back to square zero. You feel me? It's ridiculous. Luka, who can build that stadium now?
Who's going to build that stadium now? Or maybe fill that stadium might be what he said.
That's the worst moment in the history of his life.
The history of his life.
I'd say congratulations on a pretty smooth life so far.
That's
good.
Like he looked to be like in his late 20s or early 30s.
You find out later this guy's dad died when he was 25.
Still the worst.
His dad's up in heaven like, hey. That's your power ranking?
I got two more of these clowns. Here's the next in the Pettycast. Here's the next Luka fan.
These guys, this Neko, they finished with my dreams, okay? And this place, American Airlines, the Mavericks, this was my safe place. And now I have nothing. Basically, they screw up the best sport thing in Dallas. I'm so sad, man, for real. I'm sad and disappointed.
I came to this country with the promise of opportunity.
Now I have nothing.
To follow a basketball team led by Luka Doncic.
It was I have nothing, which is what got me.
It destroyed the American dream for that poor fella.
The guy's living under a bridge because they traded Luka Doncic.
What type of dream did he say at the beginning? They destroyed his dream?
I couldn't make it out.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't make it out.
Oh boy, that was a strike against America.
Yeah.
That the Mavericks just lobbied.
Oh my God.
Lobbed at everybody.
Are you ready? You ready for one more?
Yeah.
Okay, I got one more. Pettycast. Here we go. Luka fan number 3.
It feels like someone close to you died in a way, and there's lots of what's inscribed on that statue over there, Dirk statue. It says loyalty never fades away, and apparently that's only a one-way street. That only matters for the players because loyalty definitely faded away from the organization. They didn't hold up their end of the bargain. He was loyal and they weren't.
Yeah.
So I guess that inscription doesn't really mean anything.
I guess his loyalty was never really tested. If Luka had refused to sign a Supermax or something like that.
Right, he went to free agency.
Yeah, so Luka gets the benefit of, hey, he gets treated like the guy who did things the right way in terms of loyalty and whatnot without ever actually having it tested.
Yep. All right, Pettycast. So those are the Luka fans. I got one more basketball related. For some reason, we're basketball heavy in the Pettycast. This is Kevin Garnett on his podcast with Paul Pierce talking about how Jimmy Butler's act is going to bring the NBA back to having non-guaranteed contracts. We fought forever to get guaranteed contracts, and Jimmy Butler's going to F the whole thing up.
You open up for all this right here, bro. This is how non-guarantees are going to come into our league right here for like this. We fought our ass off through 5 and 6 damn lockouts to get to a point where there's where we protect the integrity of the talent. And then that talent has a responsibility to be professional, come in here and do your job. You think I like Glenn Taylor? You think I like that motherfucker? No. Nah, you think Paul liked Witt at one point when they weren't seeing eye to eye? We came in, we did our jobs, you got paid, and you went home. You go home, as soon as you get opportunity to change that, you change it. But bro, I ain't finna come in here, make a mockery. One, One, be a distraction. Because, bro, that's what you're doing. You know what? John Wall did the perfect thing. When Houston and John Wall didn't see eye to eye, they both sat down and said, look, this is what we finna do. You go home, young fella. Go do what you guys do. Work on your business. Do what you do. Don't be a distraction. John Wall was out for 2 years. He was with Houston Rockets for 2 years. You never saw him around. You never saw him on the bench. He wasn't a distraction. Never heard none of that, right? Man, he dissolved, bro. He got paid those 2 years some real money. You didn't hear none of that. He wasn't in no narrative. Bro, this could have went a whole nother way. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's
I got
a noble thing to do. Is
collect $40 million.
Collect your $47 million each year for 2 years.
Okay, so this is what's interesting is, the guaranteed contract really, really works, as it does in baseball still, when the players abide by the contracts. You very, very, very rarely hear about a baseball player trying to agitate his way out.
That's right.
And that's when you have a really strong union that instructs its members, like, listen, like, you gotta, because it's not in the CBA that the contracts are supposed to be guaranteed. So you want the owners to feel some kind of sturdiness behind giving a guy a guaranteed contract, that it's an actual contract. And in baseball, they do a really good job of abiding by this. I'm curious why he picked out Jimmy Butler as, I guess, maybe like the first guy that's in the NBA tried to agitate his way out of a team.
Well, he's doing it to an extreme.
Right, he's doing it to an extreme, but other guys they've made it public. They've done it. James Harden did it to an extreme. James Harden showed up and loafed around on the court to the point where his teammates were begging for him not to be on the court.
Yeah.
So my issue with him is, but acting like Jimmy Butler is the first to do it, I feel like is a bit much.
Yeah, or maybe the straw that breaks the camel's back. You know what I mean? Like this is like it's been happening and happening and happening. Owners can't like this, and now you got a guy who's missing flights, walking out of shoot-arounds, openly just saying this team sucks. You know, like so. So, Kevin Garnett, man, he was doing so good with his point, and then he's like, take John Wall, for example. He just sat there and quietly accepted his $94 million over 2 years. What a saint.
That was one where it was also, that works against guaranteed contracts, because the Rockets are thinking, well, we got to bite the bullet on this, and we got to move in a different direction. God. And it's not like the Rockets were super stoked to have a guaranteed contract for John Wall.
It's crazy to look at John Wall's, career. I'm looking at his Wikipedia page, and there's just a gap for 2 years with nothing. Just with nothing. Because he just sat at home collecting a check. That was crazy, man.
What if he did just actually literally sit at home collecting the check?
That's what I choose to picture.
That's depressing as hell.
He's rocking back and forth in the exclusive furniture recliner. Yeah.
That depresses me.
I know. I don't care how much money it is.
All that is a big old reminder that, like, oh, boy, I've got $40 million coming in.
Yeah.
Like, I'm earning $10,000 every hour that I'm sitting here, and life's not much different. I'm just sitting at home.
That's it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on Radio Row here, thanks to Flight by Yingling. We're having a blast here in New Orleans, and all three shows. We're excited to be here in New Orleans covering this big game for all of you out there watching us on the Mokaram in. Big shout out to the listeners. Up next, Myles Garrett wants out of Cleveland. Who's the odds-on favorite to get him? Why do the Texans need to keep an eye on this particular transaction? I've got one very, very big reason why the Texans need to keep an eye on this Myles Garrett potential trade. We'll discuss that coming up next, but I want to tell you guys that are looking to get the LASIK procedure.
610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and
Pendergast. You live on Radio Row, thanks to Flight by Yingling. Thomas Dimitrov, former GM of the Atlanta Falcons, going to join us at 9 o'clock in the exclusive furniture hot seat.
He spent a lot of time with Nick Caserio back in the day.
He's wearing a vest, maybe in honor of Nick Caserio. He's walking around right now.
Something about being in that organization that gets people to fall in love with the vest.
The vest,
I don't get it.
Yeah, we'll ask him. Yeah.
Well, it just for me, and like you and I both grew up with the whole, dudes from Massachusetts, like lax bros wearing vests and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Where I'm like, all right, just slap on a dirty white lacrosse hat and complete the outfit. I always look at him kind of like, this guy's going to get into some argument about Pedro Martinez or something. And nah.
Which city on the Cape is the coolest one?
Yeah.
I'm a Falmouth guy. So Myles Garrett has asked for a trade out of Cleveland in what was a very pleasant letter to Cleveland fans yesterday. But he is not in for the rebuild. And I will say this about Myles Garrett. He lived through an 0-16 season his rookie year.
Right.
He's seen some things.
He's watched his team trade the farm for Deshaun Watson, and that to all come crashing down. And he can read the writing on the wall. And the main thrust of the letter is that he wants to compete for a championship.
Correct.
So it's, without saying it, you pretty much come to the conclusion that while Myles Garrett thinks that this is a stinking dumpster fire of an organization that will never have a chance at a championship, and that's where I'm stuck. And if you're a Browns fan or anybody else, and meanwhile, he seems to do everything that you want one of your high-paid athletes to do. He's consistently one of the best defensive players in the league, consistently up for Defensive Player of the Year. You don't hear any. I mean, the biggest off-field controversy about Myles Garrett that I can remember was when he was a prospect and people wondered if he liked dinosaurs too much.
Right. That was a big controversy.
Yeah. Was he into too many things outside of football?
Yeah.
I don't know, but it doesn't seem to be a hindrance for him.
Hasn't affected his play, if he is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now,
which is, by the way, of all the position groups where that's the dumbest argument, defensive line by far.
They'd be quirky?
The incredible pass rushers. Like, listen, it's not 18 hours of film study a day.
No,
you
beat him.
And it takes a lot of work and everything, but it's not the same as a quarterback.
Yeah. Oh yeah. As far as having, you're right. Now here's the interesting thing about Myles Garrett, and this is where I think the Texans need to pay attention. Not so they can pick up the phone and call and make a trade for Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett's not going to be a Texan. They're way down the odds board. We'll tell you who the favorites are to land him and go through them in just a second. But
I do remember one other Myles Garrett thing just because people are probably
the Mason Rudolph.
Mason Rudolph. Okay, that was weird.
That was weird. Yeah, and he
his justification for it that nobody backed him up on. That was weird.
Mason Rudolph said something racial.
But other than that, it's been pretty smooth.
I think the total package is great. No question about it. Here's where I think the Texans need to pay attention. Myles Garrett has 2 non-guaranteed years left. And it's 19, 20, 25 million, something like that. The general consensus is that whoever trades for him is then going to give him a contract extension, because it makes sense to give him a contract extension. SpotRack estimates. SpotRack is a contract, salary cap website. Estimates that he would be up for a contract 4 years, $137 million. So that's roughly $35 million and change, $36 million, something like that per year. The reason the Texans need to pay attention to this is in the neighborhood that Will Anderson Jr. is going to be living in.
Yeah, if he continues on the same trajectory, it's going to be a hefty contract.
Yeah, he's not Myles Garrett yet, but that's the trajectory he's on.
Well, and I guess the other part of it, though, too, is that's the very reason that it doesn't make sense for the Texans to try to trade for Myles Garrett.
At all, yeah.
As they are right now, they have Danielle Hunter under contract for 1 more year. They've got Will Anderson on the other side of him. They're paying a lot of money, but it's not a long-term expense with Danielle Hunter.
Right.
And if you look at the way the Texans are right now, they have a premier player at wide receiver. They have two very, very, very good players. A premier player in Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter, who played very well this year at cornerback position. They've got 2 really good edge rushers. Those are the money spots, and you've got good deals at a couple of those spots. Where the Texans need work on the personnel side is in filling in the rest of the gaps.
Yeah.
So I don't really have an appetite for Myles Garrett on this current Texans run. Whether or not Myles Garrett is worth the money, it just doesn't make sense for the Texans.
You'd have
right
to give up draft capital to get him, or trade Danielle Hunter maybe to get him. I don't know. There's definite redundancy. I don't think you'd have Myles Garrett, Danielle Hunter, and Will Anderson on the same team.
Yeah.
I wouldn't think. And if you do, that sure is a hell of a lot of money invested into your defensive line. So maybe,
it would be really, really cool.
It'd be incredible.
And knowing the way Nick operates, I don't think that's the way he's going to want to allocate his resources.
Resource allocation, bingo. That's the thing. And the Texans are entering a phase here now that they've not been in yet under Nick Caserio as the GM, where they're going to start. It started last year with giving Nico Collins a fairly big deal.
Yeah.
What's turned out to be a really good deal for the Texans at $24 million. But Derek Stingley Jr. is up for an extension now. Next year is C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. I think the hope down the road is that Kamari Lassiter is a guy. I think Jalen Petrie is a guy. They're not going to get a monster deal or anything like that, but I think that's a guy who's up for an extension that they would like to keep around at whatever the market says you should pay Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, and I think I'll be surprised if the Texans are as active in free agency and as spend happy as they were in free agency last year.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised if they are that way this year. Because by and large, a lot of the more aggressive transactions they made worked out. Joe Mixon wasn't free agency, but he was a trade, and they gave him a new contract.
Yeah.
Right. Stephon Diggs wasn't free agency, but it was an aggressive offseason move. That was the one that really didn't work out for multiple reasons. But beyond that, everybody else worked out, and you feel good about it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I think Smith, the guard from Kansas City.
That's your guy. That
would be
want.
right.
That would be great.
He plays right guard, too, so you're not even switching sides or anything. You could just plug him in at right guard, and I'd feel good about that.
He's going to be expensive.
Right. He'll be very expensive. I don't know if the Chiefs, they had to – it was uncomfortable for them last year to extend Chris Jones, the defensive tackle.
Yeah.
I don't think they'd probably do it for a guard, so I think Trey Smith might hit free agency.
That would be sweet, man. I mean, they'd have to move some things around to get him in there, but that would have a huge ripple effect.
But it frees you up in the draft too to then look at wide receiver, defensive tackle. You don't have to stretch on a guard that maybe you think is a second rounder, but we really want somebody.
Yeah, they have so would you rather because we know they need a receiver and they need a guard for sure. Would you rather draft a receiver and sign it? Well, it sounds like you already said it because you want Trey Smith, or draft a guard and sign a receiver. You know what I mean? Like, because I don't think you draft both.
I would rather draft a receiver and sign a guard.
Yeah.
For one, there's just been so much talent in the late first round and in the second round at wide receiver, and it's more of a rookie wide receivers these days. They hit a lot sooner than they used to. And,
here's your 20 plays.
Where guards, a lot of times even the good offensive linemen don't really develop into genuinely good guys until their third year, fourth year. So that would be my want, I think. Yeah.
Favorite to land Myles Garrett is the Dallas Cowboys at 4-1, according to betonline.ag. I think it's interesting that of the top, what do I have here, 8 on the rundown, that the Raiders and the Cowboys are in there, but other than that, it's all teams that I think view themselves as being in the discussion for the Super Bowl, including the 2 teams that are playing in the Super Bowl this weekend. It goes Cowboys 4-1, Commanders 5-1. That's very interesting. QB on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
That's like the Diggs move last year.
You got Dan Quinn, who loves to just have pass rushers and play zone behind them, and just it
that
fits
makes a
what
lot
Dan
of
Quinn
sense.
would want. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense. Kansas City is next at 6-1. Raiders at 7-1. And then the Niners at 8-1. It's funny. I still look at the Niners and I go Super Bowl contender, but they were 6-11 or whatever this year.
This is what's annoying me about all Raiders talk right now.
Yeah,
I don't like this feeling that somehow Tom Brady being in the organization is just going to sprinkle his greatness and his money.
It's a layup,
and all of a sudden the Raiders are going to be different. If you're going to say that, you have to at least mention the experience of Michael Jordan in ownership. You have to mention the experience of Derek Jeter in ownership.
Yeah.
It's not as simple as like, oh, wow, he's an incredible player, so surely he can navigate a completely different industry. Because
Jeter
it really
especially.
is.
Jeter was brutal. He was brutal. Oh, my God. Yeah, they ran him out of there in Miami. That's a great point.
Well, I mean, they would have. Okay, if Michael Jordan had been a minority owner of Charlotte, it's not like people would have looked at him like, oh boy. They would have run him out. They would have run him out at some point too.
Yeah.
If Michael Jordan, if you're able of the NBA just with less actual success.
Yeah. That feels like a fever dream. Michael Jordan as an owner, you know what I mean?
Well, all the stories about Michael Jordan sounded a lot like Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
That he would just kind of waltz in at the draft and take the dossiers of information the scouts had compiled and be like, nah, I don't like it. I don't like the cut of this guy's jib. Go with this guy instead.
That's funny. That's a great point about the owners. Listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day for your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. Here's what happens if you win. You and 3 friends to Vegas, to the Circa Resort and Casino. You're in the stadium swim. You're in the sports book. And you can enjoy the biggest March Hoops party at Circa as part of your ultimate college basketball championship experience. Plus, you're going to get an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're in Vegas. That number still blows me away. $20K in your pocket for that trip. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Thomas Dimitroff joins us at the top of the hour, former GM of the Atlanta Falcons. Up next, okay, if we're looking at Super Bowl participants, the Eagles actually might be the more inspirational of these two teams.
Oh, yeah, give me something.
For the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
And I'll explain why coming up next.
I'll tell you what, talk about succeeding in
from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it's following these two teams in the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday, Philadelphia and Kansas City.
Never heard of them.
As we welcome you back in here to Radio Row, Flight by Yingling. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Thomas Dimitrov is going to join us at the top of the hour, former GM of the Atlanta Falcons.
We're excited about the fact that he spent a lot of time with Nick Caserio.
A lot of time, a lot of windshield time. They drove up and down the highways and byways of the land, scouting players.
A couple of young, hungry scouts.
That's it, just a couple.
Literally hungry, because the Patriots don't pay their Bill Belichick was fond of paying dirt cheap wages.
Right.
They probably were eating like saltine crackers.
They look like they are. They're both super skinny.
Yeah.
And Nick's kind of bulked up a little bit, but yeah, they both look like they could use a steak. You know what I mean?
I bet Nick benches more than Dimitrov.
I bet he does too. I've watching Dimitrov walk around here. He's not a big guy at all.
He's into cycling and stuff.
Yeah, he looks like a cycler. Yeah, and he's got a vest just like Nick. At any rate, so we'll have him at the hot seat. But thinking about these two teams, Seth, and specifically Philadelphia, just reading up stories and storylines of this game and getting ready for it. We're going to dig into this game more and more as the week goes on, for sure, as we build towards Super Bowl Sunday. But they showed this. They actually showed this graphic during the NFC title game as well, outlining that Howie Roseman and the front office had an incredible offseason last year, like absolutely incredible. They nailed everything you needed to nail to get them back into this game. They were 11-6 last year. They finished the season losing 5 of their last 6 games, and they lost. They fired both of their coordinators, whereas their 2 coordinators the year before went on to head coaching jobs, Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen.
Yeah.
Their 2 coordinators last year both fired, Sean Desai and Brian Johnson. They hired Kellen Moore at OC. He's on his way to being the Saints coach, it looks like. They hired Vic Fangio at D.C. That's been an incredible hire. They nailed both of those hires. They signed Zach Bond to a 1-year, $3.5 million deal, and he is a first-team All-Pro.
He's all over the place.
He's all over the place. They saw something in him. He was a rotational guy in New Orleans, and they saw something in him, and he's been incredible for them. He's a first-team All-Pro. We don't need to dig too deep on the Saquon Barkley signing. That's been incredible for them. $13 million a year or whatever it was. He's the likely offensive player of the year. And then they drafted Quinion Mitchell in the first round and Cooper DeJean in the second round. Corner was a big issue for them.
Yeah.
They draft these 2 guys, and they step right in, and they are a lot like Kamari Lassiter. They royal flushed the offseason.
It very well, right?
Yeah.
And look, he's already got a great reputation as a GM. He's had multiple seasons like this in his past, but it goes to show you how much of an effect the Eagles under that same head coach, looked like they were spiraling into the abyss at the end of last season. If you watch the Eagles in the playoffs, you just wondered what happened to this team in 1 year. How could it be this bad? And they righted the ship in one offseason.
They did, and they had to do a lot
with the same head coach.
With the same head coach, and a lot of the same pieces from the year before, but with these additional pieces. So my question is, I think that's about as close to a perfect offseason as I've ever seen any team have.
Yeah.
You nailed coaching hires. You nailed getting a diamond in the rough in Bond.
In free agency.
Which
is hard to do.
Very hard to do.
Yeah.
You got a marquee free agent at a big-time position that is in the running for MVP of the league.
Yeah.
You drafted 2 guys at positions that are not easy positions to come into the league and play. Corner, Cooper DeJean's been more of a slot guy, Quinion Mitchell on the outside. That's about as perfect an offseason as you could have. So my question would be, what – if the Texans, who were 10-7 last year, and kind of they're on this 10-7 plateau right now, they've got to keep going up. What would a perfect offseason look like for the Houston Texans?
I think that for one, it's the Kellen Moore at offensive coordinator. That alone, as we heard Chris Long yesterday say that the Texans offensive coordinator hire might be the most important higher team. You could say that about the Eagles as well. It's that, and that includes, I think, Nick Sirianni. I was talking to somebody from Philadelphia a couple days ago talking about Nick Sirianni kind of learning where and how he should influence the offense and how he should step back and let the offensive coordinator do his work. That Kellen Moore has gotten the most out of Jalen Hurts, and he's done it by not running his specific scheme, not by running Kellen Moore's specific scheme, but by running the offense that works best for Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
I think so. The Texans, I feel good about them defensively. I feel like they're already on the path to doing a lot of the things that the Eagles have been able to do with their defense over in this last offseason.
Yeah.
It's really just about, can the offensive coordinator get the absolute best out of the talent you have on the field, including the quarterback. But the one big difference, too, is that the Eagles already had an offensive line coach in Jeff Stoutland that they felt really good about. He's an awesome offensive line coach. The Texans' offensive line coach hire, that might be the second most important coaching decision of the offseason.
100%.
If the Texans are going to genuinely be contenders,
yes,
they got to have a guy that knows what the hell he's doing at offensive line.
I totally agree with you on that. I think, for me, I think what would a perfect Texans offseason look like? If we're here a year from now, and the Texans are here, we're here covering the Texans on Radio Row. I think what will have needed to go right for them, looking back, would be that it turned out Nick Caley was the absolute right guy for that job, like you just said, that he hired whoever hired a good offense. I would say in terms of like transactional stuff, like with the Eagles with Bond and Barkley in the draft, signing a good, if they went and got a good interior offensive lineman in free agency. Trey Smith's the name you bring up a lot, but even if it's a mid-level guy that Caley knows about or is comfortable with, to see something in, it kind of turns into maybe not first-team All-Pro, but like a Zach Bond on the offensive line for them.
Right. Well, and with the offensive line, too, I think some of the things that they did good in those two playoff games, what you saw was, all right, having your big guys, your offensive linemen, do big guy stuff. Yeah. You're running inside zone. You're running duo. You're running these power concepts that are more about just old school, getting a big body and moving another big body. The centers, I think both Drew Scruggs, but especially Jarrett Patterson, because he was the guy who was playing at the end, that's when you started to see him do some really good things, playing alongside Titus Howard. And I think Shaq Mason is probably over the hill at this point.
Yeah.
And if you put in a good guard next to either Jarrett Patterson or Drew Scruggs, I think you can pretty much roll with then the big question becomes, how good can Blake Fisher get in one offseason?
Yep.
Yeah, that's a huge question mark. But other than all that, whether those guys improve or advance or not, all of those guys individually, I think including Shaq Mason, can look a lot better just with better coaching and a better offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think like the offensive line, if it's going to get good again, it's almost like there's a correlation. They probably will have brought somebody in.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to get great again with like these five guys. They're probably going to need. So I think nail the OC hire. Turns out Nick Caley, free agency, and dipped in and helped fix the O-line. And then I think similar to the Eagles last year, you got to nail that 25th and 58th overall pick. We're not talking about going from being a mediocre team to a good team. We're talking like the last step here of being a good team to being a team that's in a reasonable conversation with the Ravens, the Bills, and the Chiefs in the AFC.
And this is the way, if we watch the draft play out this year, where the Texans traded out of the first round, and it felt like we know DeMeco loves his defensive lineman. DeMeco, I'm convinced that every morning DeMeco is walking into the office asking Nick if they can sign a defensive lineman today. He wants as many good defensive linemen as possible. Last year, it looked like there was a band of 3 defensive tackles that most people had pegged as late first-rounders, early second-rounders, that the Texans traded down, where ultimately it was just beneath that band of defensive tackles. They all went – those 3 guys went in the course of like 4 or 5 picks in the draft.
Yeah, Tavondre Sweat was the big one. He went like 36 or 37.
And the Texans reportedly were trying to trade back up at one point. So if they sign an interior offensive lineman in free agency – they might feel better about this year. Okay, either a wide receiver or a defensive tackle late in the first round.
Yeah.
We're gonna sit there or maybe be a little aggressive and move up to get that guy.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about going from 10 wins to like 13 or 14 wins, that's what we're talking about here. Whoever you pick, they don't have to be starters, because starter is a weird label in the NFL.
Yeah.
They've got to be contributors. Cooper DeJean might not be listed as a starter. He's their slot corner for the Eagles. It's got to be 2 guys that play a lot.
Yeah, and at defensive line, that's a position where you rotate in. And you can bring guys along slowly and start them off with 15 or 20 snaps, and then they work their way into it. Wide receiver is a little bit more like, I want this guy to show up and be a big deal.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, well, especially when you consider the tank can't be viewed as an option this year. and we don't know what they're going to do in free agency with wide receiver. We will by the draft, but so we'll see. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour. Thomas Dimitroff, former GM of the Atlanta Falcons, now CEO of a company called Sumer Sports, which is posted up. If you're watching on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live stream.
They can't see it right now.
They can't see it right now?
No, they can't see the hot seat when there's nobody in it.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Well, no, but I'm saying his company is the one right I was going to say Thomas Dimitroff's company is the one right next
behind
to
the
us
camera
here.
that's not on right now. Okay.
Now it's on. Okay, gotcha. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Thomas Dimitroff up next.
Hey, Underdog Fantasy is available in Texas. It's the best app for your big game party, and it's right there on your phone.
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. We are on Radio Row, brought to you by Flight by Yingling, and it is a pleasure right now. He is comfy in the exclusive furniture hot seat. We are pleased to be joined by former Atlanta Falcons GM and current president of Sumer Sports, and friend of Nick Caserio as well, Thomas Dimitrov, joining us here on Radio Row. Thomas, it's great to see you.
Great to see you guys. And Seth made me feel a little guilty. He was telling me that he thought he saw me running, and it wasn't me. I haven't run in New Orleans. I've been eating a lot.
I was, I know. I've gained like 15 pounds in the last 12 hours.
The gumbo's good.
I was sitting outside the Credential Center yesterday morning, and it was hilarious because the Credential Center, and at 5:50 a.m., the people who run the Credentials office were negotiating with security to get let into the building, so they could issue the credentials that allow people into the building.
Right.
Yeah, very New Orleans. And I said, this guy with this kind of gray spiky hair ran by in a blaze.
Yeah,
and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that was Thomas Dimitrov.
I would have totally taken credit for that. If
I could tell that story, and even I was wrong. It's not like it would reflect poorly on you.
No, it's a good one. Now, if I were to be stumbling along and just getting up in the morning at that
running from the cops at 5:50 a.m.
That wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
Okay, before we get into some good GM talk and talk about Sumer Sports, we mentioned Nick Caserio, and I know that you guys are close friends. You guys were in scouting together. You drove up and down the highways of America together. Did you ever witness, because when you're on the road like that, you got to stop and eat at some places that probably aren't the best decisions ever. Did you ever witness at any point Nick Caserio make a bad nutritional decision?
I don't think I have. I really, you guys talk about it all the time, right? And he knows, like I was literally, I'm pescatarian now, but I was vegan for a long time because I did not want to travel like that. You know, I just wanted to make sure that I kept my health in check because you can beat yourself up in that role.
Yeah.
It's not a good place to be to try to stay healthy.
Were you a vegan for those reasons? Were you just like, okay, if I'm not allowed to eat any of that stuff, I'm not going to go off the deep end?
Look, I was always really interested in getting the optimal level of fitness, and for me, I just felt a lot better when I wasn't, digging into what was happening. Is as you know, all of a sudden you have wings, you have fried chicken. You're all over the country in some of the best places as a scout, and it's it can be keeping it all in check, and Nick is on top of all that.
It's interesting. One of the things we talk about a lot, and we have Nick on a lot, and we try to get there's certain things he's not going to talk about, and one of the things he tried to shut me down hardcore on this the last time we had him on. Thomas, he's been here for several years now. In the entire draft history, they've drafted outside of the Power 5 conference once, and it was for Tank Dell, it was 1 year before the University of Houston would become a Power 5 conference.
That's right.
And I was like, okay, come on, Nick, there's something to this. And he played the Southern Belle on. He was like, no, I don't know what you're talking about. I would never discriminate against somebody based on the size of their school. Yeah. I feel like there's something to this. And now you're in analytics now, and I feel, for me, my theory is that he likes, or a lot of GMs like, just being able to have so many reps and so much film of a guy versus really good competition, that you're not saying that a guy from a small school can't make it. It's just easier to like the guys. You feel better about guys that you have all that data on.
Yeah, there's no question about that. I mean, once in a while those guys pop, the small school guys. You get really excited about them. You send about 5 different scouts that you have there, and even as a GM, sometimes you might traipse in there. I mean, I can't remember his name, at Tusculum of all places. Some of those schools will produce guys. It's great to see that, and yet the comfort level as a GM, making sure that you can cross T's and dot I's with a lot of really good footage, and really make sure that you're making the right decision, and against competition. That's why we love the Senior Bowl, right? To see, this guy against this guy, the top competition. So I used to take a beating, and I still do. You never took a UGA guy. And so that's different, but everyone looks at those things, and we don't think about it. It's not like Nick, I'm sure, is going like every time, like I want to be known for the guy who's only taking Power 5.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just or whatever it is.
Well, it's interesting because it's a stark contrast from the way things were in New England, where New England, there were times where their top 2 players in the draft were from schools you never heard of.
Yeah.
So it's for us, you're always looking to see, like, okay, what's the New England influence? What's Nick's own flavor? And it feels like, at the very least in that aspect, he's operating in a different way than maybe things were in New England.
Yeah, and I think, you have to remember, when they did that in New England and we did that, you had Bill's backing.
Yeah.
So the head coach, who was the omnipotent guy, Nick is obviously that guy there, but Nick's also, he's got a conservative side at certain levels. Conservative in the meaning, like, he's not just going to randomly move around and say, I'm fine with that, I'll take it, and if I miss on him, I miss on him.
Yeah.
We all, as general managers, as a former general manager, we are really gauged on how, number one, how we've handled the quarterback situation, how we've either drafted or acquired in free agency, and how we've managed it. That's our number one thing. And then after that is retention rate. I mean, that is a big deal if you're talking about draft people, right? No one wants to be overboard on retention rate. And retention, what I'm talking about is when you look back at the really successful GMs, a lot of them have a really strong retention rate on their draftable players. They didn't just draft them and turn them over in 2 years.
Yeah. But you can't have the tail wag the dog to where you think, like, the measure of success is if I just keep my own guys on the team.
Well, so that's what I was talking to people about Howie Roseman. Howie does not give a flip about some of that at times, right? Other times you do. I mean, that's natural. You want to hit on some of the really good GMs admit when they're wrong and have the confidence to say, let's move on. When you have to move on from Carson Wentz and get to the other side, when you're investing in a big-time quarterback, Les Snead did the same thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are guys out there that made major moves like that aren't easy, not in the name of retention, and they've done great.
What's that like when you go to the owner? The first time you had to go to an owner and be like, hey, remember that first rounder I told you about who was just awesome? Turns out I might have been wrong on that.
No, those aren't easy times. I mean, we do this whole deal on Julio Jones, right? You all remember we move up. The next year, right, so we hit on him, we love him, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Yeah. But the year after that was my worst draft ever as a general manager. We missed. We didn't have a first-round pick. We picked Peter Kahns in the second round. He was a O-lineman from Wisconsin, and he failed. Great guy. That's not the point here. And then we had a wipeout. And I remember our fan base and our media kicked my butt for the rest of my time in Atlanta about that, even as we started, doing some good stuff. So,
well, I was at a Waffle House last week and they brought it up.
Good reminder.
Thomas Dimitrov, former Atlanta GM, joining us here on Payne and Pendergast on Radio Row on Sports Radio 610. Along those lines, you mentioned quarterback, Thomas. You got there in 2008. Draft Matt Ryan. That's your first pick, is Matt Ryan with the third overall pick in the draft. The Texans are, from a quarterback standpoint, on a similar trajectory now, and it appears they've found their guy in C.J. Stroud. As a GM, how big a luxury is that to know early on that, okay, this is going to be – we know this is going to be building and your ability to do that?
Well, I mean, it's awesome. It's huge at all levels. When you're having a bad day, you can flip to the idea that we have a guy that can spin the ball. And as I mentioned before, there's a deep-seated side that I know Nick is thinking about. That's the one thing I don't have to defend. Yeah. There are a lot of GMs out there that are good GMs who have made poor decisions at the quarterback spot. They last 2 or 3 years and they're out, or they're out. Or they're fighting it forever, right? So it's a massive thing. And it allows you to step back when you're approaching the draft and free agency every year to get creative, because that cat is at the top of it all. And now that's where you start doing your chess pieces. And I'm a huge believer. Look, I believe in any of these guys that are going to be making these choices this year. Tennessee, I mean, I interviewed for that job this year. You guys probably saw that. It was never going to go in that direction. I knew they were looking for a young guy. But in my mind, I was daydreaming about having the number 1 overall pick. Can you imagine? This not necessarily isn't the best college draft to be saying, okay, 100% I love this first round pick.
Yeah.
And those guys are those first round picks and those first time quarterbacks, I'm a big believer in the tight end. If you have a bona fide, like legit tight end, we had Tony Gonzalez, we traded for him. One of the best things for Matt Ryan, I tell all of my buddies who are stepping into these roles, man, get yourself a really solid tight end group. And legit. I'm not just talking a Y here and a half-assed F.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a legit.
Yeah. That's scratches an itch.
Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Tyler
all they got to
Warren.
do is get Tyler Warren.
Penn State. That's it.
Yeah, well, there you go. Right.
Well, okay, so you're on the analytics side of things now. And he wouldn't give us a straight answer about.
Of course,
obviously, was it that there was a specific position that they realized that, man, you take your blinders off and your preconceptions, and they realized, okay, at this position, the physical measurables don't matter nearly as much as they used to, or that we thought they did. what position in your mind do you feel like, okay, we've seen the physical measurables really don't matter as much as maybe the old school scouts thought they did?
Yeah, I mean, look, we could sit here and talk forever about the running back situation, right, for me, because I think there are some really good running backs that don't always just, pack 225 and, how big is Gibbs right now, by the way? Do you guys know off the top?
I don't know what his dimensions
He's about
are.
200 yards.
That's
what it felt like for me. Yeah.
No, 4'4", 200 yards. Yeah.
I think you can be very, in my mind, on the running back position. I think that's a position that you have a nice area there that you can either hit on the bigger guy or hit on the guy that's 205, depending on where he is and how much passion and explosiveness he runs with, et cetera, et cetera. I would say along the offensive line, I mean, look, there are many times you can get a guy in there who's a certain height and weight, as long as they don't have the short arm situation, in which is a big deal, right?
The short arm's a big deal.
Oh,
I was a defensive lineman, and you can see it. Yeah. And some guys can, if they do all that wrestler type stuff to make up for it.
Yes.
Mark Sipnowski was a small guy, but it was like going against a jiu-jitsu master. It sucked. But if they don't have all that, they can't overcome their short.
When we drafted Matt Ryan, we drafted Sam Baker out of USC, and forever he was riddled. You're not going to change that. I think a guy's like 32. What's 32 and a half? Come on, really? Yeah. Instead of 34, but 32 versus 34 is a big arm length difference.
Yeah.
All we used to say to Sam was, you work those damn hands. You got to work them like a madman. You can't get lazy with them. And when he's operating well, you know that as a D lineman, man, those guys can be good when they're fast, like you just mentioned with Mark. But, so I think there are certain elements that are over-pushed. And then there are other times when you're like, man, that still holds true. And that's one of them for me on the arm length. I love that you can have a tackle out there that is 6'3" and a quarter, because I just think it opens up the pound a little bit more. But if they don't have the it sounds odd, if they don't have the length to go with it, the arm wise, that's tough.
It is. No, it's like in basketball. Like if you got short arms, you can only be so good defensively.
Between this and this on a rebound,
the angles matter.
Yeah, absolutely. Thomas Dimitrov joining us here on Sports Radio 610. I want to get to Sumer Sports in just a second and all the great things you guys are doing for NFL teams and college teams. It's some really cool stuff. I want to ask you, though, the biggest NFL story that we've been talking about today has been Myles Garrett requesting a trade in Cleveland. I just want to get a former GM's perspective on something like that, that when to call him a marquee player is an understatement. He might be the best player in this iteration of the Browns since 1999. What's the GM handbook say about handling something like this? Because this is kind of new to football compared to the NBA, where you see stars asking out all the time.
Yes, share from a perspective. When you're the GM and you have hints of someone wanting to leave, it's personal too, right? Andrew Berry, there's no question in my mind. He and Kevin Stefanski are. That's an ego thing too. You're like, oh my God, are we really in that kind of a situation where the best player, one of the best in the league, is asking out? That's a little bit
specifically because he feels like it's a dead end situation, right?
That doesn't feel good, right?
Yeah.
So your initial is, oh my God, we got to deal. We've been dealing with all this. Deshaun Watson and Andrew Berry, by the way, great guy, very smart guy. We know. I like him a lot. I was just on the plane with Kevin Stefanski. Like him a lot. It's a good group. That's not what we're talking about here. Sure. I know. You pull for guys like that, and you know that they're going through a lot with everything. There's so much surrounding that organization right now. So to answer your question, then you step back. You sit in a nice chair like this. You take a deep breath, and you're like, all right, there's a lot of potential booty involved with this. We can get potentially 2 firsts, maybe a third on top. Khalil Mack-ish trade. We're all kind of – that's what our data is saying, of course, when you do any of it, right? Is that what we're getting? That feels a little better. It sort of calms a little of those bad feelings, like, oh my God, we're going to be kicked in the shins on this, and there's going to be no way out. But I've always been one. You get defensive too. Like coming from Bill, I used to say, when I had any hints of that from someone coming from Belichick, I'd be like, no, you're not going anywhere. You sit your ass down here. You're staying here.
You're under contract.
Yeah. But then there's the other side, the ego side, where you're like, all right, go. You don't want to be here? That's my personal more. Professional is a little different. My personal is leave. If you don't want to be here, I don't want you to.
Yeah, it's tough. You got to balance this. Thomas Dimitrov, not only former GM of the Atlanta Falcons, but also the president of Sumer Sports, which you guys are doing some amazing stuff right now, doing kind of combining the data and the analytics with sort of the old school scouting to help NFL teams identify talent better, right?
Yeah, we love our line there. What's it say? Old school grit? and whatever it is, old school grit. I should know my
New Gen Tech. Old school grit, new Gen Tech. Yep.
Yeah. So I'm going to break this down in 30 seconds for you guys. We are a data football analytics company. We are roster management company. We are not a game time decision. We have our arm working on that.
Yeah.
We have over 75 people in our company right now, 25 former NFL people, 5 former general managers who do all of our subjective scouting, right, by the eye.
Yep.
And that creates some of the foundation of what we put into our algorithms and our models where the other 45-plus data scientists and engineers are working. We have outrageous intelligence there. I threw the line out there. My people know that I say it lovingly. The propeller heads in our company are outrageously smart, right?
Yeah.
You're a little younger than that. We I don't know if we're you remember the propeller heads?
Yeah. No, I did.
They'd sit in the corner of the room and they would just be thinking about stuff that you and I would.
Yeah.
That's sometimes what they're doing. We sit down and talk football all the time, but we are a combination, and our B2B is NFL. We have 5 NFL teams right now. I keep knocking on Nick's door, but Nick's a tough cookie to crack as a customer, a client. And then we have 7 NCAA programs working NIL and portal. So we have a lot going on with this company.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is Nick ghosting you, or is he actually entertaining?
Oh my gosh, we had a great talk the other day. I don't want to air our laundry, but I love him.
I can test one of my theories that we talked about earlier. The Texans just hired Nick Caley as an offensive coordinator. There wasn't a whole lot of buzz about him in the media. He's been offered a couple of jobs or had opportunities that he turned down. This is always my suspicion. Whenever a guy starts to get a lot of buzz as the hot candidate, in my mind, immediately, I think that little bastard gave some nuggets to the Nugget Hussies. Like he's fed some info to somebody, and the give and take is like, oh, okay, this guy gave me the media member is like, this guy gave me some information that he probably wasn't supposed to give me, so I'm going to say he's a hot coaching candidate.
It's a really good point. I mean, there's a lot more of that than there used to be, right? People just do their thing, and nowadays things are operating so fast that way, and you see it all the time. I love Albert Breer. I was the one, and he'll admit this, who gave him the idea. You start putting together this GM list, the young sort of pipeline GMs. You look at it now, and I'm like, it's amazing. And all those guys, you don't think they have to be smart about it. They can't see Ian Rappaport or someone else and not give them enough information and tidbit about their organization. That used to be our case. When I got in, it was Jay Glazer. It was Jay and Adam Schefter.
Yep.
And those two guys battled each other. So I would. This is crazy very quickly, but something would come up. Someone would come up, and I'd be like, how am I going to do this? One's going to be pissed at me. And Jay is a great guy, and Jay would be like, you didn't give that to Adam, did you? And we would have to time the releases with the guys to give them the information before they released.
Yeah. This feels like on the
That's
stock
a lot to manage.
It feels like on the
It was a lot to manage.
Yeah. Like on the stock exchange, they battle to have a nanosecond more.
Look, Nick will admit or try to say he never does that, and all these other GMs like, oh, Thomas, you didn't need to do that. I'm like, I did it because I was managing the Falcons who, we were trying to get that team in the right spot, and we had a really good working relationship. Mm-hmm. My point is those are some of the nuances out there of a GM that people are like, do you really waste your time thinking about that? Not a ton. But just enough to say that you did it is kind of a pain in the ass.
So you got to manage it.
Yeah, you got to manage. There's a lot to manage.
Yeah. Thomas Dimitroff, former Atlanta GM, president of Sumer Sports. This was a fun conversation.
Gotcha, guys.
Enjoyed it. Yeah, best of luck with
it.
Sumer Sport. Best of luck. It sounds like you're maybe still pursuing getting back into being in the GM.
I had a couple interviews. Was with the Jets as well as Houston. Or not Houston. Geez, did I say that? That's a bad thing. Tennessee. Excuse me. And so, life is good. I appreciate it.
Short-armed O-lineman. Don't want them, don't need them.
Yeah, don't need them. Don't crumple them up, throw them out. Sumer Sports. Get a look at the arm length for sure.
Thanks, guys.
Thomas, we appreciate it. That's Thomas Dimitroff joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, up next, let's circle back to Nick Caley. What are they saying about Nick Caley out there in the marketplace? We will get to that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about Men's T Clinic. Men'sTClinic.com is where you need to go to get your
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back in. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We are live in New Orleans on Radio Row. And we're about to talk a little Nick Caley here in just a second. We thank Thomas Dimitrov for coming on with us and sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat. That was a really interesting conversation, talking draft and talking the GM role and how GMs handle things.
And we learned some things about Nick, or at least how Dimitrov probably thought about Nick. I tested my strategy of there definitely is something to Nick drafting guys from bigger schools.
Yeah.
Not that Nick consciously thinks about it that way, but that there probably is something to him liking that there's more film against good competition, and you can feel better about maybe your assessment. It's less of a wild card when you're going with the guys from the big schools.
Yes.
You're not saying the guys from smaller schools can't make it, obviously. It's just that you feel better about it.
Yep, no doubt. So that was a fun conversation. Now And we're going to have Curt Schilling joining us.
Yeah,
here
at quarter of the hour.
In about 18 minutes or so.
I'm going to do that thing that I'm so awesome at, which is multitasking.
Yeah.
I was supposed to do something with that interview right now to text somebody something.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Curt Schilling, probably best known for being part of that Red Sox team that broke the curse back in 2004 and also winning a World Series with Randy Johnson in Arizona. But he was a Houston Astro for 1 year back in 1991 before he went over to the Phillies. So there is that. There is a little Houston tie to Curt Schilling. So we thank Thomas Dimitroff for joining us. Nick Caley is the new GM of the OC. God, I did what Dimitroff did. Dimitroff said, "Yeah, I interviewed for New York and Houston." He caught himself saying Houston.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, "No, I meant Tennessee." He probably thought Oilers, you know. But no, Nick Caley, new OC for the Houston Texans. Here, let's do Sean McVay here, Ben. Here's Sean McVay these are thoughts about Nick Caley. This is before he started interviewing for offensive coordinator jobs a couple of weeks ago. Here is Sean McVay with his thoughts on the new Texans OC.
I've spoken to him about it. I know that's a possibility. Haven't gotten anything as it relates to a request, but yeah, I did speak with Nick yesterday. It was his birthday and his daughter Caroline's birthday yesterday, and so he was on his way to taking Chick-fil-A to her at school, and we were talking about that. And he's a special coach. He's done a great job for us. I love everything this guy's about, Jordan. I think it's really cool when these guys are offered opportunities to be able to elevate themselves, options as what that looks like. And so that is something that's a possibility, but there hasn't been anything official as it relates to a request.
I think the big thing about the Sean McVay connection, I don't think I would caution people against leaning too much into, okay, Caley's going to run this type of system or that type of system. He's been in New England. He's been in L.A. The relevant thing when, hey, all right, Sean McVay's going to say nice things about his assistant coaches. Caley had the chance to go be the Patriots offensive coordinator last year in 2024, and he turned it down, reportedly for nearly $3 million a year, which is a really good salary for an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
He turned it down. I'm guessing McVay lured him back, made him the passing game coordinator, and I'm guessing maybe gave him a pay bump too. So there's proof that McVay genuinely, I think, feels that way about Nick Caley. And the fact that the Jets reportedly had Caley identified as their number one candidate for offensive coordinator. Caley took himself out of that running. So there's other people who have identified him as an up-and-coming mind.
Yeah.
It's just he hasn't had the buzz from the media that some of the other guys have had.
It was interesting. We didn't get to talk about Caley with Dimitroff. Oh, we got Curt Schilling right now. Okay. Right over our shoulder right here.
Here you go. In case you don't know who Curt Schilling is, I've got a cheat sheet for you there.
I need to know this.
Yeah.
I was a Red Sox fan back in 2004. I know exactly. Yeah, we're good. Great to be joined right now as he sits down in the exclusive. Either one's good, Curt. Exclusive furniture. Sean,
what's going on, man?
Sean
How you doing?
What's up?
Payne. What sport did you play?
I was football.
Okay, I was going to say, you didn't play like lacrosse or something.
No. I was a big dumb football
You're a big
player.
boy.
What about me?
No, you
chess
played,
club.
Right.
Sean was the guy that, you know the kid in high school that just knew all the box scores from everything all the time?
Right.
Like
well,
it was fun
that
at the
guy.
lunch table.
He was the guy running fantasy sports before that.
Yes.
He was.
Absolutely. You know.
Yep.
Curt, it's great to see you. So what brings you to New Orleans and Radio Row?
Well, the impetus for the visit is about a mile down the road is a place very near and dear to my heart, the National World War II Museum.
Mm-hmm.
I was one of the members of the original board of directors when it opened about 25 years ago. Actually, this is the 25th anniversary this year. Military history has always been a passion. My father was Army. I grew up an Army brat. My youngest son's a United States Marine. It's what I wanted to do before I realized I could throw a baseball really fast, really accurately.
Yeah.
And it's what I would have done. So people don't know what they have here. I mean, people in New Orleans know. And New Orleans has been devastated. You know, natural disasters, Katrina and everything. And the city is still reeling. And that museum, I would tell you this, I'm a World War II buff. So that I nerded out there for 6 hours yesterday.
Yeah.
Half my collection exists in that museum.
Oh, wow.
But if you don't know a thing about history and you have kids, it is, I would tell you, plan for 2 hours more than you have, and you'll walk out of there kind of losing your breath. I met a 100-year-old veteran yesterday, living testimonies every day, because there's 66,000 World War II vets left.
Yeah.
And they won't be here a decade from now.
Right.
And we will have truly lost the greatest generation. And making our kids and the younger generation, which is historically ignorant, and I say that from an education perspective. Mm-hmm. We learned about all this stuff when we were in school, and I sought this stuff out. Making them, especially in today's social landscape, you hear a lot about the bumps and bruises of this country's history, what we did and the evil things that happened and were perpetrated. But for all the bumps and bruises, there's some unbelievable stuff. And our history is exactly why we are where we are, right? And just like in sports, the good sports franchises, those who fail to pay attention to history are doomed to repeat it, right? I always say this about football teams, when I'm talking to Cleveland Brown fans and Jets fans, and I'm talking to teams that don't win. If your team sucks for a couple years, you can point to a head coach. You can point to bad personnel, bad scouting, bad draft. You can point to injuries. If your team sucks for a decade or more, there's only one constant over 10 to 20 years. Your owner. And your owner's stupidity. And I don't know if you guys have seen the soundbite, but I was pointed to it the other day by a friend about my oldest son. The New York Giants owner, the GM, his son talking to him, his teenage son. Yeah. Did you see the video?
Well,
he's talking about trading up for Jaden Daniels, and the guy's like, no, he's probably not going to be down where we are.
Hard Knocks.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we've seen ever. And as athletes, we saw it from the inside out. You know what? The smartest people aren't always in the room.
Right.
And there are times when, and it was one. I have Asperger's, and it came out when I played a lot because I was never afraid to say what I thought. Yeah. And I had the luxury of being able to do that because on opening day I had the ball. I was the ace of the staff.
Right.
So as long as you perform, you can say whatever you want.
Well, that's right. Yeah, it's funny. There's something I kind of look for sometimes when you're looking for that little extra something special. Sometimes that touch of being on the spectrum is a really, really good thing if you know how to harness it the right way.
Had I not been that way, I wouldn't. I'm telling you, I wouldn't have been the way I was.
You wouldn't have been as maniacal in your preparation and everything and all that.
Because I would show up on the days I pitched. I showed up at noon.
Yeah.
On the days I pitched, I showed up at 2 o'clock. On the days I didn't pitch, I was there at noon because I spent 7 hours in the video room.
Yeah.
And that never was like work to me.
Yeah.
That was part of what I did.
And that was back before there were a lot of guys that even knew to do it right.
Before sabermetrics.
That's back when most guys were still sleeping off their hangover from the night before, right?
Well, remember the '93 Phillies, Macho Rowe?
Yeah.
I had a laptop. They looked at me like I had 4 eyes. But I knew that batting average was a meaningless stat to me.
Yep.
I needed to know Tony Gwynn's swing percentages 1-2.
Yeah.
I needed to know first pitch swing, and so in '95 I was doing sabermetrics because, and again, you ran across this. There are different players. There are players who play the game because the paycheck is awesome and they love the sport, and there are players who understand. Two different players. I was being paid to win.
Yep.
So to me, I wanted to hate losing so much that it would never happen again. So when I lost on a Monday early in my career, I was a miserable bastard because
4 days.
Right.
Sit around.
Right. But that tends to become self-destructive, and you start to say, okay, hold on a second, right? It's not the end of the world. How can I make sure it doesn't happen again? And those 4 days in between games, I would do whatever I could do. And I had the luxury of I had the honor of going to the Middle East on a USO tour with Peyton Manning. Mm-hmm. And I got to talk to him, and I realized that Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, and I studied the best in the world.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to be a pitcher. I wanted to be the best pitcher. I couldn't figure out why the hell is Maddox 20-2 with a 1.8 throwing 89. Mm-hmm. I'm throwing 95, and I'm getting my ass hit all over the ballpark.
Yeah.
And you start to understand, and I started to understand. I talked to the best neurosurgeons, the best ballerinas, musicians in the world, everything, because I wanted to understand, and I came to understand that all of the difference between, because you know, there's not a lot of difference between the third tackle and the first tackle a lot of times.
Yeah.
But it's above the shoulders.
You're right, yeah.
And the great ones, it was always above the shoulders.
Yeah. It was like Gretzky.
Exactly.
You know, Gretzky didn't skate the fastest or anything.
Physically, you look at Wayne Gretzky and go, he's a fifth-round pick.
Yeah.
But then, and it's the same
just
thing.
Sees the game differently.
Dustin Pedroia, Kevin Youkilis, guys who wouldn't have been drafted 30 years ago because they didn't fit the 5-tool box.
Yeah.
And then suddenly sports started drafting the 6th tool. The 6th tool in baseball he's a baseball player.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He might not run the fastest or do any of this, but at the end of the day, he's 2 for 4. His uniform's dirty as Pete Rose.
Player.
And his team won.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's an unscoutable
okay,
skill.
so this is what we're going through in Houston right now, is that Alex Bregman's sitting there out there on the free agency market. Nobody knows what the heck's actually going on with contract offers or anything else. But everybody on the team will just gush about him. It's the one guy that Altuve has ever really come out and said, we can't let this guy leave. And everything that people describe about Bregman is that he's that guy that's just so obsessed with the game, and that there's something about him that does kind of seep out onto everybody else.
And it absolutely drives the sabermetricians nuts. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's a guy you can track his statistics.
Yeah.
But and I learned this firsthand because Theo was kind of the cutting-edge Moneyball GM who understood that there's a middle ground between sabermetrics and old school baseball.
Yeah.
Right? And he learned it in Boston. And he took it to Chicago. When he signed David Ross in Chicago, for no other reason than David Ross was a chemistry guy, he watched it happen in Boston in 2004. And we talked about it. He's like, I can't quantify that clubhouse guy, the Doug Mirabellis of the world.
Yeah.
And you look at Bregman, and you realize that it drives the GM's nuts because his value, monetary value, sure, there's statistically he's an older player and you can see the decline, but you can't quantify the value of the dollar amount that he brings off the field.
That's one thing, Jeff Luhnow had said that once, is just because you can't measure it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
And that's not that's a new school thought for these guys that are coming out of Yale and you have this unfortunately diametrically opposed groups of people that are trying, and you saw it in Boston. Terry Francona and Theo were old school, new school. There's a mesh there.
Yeah.
The good teams get it right, and the GM understands. Yeah, you know what? IQ-wise, I kick all these people's asses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But there's an IQ to the sport that I might not have that I can find somebody that does. Mm-hmm. And you always see this, and I've always believed this. Great players, great leaders surround themselves with people who make them better. Mm-hmm. They don't need yes men. They need those guys who, when we listen, we're going to disagree, and I'm going to MF you in this room, and we're going to scream and shout. But when we walk out the door, we're all on the same page. Mm-hmm. And that's what the Kansas City Chiefs and Andy Reid does. That's what the winning franchises. I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers born and raised fan. I've had 3 coaches in my lifetime. I've been blessed. But it's the Steeler way.
Yeah.
And the sooner you find a way for your franchise, the sooner your franchise becomes successful. And every team has it. The Orioles had the Oriole way when I came up. The Cardinals, you look at the St. Louis Cardinals. Every player they bring up to the big leagues is polished because he's taught the Cardinal way.
Yeah.
And there's value to that, and that comes from the Alex Bregmans in the clubhouse because they're going to hold themselves accountable. And, it's why, to me, quarterback is so different in football than any other sport because on and off the field, they're leaders.
Yeah.
Right? You can't make leaders out of guys that aren't leaders, right? I had played with guys. Scott Rowland was a great example. Hall of Fame talent, and the Phillies and coaches pushed him all the time, be a leader. Scott just wanted to show up, play his ass off, and go home. Let that guy go. Let him do what he wants. He's a Hall of Fame talent.
Yeah.
Don't try and make quarterbacks by nature have to be leaders. Mm-hmm. And I'm always blown away. Like, I again, same thing. I'll reach out. I talk to Jaworski. I talk to guys at Roethlisberger, guys in the NFL, and Brady and Manning, and trying to understand. They all had you could feel that personality.
Oh, yeah.
In the huddle, they're the only ones talking.
Yeah.
And you can see, like, guys like Ryan Leaf and guys that have failed, you can see in their personality, this guy doesn't command respect in the huddle.
It's interesting, especially since we're talking about the World War II History Museum, that's been the most recommended thing people have told me this week. I was planning on doing it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I know now to schedule an extra couple hours. Eli Manning, he's got a different personality than his brother.
Absolutely.
When they actually brought in this consulting group, I believe it was called Afterburner, which is these retired military officers that come in and kind of teach the way that you mission plan and everything, and they've got a structure. Because in the military, they teach leadership.
Yep.
In a way, at sports, it's almost kind of like, yeah, we need you to be a leader. Go out and do it.
Right.
And they worked with Eli Manning in a way that they got he's not a natural-born leader, but they got the absolute most out of him and actually were able to develop some traits he didn't have before.
You can see in the way he is.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that personality that says, I'm taking the room.
Yeah.
Whereas Peyton is like, shut the hell up.
Right.
Omaha.
Yeah, if you'd taken Peyton's personality and put it into Eli's body, it might have been.
But I still think Eli ends up being a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
right.
Probably
I mean, that's
so.
a pretty good
Maybe
family tree. And I just saw Peyton's son throwing dimes at the flag football. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know.
Give me a break.
It's a clone factory
It's
they got going
ridiculous.
over there. Kurt Schilling, 3-time World Series champion. Man, this is a pleasure. As a fan of the Sox.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish we could talk longer.
Yep. No.
Kurt Schilling.
Have a great week, guys.
Yeah,
it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun, no doubt. Kurt Schilling joining us here on Radio Row, here on Sports Radio 610. Brought to you by Flight by Yingling. Stay there. We'll circle back to Nick Caley. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop and what they've got going on come top of the hour.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Reminder to listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day for your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. If you win, you and 3 to stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, which has an amazing sports book indoors and an amazing sports viewing experience in their Stadium Swim. You get to take part in that big party in the Stadium Swim as part of your ultimate college basketball championship experience. Plus, you'll have an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're in Las Vegas. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. As we welcome you back, final segment for me and Seth here today on Radio Row, of which I would say it was a pretty successful day.
It was fun. I look mostly. It's nice to be sitting here 30 feet from the Dallas folks, where people in Houston are processing Nick Caley, trying to figure out, am I excited about this? Do I hate this? There's a broad spectrum.
Yeah.
I am cautiously optimistic. He checks off a lot of the boxes that I'm looking for. But meanwhile, every time I walk past the Dallas folks, they're just still trying to process this tragedy that has occurred.
Yeah, you know
in
who
their
checks
city.
a lot of boxes as a basketball player? Luka Doncic.
Gosh, if only there were a way to have him on your basketball team.
Right,
That's
right.
boy. But if he can't, there's no place in Dallas for any superstar except the perfectly formed, no issues whatsoever. He has to be the ideal. It has to be Dirk Nowitzki, or he's a useless bum.
That's right.
He's a useless bum.
That's right.
Yeah.
Idiots. I thought about that. Like the cities that we've seen here, like Kansas City and Philadelphia have hand on everybody because they got the two teams that are in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But I would say of like all the other cities here, that are represented, of the Odyssey cities, I would say like Houston, we should be feeling pretty good about where our teams are at. You know what I mean? Like if our level of pride, walk quality of our teams, I would say that we can walk around like fairly proud.
It's not, it's not like it's been at various times in the past decades where the Texans were the laughing stock, or the Rockets had just had their superstar actively angle his way off the team.
The last time we were in New Orleans, you and I were working for different companies at the time, but the last time we were here in 2012, the Astros were in the middle of one of the most bottoming out tanks that you're ever going to see, ever.
They were a late-night comedy show bludgeoning tool
He finished 51-111 in a season.
Yeah.
That's bad.
Those were dark days, my friends.
But now we can walk around with our chest puffed out like 88 games this year, man.
0.0 television ratings. Where now they had at least one household in New Orleans watching last night.
At least.
Our household,
yes. It was. Watching closely. That was unsetling. I'm like,
wait, no, that was the sorry. I mixed up the Astros. Same network back in the day.
Same network, yes. Yeah. Those were good times. Payne and Pendergast with you here live on Radio Row. John, I take that headset that's on with the microphone as you're getting ready to jump on, and Reggie's putting his on as well. It's good to see you guys. Good to talk to you. Reggie, did you make it home last night?
Eventually.
Okay.
I did eventually, and I am here also for work, so that means that another successful day.
I had a talk with Reggie about that yesterday when we were having my evening, which is 3 p.m. in the afternoon. That's when my evening begins. And
Pushed.
about pacing yourself, you have to remind yourself. We're in New Orleans, and it's it's
early.
The tendency is that you're like, it's also. So, I get, but then you realize, if I try to do everything I do on a vacation, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
It's so you got to pace yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
It's also the worst place for it because there's no social cues to wrap it up.
Yeah.
No.
You know what I mean? There's no.
It's like
Social
They
Vegas.
cues
just
are
keep
all
going.
to keep going.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, we had a good time. Reggie and I drank blood bags last night.
That's right.
At the Vampire Bar. We went to Lafitte, the oldest bar in the world.
Yeah, Lafitte's Black.
Oldest bar in America.
In America.
In America. Yeah, I feel like we can't
pretty
pull off
much
the
the
world,
world.
can we?
The only world that matters.
It's the only word
That's what
I
I'll
cares
tell you.
about.
There's one in Ireland. I think there's one in Ireland because I didn't
Never
go there,
heard of
but
it.
I remember
Where's
when we
that?
went to Ireland. It's the oldest bar in the world. It's like 900 years old.
Sounds made up to me.
I didn't go to it, but I remember that factoid. Yeah.
We had a good time. I like the piano player that we saw. We all had a good dinner at Mother's. It was a good day yesterday. Man.
Oh yeah, Mother's was fun. Especially, I know I heard you guys talking about it earlier because I also listened to the program.
Yeah, thank you.
I heard you guys talking about the fact that we saw all the various Saints stuff up there, and it was fun just watching Seth's eyes light up. Like, I know that person.
I wish I could have done I could have done a podcast.
I felt really old though. I realized oh man, all these guys that Reginald's never heard of, and I'm like, yeah, that guy played with him, and then look at this coach. And who? But Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator for the Eagles, was he was a 35-year-old linebackers coach with that team.
Yeah, you might as well have told me, like, oh, that's Shoeless Joe Jackson that I played with.
Yeah.
Do we have our first Airbnb controversy?
We do?
Do we? I'm asking, do we?
I
didn't even hear. Well, I mean, I got back at 2 a.m., so dishes were not the least of my concern.
My plans after the show are to go back, and the obstacle in my life is getting the pan that Clint used to cook eggs in a couple days ago to get it clean somehow.
You're going to take the day off.
There's a 2-inch plaque of egg carcass
key
on that
Key phrase, a couple days ago.
A couple days ago. I walked home yesterday, and it hadn't been, as far as I could tell, no detergent had been dripped in it to soak or anything like
put
that.
Some hot water on it.
Yeah, and so I'm just going to go try to tackle that mountain.
I think the pan's ruined.
I know. I'm going to get it clean. I'm going to get it clean.
Are you?
I spent about 45 minutes cleaning last night, and that pan is the last remaining obstacle.
Did anybody eat the eggs that he made in the pan?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they were great.
They were good eggs?
Yeah, they were great.
Because usually if the eggs leave a residue like that behind, there can be a funk.
No, they were very good.
It wouldn't have been a big issue, if it had been cleaned immediately after he'd cooked it.
Right.
Yeah, it really. Because one of the things I said we were going to do, and of course this is it goes in the graveyard of broken promises, is that we are going to have a running ranking of the roommates.
Oh, okay.
And I gave Clint a lot of points for cooking us breakfast.
Okay.
Except it seems like he, as soon as the eggs hit the plate, he threw his hands up and was like, "I'm done."
Yeah.
And I feel like that then pulls back on the ranking.
Which is fine if it's like a little bit of ketchup that's on a plate and you hold it underneath the faucet,
right,
and it all washes off.
Yeah.
When you have to get heavy machinery out,
power washer.
Yeah, we got to pick up paper towels on the way home too. I got to restock the paper towels.
This is live. Like we tell, we're the older veteran guys with kids and wives that tell us, no, you do that.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty.
I don't know how to work my dishwasher.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
I know you don't.
Yeah. Okay.
You don't take out the garbage.
No, I do actually.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
On occasion.
Well,
I do. I do take it
I
out.
have
Not
at
all
one
the time.
point.
No, like any credit you get for cooking dinner or breakfast or anything, it like in your mind you're like, oh yeah, my wife's gonna be super pleased I did this. If she's left with a mountain of dishes afterwards, it takes away from it a little bit.
That's not good. All right, so you're tracking rankings of everybody.
Yeah, and in fact, I want to, kind of recruit you guys to help us do some of that because we were supposed to do that yesterday, and we didn't get around to do it. I remember what took our attention. It was just the fact that the Texans hired an offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
That's what took our attention.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I was like, what took us away from doing that? That's right. We had a more pressing matter. So if we're going to set this up, who is at the top of the roommate rankings? Right.
I would put Seth up there.
Yeah.
Clint is still up there. That was a nice gesture.
And he's driven us to work the last couple of days.
They did hold our parking pass hostage last night.
Ooh,
we woke up this morning. We didn't know if we were going to have the parking pass.
I literally
or not.
texted Ron and Clint when we got home. The very thing I feared. We only have one parking pass for the whole group. So
we have 3 cars.
It's in my truck right now. My job is to drive home and give it to them after this show.
Yeah.
Their job is to take it out of their truck at the end of the night and put it somewhere where we can get it. Well, I got home last night at like 11:30 from Reggie and I hitting Bourbon Street, and there's no parking pass anywhere. So I text, and Ron texts back. He was on his way to go meet you guys.
Oh, yes. I got the other side of this this conversation.
Was he mad that I texted him about this?
I'll let you finish.
Okay. Well, let me read the text then. Now we're on.
So now they're both dropping.
Yeah. Controversy. The first night was all sugar and rainbows, and now we're getting into the controversy.
I text at
I hate that guy.
11:37. Hey, I need to Clint and Ron. Hey, I need the parking pass. Text me back.
Correct.
Yeah. Right? Because I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I got 4 hours of sleep I got to go get.
That's right.
This is Ron's reply. It's in Clint's car. He's in the bed, I think. I'm on bourbon.
That's right.
Okay, so
I can't confirm. I am his alibi. He was on bourbon.
So that text is basically like, sorry, bro.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. So I said, okay, well, I need it. Any suggestions? That's a reasonable reply.
Yes, it is.
I'm going to tell you.
That's a reasonable reply to screw you. I'm on Bourbon Street, right?
Okay, see, that's interesting because that's not the way he, from my perspective, hearing it from Ron, he's like, look, I'm letting you know, I'm nowhere near the house. I cannot impact this at all. So when you go suggestions, that was definitely heard with some passive
I think what Sean was hoping was that Ron would say, yeah, when I get home, I'll put it on the table for you.
Yeah, no, but here's the suggestion.
Yes.
Okay, now I'm getting hot.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have a Royal Rumble at some point. Let's go.
I guess call him, or the only other thing I would think is go to gives me the combination to get into their suite.
Yeah, go into the suite.
And find his key.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to go into a room where I don't know if he's sleeping on the couch or in the bed. I'm supposed to walk in, turn the lights on, and go find his key to go get the parking pass. That's
Ron basically told you, not my problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
Yeah, well, and my asking for suggestions while he's out on Bourbon Street is apparently an imposition.
It's a classic. It's one of those things where if you were texting somebody from across the room and you saw them receive the text, look at it, and then make a face like and throw the phone down, right?
Am I being unreasonable?
Yeah.
That at 11:30 at night when I have to get up at 4, I'm asking, how am I getting the parking pass?
So what are the rankings?
Well, here's the problem, and we'll
Ron's
get back to
at
the
the bottom
rankings.
right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think for Ron,
he
was
got
like
hot about me asking for suggestions. We got issues.
Well, for Ron, I think, and I'm already stepping into some dangerous territory speaking for someone that's not here. But for Ron,
You're here now.
I imagine it is.
Not here.
It's not my car. I'm not in the vicinity. Yeah. How am I now the point man on rectifying this situation?
But I think it's the reaction. The reaction,
just suggestions.
Hey,
what do you?
Not my problem.
Anything I'm supposed to? Yeah, right.
And his thought was like, I guess if the key's in there, I guess go in there.
Well,
with the key.
so my.
Oh, I can't wait till when you get to the house.
My reply,
I can't wait. Somebody, Vicky, go home and record this.
My reply to him after he suggested I go into their suite and possibly wake up Clint.
Nothing bad has ever happened in situations like that.
By the way,
I'm supposed to believe that Clint doesn't have a gun in the room.
By the way, waking up Clint would actually be an appropriate punishment for leaving the parking pass in his truck.
Yeah.
So I can look at it that way. I said, okay, I'm not going to do that. When you get home, can you find reasonable request and solution, right? And to Ron's credit, he did. The parking pass was on the table.
You know what I might say, Sean? I think the defensive driving part of it would be this. I think when you basically said like I'm not going to do that or whatever, you're hoping that he's going to offer to go in and just put it. You could have just suggested that at the onset, maybe.
Yeah, like hey, could you help me out by whenever?
He might have read. He might have read that as like his.
Admittedly, okay. I'm going to tell you what I did. Also, the bottle of wine that is in our Airbnb. Did Clint buy that? Is that?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Clint bought 2. He bought the last one.
Okay.
We assumed Clint bought it.
Anyway,
so we took it hostage.
So we did. I got home, and I hadn't heard back from Ron. Like, he didn't reply.
Was this the whole petty cast?
He didn't reply. No, it could be. He didn't reply to, can you get the parking pass? He just went and got it, which is fine. I don't need a reply. But I did take that bottle of wine thinking it was Clint's. And I'm like, if that parking pass is not there and I have to Uber and pay for my Uber, this is my bottle of wine. So I held it hostage for the night.
And I did. I'll admit to this. I slashed his tires. So there's that too. That'll come up.
All right.
Seems fair.
All right. See, now I feel like they're just going to keep the parking pass in their truck every day as a
rib. Wow.
You know what I mean?
This is going to be a real power struggle, political football as we go.
Yeah.
And I'll text you when we get back as to whether that anybody has touched that pan in the sink.
You don't have a video of the look on Ron's face when I asked for suggestions?
Oh no, I
didn't tape it or anything.
No, I wish I had. I think the only thing that we got taped was us in Lafitte's, talking to a couple of Houstonians and finding out about.
You stayed at Lafitte's?
Oh, buddy, I stayed at Lafitte's for a nice young woman's uterine situation. I think that's the way that you say that.
Sounds like a delightful conversation.
Yep, and you will hear that. Yeah. No, it's still in there. Yeah. Just it's a unique one. That's all.
Yeah.
That sounds like an invitation.
No, the invitation was at 1 a.m. saying, "Hey, we're about to go to the strip club. Would you like to come with us?"
Yeah.
That was a tough one.
All right, fellas. Big show today.
Big show today.
What do you got coming up? What guests do you have coming into the exclusive furniture hot
I don't think we have any today. However, Parker, am I allowed to go ahead and talk about this one that we just found out earlier today?
Yeah.
So this is a couple days tease, but I feel like you will appreciate it and it'll be worthwhile. Are you familiar with one Will Anderson Jr.? Yeah.
Oh, I know him.
Will Anderson Jr. For Campbell's Chunky Soup will be on In the Loop on Thursday.
Yes, sitting
sir.
in the exclusive. He's going to love that recliner.
100%. I think we might be able to just get him to stay for the remainder of the show.
We'll get him an
Off of the
endorsement
strength of the
probably, too. He'll probably gush about the chair. And exclusive furniture. We'll try to,
that's absolutely. All right, fellas. Have a good show.
Thank you.
You're listening to, Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and eggs to you.
Thank you. I'll see you in 5 seconds on the other side of the table.
And eggs for that young lady's uterus.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely. Although she has 5 children, so I don't know if she needs any more eggs.
No more
Good
eggs.
Good on the eggs. All right, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. We are done for the day. We'll be back at 6 a.m. here. Big thanks once again to Flight by Yingling, to the Low T Center, Mokaram Injury Lawyers, and Hot Seat, Reggie Atatula, troublemaker, John Lopez, chef, Figgy Fig, the best at what he does, the machine, the social media machine, and Byron Matthews back in the studio. He's pretty good, too. They're in the loop and they start right now.
There it is. Yeah. Shout out to
Preach, King. That's what my son would say.
That's right. It is day 2. We have drama in the house on day 2. But yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You sure
do we count Sunday? Does Sunday count? Because then it's
it only
day
feels
3.
like 7.
Yeah, I guess that's right. All right, you were in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is around here. He'll be a part of the show at various points. I know that he's got a mixtape cooked up. You got Byron Matthews on the ones and twos back in the great city of Houston. But, yeah, we are on Radio Row in New Orleans. Much appreciation to Flight by Yingling getting us out here. Thanks to the Low T Center for helping this out as well. You can get involved with the program by texting in 713-572-4610. Full transparency, though, on the text line. Right now, I am having a real Super Bowl Radio Row moment in that I cannot find the Ethernet cable to plug into my laptop, and the Super Bowl Wi-Fi is not doing what it's supposed to do right in this moment. So
I got you.
Yeah, we'll get that together. Hopefully, I'll get that together so I can see all of your fine texts from the great city.
I got them right in front
and wherever you're listening. Hopefully on the Odyssey app because we still got that contest going on. But yeah, you can see us and what we are doing right here on the Mokaram Injury Lawyer live stream. Make sure you see what's happening there. And if you heard just a second ago, we will have Will Anderson Jr. on Thursday in that exclusive furniture hot seat. So appreciate you guys hanging out with us. But yeah, man, we hear. Funny enough, we're kind of the first and the last people to talk about this because as we are handing off in the handoff yesterday to the drive, we see the breaking news of the day, at least when it comes to those of us that care about these Houston Texans, is that the offensive coordinator situation is settled. It is going to be Nick Caley, who is who previously was the tight ends coach and passing game coordinator of the Rams. He will actually be the offensive coordinator for your Houston Texans. And, I mean, we got a chance to talk about it briefly. If you follow us on social media at Sports Radio 610 on Twitter and then on Instagram, you saw like our instant reaction. But now that you've had a day to ruminate on it, Lopez, what are your thoughts? What have you kind of settled in on when it comes to the offensive coordinator now of these Houston Texans?
Well, I settled in on this, but I also have a question for the masses, for all the many thousands of people listening to us. And as you said, the YouTube stream has been on fire, so you can watch us there. Certainly, text us at 713-572-4610. Okay, this is where I land in terms of just the hire. Because as we're, spending the day yesterday talking about this briefly and then sort of ruminating, as you put it, and digging in on it over the course of the afternoon and the evening, I came to this conclusion just on the hire in general, Reggie.
Okay.
Nobody, if you're very, very high on this hiring, cool. If you're down on it, cool. But you don't know. I mean, because he there's so many things about him that are unknown. And that kind of led to a question I had for you and our listeners.
Okay.
And don't read into this question. It's not like I appreciate the hire or I don't like the hire.
Your Honor, he's leading the witness. I feel like when you say don't.
No, because it has all the markings of, well, you clearly don't like the hire. No. I don't know if I like the hire or not.
Okay.
I really don't.
We're going to try and help you out here.
Like I just said, no one knows. What a great hire. How do you know that? Oh, that's a horrible hire. How? How do you know that?
Well, I know. There's various.
Nobody does.
I mean, nobody knows for absolute certainty, but I think that there's things that you look at and you kind of identify as characteristics and qualities that you imagine translate well. Yeah. I know that, of course, if you listen to Sports Radio 610, you'll know that on Payne and Pendergast, they have developed a great relationship with Ross Tucker, who's also here on Super Bowl Radio Row, and he joined them this morning at 7, as he does every Tuesday. At 7. And one of the things that he mentioned in talking with him that I appreciated was talking about the fact that he's a tight ends coach. And with the Ross appreciates a tight ends coach in upward mobility, especially when it comes to offensive coordinating, because tight end is a position where you are uniquely equipped to talk about passing schemes and those things, but also you have a good understanding of the offensive line because you need to understand all of those things for that position to work well. I think that all of those things come together where you go, okay, he should have a good. One of the other reasons why I imagine a lot of the fan base is excited about this is that he has worked with Sean McVay of late, but it's not just that. He's also worked under Bill Belichick, right? And those are two systems. Funny enough, though, when we start talking about coaching trees, the Bill Belichick coaching tree, oddly enough, people haven't gone from there and done a lot of great things.
Oh, well, that's no one.
The Sean McVay coaching tree, though, there's a lot of people who have gone on and done great things. Zach Robinson recently, Zach Taylor, head coach of the Bengals, is one of them. Kevin O'Connell, O'Connell up there in Minnesota. He's also a McVay guy. Like there's guys that have moved on, particularly from the McVay wing of the Shanahan kind of system, that have been able to do things and be successful play calling as well. So you hope that this is another one. But again, he has a diversity in his background. And Byron, if you could help me out, I know that I did not call you into action too much yesterday. We was keeping the line on a Monday. Now we're doing it. Nick Caley, there's a few pieces of audio that were circulating on Texans Twitter, and I want to shout out Houston Stressens at Texas Commenter on Twitter that at least I saw some of this from. Nick Caley, there's been some audio dating back that gives you a little bit of an idea of who he is, and I kind of want to start here with the Sean McVay one. It's funny, and this is before we actually got into the process of like hiring in this cycle. So you'll hear Sean McVay mention something about him like not having any interviews yet. Now, obviously, we know that he has since, but this is Sean McVay talking about Nick Caley.
Do you know any updates on that?
I have. I've spoken to him about it. I know that's a possibility. Haven't gotten anything. I did speak with Nick yesterday. It was his birthday and his daughter Caroline's birthday yesterday, and so he was on his way to taking Chick-fil-A to her at school, and we were talking about that. And he's a special coach. He's done a great job for us. I love everything this guy's about, Jordan. I think it's really cool when these guys are offered opportunities to be able to elevate themselves, and you want to make sure that you evaluate all options as what that looks like. And so that is something that's a possibility, but there hasn't been anything official as it relates to a request.
So this is, I just wanted to get into the Sean McVay of this. Like Sean McVay immediately diving into what was, I don't think anybody would view as like pertinent information, but also kind of cool. Like like clearly family man, all those types of things. But then also, this is Nick Caley in 2014, right? From an interview while he was, doing his hopping around in college. He coached in college quite a bit. I think his last college stop, if I remember correctly, secondary coach at Florida Atlantic. And I think this one gets to one of the things that I really wanted to highlight with Nick Caley that has made me more comfortable and more excited about this hire. This is Nick Caley.
Depth. Reggie. Got him. Nice job.
I'm a high-energy coach. I'm passionate on the field. I like to move and coach on the run and teach fundamentals first. And I would say I'm a fundamentals first coach all the way. And I do it with a great amount of energy and enthusiasm. I love to teach, and that's my style of coaching.
Now, first of all, there's clearly a call in there that has my name in it, which I appreciate and enjoy. But outside of the vanity, for me, like, one is clearly a lack of attention to detail. And I think of late, that's one of the things I've been honing on with coaching hires, and I've heard from the various people that are in charge of making coaching hires, is detail-oriented people are the good ones. In addition to that, teachers. If you can take what you do or what you want to do and teach it and impart that knowledge to who you need to do it, that's vitally important. And, of course, a person can say anything they want about themselves. However, Nick Caley deemed it important in that interview when he wasn't angling for a job at that moment. He was just trying to identify and tell people who he is. And the two things he talked about was basically being detail-oriented and being a teacher with energy. I think that those things are going to serve him well in this role.
I don't disagree necessarily. And you mentioned Ross Tucker and his opinion with the tight ends and on the offensive line. That is absolutely true, and who doesn't respect Ross Tucker? But he doesn't know. You mentioned, you mentioned obviously Sean McVay. That was very good audio. I heard it yesterday, and I thought it was impressive. You mentioned the detail-oriented. That's something that we all know and would love to have. But this is what I'm saying in terms of why. It's just a question. They're kind of doing the same thing they did with Bobby Slowick, and hoping for a different result. And let me lay that out for you, because I'm excited for the hire. It's always good to have a new hire and start to let your imagination wander and think, okay, like Ross Tucker says, like you say,
sure.
That it's going to work. All I'm saying is they're hiring a first-time play caller. They did that last time. They're hiring a guy whose experience is mostly been a tight ends coach in the NFL.
He's bounced around a little bit.
Passing game coordinator and tight ends coach, but he's mostly been tight ends coach in the NFL. So he's kind of narrow. And last time, obviously Bobby Slowick was mostly passing game coordinator, quarterbacks, etc. So kind of narrow. They're hiring someone who has a deep tie to Nick Caserio, which is fine. I'm not like I said, don't judge it one way or the other. I'm just saying. Last time they hired a guy who had a deep tie with D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
They're hiring someone who is not going to have, and this is something that I'm looking at, not going to have full autonomy in who he brings in with him. Because the Texans are going to, much like Bobby Slowick, who didn't bring anything with him, the Texans are going to largely keep the same staff. So he's not going to have full autonomy on who he's going to bring back in, just like Bobby Slowick did.
That's interesting. I want to stop down there because I feel like, that was one of the things that we immediately talked about when that news broke right at about 2 p.m. yesterday. When we were handing off to Ron and Clinton, we were talking through with them. It's like, hey, does Gerard remain, and that who has that kind of say? And I do believe in the idea of hey, allowing the offense coordinator to kind of shape what they're doing in order to get those things done. But
didn't happen last time. Doesn't look like it's going to happen this time.
Okay, because I know Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, he seemed to intimate in his reporting that the offensive coordinator will have some leeway to do what they want with this coaching. So it seems like you're kind of getting a feel that maybe that's not quite the entire same.
To see Gerard Johnson as quarterback's coach, Popovich elevated from assistant line coach to offensive line coach.
Oh, that's going to be the one that upsets me. That's going to be the one that upsets me.
I would fully expect most of the offensive staff to stay intact, and that's what happened last time. So, if you look at it, it could be the best hire in the history of football. All I'm saying is they're doing a lot of the same things this hire that they did last hire. So you're kind of expecting something different with the same template. They're also hiring someone who is kind of the new girl in class.
Oh yeah, no, he's
a lot of buzz.
He's the hot new flavor.
And who was that last time? It was Bobby Slowick.
It was.
So if you look at his offenses as passing game coordinator and tight ends coach over the last 3 years, they ranked 27th in terms of yards, in terms of points, 27th, 8th, and 20th in points. In terms of yards, they ranked 32nd, 8th, and 15th over the last 3 years. So what I'm saying is I actually am excited. It's always good to have a new coach. But they're doing a lot of the same things with Nick Caley.
With the build of the team.
With the build of the hire.
I think that
they did with Bobby Slowick.
I think there's some schematic things that, assuming that he brings the same thing or something similar to what Sean McVay has been doing in L.A., which I don't know that you can absolutely assume. Again, one of the benefits of him is that he's not just a Sean McVay guy. He has that experience. However, there's a lot more of his background that he brings to this. But if he brings some of those things, I think there's some things. You believe that Cole Popovich, who was previously the assistant line coach, gets moved up to offensive line coach, the big dog spot, and not saying that just because you work under somebody means that you are going to operate in the same way.
Right.
But if there was one place that I think maybe people did not want to see a level of internal hire or a level of like keeping it inside the building is offensive line. It feels like you need something drastically different to happen there. And I don't know if you do end up in a place, because we've talked about it, what happens if you have a different system? Can that help some of the talented players that you have on this offensive line be better than they had been last year? And I think the answer there is probably yes.
Yeah.
And at least I feel more comfortable saying yes to that. I feel a lot less comfortable if we're talking about, hey, we're having one of the same people that was teaching the technique for this offensive line being back and being in charge of teaching that technique again. Maybe not the exact same technique, but any technique. I don't think that what we saw from this offensive line technique-wise is going to work no matter what system you put them in, and that's the thing that is deeply concerning about this.
But here's the thing.
And you were going to neuter anybody, Nick Caley, Gerard Johnson, Gary Kubiak, whoever you brought in to do that. You're going to neuter what they can do if your offensive line is not, because we saw.
But I'm going to defend him on that one.
It's not going to be good there.
I'm going to defend him on that one. As much as I said, they're kind of doing the same things they did with Bobby Slowick and expecting a different result. We're not sure. Well, I'll put it this way. I don't think Strasser and Popovich really wanted to block that scheme the way Bobby wanted them to. And Nick Caley might come in and say, no, you go. You block it the way you want. I also think Bill Lazor is going to be back. I also think Gerard Johnson is going to be back. And maybe he's going to bring in one or two of his own guys. But when you look at, like I said, when you look at just what they did with Slowick and what they're doing with Nick Caley, they're doing a lot of the same things. I just laid it out. And just to kind of clarify, Patriots 2017 to 2019 tight ends coach, 2020 to 21 tight ends and fullbacks. Patriots 22 tight ends. Rams 2023 tight ends. Rams 24 tight ends and pass game coordinator. He's mostly been a very narrow tight ends and type coach, just like Bobby Slowick was mostly passing game back then.
But I do think, and somebody did mention this, and look, we got plenty of time to dig into this, so we will keep this thing moving. But I think that also, like, being hands-on, being actually closer to those players does help in some ways, because there's a level of interpersonal part of this that is absolutely necessary, being at that level, that it felt like might have been part of what doomed Bobby Slowick here.
For sure.
With the Texans.
For sure.
Well, look, man, we got all day and we got all Super Bowl, Super Bowl week to talk about this and much more here on Sports Radio 610. You're in the loop on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on the Tuesday of Super Bowl Radio Row Week. Coming up next, look, man, we can be out here all we want. We still are tapped into Houston sports, and yet last night,
one of us was.
Well, I tapped in the way I needed to.
Usually it's the other way around. I check in and you watch every second. I had other reasons to watch every second.
Rock lost their third consecutive game, and Lopez thinks it might not be a coincidence. We'll do that next.
Call him All-Star Albie for the first. to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We are in New Orleans, and we are live from Radio Row. Our big voice man ain't lied to you not once. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is at the table, but he's working. He's doing important things to keep you attached to what we are doing at the table and away from the table here in New Orleans. That's Sports Radio 610 on Instagram. And while we're talking about social media things, I will turn to Twitter, where Aaron Wilson, KPRC2, has a little bit of news on your Texans. He was reporting that the Texans quarterback coach, Gerard Johnson, is expected back with the Texans after his offensive coordinator interviews with the Texans, the Raiders, the Jets, and in the wake of the Nick Caley hire. So just, I guess.
I just said that last segment.
You did say that. Or maybe I should have said our very own John Pierre Lopez, since we're in New Orleans, reported that. Yeah, man. Why? You're in New Orleans, right? Like, it's got to change depending on where you are. You know what I mean? But yes, Gerard Johnson will be back.
And to be sure, I don't have any inside information. I just have a hunch that Bill Lazor's going to be back. It makes too much sense. Gerard Johnson's going to be back, and now officially being reported is going to be back. And I have a hunch that Cole Popovich is going to be elevated to line coach. I don't know anything. But those are three of, if not the three most important position coaching positions for a new offensive coordinator. And that's why it's just a question. You know, it's just a question. You can feel it like it how you do. You can love the hire, you can hate the hire, you can be in between, indifferent. All I'm saying is the question to me is why are you doing many of the exact same things you did with Bobby Slowick and expecting a different result?
All right, we're just going to stay here. I will get to the Houston Rockets in the show. You know, if you've listened to this show over the last few months, you know I love and we love these Houston Rockets, and I love talking about them.
Oh, we'll get there.
This has just been something that is, I don't know that I've had anything jump up in my spirit the way when you said that you have a hunch that Cole Popovich remains as the offensive line coach for this Texans team. Or, I mean, obviously he was previously the assistant offensive
heavy on the hunch, coach. By the way. It's just reading the tea leaves.
No, I hear, but just the thought alone. We can discuss it off of the thought without, trying to report it as any level of absolute. I don't know. There would be some level of comfort, and it's unfair to that man because I don't know exactly what the entirety of his philosophy is and whatever, and I don't know how this ultimately works with Caley, but he was in that room. Like, he was in that room, and I think part of the thing is, like, whether or not you were, like, married to what what we're talking about is not necessarily, hey, this, the plan, although the plan wasn't great, the basic technique looked like it. I mean, you couldn't pick up tackle and split, stunts. Mm-hmm. Like, that's not Bobby Slowick's scheme calls for, some of this I imagine are the protections, but some of that is like these dudes are legitimately just not getting it. Now, maybe you hang your hat on when they went to gap scheme stuff, it looked better, right? So maybe you go, hey, when the scheme comes together, these dudes will be able to do that better. I don't know. The prospect the prospect of that, I don't know, it spooks me. Let's be honest.
And it should, and it kind of does me too. On the other hand, I'm of the thought like Chris Strasser has been coaching offensive line for 3 damn decades. And for him to all of a sudden have an offensive line that didn't know how to block and scheme up things,
it was perplexing.
It can't be on him. It can't be just on him.
I was about to say, I was like, no, he's got some culpability.
Yeah, it can't be just on him. Okay. So the reason, and again, the hunch is there for me, is because I feel like Cole Popovich under Nick Caley's going to say, no, don't do it like you did last year. Do it this way. And it might jibe. It might start to work and gel. You know what I mean? So, but if I'm the offensive coordinator, even though I'm just kissing the ground that I got the job, I would still want some of my guys coming in,
I mean, look, we're seeing the first, ideas of this, and you're working off of your hunch. And, again, I want to make sure that I make that clear. But Gerard Johnson is returning as the quarterback coach. We do have reporting on that from Aaron Wilson. It seems like, if your hunch is correct, and it might, right? The idea that, a lot of these guys remain after we heard the reporting early on that once Bobby Slowick was fired, that they were going to leave guys in place and see if the next offensive coordinator won them. Could it be possible that they went into this entire search being like, hey, we want to go for guys that are willing to take on the staff that's here, which maybe is why you don't get somebody
Chip
who has
Kelly.
somebody has a lot of experience or whatever, who has been around the block, who would, if they come in, they would want to have the idea that, hey, we have, and yes, apparently it was reported yesterday afternoon that they would be keeping most of the existing staff. I'll be, like, this is where I will pull back the curtain and be abundantly clear. I was not as much tied to my phone as I probably wanted to be, in part because I was out and about, hitting up bourbon.
I'm going to
and
get to that in this segment.
Well, let's do it now. And this is why I can say, with the Rockets part, like, you can trust me, I'm not BSing. I did have the Rockets on my phone, but when I'm watching the game on my phone, I can't do all the other things with my phone because I was having daiquiris.
All right, so on YouTube, on Twitch, tell us how you feel about this question that I'm about to ask, and then certainly text us at 713-572-4610. How do we feel about daiquiris being the go-to drink through going on 3 days now in New Orleans? And here's my what
do you mean by this?
Here's my thought. When you go to New Orleans, you got to have a daiquiri, and you got to have a hurricane. You just have to. That's what they're known for, right? Got to. I do it. Everybody does it. But for it to be your every-time drink.
Oh, this is a show shot.
And a you shot.
That's not my every-time drink. Wait, hold on. That's not my every-time drink.
You said you had – I saw the video last night.
I had 2 daiquiris.
Okay. And you had daiquiris yesterday? Or was
I had a hand grenade.
Well, okay.
That's not a daiquiri.
But how do we feel about daiquiris being – like, it's got to be like a drink. Like, it's good to have a hurricane, which is sweet. Good to have a daiquiri, which is sweet. And hurricanes will light you up, by the way. But
yes, they do.
That's true.
Yeah.
Oh, Byron's got experience here.
They will
whenever y'all need a
you up.
story, when it's story time, I can tell y'all my hurricane story from last year.
Okay, so confessions coming up at 12:20.
Byron's going to have a confession. This just in. So, again, it's just not me. Like, I want to have one, and then it's too sweet. Got to get away from it.
What is you doing, man?
He's trying to drink bourbon straight up.
You can't have daiquiris every drink. It's too much.
I only had 2.
Lopez over here, you got to have some black velvet.
Right. How about a vodka tonic, man? How about a gin and
you can get
tonic?
that anytime, though.
I know, right?
You're drinking sugar.
When in Rome, do as
try
the
them.
Romans.
Try them. Have one. Have one.
This dude said vodka tonic. Like, you can't get that at a wedding.
No.
Right.
But, again, you want to drink 5 daiquiris?
They all over
Wait, 5? First
or whatever the number is.
You worried about me getting sloppy? 5 daiquiris?
How many daiquiris has Ron had in the last 2 days? You were
2.
Aaron
he
was
only had those.
Ron only
had those 2. He stopped himself from having daiquiris on Sunday.
Okay, well, that makes me feel a little better.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing this video that Figgy or whomever put up, and I'm like, more daiquiris? Jesus.
No. See, the problem with him, and this is why I was a Ron shot, like, you could tell that daiquiris are that is the devil on his shoulder.
Yeah.
At any given time, I imagine if he sees the word or hears the word daiquiri, like light bulbs go off, or maybe actually light bulbs turn off, and now he stops thinking in certain ways. But that maybe you go there.
But see, when you walk around Bourbon Street, all you see nothing but daiquiri shops
and hurricanes.
Yeah.
Okay.
How cute of Ron.
There are people with you. 3, 4, 6 hurricanes.
He's so cute.
Hurricanes are way better.
Does he drink them with his pinky out?
No. He was swigging on that mug. Somebody said it's wonderful, but then you have to add a shot, which I did. I did add a shot. And then somebody else said I'll have one and switch to beer or whiskey.
Yes.
Okay.
We need to get John Lopez to drink like 3 hand grenades or something, man, and a hurricane.
But you won't because those are girls' drinks. Daiquiris
Since it's so
especially.
cute.
Oh, wow. You being a hater. You being a real hater.
He being a hard ass. That's what he being.
Yeah.
I appreciate this. Yeah.
Is Ron the maid of honor?
Wow. All right, so we got something to talk about in the handoff as well.
Is Ron the maid of honor, or is he just a...
You being a real jerk.
Was he wearing the sash? Was he wearing a crown?
This man said you can't have fun in New Orleans unless it's bitter.
There's a bachelorette party y'all had a bachelorette party last night.
So you getting drunk, not enjoying yourself.
Now Lopez want to drink rubbing alcohol on vacation, man. Ain't nobody trying to do all that. We old.
Speaking of, what is the alcohol that you've drank at this point? Like obviously
mostly beer, and
we've all had Flight by Yingling.
I ain't seen Lopez with a drink in his hand.
Yeah, I had 2 Coronas at the Mother's last night.
He did have 2 Coronas.
Mostly beer.
That's right.
In New Orleans.
Although tonight I'm going to hit that vodka tonic, Figgy.
Boo.
Vodka tonic.
Boo. this, man.
Hurricanes have one hurricane. You got to have one. Win in Rome, you know? But then vodka tonic, baby.
All right. As you can tell, we are thoroughly enjoying the experience in New Orleans.
Did he say yes to the dress?
You are.
Oh, man.
Byron,
I'm staying out of this.
Cut all this up. We're going to bring this around.
As Ron like to say, if you grinning, you win it.
And this is the thing. From another 346. No, they aren't girl drinks because they will knock you on your keister. 100%. Yeah, man. Yeah. So
drink about 3 hurricanes and see what happens.
That's right.
Oh, like I said,
I wouldn't
hurricanes will
recommend
light
that.
your ass up.
Yeah, probably.
I can't wait for Byron's confession.
That's
now.
right. That's right. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. I hope that you're listening on the Odyssey app because as of January 27th all the way through February 23rd, we have a contest going on for you. And if you listen to Sports Radio 610 on that Odyssey app for an hour each day, you will get an entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. If you win, you and 3 friends will be headed to Vegas to stay at the Circle Resort and Casino, Las Vegas' premium sports viewing destination, and you can enjoy the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim as part of your ultimate college basketball championship experience. Plus, you'll have an extra 20 G's in your pocket to spend while you're in Sin City. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get a daily entry into that contest. Well, coming up next in the loop, we get you a question of the day, and that doesn't stop on Radio Row. So coming up next, our question of the day. Which meaningful thing that you have ever worn or will wear? This comes courtesy of DeAndre Hopkins. I'll tell you what I mean next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Trees right now. And Louis, Florida, that guy knows how to drink a real drink. AbilityTrees.com is the
Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are at 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula. We got Byron Matthews on the ones and twos. Figgy Fig is hanging around here doing that digital work that he does so very well. Let's get into our question of the day as we are here on Radio Row in New Orleans. In fact, yesterday was the opening night for Super Bowl week. In fact, that means, Figgy, I'm going to need you to put this headset on because you were absolutely out there on opening night. And some of us were not. But yes, at 713. 572-4610. Let us know what your answer to the question today is. What's the most meaningful thing you've ever worn or will wear? Because DeAndre Hopkins had a very emotional moment at the opening night.
It was very cool.
And, first and foremost, I'll give you what he said. This was him on the floor of the Caesars Superdome where opening night took place. There was a lot of things happening. I'll let Figgy set the scene here in a second. But this is DeAndre Hopkins talking about the most meaningful thing that he was wearing.
Give it to you. I'll give it to you.
You're about to give it to the whole world. Let's go.
Well, B. Marsh asked me, so if y'all ask me, I might not got that. But, my dad died in 1992, and he left me a couple things, and one of the things that he left me was a mink jacket. And so I always said I would wear that mink jacket to my wedding and to the Super Bowl, whichever one happened first. And so, obviously I'm not married, so I'm going to wear my daddy mink jacket, dog.
That was cool.
Can you recount it back? It was a little hard to hear, just so everybody knows what he was talking about.
Mink jacket, as he put it, that his father, I guess, was very important to him. And father died in 1990-something. Anyway, his father died a few years ago. And DeAndre said that he always saved that jacket, and he was going to wear it either at his wedding or if he ever made it to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So he's going to roll up. You know how they do those little videos, the guys walking in?
The walk-in.
He's going to be wearing his dad's mink jacket. And, the mood here is very upbeat and very happy and messing around with each other about the stupid daiquiris and all that stuff. But it got me kind of like, man, it got me thinking. And I one immediately came to mind to me, but like the one item, doesn't necessarily have to be clothing, that let's say you roll up in the Super Bowl. Let's say you roll up in the Super Bowl. Figgy, let's say you roll up in the Super Bowl. I'll tell you mine right away. My dad was the first person in the family to ever graduate high school. I'm talking about like entire family, because back then, you didn't. You went to 8th grade and then you went to work, But he ended up graduating high school. So his high school class ring from Kennedy High School, Kennedy with one N in South Texas, he cherished it because he was the first one. And I was the first one in the family ever to graduate college. So he gave me his ring when I graduated college.
That's incredible.
Yeah, his high school ring, class of 1941. At Kennedy High School, so I still have it, and I'd wear that ring.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Figgy, even before you get to this, like, what was the scene out there on the floor of these things? I mean, were you even able to get close to DeAndre Hopkins?
Nah, I'm not. It was a little closer than I thought, but yeah, these guys had so many people around their podiums, but we were walking around. It was really packed, man. It was a lot. I will say this is my first time going to opening night for the Super Bowl, and it was a lot of up-and-coming influencers there, man. So it was a good look for people like that was just getting some content. They got a chance to actually talk and interview with players that they probably wouldn't have the chance to interview. So it was cool. I saw Texans legend Steven Nelson.
How about that?
He was in the building.
Yes, he was.
He was soaking it all in. We actually talked to the long snapper for the Chiefs, and he was raving about our good friend John Weeks.
Really?
Yep.
Which, by the way, John Weeks coming back for another season, according to him.
Excellent stuff.
And he actually did a jersey swap with John Weeks.
That's what the people want is long snapper jerseys. Jersey
to me, what took the night last night was Jameis Winston. We actually ran into Jameis Winston, And I think that question from that answer from DeAndre Hopkins, I think it was asked by Jameis Winston.
Okay.
So he had the microphone. He started going all in. He started being Jameis Winston, and then his question was, "What's your favorite color?"
That's awesome.
He started getting poetic, and then he said, "My question is
an important question. The important question is being asked by Jameis Winston. Do you have a thing that's like a very sentimental thing that you would wear to the Super Bowl?
I don't have like a sentimental item or anything like that.
Or the most meaningful thing, just generally.
Yeah, but honestly, just not to get super cheesy, but sometimes I just have to remember how far I came, man. Because Lopez, you mentioned your dad was the first person to graduate high school. I thought I was going to be that first person in my household to graduate high school, and that didn't happen. So that kind of pushed me to go further. I ended up getting my GED and stuff like that. I went to a little trade school where I learned this thing called broadcasting, radio.
I wonder how far that takes you.
Yeah, I had no clue I would be doing this, man. I was just a dude in the streets trying to rap, and now I'm just like, man. So like, I think stuff like that, just being motivated, just trying to break that generational curse.
Yeah,
I think that really pushed me.
That's a lot of it.
Yeah. So
what about you?
Yeah. So I don't have like an item or anything.
For me, I don't know that I have a specific thing that like ties back to an individual in the same way that DeAndre Hopkins has that mink that his pops. That was his pops, and that he's going to wear to the Super Bowl. In fact, it's the genesis of this question of the day. What's the most meaningful thing that you'll wear and that you would wear to the Super Bowl? I think for me, it's something that you guys see very frequently for me because I wear it a lot. Is my little chain that has the pendant of Africa on it. It just keeps me close to my roots and reminds me of my family. My mom came over to the United States.
Yeah. That counts.
Keeping myself, it helps me think about my lineage, all my folks, and everything. It just kind of, ties me there. So that's one of the things that I wear. In fact, funny enough, I was going to wear it today, and the only reason I didn't, I was like, ooh, is this going to be a hassle coming in through security?
Oh, yeah.
And so I didn't. But, no, man, it's one of those things. In fact, I was going to say I usually keep it on me, and
got that one.
I do have my bracelet on that has my pendant on, too. So I try and keep that Africa pendant on me. Some other things that have come in on the text line in the same vibe. Somebody said, and this is a winner, 346, bulletproof vest is the most meaningful. Took a sound one in the chest. And here to talk about it. No, you're a winner in that.
Yeah,
yeah, man. If something that practical, I imagine matters in a big way.
You took a shot to the chest.
To the chest.
I'd wear that everywhere.
Right, exactly. Like I imagine that'd be up on the wall in the house. Like, hey, you see that right there? That is the reason I am here.
Yeah.
Another 346 said wedding ring. Hey, man, simple will do it. In fact, Figgy. I don't know if I'm going to get you in trouble here.
Oh, no, you good.
I learned, that's one of the things I've learned on this trip. You do not wear your wedding ring.
I don't.
Lopez, you don't either?
I haven't for decades.
I have 2 wedding rings. I'm not a jewelry person.
Me neither. That's the exact same reason. I don't wear necklaces, rings,
and look,
watches.
I try, man. I try to wear my ring as much as possible. I take it off during my sleep, man. Like, I don't even realize I take it off at night. But it just bothered me. I got fat fingers, so I just she know what it is.
My thing isn't
if we do go somewhere, I try to, out of respect to her, try to put it on and try. But when I get home, I take
ring on and my dad's ring, or my Aggie ring, or something like that.
What ring have you wore more, the Aggie ring or your wedding ring?
You could plead the fifth.
Probably the Aggie ring.
Okay.
If we're being honest.
Very good. From the 346, they said their dog would come with them.
I
just
like that.
Bring the dog to the Super Bowl.
I like that.
I mean, look.
Matt Collins would do something like that.
He would. I mean, didn't Herb Street actively does that?
Yeah.
What are we talking?
Taking this dog to work.
Yes, he absolutely does. Which I imagine that's got to be a level of clout. Just like, hey man, my dog has come with me. You guys find a way to do it.
It's in the contract.
That's right. Somebody from the 281, they said their grandfather gave them a necklace when they were 18 years ago, and they haven't taken it off. That's incredible. And now you have more people that are just with you on the idea of the ring talk. But no, salute to DeAndre Hopkins, who I think a lot of people are rooting for him.
That was really cool. And we talked about earlier, one of my confessions last week is, of all the things and reasons I hate the Chiefs, I would be happy for D-Hop.
Right. I mean, it's the one, I think, bastion for, especially for a lot of Texas fans that are not really rocking with the Chiefs. In this one, at least you can look up and go, if they do end up doing the three-peat or what have you, you can look up and be like, well, at least DeAndre got his.
Yeah.
And he got to fulfill this thing, that this promise that he had to himself about his pops from all the way from 1992.
And just having the experience of all of this, just this whole week, just them walking around, like it seemed really real to the point I started talking to Ron. I'm like, I wonder how it would be if the Houston Texans were in this position and just soaking it all in. You got the Menaires walking around, doing interviews. You got everybody just walking around and just feeling it, man. It would be so much fun when we get there, man.
I love that you said when, not if. That's
when. You gotta be confident.
It's so nice, but it's also there's a feeling like it's a different day, man, in Houston. Like there's a feeling that is within reach, and that's why it was it was so harmful and it's so hurtful that the offense and the offensive line did not play up the standard, because it's like, man, you're starting to get close enough where you can smell it.
Yeah, just getting there, man. Like I know we want to win it, but just getting there. I
mean, I've been saying it for 35 years in this city. And that's not to be like, oh, no, we stink. I'm just saying it's there. It's been there, and it would be incredible.
Yeah. A couple more things before we go. Someone said their dad gave him a gun. Not taking that, though. Good choice. Good choice. In the 832, they said their father was cremated. Would absolutely take his ashes with them. That would be a good one. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We are indeed on Radio Row here in New Orleans. And coming up next, we'll go around the NFL. B. Scott will join us as he does on Tuesdays. But coming up next, we talked about Roger Goodell having his State of the League address. Let's get into some of the things that he did and why he's still Roger Goodell annoying us. We'll do it next.
We're learning a lot about a guy ready. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, live from Radio Row. Appreciation to our friends at Flight by Yingling and Low T Center helping us get out here. If you are looking at our Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream, you will see Brandon Scott sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat.
That's right.
He is with us for the hour, maybe longer. And yeah, man, he was also one of my accomplices last night out on the town, and so I bring him in ostensibly to talk around the NFL, but we'll get to Roger Goodell and his shenanigans. I need some backup here because Lopez is being
I got a question.
He's being a drink snob.
Yeah.
No. It's not, no.
You're doing the masculine men don't drink daiquiris thing?
Macho.
No, let's be very clear here. In New Orleans, I will have a daiquiri. I will have a hurricane. One. Daiquiri.
Because you're not trying to be on your tail.
Dude.
No, that's not why.
I'm not in the bridal party.
See.
How many daiquiris did you have last night?
This freaking guy. I had one daiquiri.
You know why? Because you're a man.
Because I'm a man.
You're a man. That's why.
He's doing the. You remember back in maybe a couple decades ago when everybody was doing the red dye scare. Or I guess that's come back around. But everybody's like, oh man, don't drink that. That'll mess up your manhood or whatever.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing, except with daiquiris.
But I got a hunch. One daiquiri was not all you drank.
No, that's definitely all I drank.
Because then what'd you have?
No, that's all he had.
No, that's all I had.
Okay.
I joined the party late.
Okay.
And so I just had the one daiquiri, and then I got there, and there were enough drunk people where we were at the establishment that I decided I didn't want to be that way.
Yeah.
That I was like, you know what? I don't want to get like them, because them people are look like they're going to be on their tail.
Shout out to our homeboy from Cameron, Texas.
And you know when somebody leaves the group and daps you up 7 or 8 times, that they didn't had way too good of a time with whatever they was doing. This man could not
hugging you.
He could not let the group.
He would have if we had let him. He would have.
If he knew us better, we would have.
Did he tell you that he loved you?
I think he did, actually.
I think he was this close. I love you guys.
He came back and volunteered that he take a picture of us.
No one asked for a picture.
Think about that.
Nobody whatsoever.
When have you ever been somewhere, you'll ask somebody, hey, can you take a picture of us? When has it ever been the other way around? Where somebody's like, hey, can I take a picture of y'all? And it's not you and your girl looking like y'all about to take a picture. Like, I did not want to be nowhere
imagine going
near
to WIP over here and say, let me take a picture of you guys. You guys need a picture together.
Actually, I'm going to do that in the next break.
I can see you doing it.
I'm gonna see if we can make that fly over here.
I get to do my phone.
Oh wow,
that was actually funny. That might have been the funniest.
Did he just come out of a duck blind?
That might have been the funniest part.
Yeah.
Because he's like, you gave me the phone now, and he's over there posing. I'm surprised he didn't take more than that. Because he was over there posing, doing the whole selfie thing. I was like, bruh, it's in his bag.
He was, and that is what you get in New Orleans, being on bourbon. I'll tell you, and we were at the end of bourbon. That wasn't even where the main people were doing the shenanigans. That is a Monday night on bourbon. If you have any inclination of what we're going to be getting into for the rest of Radio Row,
I guess we got to make sure we drink whiskey for Lopez's
That's
sake.
right.
No, you
that's
can
right.
have a daiquiri.
No, you got to drink rubbing alcohol. That's what the man do.
Well, no, you start with a bourbon, and then you go to rubbing alcohol, and then after that you just rub dirt directly on your gums.
Y'all are protesting way too much.
Then you go to gasoline. Just drink a can of gasoline.
87 octane at least. All right.
Hey, man, I got enough hair on my chest for the bona fides, man. I done drank plenty of whiskey. You can see from these buds right here on my chest.
Oh, you're talking about the taco meat.
Taco meat.
We definitely need to talk about around the NFL now once we get to the taco meat talk. Goodness gracious. All right. How about Roger Goodell? Roger Goodell did his State of the League address where he stands in front of the media and talks about various things. And I found this to be very interesting. We were talking about this going in. Like, what are the things that he's going to talk about? What are the things that he needs to address? And I guess let's start with the thing that we had immediately come up with, which it had reached a fever pitch around the NFL, with media around the NFL, even media partners of the NFL talking about officiating and the ways that it's gone, some of the ways that things have been implemented. And I know the hip drop tackle is something around these parts of Houston where we're like, hey man, we're gonna call this unevenly, like what's happening here? And so this is Roger Goodell and how he discussed the idea of the officiating in the NFL.
Officiating has favored the Chiefs, not my perception, public perception. How much of a concern is that for you in the league?
Well, this sort of reminds me a little bit of the script, right? That I write a script, and I have the script for the entire season. Listen, I think from a lot of those theories are things that happen in social media, and they get a new life. As you say, it's not your theory, but it's out there. Nobody wants it to be their theory. And so I understand that. I think it reflects a lot of the fans' passion. And I think it also is a reminder for us how important officiating is. And I think the men and women that officiate in the NFL are outstanding. They have the highest possible standards. That's ridiculous theory for anyone who might take it seriously. But at the end of the day, it's something we always have to continue to work on. How do we make our officiating better at all times? And if you look at the Chiefs' record, which I think is an amazing thing, people talk about the competitiveness of our league. The Chiefs, with their 15 wins, 15-2 this year, 11 of those 15 games were within one score. And I think that talks about the competitiveness of our game and the importance of how we officiate it, but also the competitiveness of how we play it.
All right, I'm gonna channel figure.
We're all going because we all did the exact same thing in that moment where he's talking about. Well, look, they're all one-score games, and I was like, oh, so that's how you decide to interpret this?
I'm on a channel figure here.
I wonder what could sway.
Dog.
What could sway a one-score game? Do you think?
First of all, he
tried to enforce the rules.
Like all the signs were there. He tried the defensive "look, I can be funny" thing. It's a script, right? Yeah, well, and here's the thing beyond what I know you guys want to talk about the one-score games. Beyond that, he says it's social media driven. No, it's not. It's in your freaking locker rooms.
Yeah.
It's in your locker rooms.
Oh, no, they
Will Anderson, who joins us in 2 days, brought it up. Other players brought it up. It's in your locker rooms. Your coaches are saying it. D'Amico Ryans, when I say everybody, I mean everybody. This is not social media driven, Raj.
Well, I do agree that it's ridiculous, though. It's not social media driven because it's happening in locker rooms. It's happening in, like, big box media, traditional media. Like, we see it everywhere. I agree with Roger's point that it's ridiculous. But what I hate about this whole conversation, though, is that this conspiracy theories that it's rigged in favor of the Chiefs or that it's rigged in favor of whoever kind of takes away from what I think is the real issue, is that the officiating is bad.
Yeah.
Like, and as the commissioner, I'd like for you to answer for that. I don't actually think that the game is rigged, but can you speak to how poorly officiated the games are?
Correct.
What are y'all doing to make the officiating better? It's not about that. Like, and we don't even have to entertain that necessarily as big box media, but what we can entertain is how does officiating get better, and we cannot, I don't think, ignore the impact that bad officiating, not rigged officiating, that bad officiating can have on a game.
100%. Like, then that's the thing. And he went as far as doing the thing where he goes, I think, the people who officiate these games do an incredible job. And I think that what's worth considering in that moment is the relationship that exists between the league and the refs. This is not straight this is not straight employment. They have their own CBA or whatever. They are collectively bargained as well. And so that is a delicate dance that you have to strike, but you have to understand, man, like, this is not sufficient.
Yeah.
Like, this is not sufficient.
But think about it, Lopez, that Will Anderson penalty right in early in the game, I don't think that was because they wanted the Chiefs to win. That's because they have a poor rule that's poorly enforced. Or one or the other. How they protect the quarterback.
And also the subconscious of an NFL referee. He may be convinced himself that it's a penalty. But in the course of all this, hoopla about the Chiefs and Mahomes and three-peat, and which, by the way, we're going to get to in this segment, and Taylor Swift, it's in his mind. But the bigger thing, Reggie, is what you referenced that got all our attention. Hey, 11 out of the 15 games are one-score games. Well, how the hell do you think a referee can determine a game in a one-score game?
Yeah, that's the one point I would not have made.
Yeah.
What is he not a lawyer? What is his background?
Yes.
Like, what is going on there?
Yeah.
Like, do you not know how make a case.
Remember that there's a lot of lawyers, and with all due respect to the lawyers, not all of them have to be good, right? Like that. The fun thing about being an average is that half of them are below average.
Yes.
Nobody tells you which ones are below.
Yeah.
But yeah, there were some other things that he talked about as well that I found to be interesting, including the notion that, hey man, with Brady, like he seemed to be very good with Brady, and he felt like there is no alleged conflict of interest with him serving as Fox Sports' #1 game analyst and also being a part owner. Are you surprised by that coming down? That feels like one of those things where he just kind of has to say it because that's what it is right now. And if he said that he did not feel good about it, then you would have to make immediate changes. But I don't know. I still don't feel good about that. But it doesn't rise to the same level as officiating as we were talking about.
Yeah, but like I don't understand how you make this case. Like if you want to just say conflict of interest, but we trust Tom Brady to handle it well.
I agree.
Like, go with that. But are we stupid? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well,
Brady's
already showed that he's been involved, like intimately involved in what the Raiders are doing.
He's a part owner. He should be.
But no, not only a part owner, but he's not a silent owner. He's
right.
involved.
He was involved in their head coaching interviews and search and all of that. Like, how is this not a conflict of interest?
Yeah.
And you're talking to largely adults here. Mm-hmm. What are we doing?
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Like you can dress up a thing, you can do some window dressing, you can do some spin, but don't just lie to me, man. Don't just tell me a thing. Don't tell me that this color is blue or this color is red and it's blue. You know what I mean? Like that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Some other things that he mentioned. Apparently, the NFL will not insert a flag penalty. So
I didn't see that part.
That one's there.
That's very disappointing.
And this was something that I found was kind of interesting. He seemed to kind of like pump the brakes on the idea of 18 games, which I found to be interesting. But then this was the thing. Goodell basically intimated that the NFL is very likely to opt out from its current NFL media rights deal worth $111 billion with the B dollars in 2029. Now, it's not immediate enough to where you go, okay, is that immediately going to change the way that you operate with your cap? But I think what that means is that they feel very confident that come 2029, a bigger jump in revenue is going to come through. And what happens when we get a bigger jump in revenue?
Yes,
salary cap's going to jump.
Yeah.
I think that this might be in some ways something that's going to gear teams towards a place where if you start playing kick can, you feel comfortable that you're going to have a place to stash in 2029 because there might, even if they institute cap smoothing, but a lot of times they just cap jump, you might have some places to stash some dead money in the future, which might, kind of affect the way that you do some of your, planning in the next year, 2 years, find some spaces, like even the worst contract in the NFL history in Deshaun Watson, they just restructured that to hopefully push some of that money out.
Yeah.
They might find a place to stash that, and other teams might as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because when you talk to a GM or somebody that's like in charge of running the team, they normally tell you that they plan or they kind of plan the team 2 to 3 year increments.
Sure.
So that's still a little bit further out, but not that far.
Yeah.
Like we're like 2029, we're just talking about 4 years. So I'm right there with you on the point that you're making. I also think about it like quarterbacks are going to be making like that, man.
And this is why I firmly believe when we talk about quarterbacks and when we talk about these contracts, we got to stop doing the thing where we talk about the raw numbers because all we're going to hear is all them zeros and that big-ass number. And what we have to start doing is talking about it as percentage of the cap so that we can be sensible. Because, look, I'm partial to it, too. I'm a human being. I end up getting the cartoon awooga eyes when they're like, oh, yeah, this mine is making $60 million. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but you understand what's going on here, though, Reggie.
Yeah.
The raw numbers are much easier to consume.
Yeah, that's not going to change.
Than trying to understand the salary cap. So I think that's – so I'm with you on, like, media's part and explaining it. I'm with you, but I think for the general public, I think they're still just going to look at the zeros and be like, he make what?
Yeah.
That's
How
right.
much money?
Yeah.
He ain't worth that. That type of thing.
All right, so we talked about this last week that, interestingly enough, Pat Riley, the executive of the Miami Heat in the National Basketball Association, dating back to his time with the Los Angeles Lakers coaching, he owns the trademark to three-peat.
Variations of three-peat.
Multiple variations. So if the Chiefs do indeed do the thing and they win this Super Bowl over the Philadelphia Eagles, it'll be a three-peat, and if they print anything up, if they want to use that for marketing and such things, Pat Riley gonna get a slice. Well, the NFL seems to have gotten ahead of this, didn't they, John?
Well, they did get ahead of it. I'm just curious what that number might be. The NFL has reached an agreement with Pat Riley on being able to use three-peat. Dude, this is the most brilliant thing ever. Darren Ravel had it first, but on all merchandise, if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl to three-peat. Pat Riley's going to get a little bit, as they say, cut off or cut out. What's the term? Cut off? Cut some off for him?
Yeah, you're going to get broke off.
Broke off. Yeah, broke off. Yeah.
Man, this dude is a savant.
I think he said back to 88, right? It was when
1988.
When he filed it,
dude,
or started filing.
And teams have already paid him. A lot of organizations have already paid him
multiple times over.
Yeah. And think about it.
Nice little retirement plan.
But do you think Pat Riley hurting for money?
No, but
this money, that's what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
Like this is
all extra.
This is for his great grandchildren.
Generational wealth.
This is in the piggy bank.
And all because he said, "Hey, I think I'm gonna spend about $150 in copyright this."
Hey, we need
to find something to copyright.
We really need to have a meeting of the minds and figure out how can we get rich for no reason at all.
That's right.
That's what
without doing the bare minimum.
The bare minimum, man.
That sounds like a get-rich-quick scheme seminar that you're proposing right now.
It doesn't cost that much to copyright something.
Yeah, the problem is not the money. The problem is the idea.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Like, why? Like, people all over like, dang, I should have thought of that.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. There you go.
Good for Pat Riley.
Good for Pat.
Man, and he's been gangster for the whole time.
100%.
Longer than I've been alive.
He's still being gangster right now.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Salute to Jimmy Butler.
That's right. Man, I ain't trading you, and I'm finna get this NFL money.
Yeah.
The hell you talking about?
That's right. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 around the NFL on this Tuesday. And joining us, as always, on a Tuesday is Brandon Scott. He's sitting in the hot seat, comfortable as hell. He looked comfortable.
You know, it just sounds more important when he's saying it from that chair.
That is true.
Uncle is just sitting there going,
he speaks with passion.
Let me tell you about Muhammad Ali.
Hey, shout out to Exclusive Furniture, though, man.
No,
this
real.
is a really good look.
Let me make sure, shout out to you.
Let me tell you about Joe Louis.
Y'all don't need to see me.
Y'all don't know nothing about this. Let me school
Joe
you.
Louis was 78 years old.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of schooling us on stuff, we're about that time where we typically just go into B. Scott's thoughts.
Cannot wait.
You got some thoughts?
I got some thoughts.
All right, we'll get those next.
Let's do it.
We're in the Big Easy all week long, leading up. win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's going down. H-Town, Hiram Clark,
B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
Yep. Hey, man, whether it's Houston, Hiram Clark, New Orleans, on the moon, it's still going to be B. Scott from Hiram Clark. He's joining us.
Hiram Clark in the house?
That's right. Always, always. Harley home, always repping, right?
That's right.
That's the man. B. Scott sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat here on Super Bowl Radio Row in New Orleans. And, you know, we got to give him his space to give his thoughts. But real quick before we do that, text line is always popping, 713-572-4610, where the 346 has a good idea. Say copyright 4P. You know, just go ahead and get ahead of it, right? Maybe we'll be.
How do we know he hasn't?
Maybe next year. Well, that's fit. Well, I mean, there's a way I could check it up.
Yeah.
I will do that research here in the next break.
Closed mouths don't get fed.
That is right. That is right. Speaking of getting fed, from the 619, they said, I bet Reggie's bachelor ass cooked the eggs and didn't clean the pan. No, sir. No, sir. First and foremost, I ain't cooked yet, which probably isn't a good thing for me yet in the roommate rankings. However, I was the first one to wash some dishes.
Okay.
When we got to the house, I was the first one to wash some dishes. So I do like, look, man, when it comes to cleaning, I can do a little bit of that, especially since I ain't really done much else. But let us get to B. Scott's thoughts now here in the loop.
And I say this, since you got on that, one thing that I was looking forward to coming out here and being with, all you grown-ass people was not having to clean up after nobody.
Oh, yeah, you got the babies.
I'm the single dad of 3 kids. I spend my whole existence
that's a great point.
cleaning up after clues. So, yeah, man, I ain't cleaning up after none of yous. None of yous. I'll tell you that.
So I imagine there's not going to be roommate ranking points for B. Scott coming on some cleaning.
Boy,
okay, very good.
He's going to be near the bottom and damn proud of it.
Yes. Yes. Started from the bottom, staying at the bottom. Straight up. Nah, but, man, so I think I'm the only person that hasn't had a chance to weigh in on the Nick Caley hire yet.
That is true.
I was sitting right here with y'all when we got the news at the end of y'all's show, the beginning of, crosstalk, basically.
Yes, sir.
So here's the thing. I am okay with this hire. I'm not going to pretend to, be outraged by it. I'm not going to pretend like Nick Caley is the best thing since sliced bread. I do want to say this, though. I feel like anybody and look, we do radio. We give opinions. We're paid for our opinions. I get it. But I feel like anybody that is pretending that they know for sure that Nick Caley is good or bad is just straight up lying to you. And I'm looking at the camera right now and speak directly into this microphone to our audience. B. Scott is not here to lie to you. I am not about to lie to you and tell you that Nick Caley is about to set the world on fire or that the Texans have ruined their future or anything like that. They didn't do enough to get the proper offensive coordinator. The situation for me is when you're in the market for an offensive coordinator, there was really only one way that this was going to go well publicly, and that's if they had hired somebody that people had heard of, but they weren't necessarily in that position because they're on the second offensive coordinator with the defensive coach. And I've been trying to make this point since yesterday, off the air. The good offensive coordinators, the established play callers in the NFL, don't be available to your coach in his third year. They're either a head coach or they're moving upward. They're becoming a head coach. They're being developed. They're coming up from position coach to offensive coordinator. You're not just about to go pluck the offensive coordinator, the next offensive coordinator from somewhere else. It's got to be somebody that's on the come up.
Yeah.
And so that's what that was always going to be the situation unless they went out and hired, say, a Chip Kelly, a Mike McCarthy, somebody that's been a head coach before or an offensive coach that got fired or didn't retain his job.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what you wanted. But those were your options. Well, retread or up-and-comer. You weren't going to get the ideal established play caller.
No,
that didn't exist.
And I think that you're setting up a dichotomy that I think matters, right? In some ways, the retread line is we know there's experience, but there's probably not as much upside. And that probably speaks to an idea of a team that, hey, we believe that all we need is a little bit. Just give us a little bit, give us consistency, and we will go win with our defense. But that's probably a little bit more short-term of a perspective, whereas do you go with a hire that is like, yo, this is all upside. There's no guarantee on the floor, right? But the ceiling is the roof, in the words of one Michael Jordan. And it seems like that's the way that they've gone. And that kind of makes sense when you have a going into third-year quarterback.
And you put it a different way than I did to start the show. What I was telling Reggie and our listeners is nobody knows. Nobody. If anybody thinks they know, that's a great hire. You don't know.
Yeah.
You know, Ross Tucker can say, I really like it because this,
Right.
and that's no.
Right.
No, nobody knows at all.
Not even the Texans.
Well, and that's why that led to my second point. I'm interested on your thoughts on this because I don't think I don't lean one way or the other on this. I'm just stating these realities. They're doing the same things in a lot of ways that they did with Bobby Slowick and expecting a different result because they're hiring a first-time play caller.
Yep.
They're letting him come in but not giving him full autonomy on the staff.
Yep.
The staff is going to largely stay. They're hiring someone with a deep tie to either Nick Caserio or D'Amico Ryans. In this case, it's Nick Caserio. Last time it was D'Amico Ryans.
Right.
And they're hiring someone whose experience on the offensive side of the ball, again, could be great, could be bad, is very narrow. He has been very much a tight ends coach his entire NFL career, tight ends and last year passing game coordinator as he took a step up.
And I think what the frustrating, I agree with everything you said. I think the frustrating part about it is that the opportunity to do something different would have been the first time. Because I think this is all. I think now everything that you just laid out, I think that was basically their only option.
That was what they're going to do.
Their main option. I think you could have, and I'm not saying they shouldn't have hired D'Amico or whatever, but you could have hired an offensive coach or like you could have gone in a different direction from the very beginning. Now this is basically their lot in life. I think that the difference, for me, the key difference between Nick Caley and Bobby Slowick, and I'll be honest, I was not saying this about Bobby Slowick when he was hired. This is a little bit of revisionist history, but more so specifically thinking about Nick Caley with the benefit of hindsight, right? With the benefit of seeing how it went with Bobby Slowick. I do like the fact that Nick Caley has been in a position like Bobby came on the scene.
He was a passing game coordinator.
Was a passing game coordinator, and not even for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I understand Nick Caley was only the passing game coordinator last year, but he's been coaching tight ends for what feels like a decade.
Like 2017, I think, first year. 2016, maybe.
And he's been around the game coaching. He's coached tight ends. He's coached fullbacks. He's been a passing game coordinator. And so, look, and this feels like it's piled on Bobby, but he ain't skipped no steps.
Yeah.
And I'm not knocking Bobby for getting a job. You know, like go skip all the steps that you need to, man. Come up in the world. But what I'm saying is particularly to the Texans, I feel better about sort of the chain of events, sort of the trajectory going from position coach specifically coaching tight ends and fullback. Yeah. I can't wait for the new offensive coordinator to get into that tight end room and say, hey, I'm finna light a fire under these asses.
Yeah, but here's the thing that gets a little bit difficult there with that in particular. I think that's a good thought. I wonder if that translates all the way because he's got a job to be the offensive coordinator. How much can he isolate on? Let's get Dalton Schultz to be his best self. I don't know.
I don't want him to go coach tight ends.
I would hope that he gets both out of the tight ends, but I also want him. He's got a big job getting all this together. At the same time.
What I'm saying is I don't necessarily want him to go coach tight ends.
Sure.
But if the tight ends need coaching, I want somebody that can either give the tight ends the kick in the ass that they need, or the tight ends coach. Hey, man, could you get on this since this is your job?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
At least identify if there's an issue where he's like, okay, guys, go to his tight end coach, and I don't know if y'all see it. I see it, and so do this, and this, and delegate.
And then also, and that's just straight up coaching, that's not going to see.
Sure.
But then also from a play calling standpoint, I feel like there is more that could be done. I feel like, I'm saying this is based off of a feeling. I don't have data, scientific data or anything like that. This is just from watching the games, every single one of them. We watched them together for the most part.
Yeah.
Did not feel like the tight ends were involved enough. Is that because they weren't good enough? Is that because of a coaching? Whatever the reason is, I would like to think that a new offensive coordinator with a background specifically that Nick Caley has, honestly, the Nick Caserio tie and the background that they both have from New England of all places, like where they basically invented the prolification of tight ends.
Yeah.
Like, bring me that. Bring that to this offense, and that's something that I could be excited about.
Yeah, and I think you're right. Like, I think that you laid out some really good points there, and people on the text line very much agreeing with you in that regard. Any other thoughts that you want to get off your chest here?
Man, so I'm going to be honest with you, man. Like, this whole thing, this whole offensive coordinator search, this is thoughts, many confessions, okay?
We got time, and just let you know.
Let me just let you know. Dude, I am so glad it's over.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So glad it's over.
You got 8 deep, dog.
Like, yes, 8 deep. And look.
8 and a possible, in fact, because we was out here treating Chip Kelly like he was a candidate, too.
Yeah. Right, and he wasn't. And the thing about that was, and this is just being real with, this is Transparency Tuesday, okay, with y'all, with B. Scott, all right? We was doing that because we didn't really know the rest of these dudes.
Yeah, sure.
And there was a lot of people that's like, hey, man, who are the names we know? We know
Chip Kelly.
We know Chip Kelly, but I know who that is.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
And then it was like, who is it Jeff Nixon or Dixon? I didn't watch Syracuse. What is a Nick Caley?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Damn it. Now we get to find out.
Yeah.
I am just, especially as the guy that runs our website and, tries to curate all of this stuff once we get the news in, I am glad that I don't have to list or look up the next Texans offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
So glad it's here. That's a selfish thought on mine, but you threw it to me. I had to let y'all know.
No, but you know what?
I'm very happy to be in this space.
It's selfish, but it serves. Because here's the thing, right? I know, at least on this show, we've been holding off on talking about personnel because personnel, all of that, in theory, would stem in some way from what are we trying to do, right? Do we have a game plan? Do we have a target that we're trying to hit? And then you can kind of get an idea of, okay, now let's go, right? Yeah. It's a level of parameters that you set on yourself so that you can actually hit something. Because if you don't have parameters, then you're just out here flailing. And now it feels like you're getting closer to knowing, okay, what are we trying to do? Where are we trying to push to? And then how do we address those?
Last thing for me, too, I didn't necessarily have to have Chip Kelly, but $6 million wouldn't have been the thing that kept me from him.
Yeah,
yeah. That whole,
if you could, and I think they would.
That whole discussion, and it's not my money. I'm not going to spend
100%.
somebody else's money, but I'm just saying if it was, and I did want Chip Kelly, $6 million for something that doesn't go against my salary cap would not have kept me from getting it.
Exactly.
So that is another conversation piece that I have not liked. Well, we weren't going to get him because he cost $6 million.
And I think that it's a big misconception. The McNairs will spend money.
Sure.
They will spend money.
I know,
especially on a coach.
Man, they paid Jack Easterby like 3.
Yeah, maybe you're.
I'm just saying.
Maybe you're arguing against it now.
No, what I'm saying.
My question.
What's
no,
worth
you're
more?
right. No,
my question was
they will spend money.
My question is Chip Kelly worth $6 million?
Well, here's the thing.
Is that an offense
That's
worth
a fair
$6
question.
million?
Well, here's the thing.
At that point, let me get John Gruden. And if we spending all that money,
well,
I'm not certain.
John Gruden might call you some names, brother.
I was like, John Gruden comes with a little bit of baggage.
If we getting some big time, we spending that much money, let's get the best coach then.
Does John Gruden like your quarterback?
Right. That would make for very awkward interviews within the loop.
Yeah. And I asked,
given our racial makeup over here.
Here's the thing. I only asked because, he has the quarterback camp. Come on, guys, let's keep it above board.
Yes,
no, but it's not even just about the $6 million. Think about it, right? Like when you get especially a man of Chip Kelly's stature, he's going to want a contract. It's not just about 1 year. You're not signing him to a 1-year contract.
Fair.
That's $6 million over 3-4 seasons. And what happens if you end up in a place where you're like, ooh, this isn't working? Now it's not just you paying $6 million. It's you paying $6 million over a period of time, I imagine. Not to say that that's ultimately the limiting factor, but another thing to consider. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are B. Scott's thoughts, and B. Scott seemed to be hanging out. I think he's real comfortable in that seat. We might get a little extra time out of him. But coming up next, let's get into what's popping. And there's a lot of things that are happening in there. I don't even know what we'll get to. We might even just get to an update of what we've been up to. We'll do all that next.
Call him All-Star Albie for the first. sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row here in New Orleans. You got John Lopez, myself, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, and Brandon Scott, baby. He is here. He is sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat, serving as our guest, because that's who you want to hear from anyways. Like, do you want to hear from Kurt Schilling or do you want to hear from B. Scott?
On, man.
Like,
Let's
no
be
shade
real,
to the
man.
morning show, but I feel like we got the better guest right now.
Look, if it's pitching, you want Kurt Schilling. If it's radio, you want me.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I'm not too, too humble to say that.
You shouldn't
Good.
be. You shouldn't
Good
be.
for you.
No, you shouldn't be. All right.
Even though I say that, Kurt Schilling is a compelling. I want to shortchange Kurt Schilling. He's got some interesting characteristics.
It was a great interview, by the way.
Let's just say.
It was.
So,
Oh, I expect
But you're
nothing
living up
less.
to the standard.
I appreciate it.
You're living up to the standard. You look a lot younger than he does.
Well.
He looks a lot older.
You
than
enjoyed
he is.
that so much.
I enjoyed that so much.
You enjoyed seeing that. Like, that was a real
that
schadenfreude.
made my morning. That made my morning. I walked up, and I wasn't alone. I won't mention any names, Parker, but either way.
Damn.
Either way.
Damn.
I'm walking up, and I'm like, who's that really old guy they're talking to? And
look, I'm going to be honest, man. I'm a little sensitive to this. I only look as much younger than Kurt Schilling because I am. But as somebody that is also aged like milk, and by the time I'm his age, I'm going to look terrible. I don't like this conversation.
But he made me because he's several years younger than I am.
But you're not there yet, so
baby.
No, I'm 35, looking 35, and so I'm just going to be happy about that.
Ain't no problem with looking 35, and absolutely not. All right, some things that are popping. I know for me personally, I don't know about y'all, but I enjoy me some boxing, especially when you get the big names. And fellas, it looks like we got some big names. Are you familiar with Canelo Alvarez?
I've heard of him.
Mm-hmm. Are you familiar with Terrence Bud Crawford?
Yes.
It seems like they will be fighting in September.
Yeah.
There's a mega fight that it seems like has been agreed to. I saw this in the ring. I think like I've seen a few other places kind of mention this and talk about this. But, yeah, there is an agreement for them to fight in September in Las Vegas. So, in fact, it'll be the very first fight that'll be held at Allegiant Stadium, the big Roomba that the Raiders play football in.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll be fighting in that arena. Man, I'm super, not really the same size. They'll be meeting, I believe, at 154.
Crawford's moving up two weight classes.
Yeah, I believe they'll be meeting in the middle at like 154. So he's moving up two.
Yeah.
I think Alvarez has kind of fought maybe a class or two
Super
ahead of that.
or something.
So, man, Bud is really stepping into some tough territory here.
Man, I always respect somebody that steps up in their weight class.
Yeah.
Really anybody that makes the adjustment to go into a different weight class, whether it's stepping up or stepping down, honestly. But especially when you step up to go fight somebody that's bigger. Also, Allegiant. You said in Vegas, we were just speaking of Radio Row, right?
Yeah.
We were just there last year. I'm excited about this, really for boxing in general, because we don't have to. You know, the last big boxing match didn't really include real, today boxers.
Funny you say that, though. I think it affected boxing a lot. I think like the Tyson, fight
and Jake Paul thing.
And Jake Paul thing. I think people in boxing were like, super fights. Maybe even if they're a little older, maybe if all we need is the marquee. We don't necessarily need.
Are you telling me that boxing needed help understanding how promotion?
No, boxing is the promotion sport.
That's what I'm saying. That's insane. What's wrong with that?
I would say that if you're going to say that that's what did it, I would go back to Mayweather Pacquiao.
No, I said affected it.
Yeah.
I think it like all of a sudden they're like, big marquee names is really the only thing we got right now.
Well, and see, I thought you were going to go in a different direction in affecting it, in so much that, boxing similar to baseball in this way, where it's they're very possessive and protective of their sport. That fight offended a lot of the boxing purists.
100%.
Like from a boxing standpoint,
but they saw the numbers,
right? But they saw the numbers, and I thought that they would understand the celebrity part they always have, but also said, you know what? Let's get back to real fights. Mm-hmm. Let's market our real fighters, our best fighters, and let's go all in on that. Instead of this, let's have a spectacle of a young guy beating up an old guy, or hoping that this old guy can jump into the time machine and beat up this young guy that don't nobody like.
But to be fair, Canelo has a big piece of the company that's promoting it.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
he's going to be on the marquee anyway.
No, for sure. And honestly, speaking of Canelo, I think Canelo, one of the things that he learned from Floyd Mayweather is that as long as you have one person sells the fight. And one thing I will say is, we got to a place where, I'm watching the Canelo Alvarez fight, but you're like, who is he fighting?
Yeah.
And so it's nice to have an instance where you have two dudes that are coming in. And of course, you're not always going to have titans clashing. That's probably an unreasonable thing to expect.
Right.
Year after year after year and month after month. However, it is fun when you get these instances where you have these dudes who have multiple titles on their name in both sides, and 168 is in fact where they'll be meeting. Now, Bud Crawford, I'm double checking. I feel like he typically walks around at 180, so I guess it's not as crazy of a cut. But it'll be interesting to see if he has that same power, because if there's one thing Canelo Alvarez does have, is some power. So that's going to be happening in September. We'll see if we can get some more insight into that as we continue to go. Some other things that are popping, I guess, and it feels, well, I'll say this because I can feel this. I can say this and say it's popping in a way. Justin James Watt and his wife, Caley Watt. I want to make sure I say that right.
Caley.
Okay. See, I knew I was going to. That's one of those things that I've seen a whole bunch of times, and I realize I rarely hear it, so I didn't commit it to memory. So my apologies to JJ and Caley, but Caley Watt is indeed pregnant, and they are expecting their second child. Shout out to TMZ, who is again giving us news that we didn't know that we could get from TMZ.
That you needed.
But there you go. Shout out to another Watt.
Well,
brought it to this world.
And JJ had put this out there. Yes, this is where I saw it. It was on JJ's either Instagram or Twitter, maybe both. But nice little picture of them in the doorway right there at the front door with the little toddler.
Yeah.
And Khalil with a nice baby bump.
Yeah, she's at least 6 months in.
Oh,
at
what?
least.
Yeah,
at least.
she's
probably 7.
Respectfully, she's ready to go.
Yeah, well, I don't know if she's that big, but
she's
ready.
close.
But she's 6 or 7 at minimum.
She's close to being ready to go.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 2025, 9 months. Add another 21 years. What draft class are we talking about?
Oh man, that's a good
That
question.
is high
school. You know what I'm saying? Like, what draft class are we talking about?
Class of 2044.
Can you imagine the salary cap for Justin James' Watts kids?
I'm talking about high school class of 2020.
Right. Well, I'm just saying. I'm just thinking like it was, so 5-6 years after that.
Yeah.
Damn.
2048. Goodness gracious.
Damn, man. I need to become an agent by then.
That's
you know
right.
what I'm saying?
That's right.
I know, man. I'm gonna hit JJ up and be like, hey, man, let's get on this journey together.
I guarantee you, it's gonna be some kids. Who is JJ Watt?
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Who is that?
Yeah. Oh man, you don't know nothing back in my day. That JJ Watt was so special.
Still going to be in that recliner.
Yep. Still gonna be back in my day. Man, let me tell you about JJ Watt back in 2012, man.
Ain't nobody better than JJ Watt.
Y'all are talking about this Jalen something or other. No, he don't compare to no JJ Watt.
They used to put him inside and outside.
Hey, was that real blood on his nose?
Yes, sir.
When he played tight end too, they throw touchdowns to him.
The Watt Cat. Remember the Watt Cat?
We ain't talking about the Watt Cat. No, we're not talking about the Watt Cat. But let me tell you about JJ otherwise.
Did he play for Arizona? We don't count that one. We don't count that one.
We used to call him JJ Swat.
Listen up, I'm trying to teach you something. All right, some other things that are popping in this. I have to change the tone because it is a little somber. Former Phi Slamma Jamma hooper, UH Coug alum, and in fact, he coached the team at one point. Alvin Franklin passed away at 62 yesterday, and there were some really kind things said about Alvin Franklin. But you, Lopez, this is where I turn to you because I mean you have a pretty unique perspective, I imagine, on this.
Yeah, you know, when I was in college, Alvin Franklin was in college, and I was at school paper, and the first time I saw Phi Slamma Jamma in person, I was working at the battalion, and I believe I was a sophomore, and they came in 1982. And Alvin Franklin, and obviously came back then Akeem Olajuwon,
right?
And also Clyde Drexler, of course. And who was the guy that did that was the Sports Illustrated guy? Anyway, the best player on the team then, Akeem Olajuwon back then,
he barely played freshman.
Did nothing but foul. No, he played, but he did nothing but foul and block shots.
That's right. And fight people.
Nothing but foul and fight people.
That's right.
He did 3 things very well. Block shots, foul, and fight people.
Yeah, block shots, foul, and if he hear you say that, whoop your ass.
And Clyde did nothing but dunk.
Yeah.
And they'll tell you this. Like
dribble with his right hand.
Yes.
That's right.
He didn't develop his game until later. Alvin Franklin was the man. on that team. Like the man early on in 82. And then, of course, I think you said ended up coaching.
You got me thinking about Clyde Drexler. I know this is a somber moment. You got me thinking about Clyde Drexler going left with his right.
That's right.
Yeah. No, he did.
Yeah.
He did.
Yeah, but, I would say this about Phi Slamma Jamma, and this is, kind of with the somber tone, like, it is something to start to realize how these guys are getting older. They're a cultural phenomenon here in Houston, or I know we're in New Orleans, but for our audience, they're a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
I just did not, until now, obviously watching them get older, hearing about this sad news about Alvin Franklin. I played basketball at Stafford for Larry Mishaw and went to school with his kids.
And he was probably the second best player because he was a shooter.
And I'm pretty sure Mishaw.
No, he was Mr. Mean.
Yeah, Mr. Mean. And he's, had his health issues. So I'm just like watching.
Rob Williams was the other one.
All of these guys, man, you're just starting to see like, hey, man, this is, let's appreciate and honor these guys while we still can and have the opportunity.
And remember 100%. Benny Anders?
Yeah.
I'll never forget this quote in Sports Illustrated. I be riding that vicious pine. I get in the game. I pitch a dime, sit in the hole.
Which is in hindsight, Big Swahili is insane. Actually, probably wasn't all that. It was probably insane in real time. As opposed to hindsight,
well, it still stands. It's still stuck in my memory.
That's right.
I didn't look it up. That quote up. That's it though. I promise you that. I pitch a dime to the Big Swahili and he puts it in the hole.
Yeah, man. Salute to that UH Cougars team. Yo. And salute to the modern UH Cougars. They're number 5 in the AP poll, as I mentioned. And Kelvin Sampson obviously commented on this, saying it's a brotherhood. This thing is a brotherhood, and so there's a lot of somber feelings and a lot of respect for Alvin Franklin, who had been in kind of failing health of late, and that he ultimately passed at 62 yesterday. And then I guess I went all this way. I didn't even talk about the Rockets yesterday.
Man, them fools lost.
They did.
Them fools blew a lead.
Yeah.
In the Garden.
They sure did.
In front of the you-know-whats.
In keeping up with that game throughout the game. In front of the hose. That's right. Okay.
How you gonna do it?
You went and said it explicitly. Okay, very good. 17 turnovers, a lot of turnovers in this game. But, I mean, it felt like not having Alperin, not having Jock Landale, obviously not Fred, but I was really focusing on the centers.
On the centers, yeah.
I was like, oh, man, Karl-Anthony Towns is going to eat. And they were able to still rebound the ball pretty well, because one of the things I forget is the Knicks, some of those other players, they're playing a lot of guards that are small, but energy. Yeah. The Rockets still have long, lanky guys, so they were doing a decent job rebounding. You won the rebounding battle by 10, and they were keeping like kind of a steady lead.
Yeah, but they put points in the paint.
Yeah, man.
That's the thing.
80 points in the paint of the 124 for the Knicks.
Şengün out, it's a game. Şengün in, only 47 points a game. Şengün out.
In the paint. Right.
70.
Yeah.
That dude is.
Yeah, it is worth noting.
And it's not just him.
It's just having a
But I think specific to Şengün, I'm glad you mentioned that, because we talk a lot about the Rockets and the jump that they've made this year. Mm-hmm. But one thing that I don't feel like gets nearly enough attention is how much better Şengün is defensively. Really both.
Yeah.
Alperen Şengün, I know we're talking about bigs, but Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green
100%.
Both have committed defensively in a way this year that I had not seen in the previous 3 years, and they both deserve a lot of credit
missed
for
3
it.
games?
Thus far?
Yeah, this is the third.
And they've lost 3 straight.
Yeah.
Coincidence. I pick up what you're putting down. Well,
he's their best player.
He is their best player. I'll double-check this because I realize I have not actually checked ahead. But they're playing tonight again. They're playing against the Brooklyn Nets. It is the second of their 4-game road trip. Just like we are on the road in New Orleans, they are on the road before they get back home to face off against Toronto.
And they owe Brooklyn one from the other night, from Saturday.
Oh, buddy, they better put it on them boys. Like, I don't care who's out there. Like, at the very least, what this team, you need to see from this team, at least me personally, I'll speak for myself, I need to see that effort because you got to go and redeem yourself. That was an embarrassment that you put on the floor at home. And it's not that you're not capable, it's that you didn't go out and play with energy. Hell, Ime Udoka, even in this New York Knicks game, one of the quotes that he came out with, which really just points to the idea that man is the big kahuna around them parts.
Yeah.
He was like, even our so-called defenders didn't play well. Mm-hmm. And I was like, oh, he is calling out his guys, but that's part of, you talk about Alperin, you talk about Jalen stepping up, typically answer, so I'd like to see that tonight.
I don't know how well Ime can fight, But that dude got a look in his eye that make you not really want to check or see.
Well, the way that he talked to people, and by the way, he also talks real quiet, which that's always a bad sign if you're about to get in a fight. But the way he talked to people, I imagine he can fight.
Man, if he can't, he has mastered the art of bluffing. Because I believe him. I believe him, man.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, an interesting thing happened that could pertain to the Texans. Cooper Kupp was told by the Rams that they are going to trade him. Do you want that? Do you want the Cooper Kupp situation with the Texans next year? We'll break that down next.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We are broadcasting live and in color from Radio Row in New Orleans. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out. You've been hanging out a lot.
Yeah, man.
Do we need more video content? Is that
no, I think we good right now.
Okay. All right.
Like, I got so much content that I ain't even post yet.
I'll get over here and throw some footballs, and I guarantee I'll be better than Clint and Ron put together.
Oh, he should just do a video of our text exchange over the last couple hours about dinner tomorrow. Hey, everyone's like, I'm in.
That's
Oh,
right.
wait a minute.
That's right. We'll have an opportunity to bring that up. But yeah, look, we're in NOLA, but we're still keeping it Houston focused as we might tag in to the text line 713-572-4610. Appreciate you guys keeping up with us. Man, there's a whole story here, and I really gotta make sure that I read it because I ran to the bathroom and I forgot it. But make sure you text in. We are looking at it, and we are still tapped in with you. A few things that have happened. If you have been under a rock over the last probably 24 hours, Texas have an offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, so we can begin looking at, okay, how does this all fall in around him? And we have indications that the existing staff is expected to return, including confirmation that Gerard Johnson will be the quarterback's coach, which obviously matters a good amount with the relationship that he has with C.J. Stroud. So those are things, touchstones with the things that we have some level of certainty about with the Texans. Now let's play in the sandbox of pretend and maybe get into some places where we can have some fun. Because yesterday after our show, we were hanging out at the house. At least I think that's where I ended up seeing it. I don't know what y'all was up to. Well, Figgy was still doing content.
I was still here.
And
I was
Lopez
in the room messing around with all kinds
of... don't tell me that you're doing that in the room. I don't need to know about none of that.
A lot of messing around.
That was the whole idea
on the podcast.
Of staying away from the room. I'm giving you time to do whatever you need to do.
Keep them hands away.
Look, keep them hands away. I just hope you washed your hands, and I know you're away from your wife. I get it.
Let me finish the sentence.
All right.
I was in my room messing around a lot with the podcast.
Okay, yes. It was Bite Me and the Bite Meat podcast, both of those coming through for you? Okay, very good. In fact, I'm going to need you to get your ratings on various foods that we've had. That might be something that we need to tap into as well. I'm just going to keep setting up things that hopefully I actually deliver on. The roommate rankings still
going up.
Cooper. We had talked about this before, right? He had said that after the end of the season for them, when the Rams lost, he had talked about it like, hey, I still want to play, but I'm not sure if the team will want me back. Apparently, he was dropping some nuggets, dropping some breadcrumbs, because yesterday he tweeted out that hey, the team informed him that they were looking to trade him, and that immediately piqued our interests, and I imagine a lot of people did. In fact, our guy Texans Cap, who's a great cap resource in figuring out where things go and how the numbers hit and the vorps and the schnorps and all those things, right? And so immediately he actually had to send out a text like, hey guys, I see your texts and DMs. I'm working on it, because everybody is interested in the possibility of this. And I think first and foremost, do you like the general idea of having a veteran wide receiver in? Because you're going to have Nico Collins. Tank Dell is going to be injured a large part of this. Stephon Diggs is not under contract. So you have one wide receiver that I think you could really trust to start this thing. Do you like the general idea of, hey, we need to bring in a veteran wide?
I absolutely do. I even like the idea of Cooper Kupp more. That's not to say I wouldn't want Stephon Diggs back. But, the connection is obvious, with Nick Caley and that system. Which, let's be very clear, that system is where he excelled, and so I think it's almost like you better be looking, you better be talking, you better think about it, especially if Stephon Diggs is off the table. And I mentioned this.
Well, that's the ultimate conversation, right?
I mentioned this to you and Seth and Sean when we were at Mother's having some delicious po' boys.
Hey man. Shout out to Mother thing, and I'll get into confessions, but I just want to make a shout out. I just love going to the places that are unique to the spot that you're at.
Poor boys, or po' boys, however you want to say it.
Did you call them poor boys?
Some people say poor boys. I call it po' boy. But I'm just trying to cover all the I'm just covering all the bases.
That's why the apostrophe gets in there, because nobody calls them poor boys.
I said po' boy.
Okay.
But I mentioned this to you guys when we were having po' boys.
Who are them poor boys that call them po' boys?
Yeah. I feel like
or
there's
po' boys that call them poor
I feel like
boys.
there's the highest tax bracket.
Yeah.
I call them
That's
poor.
very white.
Those are poor boys.
Poor boys.
I
Those are
can't
poor
explain
boys.
why this is true, and B. Scott's back with us, so feel free to weigh in. I can't explain.
He
why
was
this,
gone?
I can't explain why this is true. I can't explain why I feel this way, especially when you consider their careers and their ages and their injury histories. Something about Cooper Kupp to me just feels safer. Maybe it's part of he knows this offense. Maybe it's because he had the monster year which Stephon Diggs has had. It's not that. You know it's not that.
Look,
with me.
what happened?
Safe. I wonder why.
The NFL has made, and now there's reporting that the NFL is
Are
taking.
you familiar with my last name?
Yeah, the NFL is taking end racism out of the end zones, and Lopez was like, "All right, bet
Cooper
we
Kupp
back
is
on."
a little more safe.
He seems. No, I'm not going to say it.
No.
But you know what I mean? It's just
No,
like,
I what you mean.
I think his track record just kind of makes him feel safer.
Yeah, I think that's
track record.
That's a general feel. I don't know compared to like Stephon Diggs. Stephon Diggs feels like he's just kind of a consummate pro, unless you're going into
He's a diva.
Exactly. Unless you're going into those things, which I feel like we've done a good job dispelling. He's done a good job this year. Everything was glowing and be trying. If you were going to try and construct that, is the idea that when he got injured, he was out there, rehabbing on his own, which I don't think anybody would begrudge him.
Yeah.
He's basically going to be a free agent.
And see, I would say that Cooper could. What would make Cooper Kupp safer wouldn't be any of the narrative stuff surrounding either Kupp or Stephon Diggs. I would just say the simple fact that he's healthy.
Well, is he? Well, he's healthy right now.
Yeah.
Because this is the thing about Cooper Kupp. Remember when I was going through with the Stephon Diggs and I went and did like a little cursory, not entirely complete, but cursory look at wide receivers coming off of the ACL tear. One of the things I forgot, he's had multiple. But Cooper Kupp in his history.
No, I get that.
He is 31, will be 32 next season, just like Stephon Diggs.
But Stephon's more recently injured.
He is more recently injured.
That's what I was getting
He is immediately coming off. But here's the thing. Do you remember do you know the last time that Cooper Kupp played 17 games?
Ooh, it's 20. Ooh, ever?
2021.
Okay.
And that is the year that he put up the 1,900 yards. Right.
The Cooper Kupp year.
That was the year where he was an All-Pro and he was, Offensive Player of the Year and all of those things. In fact, he was top 3 MVP on the voting.
I remember that.
Right.
He was definitely safe that year.
That is one season in his 8 years that he's played 17 games. And since then, 9, 12, 12. It feels like, oh, no, he's been there.
But at the same time, though, in those 9, 7, 12s, his numbers per game are off the charts. In most cases. Like he had – I want to say he was 9-game season. Yeah, and maybe that's part of it.
Well,
when he plays, he's productive.
See, I'm looking at it so much differently from how we perceive Cooper Kupp and how we perceive Stephon Diggs, because both of them are on the back end or in different roles from how we actually talk about them sort of historically. So either guy we're talking about is a number 2, is a second or third receiver on whatever team that they're going to end up being on. Yeah. They're not the number 1 guy that they used to be. And so who's a better – I just feel like the guy who is not as recently injured is probably a better option, but – so it comes down to me, would you rather trade for your veteran second best receiver or just re-sign him to whatever the market value is?
But what offense are they running? Maybe that's part of it too. They're running that offense. They're going to run that offense.
Well, here's the thing. I actually think that that's less of a consideration. I know what you're saying, and you've actually seen Cooper Kupp be an absolute monster in Sean McVay's offense. However, is anybody looking at either of those wide receivers and saying they do not have the talent to do whatever the actual?
No, that's fair. But he's got the experience most recently, and in his biggest games, his best seasons have all been in that offense.
But so that's the thing that I start with. I think the two deciding factors between these two, if we are going to make it a binary choice, right? The injury issue, right? And it's not just will he play over the full 17, because I've already established that with Cooper Kupp. But he is, you rightfully say it, B. Scott, he is the one who has, been healthier recently.
Right.
Stephon Diggs is the one who is coming off. In fact, the injury happens late November, right?
What you talking about, Stephon Diggs?
Stephon Diggs. October, 10th. The 10th month, right? So there you go. Like late October is when that happens. It's typically viewed as a 9 to 12 month injury, and let's say that he's on the fast track of that, right? 9 months puts you right about training camp.
Yep. roughly thereabout.
And if you add a little bit more, now we're digging into training camp and the start of the season with a new system or a new coach. Like, I don't know what the ultimate system is going to look like, but with that coming in and then getting the ramp up and coming off an ACL, that is a question to be had there, right? Like, that's one of the two questions. I think the second question is, what is the financially expedient thing to do? Not to say that is going to run the thing, because then we start talking about, are we letting money, drive the cart in some ways? However, don't forget, Stephon Diggs exists as a $16 million cap hit as a free agent right now.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, Cooper Kupp has, when you just talk about like the raw cash that he's owed and the money that would be transferred to the Texans if you do make a trade, which I think would be in some ways easier to make because of that contract. He's owed $20 million for that and on that contract. So if you trade for him, you're giving up that, and then that's $20 million that has to be within the salary cap. And I understand, like, there's still roster flips that you can make, and I will refer to Texans cap for some of those things. But like, are you really, are you willing to then put all of that cash in that basket of the wide receiver in order to get Cooper Kupp when you could bring back Stephon Diggs if you feel comfortable with the injury situation?
I think another interesting factor here is the personal, effect, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because let's keep in mind, C.J. Stroud is really close with Stephon Diggs.
Yep, loves him.
Nick Caley, I'm sure, cross paths at some point with C.J. Stroud. So you're going to get his number one priority.
But he knows Cooper Kupp, obviously.
But he knows Cooper Kupp. His number one priority is to build that relationship with C.J. Stroud and have that effect. Because right now it's just Gerard Johnson. That's why Gerard's going to hang around. He's going to be the buffer, or at least the sort of the bridge, to the relationship that Nick Caley ultimately has with C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud probably would prefer Stephon Diggs. Nick Caley might prefer Cooper Kupp.
Well, I don't know. Has it been open in that way of the idea of, hey, if you were to take one or the other? Because we know he's gushed about Stephon Diggs, but Stephon Diggs was his teammate.
In that argument, I would guess pretty strongly that C.J. Stroud would prefer Stephon Diggs, and Nick Caley would prefer Cooper Kupp.
There is also a practical element that we should include here. Stephon Diggs, a free agent. There's a two-way street there. He can just decide to go somewhere else.
He can.
You trade for Cooper Kupp, and Cooper Kupp coming here.
Right.
Now, you mentioned how that could be more expensive, and do you want to do that?
And you would have to negotiate, like, a restructure. Like, you could not just go. No. I don't think you could just carry that. And I don't think any team that trades for him would carry him at that number. I feel like that's probably a large reason as to why the Rams are making that trade anyway.
Yeah.
But I wonder what it would be, because SportsRadio does a good job of kind of giving you an idea of the market value. The market value that they have on Stephon Diggs is 1 year, $13.5 million.
Yeah.
And so whatever you work out, and you probably would do maybe like a 2-year deal that has like maybe a void year or something like that, but in effect would still kind of come down to that to try and affect some of the cap hit for you. But I think that it's expedient for him because he had a 1-year prove-it deal last year, and unfortunately the prove-it led to an ACL injury, and so he might be in another prove-it situation to see if he can give you some money or get some money on the back end. And a prove-it situation might be coming back to a place where you've been comfortable, where you felt like you were embraced, and you can get back on the field and, again, prove it.
Hey, all of this conversation, fellas, and they could have just drafted Brian Robinson Jr.
Okay, Ocho.
I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
Thomas.
Ocho. Brian Thomas. I'm thinking about the running back. Yeah, they could have just drafted Brian Thomas.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
Why didn't?
And here's the thing, right? Because somebody said, is it possible to get both? One, I don't think that's cap-wise possible. I think that would be really tough to have. But I think the idea that they're coming with is you're going to need 3 wide receivers that you trust, right? If Nick Caley ends up running a system that is very similar to Sean McVay, you're going to have a lot of 11 personnel. You're going to have 3 wide receivers out there at given points. And right now, the only one you have is Nico Collins. I think you need to draft one for sure in a higher position, day 1, day 2. But then I think you'll need. So I don't know that that's the way that you go with it.
I'm fine with the risk of expensive older wide receiver, but just one of them.
Yeah, just
not
one of them. I agree.
Two of those.
I agree.
Let's not get greedy with our expensive old guys.
Yeah.
Just from a practical standpoint.
Hey, checking the text line, it seems like people are kind of out on Cooper Kupp. Now, of course, that's just a few people. That's not everybody, because one thing I can tell you on Twitter, I did see a lot of eyebrows and eye emojis, but 713-832, hell no. Like, don't need that wide receiver with multiple injuries. He gets hurt a lot.
Well, I wonder if the Stephon Diggs how that
coming back closer to injury.
And Diggs isn't. He had been largely healthy for his career before.
Oh, he's Iron Man. But I think for a lot of fans, it's kind of a bit of a cautionary tale when you get the receiver that's expensive, that's on the other side of 30. You know, do you want to do that?
And that you don't have control over either. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And courtesy of Flight by Yingling, the Low T Center. Shout out to Exclusive Furniture for a hot seat. And you can see that hot seat and B. Scott and all of us on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream. But coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions. And yes, we're going full Radio Row NOLA with it. We'll do it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. You guys know that interest rates are going down. Might go down lower. In fact, saw that the other day. Rebates are back. Incentives are back. Great time to get into the auto market. You guys, maybe you've been on the sidelines. Maybe you've just been dreaming about getting that next vehicle of yours, whether it's a luxury vehicle, a sports car, an SUV, a truck, anything, any vehicle you want. D&M Auto Leasing is going to find it for you, and you're going to get a better terms than had you purchased it. If you purchase it, we're talking 72 or 84 months, thereabouts, in terms of financing. You really won't get a lot out of it. But if you go with D&M Auto Leasing, they're going to craft the lease to fit your driving habits, and you're going to be able to pay up to 50% less on that payment every month. I can tell you from experience, that's what we do, and maybe even no down payment, no payment for 60 days. Just give them a call, 713-290-1000, 713-290-1000, or dmautoleasing.com.
Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 6. It's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right to the confessions. After this, the Astros have their 2025 slogan.
Yeah.
Just announced. And on the Built for This, hashtag Built for This.
Yes, sir.
Which I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind that.
So that's a nice start, but I gotta one up your Astros news.
Okay.
The Astros will retire Billy Wagner's number 13.
Awesome.
August 15th through the 17th that weekend. So you'll see that 13 go up in Dyken Park.
At Dyken Park.
That's right.
But maybe I'll one up your one up because this is just the no.
I thought I had you.
This is just the
got a measuring contest going on.
No, you have me. I'm just being a smart aleck because this is not nearly as interesting as that. But or maybe it is on the poster, the Built for This poster. Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Fromber.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Bregman.
No,
I was like,
Bregman.
That's a real call your shot moment.
No,
he going to be
Bregman.
here. He going to be here.
Hey, look, if I'm not mistaken, they had Kyle Tucker plastered on Minute Maid, what was then Minute Maid on the building, if I'm not mistaken. So, like Fromber, he might be here to start the year. That don't mean they won't take that stuff down by the trade deadline or by this man built for this. I don't know. I like the slogan, but I think it's the timing of it.
It's a little presumptuous.
It's presumptuous on the one hand, but also the timing of it in an offseason where you trade away Kyle Tucker, you watch Alex Bregman walk, you change the name of the stadium to something that ain't nobody never heard of. Like, all of it is just, I don't know. They prove this. Show me.
Yeah.
I know this ain't Missouri, but this is, I want them, they going to have to show me something this year. That's where I'm at with the Astros.
Let's get to confessions then.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I'll start with this one. I'm seriously considering changing a major thing in my life, in my daily routine.
Oh, I'm interested in this.
This Super Bowl trip has me thinking about it.
Oh, man. You are an advanced enough man in your life for this to be very interesting.
Yeah, I've got a daily routine, and this Super Bowl trip is helping me think about it anyway. I kind of like the pillow I'm sleeping on. And it's not a feather pillow that's 10 years old.
Yeah.
Or 25 years old.
Who could have told you such things except your co-host who told you this a week or two ago?
Yeah.
I don't know if you were listening, guys, but B. Scott, but I had a pillow that was 25 years old, had a little orange stain on it from all the oils in your face and hair and all that stuff that I finally got rid of. I kept it clean.
Thank you.
Seriously.
I'm in the same situation. Thank
No.
Thank you, Byron.
Ever since I was a kid.
Here's the thing. You can clean it.
Nasty, man.
And always did, but it had that little orange tint, where you rest your head.
What was it?
It was a feather pillow that I loved. I had
what was the orange
man?
tint?
You don't want to know.
You know what it is. You know what it is. You know exactly what it is.
Don't ask questions you don't really want to answer to, Figgy.
It's the oils from your hair and your skin and all that stuff.
Hey, whatever it is your business.
All that brisket sauce and all that.
Don't do that. That's nasty.
So anyway, I kept one for 25 years. The current one
Fish grease.
The current one I've had for my wife threw it away. I didn't throw it away myself. This one I've had for a little over 10 years. But I'm thinking maybe I do need to get another feather pillow and ride that one out until probably I'm dead. So I'm thinking about it.
Wow.
25 years.
Oh, boy. All right, if I'm being 100%, if I'm being 100 with everybody, I could not make it this week. This is my first Radio Row, Super Bowl Radio Row, and I was like, look, man, I want to do everything. I want to just, throw myself into it. And I was like, whatever the effects be damned. If I got to sleep all the way back to Houston, I'll do that. If I got to sleep all weekend to the Super Bowl, I'll do that. But yesterday being out on bourbon till 2 a.m., I was like, I didn't realize it was going to be like this. And it's not like I didn't know it was possible. I just thought that it was going to be more difficult for me to end up in that space. And I will in part blame Ron. Because Ron not only got us out there, he kind of,
he kept it going.
He greets the wheels.
He has that knack.
And the knack that I learned very much about talking to people, talking to strangers,
Yes.
and then getting you into conversations that you had no business being in.
Yes.
Yeah, because me and Reggie was just sitting there minding our business, and two white chicks came up. Hey, how you doing?
That's not pertinent information.
It's okay. It helps.
Hey,
it helps the story.
That helped the story.
It informs you a little bit about Run. I'm so sorry. I should not have said that.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I should have.
Go ahead and dump that for me, Byron.
Please do, Byron.
Hey, he don't mind playing in the snow.
Okay. All right.
Shout
That
out
is
to Jameis Winston.
That is a married man. I need y'all to calm down.
That's what I was just saying. What are we doing?
Like, it's a work trip, and y'all snitching right now. That's crazy.
I am so hoping she is not listening.
We could get into the story about how I learned about reverse uteruses and such.
Oh, yeah. I was like, I walked up into a conversation, and I was like, now what's going on with your uterus?
Oh, okay. That's the tea.
Let's all save it for 120.
So, yes, apparently we will revisit our night in Figgy's mixtape at 1:20 p.m. here in the Loop.
All right, hit it, Byron.
These are my confessions.
Sometimes I think to myself, like, man, I wish I was rich and have all this money. I got to confess today, right now, at 12:31 p.m., I'm so glad I'm a brokey because Clint Stoerner decided to text us all and say, hey boys, let's all go out to dinner together.
Which we need a team dinner.
Which I was totally fine with, man. I love y'all. But we looked up the menu at this place. I'm like, oh no. So he double texted me and said, hey, Fig, you in? And I'm like, yeah, sure. This was before I looked at the menu.
Mm-hmm.
I get word. I double back and said, hey, yo, I'm out. I'm out. I just checked that menu, and I'm poor. I am so poor, I will go to Popeyes.
Which we supposed to do that, too.
Yeah, we could do that sometime soon, but I am out on this dinner, and I'm totally fine with it, man. I'm cool sitting out on this.
Started with 11 yeses. I think we're down to 2.
Yeah.
I think we're down to 2 people.
I think I might have set the tone because right after that, our engineer Aaron said, "Yeah, I'm out too." Lopez said, "Yeah, me and Figgy out. We out on this one."
We are out.
Steph said, "Sorry, I'm seeing a friend tomorrow." Which I'm good.
Heady play by Seth. He was like, "Oh, I forgot. I already had plans. My bad, dog."
Yeah. And then Sean said, "Yeah, I'm backing out too." So I think it's gonna be Ron. So far, Ron, Clint. Yeah, Ron, Clint, and probably Parker, I guess.
There's no chance that Ron's looked at the menu.
I don't know. Parker's out, too.
Well, but Ron's the cheapest of us all.
Yeah.
Of us all.
Is he for real?
Easily.
I didn't realize
by
that.
a mile.
Clint table of 1?
Yes. Clint table of 1. He can have his 100. And fortunately
what
for
was
me,
prices looking
fortunately
like?
for me,
They had steaks for $200.
I'm non-committal because I never
They had
said
a
I was
400 in the
going.
Wagyu, but their regular good Wagyu, not Wagyu, but were $160 to $200 for the steak.
Man,
Clint, dog, if we're going to spend that kind of money, if we're going to spend that kind of money collectively, we're going to the shake joint, dog. And I'll say that right here on the air.
Which, you know what? Still a possibility.
I'm
We
just
got
saying.
days.
I'm just saying, like, if I'm spending $200, you guys get the point.
Yeah.
You know what I want to see, and it ain't steak.
Well, there is some type. Anyways, that's nasty. My bad. I'm chilling.
I'm trying
I'm
trying to toe the line.
I'm
here.
in New Orleans, but I got to remember we're on air.
Tenderized.
I'm at work right now.
This guy.
You know what would really mess me up though about the expensive dinner is paying for the Uber there and back. That's the thing that would get me. It's like I done spent $200 and this extra Uber ride.
No. We're definitely riding in Clint's Escalade.
$200 is for the steak.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're out of there for $350.
Hey, and then there's 11 of us, so that's the gratuity.
Yeah.
Maybe he was trying to treat us. Maybe we should have.
$350 per person to get out.
We was about to treat him like
John Lopez. I'm sticking right next to John Lopez.
We treat
he
one
got
of them,
me.
We treat one of them boys like the teams be doing the rookies. Like, all right, you picking up the tab. You got everybody. We just running it up.
But this is my whole salary.
Who's the rookie here, I wonder?
Not I. Not I. How about Byron? You got one?
A confession?
Let's see.
Oh, y'all
yours.
Y'all want the
It's your
story
turn.
now?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what happened. So last November, my girlfriend's friend had a wedding, and so the last night we went to Bourbon. And so I didn't know how strong hurricanes were, so I got a large.
Lord.
And so I remember I drunk. Let's just say I finished it probably like in 15 minutes.
Hey, yo!
So the entire time, I'm like, dude, this drink ain't hitting. So we ended up going to a vape shop that's on Bourbon. And so one of her friends called my name, and that's when the drink hit. And it got so bad. Did y'all see that the country bar? They
Yes,
have like a
absolutely.
mechanical bull and stuff.
Yes, sir.
So my girlfriend wanted to do the mechanical bull. So upstairs, there's like a piano like couch bed. I almost fell asleep. But what woke me up was I have my girlfriend's phone in my pocket, and she just came and snatched it out. So I'm thinking I'm getting robbed. So I was like, okay, I can't do this. So
you smacked her?
No, I didn't smack her. No, I just opened up my eyes, and I'm like, oh, crap. So at that point, her friends who are next to me, they go on the balcony. But I don't know them, so I'm not about to follow them because I'm not trying to be weird. And so I go downstairs, but I don't tell nobody. She texts me and goes, no, where are you? So I said, oh, I'm downstairs. Y'all, I look to my left. There's a girl sitting next to me trying to get my number. And I'm like, where did you come from? And she goes, do you have a woman? I said, yes. She gets up, walks. My girlfriend's coming downstairs.
Can she fight?
Bro, when I tell y'all I dodged the bullet within probably 10 seconds, dude.
Wait, let me find out that when Byron blacks out, he turns into Rico Suave.
No,
Like,
he's the
let
guy
me
that
find
goes
out.
lost. He's the guy that goes lost, gets
Yeah.
lost. But yes, Rico Suave.
I can see that.
Like his Incredible Hulk is he turned into I'm about to steal your girl.
Yeah,
I can see that. I can definitely see that.
Dude, I was on my phone the entire time. I just felt something
Hey,
next
you
to me.
didn't tell us that. You
Yeah,
told her already.
Yeah, we
No,
believe you. We
you
believe
did.
you, Byron. Wink,
No.
wink,
Yeah,
wink,
you
wink.
you told her that. That's good enough.
Nah, man.
I think B. Scott's got one.
I got
more.
one.
All right.
This is a play on Reggie's.
These are my confessions.
So I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. I joined y'all last night.
Mm-hmm.
I took me a little cat nap. You talking about you're not gonna be able to make it last night is if I took a cat nap. So not only did I not drink a lot, Lopez, I only had one drink, but I took about a 25, 30-minute nap before I went out there just to fuel because I had to do it.
Yeah.
I had to do it, man. So,
That's good. That's a good play. That's a veteran
So my
move.
confession, the only reason why I was able to go out there and smile with y'all and interact with old dude that was trying to take our picture and everything was because I was fresh off of a nap.
All right.
Hey,
Fresh,
that's a good
fresh
play.
clean off a nap.
Very good, very good. All right, those are confessions out here on, not on a Radio Row. Those are confessions from Bourbon Street, baby.
Yeah, for sure.
Out here in NOLA, in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, I forgot. We're getting closer and closer to handing it off with Clinton Ron because I wanna continue. We got potential beef in the house.
Oh no!
Like,
it's just a very obvious, honest observation.
I was wondering how long it would take for beef to pop up because I was like, look, we was all living in harmony. No, there's beef. You ain't see the text messages and you did not see the responses of people when the text messages were received. No, there's some beef, and we will get to the bottom of that at 1:40. But coming up next, actually, let's do this. Jake Fisher, who is an NBA reporter and an insider. He seems to believe that Kevin Durant, the Suns are listening to interests for Kevin Durant offers. Would you like the Rockets to maybe get in on this? Especially in the new era where people are just trading stars all willy-nilly. Let's talk about that next.
All right, Low T Center right now. They are.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Figgy, because hey, Radio Row can be a little bit nuts right here, and certainly our boys got a little bit nuts as well. What was the tease? NBA. Oh, I wasn't. Oh, I wanted to at least stay on point with the tease with the boys. But did you see? Well, I want to start here though, actually, because apparently Luka is destroying the Mavs right now. Talking about. Certainly talking about the trade, but saying that this whole thing about he wasn't going to sign the max extension and all that was they were asking him if he ever did it. He said absolutely not. They asked him about the trade itself and when it happened and his reaction. And he said, "I thought it was April 1st." He thought it was April Fool's Day, and so I want to start there, but we're going to get into some Rockets too because I got a thought on some Rockets stuff here that was really. This was my takeaway from the Rockets, Reggie.
Yes, sir.
And we kind of touched on it a little bit, but I really last night. First of all, I had a vested interest in.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I had a vested interest.
And who gave you that vested interest? Who gave you advice on that vested interest?
You mean who should I blame?
No, not that. Don't blame anyone. I'm just saying.
I mean, I lost both.
Yeah, but. If you're going to blame anyone, blame the wonderful New Orleans man who took us to Moe's.
Oh, Uber. I don't blame him. I blame you and and Sean.
What?
We had an Uber driver that I said, "Oh, what am I going to bet on here?" Because it's legal here, and I had my app open and all that stuff, and I went with Dylan Brooks over 11.5 points. Finished with 11. Finished with 11. I said, I don't want to bet on the Rockets winning because it was and. I didn't know about all that, in the garden and all that stuff, missing Şengün, etc. And then I bet on Tari Eason over 8.5 rebounds. 2.
Well, no, he ended up with 6?
Maybe, but when I went,
you gave up on it. Well,
no, I watched the game the whole way through, but I gave up on him. Certainly. But here's my takeaway from the Rockets, and B. Scott's here too. And I didn't know I thought this until I saw it in living color watching the game last night. Look, we know how good Şengün is.
Right.
I mean, he's an all-star and well-deserved and all that stuff. I think we're all on the same page that Amen Thompson, if not now, and I think it is now, soon will be the Rockets' best player, overall best player. Mm-hmm. But Şengün might be the most important. And I know it's more than one guy that protects the paint and the lane and all that. Dude, Jalen Brunson had 42 on their ass.
Well, I think it was.
Hey, he's kind of a beast, though.
No, I know.
To be like our size, he is a beast.
And they gave up more lane points. They've been giving up with He's missed 3 games. They've lost 3 in a row.
Yeah.
They averaged in those 3 games. I mean, with him on the floor, giving up only 47 points in the lane. Without him, they're giving up 70. I didn't know Şengün was that important. I know they got other pieces. Don't get me wrong.
I think it was more a matchup thing.
Maybe
in that circumstance,
but that's 3 games.
Because
it's not 1 game.
No, you're right. You're right. And I mean, like he matters. Like it's a reason why he has that all-star this year is that like what he does matters, especially in being able to run offense in those places and such. But yeah, I think that this is. And what I was talking with Sean when we were out on town a little bit yesterday, because, of course, even though we're out and about, we're still talking about sports because that's what we are.
That's what brought us here.
But I feel like it's also because this is a Rockets team that if you're missing a whole bunch of players, like it all holds each other up. Have y'all ever seen those those team building exercises where everybody lays on each other's lap, and then y'all all stand up, and y'all are all up, but you're supporting each other. And if one person is out, it all falls. Like, that's it. There's not, hey, this is one player that is load-bearing, that carries the majority of this, and then the rest of this is support. You kind of need this team to all be built together. It's one of the reasons why people still keep coming back to the idea of, do you get a superstar that then holds a load, like the majority of the load, but then
whether someone's out or not.
Exactly. And I think that this is a team that, especially when you talk about competing at the highest level, I think they can get wins here and there if it's one person out. When you start seeing this where there's a lot of people out, or a few people out, it does not hold, because Fred is necessary to kind of keep composure and do some of the little things. Alperen is necessary to kind of be able to get points in the paint and to draw people in. You need Jalen Green for certain instances to just be able to take tough shots or be able to get, drive and be able to attack the lane. And it feels like if you don't have certain parts of this, it makes it so that you get really narrow and that it's really hard to get victories at times.
What's the old saying? The sum is greater than its parts?
100%.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Rockets have been being much greater than its parts.
Yeah.
And basketball is not really that kind of sport. Normally there's a part that really, really makes the sum great if it's going to be great. But no, the Rockets are the antithesis of that. It's why you've even heard, since Jabari Smith broke his hand, and I'm not saying Jabari Smith is anywhere near Alperen Sengun or Amin Thompson or any of these guys.
They need him.
But people talk about that. Like, you know what? This team, we love Amin Thompson and his ascension, but this team isn't quite the same without Jabari Smith because of the length, because of the defense, because of the shooting, that at least the threat of the shooting. He has not been as good of a shooter as he was projected to be, but he'll shoot it and he can knock it down. So just having that mere threat out there, and I just use him as an example. Yeah. Every one of these guys, when they go out, you can make this case of, damn, they really miss so-and-so. But Alperen Sengun, that's obviously, heightened.
It's more,
because he is their best player. Like, I think their best player right now is Alperen Sengun, and pretty soon Amin Thompson is going to be that if he's not that already. Yeah. But their most important players, I'm not even sure Amin Thompson is
right. That was my
point.
In
the top. I don't even think he's in. I think their most important players in order, I would go Alperen Sengun, Alperen Sengun, Fred VanVleet.
That's exact order.
And then I think we can have a debate about who that third guy is, whether it's Jalen Green or Amin Thompson or whoever. But I think those are their two most important not even necessarily the best. Even when player, I still think, because of the things that we're talking about right now, that Alperen Sengun, and of course, Fred VanVleet is his own case. He's the only point guard, experienced point guard that they have on the team. Those are their two most important players.
And he's a dude that keeps them on schedule, right? Keeps them on pace, where sometimes, and I say this about Jalen Green with love, because I do appreciate the things that he's grown with this year, but I was frustrated in watching that Brooklyn game going back, a couple of nights.
Saturday, yep.
Yeah, when he's, on ball and you need them to keep attacking in a particular way, use the schematic things that you're trying to attack, and then he gets into ISO ball because, that's kind of something he will default to. Fred VanVleet is good at keeping them on pace. But with all this being said, the idea of, hey, all these parts have to work together in order to get things to go, I think with that being the case, this is why you keep looking at, could a star player be the turn? And obviously, eventually you imagine that the star player will be something that you look for. Could that be Kevin Durant? Because according to Jake Fisher, I think he currently writes for Mark Stein's Substack, but he has been, historically an NBA insider and had some idea.
Yeah, he's at Bleacher Report for a while, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, he was. And so he has apparently been hearing that the Suns, while not actively trying to trade, but have been listening to potential offers for Kevin Durant. Now, in this, seeing the new landscape and seeing things, is that something that you would be interested in the idea of acquiring Kevin Durant and dropping him into this Rockets team?
I'll be honest. I was interested in it when I first heard last year. Now, we're going all the way back to last offseason, right? When I first heard of their interest in Kevin Durant, I'm like, it's Kevin Durant. Yeah. I get it. He's 36. He's on the other side of 35. You don't love that. But it's Kevin Durant. You can interest me in a Kevin Durant. I don't know if I'm crazy for this, but I've changed my tune based off of how the Rockets have played. They have played well enough and have exceeded expectations to a point where I'm actually just okay with whatever the result turns out to be. I'm okay with riding out this developmental experiment and seeing I don't think anybody on this team is going to turn out to be Kevin Durant. Let me be clear about that.
Yeah.
And so from that standpoint, you might say, well, why don't you just go get Kevin Durant? But I like this team. I like where they're headed. I like the direction of it. So I'm actually good on the Kevin Durant thing, and especially since the last two places that he's gone. Not that he hasn't been Kevin Durant, but it's not like that. Like it's taken Brooklyn to the championship or the Phoenix Suns to the championship. So do I feel like that's going to be the difference between the Rockets going from here to there? No, not necessarily. As much as I would love to watch Kevin Durant on a night in, night out basis.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth. When you said you're good on Kevin Durant, that doesn't mean you don't want him. Like if they get him,
right? If they want him, I will be glued to my chair at Toyota Center for every game that Kevin Durant plays in the Rockets uniform because he's Kevin Durant.
I'm with you. I'm good if they don't get him.
Yeah.
I'm good if they get him. But it also comes down, Reggie, to
not clamoring for it.
Yes, exactly.
Is what I was trying to get at.
It comes down to, do you feel like you can really win it this year?
And also, are you willing to go with that shorter window? Because that's
what I'm saying.
Of like, hey, you got 2, maybe 3 years, as opposed to the Rockets, where it feels like they might be opening this thing up for a good 5 year, 6 year window with this youth that they have.
But we've also seen the argument for Kevin Durant in very recent games. Who wants the ball? Who am I going to call the play for? It could be any one of 3 guys. Well, there is no argument. There is no argument who you're calling the play for.
That is a relevant point, Lopez. But let's break this down honestly. Are they really that particular thing away from winning a championship? Are they a Kevin Durant away from winning a championship? I'm not exactly sure about that.
I'll put it this way. Who scares you in the West if they get Kevin Durant?
Who's scared? Well, nobody other than Oklahoma City scares me right now anyway.
I think the question, though, would be,
Kevin Durant.
What are you giving away? I saw CBS Sports kind of get a preliminary look in which you'd be sending away the likes of Tari Eason and Dylan Brooks and maybe Cam Whitmore and some of those types of pieces. But, because you have to match salaries and send some things.
If you're really down, you go ahead and do that. None of those players, as much as I love them, are keeping me from getting Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
It's just the whole 36 years old, and I'm not sure if that's going to actually get me to where I'm trying to go.
Sure.
I would rather go with what I've got, and maybe next year or the year after, as these guys develop, I'll get where I'm trying to go.
Yeah, I think my general inclination is I think I'm rather playing for the long haul, especially because the Rockets have situated themselves where they have a level of comfort and they have some security that when the superstar that they want is there, who fits all the parameters, and maybe this is wishful thinking and eventually that superstar doesn't come around. I know that Daryl Morey had some of that where he was waiting for that guy, but I think you have the opportunity to wait and see it. All right. Coming up next here in the Loop, we got a little bit of breaking news here. I do want to talk about this. Chandler Rome has given us something, or I guess Dana Brown has said something. He spoke about Alex Bregman in the past tense and saying once that the team, quote, lost Bregman. Let's break some of that down next.
We're in the big NBA Insider Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, Mr. Big Voice Man. It is In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610, broadcasting live from New Orleans, Louisiana on Radio Row. Much appreciation to Flight by Yingling and Lilo T Center for getting us out here and giving us an opportunity to talk to fantastic people, do all these fun things headed into the Super Bowl between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Philadelphia Eagles. We will circle back around to the Astros, who they've got a little bit of stuff developing there at Dyken Park, as you know, they're kind of doing a little bit of media. But the big thing that's coming out of that right now is Dana Brown seems to be using tones that indicate that Alex Bregman is in the past for this Astros team. In fact, at one point he said that the team, quote, lost Bregman, close quote. That's according to Chandler Rome. So we'll get more into that. But you know, look, we're here on Radio Row. Our position is very favorable. We're pretty close to some important people, including we're close to 94 WIP, our sister station up in Philadelphia. And coming from there, we get to talk to the man. He's a former NFL defensive end and a fantastic radio host and just an all-around good guy. His name is Hugh Douglas. Hugh, what's happening, my man?
What's going on, man? You know what's funny? What I noticed since we've been here, we were laughing and giggling about it. We are the loudest station in the Odyssey cluster, or yelling and screaming. It's like every time we do our shows, I'm like, damn, we yelling and screaming and everybody kind of looking at us all crazy. And y'all over here kind of like real chill and stuff.
I'm glad you said that because we were cutting up a little bit.
Yeah. No, it feel like we are the drunk uncles at the barbecue.
Hey, after y'all show yesterday with Spike and Reese over there now, they were either singing a song or a chant.
That Creed mess that they do all the time, man. I listen to it, Hold me now.
That's what it was. It threw us off our game a little bit.
Yeah, and then you got Ike over there singing Creed songs, man. Set us back about 10 years.
Wow. But it was hilarious.
Yeah, it is.
It
man,
was funny.
I'm sitting there because he know the words, right? Like I listen to a group. I listen to a lot of different music, man.
Yeah.
But Creed is not.
Yeah, that's
not
on the
I
list.
mean, I listen to the Foo Fighters. I got some Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay. Yeah.
Some stuff like that. I think I even got some Limp Bizkit, but not the Creed, man. Not the Creed.
Yeah.
So, obviously, a mutual friend of ours, this show's and yours is Indy Kalu. I texted him and said, hey, Hugh's going to be on the show real soon. He says, that's good, people. He stole about 10 sacks from me.
Is that right? Indy's my guy, man. Indy was one of the first individuals that I met when I came to Philadelphia, right? Because initially, Indy wore number 53. And I didn't know that because one of the things I found out, I got traded to the Eagles over dinner. Like, I didn't even know I was traded. And my agent called me. He said, dude, they already traded for you. So you're a part. So you can ask for basically whatever it is you want. And I was like, okay, I want my number back that I wore in college.
Yeah.
And he was like, done, right? And so I'm coming in and we do the press conference and everything. And so I'm walking in the locker room. So ND and Al Wallace were the only two people sitting in the locker room. Now, ND, you've seen ND.
Oh, man.
Big black ass standing about 6'4". Him and Al both standing there about 6'4", looking across the room because I'm on one side of the room.
Yeah.
And ND and Al on the other side. And they were just looking, right? And I'm like, man. And I had found out when I walked in the locker room, like, yeah, they took ND number from me. and I was like, oh. And I felt bad because I was like, damn, this cat don't know me from Adam.
Right.
And I just came in and I took his number. So him and Al are over there on the other side of the room sizing me up. And I'm looking and I'm like, damn, this cat about to be mad at me. So I said, hey, dog, I apologize. I didn't know they were going to take your number. I said, let me make it right. I said, can I give you 10 grand for it? He said, yeah. And after that, we were cool, man, ever since then.
Yeah.
Because I remember he said, yeah, he said something. He's telling the story. He said he bought a gold chain with it.
Hey.
Because I had to make it right because I didn't know they took his number.
Yeah.
And normally, you've heard stories about people buying people jerseys and everything like that. And they're looking at me, and I know the first thing that came out of his head, he might not admit it, but they were like, we traded for this I was about to cuss. Look, we traded for this cat right here because I'm standing about 6'1".
Yeah.
And you got these two other cats towering over me. And so ever since then, we were kind of cool.
Hey, how many friendships start with a $10,000 apology?
I was like, man, I'd be anybody's friend. Well, not anybody.
That's beautiful.
It was just because I felt bad, and that's where.
Right.
And he's looking like ND back then, like ND a big dude still, and
Yeah.
you know. And so I was like, damn, this cat, this. And I found out he was African. I was like, man, this old angry ass African. Man. I want this angry dude being mad at me about this, so I had to make
African.
it right. Yeah, I had to make it right.
Yeah, and that has stuck with him. He was telling us about that earlier in the year. All right.
The alliteration you don't want.
That's
Angry African.
Yeah. All right, we're talking to Hugh Douglas. He's sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat. By the way, how's that seat feeling for you?
It's comfortable, man, because, you know, I've been sitting on these plastic chairs all day.
Yeah.
My ass hurts. But this right here, this feels really good.
Hey, look, if nobody's sitting in it, you can come over and
I appreciate you, man.
hang out with us.
I appreciate it.
But one of the things about it, obviously our Texans played these Kansas City Chiefs on their path here. And look, you've heard all the chatter about
the refs and all of that.
Is that so, like how is Philadelphia handling that aspect of this going into the biggest game of the year?
Let me say this, man, because I love Houston, I love Texas, and I understand where people come from. But at the end of the day, if you know that a team has favor with the refs, you can't do anything to allow the refs to be a part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that, man, you can't play undisciplined football. I'm not saying that was an undisciplined play, but if you know that the refs are showing Patrick Mahomes' favor, then you got to be more careful. You got to be more careful in situations like that. And for the last couple of weeks, like how the Kansas City Chiefs have been getting home cooking and everything like that, I say this to that. You can't allow the refs to become a part of the game, and you can control that narrative by not doing bonehead things, by not doing things after the whistle. If he's run out of bounds, put a hand on him, make sure he's going out of bounds. You ain't got to do nothing extra because you know that could be interpreted as trying to hurt the quarterback.
Yeah.
You just have to be smart in these situations, man, and that's the way you take the refs out of the game.
One other thing about this game, and Reggie and Brandon and I were talking about this yesterday, like if I'm looking at this game and watching football, you know, as much as we all do, I'm like, boy, the Eagles are better here. The Eagles look like they're just better everywhere except one spot.
Yeah, the quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no secret. There's no secret.
But my question is, like, there's so much. I think the Eagles are appreciably better everywhere except quarterback. Is it that big a deal, number one?
Yes.
And it's not like Jalen Hurts is a slouch.
No, he's not a slouch, but I can make that argument that in clutch situations, especially in Super Bowl situations, Patrick Mahomes has one play that we all remember from the Super Bowls that he's playing in. We say, damn, that play broke their back. And I can remember, I just sitting here, I remember when they played the Eagles the first time. The play that broke our back was the fumble. And the fumble recovery, and they scored. And then late in that game, he didn't do it the whole game. When he pulled it down, he ran for like 20-something yards. That's a backbreaker. He did it last year against San Francisco 49ers. They had played sound defense up until and then he pulled it down, and he breaks their back with a run.
Yeah.
That's why you pay those quarterbacks that type of money. This is going to be a defensive game, no question about it. There's going to be a lot of defense being played. It's probably not going to be a high-scoring game, but at the end of the day, as fans, we're going to all see that one play that you can look at and be like, damn, that's why they pay that mofo $300 million or whatever it is they're paying. That's why they do that.
Do you get the sense from Eagles fans that based off of the way that Jalen played in that Super Bowl a couple of years ago when they played each other, that y'all feel like, hey, we know what the gap is between the two quarterbacks, but you've also seen your quarterback, who I think has taken his fair share of criticism over the last couple of years, but the last time you saw him in this position, even in a losing effort, he balled out.
He balled out. I think that it's a little bit different because there's a lot of concern about Jalen. He took a lot of sacks this year. He's been a lot of times indecisive with the football. But on the flip side, he's found ways to win games, man. And the unfortunate thing for us as fans is that we look at a quarterback position and we've seen what excellence looks like, or what we think excellence looks like at that position. That's making those clutch key plays when time is needed.
Yeah.
Jalen has had those moments, but they're not as frequent as the ones that Patrick Mahomes has. I think that during the course of this game, there's going to be a time where people are going to be on the edge of their seats because Jalen's going to be in a position where he can control the narrative and he can be the guy that's going to make the guy that didn't make that clutch play in that clutch moment. So this is going to be one of those games, man, that we're going to look back on and be like, damn, that moment right there is going to be the deciding moment for somebody in these history books. I think it's going to be Jalen.
Oh, man.
There we go. I was wondering.
I'm very interested to see that.
I think it's going to be Jalen.
Houston likes the sound of that. Obviously hating the Chiefs. And Jalen being from the crib.
Yeah. Everybody hates Kansas City. Everybody hates.
We're talking to Hugh Douglas here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Help me out. This is a personal thing because I've looked at Nick Sirianni, and I've been a little so-so on him as a head coach. I've been unwilling to kind of give him a lot of credit because it feels like he's been paired with coordinators where they're basically, hey, you can kind of handle this, but these guys, they get to have their free reign. And so can you help me understand how important is Nick Sirianni to the success of this Eagles team? Or am I right, or am I feeling that he's a little bit more of a figurehead in the way that this operates?
You're not wrong in feeling the way that you feel, because I feel like we're in an era where traditional coaches are not necessarily needed to have success. And I've struggled with this too, because I think, and I've said this, I think Coach Sirianni's a bubblehead. He's done bubblehead stuff all year long. He had the Britney Spears moment where he cut all his hair off, and everybody didn't know. I mean, seriously.
No, you're right.
But at the end of the day, the team rallied around him, and I think that's the most important thing. A coach's job is to brainwash his players into doing whatever it takes to achieve the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
There's no take to get that. Nick Sirianni has figured out how to motivate this team. Let me tell you, because we were sitting there when he cut his hair, because it was new to everybody, because he had the press conference.
Yeah.
And he said he had to apologize. So we're getting ready for the game. I forgot who we were getting ready to play, and they was like, "Dog, Nick Sirianni cut all his hair off," and I was like, "Oh snap." He didn't lost his mind. No, seriously, because when a person is going through a crisis, they tell you that's one of the things. They're trying to change something. He cut his hair off, so he's going through something. But whatever he went through, and I said this, I said, man, these cats going to the Super Bowl. This man then went berserk, and this team has rallied behind him.
Yeah.
And I said that was the perfect motivator. And ever since then, I talked to a lot of these guys, and I have personal relationships with them. To a man, nobody off the record has ever said anything to me bad about Coach Sirianni. I was like, oh, man, excuse me. He done lost his mind.
Yeah.
There's like, no, dog, that's my coach. And he know what he doing, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, you got to respect that. You have to respect that, because that's all that matters. At the end of the day, those guys in that locker room, if they're motivated by whatever coach is doing, that's the only thing that matters.
So we haven't even mentioned Saquon.
Shayshawn Brown.
That's a given. That's a given.
What I'm saying is, like you talk about Mahomes and the back-breaking play, Jalen Hurts and the back-breaking play. Hell, Saquon broke their backs on the first play.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking the biggest.
That's why I'm bullish on the Eagles winning this, because if you look at it, this Chiefs team is the exact same team, if you will, that the Eagles played in the Super Bowl the last time, and they almost beat them.
Yeah.
Now you got Jalen Carter. You got Cooper DeJean. You got what they call them. We call them the Mighty Whiteys.
So exciting whites. Okay, I was about to. That's what I've heard.
My partner calls them the Mighty Whiteys.
Yeah.
And I was like,
got some Mighty Whiteys out there.
I don't think in this social climate that dog gonna hunt. But we was like,
yeah.
So we've been kind of,
even if you front in it with Mighty.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Mighty.
You know what I mean? It's like we've been workshopping it, but exciting whites is the one that we kind of. But we're trying to switch it up a little bit with the Mighty Whites, whatever. So you got that. You have Zach Bond. How great of a story is that, man?
Incredible free agent signing.
Special team guy.
Playing special team.
Yeah.
Now he's in the running for defensive MVP.
Yeah.
Look at God, man. Look at that.
Yeah.
Won't he do it? Won't he do it?
Y'all be calling Howie Roseman God?
No. See, look at it. No, I'm talking about Jesus Christ himself. Put him in this situation to be successful.
And then you just add Saquon on top of all
that. Oh, yeah, man, listen.
Because you didn't even mention him.
Man.
I know that's what led us to this point. But
no, listen. Think about the trajectory that Saquon is on as a running back. This dude was a footnote in the history of the Giants just last year.
Yeah.
I remember – and this is with my petty kid, because I remember when Giant fans was telling me, oh, he's hurt all the time, da-da-da-da-da. Man, that's not all season long.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of Giants fans out there that are Eagles fans now.
I believe it.
Because you look at how an organization should be ran and how that organization has run itself in the ground. You know what they did in the offseason? They announced that they're bringing back the GM and the coach.
They did.
And they are hot garbage. They were hot garbage last year. So much so that the players weren't even happy with some of the stuff that the coaches were doing. But they said at the end of the season, we bringing both of these guys back.
On top of the fact that we saw it on TV.
Right, yeah.
It was on Hard Knocks.
They're okay with being embarrassed in front of public.
We
That's
saw
crazy.
the whole thing.
But speaking of people that are okay with being embarrassed in front of public, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How you feel about the Cowboys right now? How does that warm your heart looking at all the mess that's happening up there in Dallas right now?
Listen. Who they hired? Schottenheimer?
Yes.
The career like special teams guy,
with,
something like that?
With the name Schottenheimer.
Yes. It's a Jerry move. I knew Jerry wasn't going to hire Deion for a multitude of reasons.
Man, I thought he might.
No.
I did. I thought he might.
First of all, let's just call it what it is. Signing Deion Sanders takes all the shine off of Jerry.
Yes.
Why do you think he signed Schottenheimer?
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Like think about what Jerry Jones has been to the Dallas Cowboys for the last 2 decades. Remember when Pepsi did the big push? And he was the guy.
Yeah, Jerry
was in the commercials.
Mm-hmm.
He's the guy that's always in the forefront when you talk about the Dallas Cowboys. He likes to outshine him.
He's the bad boy records. He's dancing all in the videos.
He's P. Diddy. No Diddy, but he's P. Diddy.
His ass is too old for all of that, man.
No, but that's what he likes, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
All right, before we let you go, my co-host here, John Lopez, has been coming at my neck, my guy Brandon's neck, because we was on bourbon last night, and we had a few daiquiris, and he said, you can have one daiquiri, but you can't have more than that because, it's a ladies' drink.
Well, I partake in bourbon.
Okay.
Myself.
Out of baby.
All right.
So,
you know why? Because you're a man.
Yeah. I drink bourbon. So we plan on going to get like a hand grenade.
Yes, sir.
That's the only one.
Okay.
Well, it's too sweet. It's too, you know what I mean?
Damn.
That's my last one, man. But after that, I'm drinking straight liquor.
Out of baby.
Maybe take a gummy or two.
I was really hoping if I could get, hey, man. Hey,
all of that.
Yeah, you can do that in NOLA, baby.
Take me a gummy and then just sit back and laugh and giggle.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, I hope I catch you on bourbon with that hand grenade.
You'll catch me. I'll be out there for a little while.
That is our guy, Hugh Douglas. He's a host on 94 WIP up in Philadelphia. Hey, appreciate you for sitting down in the hot seat with
me,
us.
Thank you very
much. There you go. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I want to remind you that, man, the Astros have basically taken a tone that says that Alex Bregman is no longer with the team. We'll talk about that at 1:40 because coming up next, this is about the time where we hand it off to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. And basically, we're going to review the night that was out on the town next.
Call him All-Star Albie for the first.
610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down live in New Orleans. You heard me. Live at Radio Row. Shout out to Exclusive Furniture. Hugh Douglas was in the hot seat, man.
Hot.
Hey, he's such a good dude, man.
He was in the hot seat. He's like, I'm gonna make sure it's hot. That I'm gonna get close to the line.
Dude,
we'll see if you might dump.
Yes.
Hit the dump button.
As soon as he got in a recliner, like he's at home, he was this close to like multiple F-bombs.
I did not realize. I knew that I got that comfort isn't always a great thing on the radio.
No, it's a little troubling, too, because he does radio at the same time we do radio. So it's like you would think he kind of know, but he got a little too comfortable. But
it's cool. It's cool. It was fun.
Yeah, so what I want to do in this segment, man, I felt like all three of us had, like, different type of nights last night. And I kind of want to go through. I want to know what y'all was doing last night, man, because it looked like y'all had a good time. Y'all was at Mother's.
Yeah.
And the food looked amazing. I'm going to post that on the Sports Radio 610 Instagram account. Feel free to follow the station account. Follow me at TheFiggyFig. And check out the stories and stuff, man. I'm updating it right now as we speak. But what did y'all do last night?
After we got some stuff done at the house, I had the full Ralph with debris and a couple of beers. And here's the thing about when you go to some of these places, like with the po' boys and everything else. It's the bread, man. The bread
always gets you,
everything.
It gets you.
That's one of the things that I got homeboys for Philly, and they say the same thing. It's like, oh yeah, the cheesesteak. No, it's the bread that gets it done.
The rolls, the French rolls they had, and they're slicing them right there. It's like you think about it, the ingredients are pretty much. I mean, obviously their ham is excellent. They're known for their ham.
Sure. Yeah, exactly.
But I'm saying, like, there are variations of excellence that you can find anywhere. But
the bread is often neglected.
It's the bread.
But no, you're right. It's a huge portion.
And
of
I actually thought about hanging and maybe walking, whatever, Bourbon Street or whatever. But at night, and I know I'm going to go gamble probably, I got to go play craps somewhere. So I said, I'm going to take it easy tonight.
Yeah, so basically what happened was we were just chilling at the house after the show. Yeah. And so it was, I think, the morning show and the afternoon show, or the midday show, rather. Obviously, the drive was going on with Show and Clint. So we were just at the house. I was like, all right, what we want for dinner? And ultimately, we were trying to figure it out. And then they were thinking about a place to get a po' boy because I know that Sean, walking around the neighborhood during our show, he had tried to get a po' boy, but that place was closed. And so we was thinking po' boys, and when he said Mother's, I think Seth said Mother's, I was like, oh.
That's where I've been wanting to go.
You've been trying to go. So we solidified it. We hopped in the Uber, and while we were doing that, Lopez wanted to get some gambling going. All right, we're in Louisiana, and we're going to take advantage of that. So he was trying to put some bets together, and so he decided to go the way of props because we knew without Alper and without Jock Landale that he was not going to that. The prospect of a win might not be all that enticing. But yeah, you started asking for advice.
Dylan Brooks over under 11.5. He scored 11. Dang it! And then I did Tari's and rebounds, and he didn't meet that. He didn't do it. So it was an L and an L last night.
But it was a W when you got into Mother's. You got yourself a nice po' boy, and then afterwards, as we're walking out, Seth sees a nice.
That was cool. It was a New Orleans Saints team.
New Orleans Saints team photo from the 80s.
Yeah.
And I mean, Vic Fangio's on it, and all sorts of people, and people that Seth played with because he's old, and. Yeah, play that back for him, too. Yeah, I said it. But no, we did all that. And then when we get out, and we kind of make a split decision. Mm-hmm. And Seth's like, yeah, I'm going back to the house. And you're like, yeah, I think I'll go back, too. And then Sean's like, I think I'll walk over. I'll just walk around. And I was like,
look at Sean hitting the town.
Within me, there are two wolves, right? Like, I can go back to the house, or we can stay around here. And I was like, I think I have a homeboy who's planning on maybe going out later anyway. So I was like, instead of paying for a second Uber, just stay down here.
Stay down here.
So we walked around. We went down to
We went down to the French Quarter, and me and Sean, we started by just popping in the first place we found, got a drink, and weirdly enough, like, to speak to how odd it is to just be – no, the daiquiri was later.
I'm just kidding.
But to speak to – I think he actually might have gotten a vodka tonic, and I got a whiskey ginger ale, just for the details of this.
Yeah.
But just to speak to how weird it is, not just to be in New Orleans, because New Orleans is already a magical place that's different than anywhere else in America, but also doing it during Super Bowl. Right, we're getting drink. We have our drinks. We're talking, and then Trey Wingo just walks right past.
Yeah,
and it's just like, what the? Where are we? What is happening? So then that happens. We walk around. We go to a vampire cafe. Did you know that New Orleans has a big vampire culture?
I actually did. I'd seen that, yeah.
And that's one of the beautiful things about New Orleans is that it makes you believe that you're some level of tour guide, because I started walking him around, and I've been to New Orleans once for 4 days. And I was like, we got to go to the vampire cafe. We got to go to Lafitte's. And we ended up at Lafitte's, which is the oldest bar in America. I think 1722, thereabouts, is when that thing was built. So we were hanging out in there, and he was having a blast. You can see this on Sports Radio 610. There's a piano in the song and singing them, and it basically kind of works almost like karaoke. And they were playing all of his. I mean, Billy Joel was coming.
Pendergast was singing, man.
Pendergast was having a blast. He stayed out till 11.
Oh, wow.
They are on air at 6.
Yeah.
He was drinking at 11.
Yeah.
And so he left. Y'all left the house at 5. So that just to tell you what happened with him. But then, as Pendergast is leaving, that's when Figgy and Show and Brandon are coming to meet me, and I'm like,
Lord.
all right. And so we're out till what? 2 in the morning, and I think that's where the story for you takes over.
Yeah. So just to kind of backtrack, I stayed here at the convention center pretty much the whole time until the afternoon show ended, and then we went over to the Superdome, where they had opening night and that stuff.
That's
and it was my first time there, and it was such a good experience just seeing everybody in action. And when I seen Jameis Winston walk in, I'm like, oh, it's about to be a party now, man. Like, you could tell he's ready to go, and he had this little team around him because he's a very popular guy, especially in New Orleans.
Can I steal something from you here for a moment?
Yeah.
Because you mentioned the opening night, and I wanted to circle back because this was an opportunity to talk to various players, but also
a lot of localized angles.
100%. And one of those is Charles Menahu. Remember earlier in the season when Charles Menahu, he seemed like he ain't had no love for Houston, like none whatsoever. And so,
by the way, Missouri City.
Mo City,
so
that's right.
He's from the city.
So it felt so weird that he had that Ron went up to him and asked him about it.
We'll get that for you in a minute. Byron probably got it.
My bad. I should have made that clear.
Yeah, Byron. Just grab that Charles Menahu audio. But we got a chance to talk to him. He was that brother was icy.
He was. I saw the video.
He was icy, and he wanted to make it clear that he was icy too. But here's Charles Menahu pretty much saying, "What's up? Houston fans feel like you got something against them."
I heard you talking about Missouri City. We're from Houston. I just want you to kind of tell the people, man, the fans is kind of confused. They feel like you ain't got love for them no more.
No, it has nothing to do with the city at all. It's a more of a business, personal thing, so that's all it is for us.
Cool. All right, good, man. I see you iced out. I see what you got on right here.
All Zoe Frost, man. All Zoe Frost, my jeweler, been my jeweler. He's been great to me.
There you go. All right, finally, man, what's the deal? What goes through in the locker room when y'all hear all the extra stuff about, y'all get all the calls, that's the only reason why y'all win?
I don't really pay too much attention to that. That's more so for y'all to pay attention to, not me.
So that's Charles Menahu with Ron Hughley, and I mean, all right, it's all love with the city, but I also am still confused about the company thing.
I'm curious. I mean, we're probably have to find out years on.
Bro.
Something happened with somebody rubbed him the wrong way.
It's the organization. It was. I'll put it
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Maybe Nick could have had something to do with it. Maybe the way they used them or anything. I'm not sure what it was because they was kind of be a little funky with them in preseason as far as like where he was at in the depth chart and all that
remember
stuff.
that? They kept moving him down?
Yeah. So, salute to Chuck, man. He good dude, man. Really good dude.
Yeah, it seemed like all of the kind of Houston Connections folks really was cool talking to you.
Another guy, and this was going to be my confession, but another guy we caught up with, we didn't get the audio of it because he was a little busy, but Steven Nelson.
How about that?
Steven Nelson was out there with the camera, just soaking in the moment. And you know how we kind of felt about Steven Nelson. Everybody kind of got on him a little bit. It seemed like he was hating on D'Amico a little bit and all that stuff. But my confession, I'm lightweight happy for him, man. It seemed like he was in a good space. I don't know if he ever got to a Super Bowl or
no,
at least
I don't think so. Yeah.
But it looked like he was having a good time. He ain't gonna see the field.
Yeah.
But it looked like salute to him, man. He looked super happy. He knew who me and Ron was.
Mm-hmm.
He came up, dapped us up, talked to us a little bit, and said he gonna link up whenever he get back to Houston and all that stuff. I'm happy for him, man.
He's got a few issues too with the organization.
Yes, he does.
Hey, with Mr. Milk Dud, man.
As he calls me.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans.
Mm-hmm.
But that was kind of our night at the opening night, and then Ron was like, you know what? It's time for a drink. Let's go back to the Airbnb, kind of change a little bit, and go out for a drink.
Yeah.
And so that's when we met up with Reggie. So we hopped in the Uber. This guy and our Uber driver sounded like he was straight from New Orleans, man. like he sounded. I thought we was in the car with Birdman. So he talking. He saying, "Man, it's crazy out here, man. All these militaries out here, man, with the AKs." He was just going in.
Yeah, there has been a real increase military presence.
Yeah.
Obviously, after there was the incident that happened with the car on Bourbon.
Yeah. So I asked him, I'm like, "Hey, so you born and raised here?" Hell no. I'm like, where you from? I'm from Connecticut.
Connecticut?
Just that's what I was saying. I'm like, Connecticut.
And those are the people that I hate. That's a habitual liar. There was no point to lie about
At that moment, I'm like, I was about to text Ron. Me and Ron was in the back seat. I was about to text him, like, man, this dude is lying, man.
Yeah.
It's no way. So I'm thinking, and then I started thinking more. I'm like, maybe he moved here at the age of 5 or something.
Yeah.
Maybe he was born in Connecticut. He said he moved here in 2023.
No, he didn't.
A liar.
2023, and you sounding like Birdman.
You can't have that like some people adopt accents. You move to Scotland or whatever, after years.
I couldn't believe that, man.
Yeah, that one.
But long story less long, we ended up meeting with Reggie after about 30 minutes of trying to find him on Bourbon Street.
Not my fault. I knew where I was.
We didn't know where the hell we was at, so we met up and had some daiquiris.
All right.
Had some daiquiris.
That last part I don't know about.
Met some fellow Houstonians too, out here, which was an experience in and of itself. I learned more about uteruses than I thought I knew.
Well, you've referenced that a couple. You got to give us just a tidbit.
All right, so there was just like two women from Houston, and like Ron is so good at just like being out and about and meeting people and just like starting conversations with them. And and people of all different shapes.
Let it
all right, calm down. But like there's two women there, and they were also from Houston, so we were chatting up a little bit. And then I don't even know what was the genesis of this, but she was like, "Yeah, I have 5 kids, 3 of them by C-section, 2 of them." And then
she
Ron
told you all this.
Ron is just because we became fast friends apparently. Yeah. And Ron was like, "Oh, so them last ones came easy because he's just a conversationalist." And she was like, "No, I wouldn't say they came easy. I have a rare uterus." And I was just like,
"I have a rare uterus."
That was volunteered.
Yeah,
that was volunteered in this, and so I learned that there's the possibility of having like an inverted uterus within this, and she offered this very freely, which is why I feel comfortable saying this back again. But yes,
you could check some of that content out on the Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you can
see uterus content.
That's right.
A little bit, yeah. I call a little bit of it. Yeah.
Sports Radio 610, your home of uterus content, 100%. But yeah, and then eventually when they did leave, they were like, "Well, we about to go to the strip club. You trying to come?" And I was like, "This is a work trip." But that's what I was saying in my head. I was like, "This is a work trip." And it's 1 a.m. already. That's a wild thing to do. So, no, I did not go to the shake joint in case anybody's anybody's wondering, but on night number 2.
How about that?
We're
just getting started, baby.
If you have any indication as to what's still to come, we still have to hit the Popeyes trip. Like, what are the you're going
media
to the
party tonight.
You're going to the
I'm
casino.
going to the casino
media
tomorrow.
party tonight. So
I might go to casino tonight after the party.
So please understand, tomorrow, like this was a light story compared to what I imagine is going to happen and show up tomorrow on Sports Radio 610. But there you go. That is, somebody says 610 OnlyFans. It's never that. Never that. That is way too explicit. At least maybe not on the air. Maybe on the Instagram page. But there you go. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday here in the loop. And make sure you hit him up at the Figgy Fig on Instagram, on Twitter, on all the social medias. Hit him up. If you see something out there that you think is worth hopping in the mixtape, let him know, and he'll see what it's.
Hell, if you down here for the Super Bowl,
for sure,
hit us up, man.
Yeah. We trying to hang out with some people. If you're out here, let us know. All right, coming up next, let's go back to this Astros thing because we're getting some quotes from Dana Brown, and I'm not sure he's telling the truth. To be completely honest, I'll tell you why. Next.
Flight by Yingling presents.
More at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's In the Loop, Ray Atatula.
Yeah, man, it's been a very fun Tuesday here on Radio Row. It is In the Loop on Sports Radio 610, coming to you live from the great city of New Orleans, Louisiana. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig is now off doing social media things. He stuck around longer today than I anticipated. Also, someone who stuck around longer than I anticipated, the man himself, Brandon Scott. He has been with us like all day long, which, I mean, I think it's honestly, I think he likes us, but I think more is just about being able to sit in that exclusive furniture.
Yeah, it is. No better place to be. I like y'all, but on top of it, so I get to hang with my guys, and y'all are really my guys. I'm not just blowing smoke. I get to hang with my guys.
Oh, I can tell. We was out till 2 a.m. You don't do that with people that ain't your guys.
Man, hey, but if they had a chair like this at the bar, we might still be there. We would have had to figure out something for this show, man. I'm telling you, man. So yeah, no, this is an honor and a privilege, man.
Man, it has been a delight doing this, but man, we've had a good time. Talked about various things. We had thanks to Hugh Douglas for stopping by.
Oh, that was great.
From WIP,
very well received.
94 WIP in Philadelphia. Talk a little bit about this football game that ostensibly we're here to talk about. But hey, no, we're keeping it Houston, and I'm unapologetic about that, about keeping it Houston. Speaking of Houston, a tease ahead. 2 days. On Thursday, we'll be talking to Will Anderson Jr.
Yes, sir.
Courtesy of Campbell's Chunky. So we'll do that. But I do want to keep it Houston in this way right now because Astros, there's some quotes coming from the Astros today. As you know, there was an event happening out there. We did find out, though, Billy Wagner's number 13 will be retired by the Houston Astros. In doing that, Christian Walker, the first baseman that you signed this offseason from Arizona, he had previously wore 13. He will switch to the number 8 in order to accommodate this fully. So, yes, when you go out to Dyken Park for the first time, because, of course, you will have been at Minute Maid Park those previous times, when you go out to the park, you will see that number 13 retired, which is honestly worthwhile, and it is an honor that is well-deserved by Billy Wagner. But as much as awesome as that is, that's not been what's been catching people's attention. It has been the fact that Dana Brown has said that the Astros, he basically used the framework of that Bregman is no longer with this team.
Talk about him in past tense.
Yeah, he talked about him in past tense. And Adam Spillane, our very own, quoted Dana Brown as saying, "We lost Tucker and Bregman, but we added back Paredes and Walker," close quotes. There's other quotes that very much spoke to the idea that they are talking about this in the past tense as if Alex Bregman will not come back. But I did tease this as saying, I don't think that's the case. And the reason why I say that is Dana Brown said that the Astros continue to have internal conversations about re-signing Alex Bregman, saying that, he's a free agent and it's out there. But he said that he hasn't spoken to Scott Boras, quote, recently. Brown said that he did not think Jim Crane had spoken to Boras either. And this is what I'm saying. I think that this is negotiation through the media. That's what I think this is.
That's what they do. They've done it multiple times.
I think that this is like, hey, Scott, just because we have people out here talking like he's immediately going to come back, I don't mean that we don't do the dance. Like, hey, he's still a free agent. He's still out there. We're still thinking about it internally, but we're not going to go out of our way and pretend like we're moving here. You got to meet us at the table.
Yeah, that second quote actually makes you look at the first quote differently. Because at first, when I saw the first one that came through, said talking about him in past tense, I kind of thought like it was like almost accidental that he said that. We lost these guys in oops, But he actually did that on purpose too. He's sending messages to Scott Boras and baseball, and you know this, B. Scott. This is what the Astros do. Go back to Carlos Correa, releasing his contract numbers, which they would never do otherwise, but only because they were sort of like making it clear that they did their part. It's not on him. It's not on them if he doesn't come back.
Yeah. I honestly, I could see how this is negotiating through the media, and I'm not saying that it's not. Mm-hmm. If I just look at it on the face of it all, it just really doesn't make sense at all to bring him back.
You know,
So
I
outside of just like keeping the dude who's been here,
yeah,
and a good baseball player.
But that made sense. That makes sense on the face of it, and it made more sense before they went out and did the moves that he's actually talking about here. Before they go and get Paredes, before they
sign Christian Walker,
before they sign Christian Walker. Like, you've done all of those things. Your key moves, your key additions, have all been in the infield, and Alex Bregman very specifically plays third base. You've got you a third baseman. There just doesn't. And look, you're talking to a guy who loves Alex Bregman. Like, I am an Alex Bregman guy. I want Alex Bregman on it. If I got a baseball team, no matter what it is, I want Alex Bregman on it. He's that type of player. But I just don't see it. I don't see where there's room for him. Either the money about Altuve going out in left field, like, what are we doing?
Oh, the other thing Dana Brown said is about or maybe it was a spot. I apologize about seeing Altuve out in left field. He goes, "Yeah, he's so excited. He's like a kid out there." Yeah, I bet he is.
Yeah, he is.
That's the issue.
In fact, to give more of the quotes that are coming out of Houston, the Astros, quote from Joe Espada, he said that I'm not going to commit to a number of games, speaking on Jose in left field, but that's something that we are looking at to create some flexibility. And so, look, they're working on some things, and I would agree with you somewhat, B. Scott, on the idea that, hey, man, there's not room, it doesn't make sense, except they were trying to get Jorge Polanco, who is another infielder, in an attempt to still move Altuve to left field. So it seems like they're still, like, as much as it does not look like there's room in the infield, they were recently, and the only thing that stopped them from continuing that pursuit is that he went and signed somewhere, he re-signed in Seattle. They were still trying to add another infielder. So if you're going to add another infielder, why not Alex Bregman?
Yeah, because my answer to that would be Jorge Polanco strikes me more as, hey, we're ensuring our depth. We got multiple players that can play in this position, as opposed to, like, let's just be real, Jorge Polanco ain't Alex Bregman.
No, he is not.
So to me, that is the difference right there. You sign Alex Bregman is your third baseman. You sign Jorge Polanco, and he could be a starter for you in the infield, but he could also be a depth piece, and that really puts – like, everybody else is similarly situated in a similar position outside of Christian Walker, who is a premier first baseman. But the rest of these guys, Isaac Paredes, whatever else they got in the way of depth, we're talking about similarly situated guys. Alex Bregman is very specific. So I cannot see it. And I'd love to have him back. I just can't see it.
All right. I think that's fair, and I'm sure that there's more things to be considered within this as we continue on this week on Radio Row. But, look, show's been fun thus far, and we've done a lot of fun. We've had a lot of fun. We've had a lot of sports talking. I will lean back into the roommate segment of this as we welcome in Ron and Clint of The Drive right here into this crosstalk. And, fellas, I'm going to be completely honest. I'm going to be an instigator right now. We have an opportunity to have morning show, afternoon show beef.
Ain't no beef.
All right, you say that.
There's no beef.
First and foremost, stepping to the podium is my guy, Clint Stoerner.
What's good, baby? What's good?
Don't look at me.
Oh, you know why. We'll start with Clint, though. Clint, you did a phenomenal thing for us. You made us breakfast yesterday, and I still appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think Seth might have a little beef with you because your pan didn't get cleaned.
Oh. Pan did not get cleaned. You are correct. There's a reason for that. See, I'm dealing with minimal ingredients here, and the eggs, it was stuck completely to the bottom, and I couldn't find a metal spatula to scrape it off. So I left it in the sink soaking in soapy water.
Oh, okay, I did not hear the soap. I didn't hear the soaking part.
Of course you didn't hear that.
Was
of course,
key.
Of course you didn't hear that. That's typically how it works.
Yeah.
It was left in the sink with soapy water.
So you soaked it. That's good.
Trying to get it to loosen up on.
Yeah. See, I didn't hear that.
Well, the truth usually does, J-Lo. Facts and details and truths typically do change the narrative. You know?
No beef to me.
No beef there.
All right,
I don't know.
No
next?
beef there.
Don't worry. Tomorrow we'll get the other side of this. We'll just keep going back and forth until we get this all together.
Keep
Yep. That's the role that I've decided to play with that.
Well, by the way, but when y'all get back over today, don't worry about it, man. I've picked up in that kitchen 2 straight mornings now. Don't worry about it. All those waters that I bought and put in the fridge that are taken out and then have one drink taken out of them and left around the kitchen area.
You knocked it out.
Yeah, and nobody has we got drunk last night and came in there and partied in the kitchen and we went to bed. We passed out. No, this is all sober grown-ass men coming in there.
Uh-oh.
And leaving that stuff out and leaving napkins all over. Oh, by the way, I picked up somebody that didn't eat their bagel that J-Lo so graciously purchased this morning.
Uh-oh.
I picked that and all the napkins that were all over the table. I picked those up. I put the bagel in the fridge. If anybody didn't eat their bagel, it's in the fridge, B. Scott. It's in the fridge, man. Just letting you know. Pick that up, too, by the way.
I wouldn't make another egg.
not egg the first, huh?
Yeah, not another egg.
Oh, no, we'll do it again tomorrow.
Now, some people live by the thought of, and I think this could have happened in your case is, hey, man, dude cooked everything.
Somebody else needed to clean?
No, I cleaned up.
I know. That's what I said. I know it didn't happen in your case because that stuff just got cleaned up so fast. I just remember sitting there and I said, damn, what happened to the food? J-Lo went ahead and knocked it
That's
out.
That's what experienced cook does.
Like you say, hey, man, that dude cooked them eggs and stuff.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And then some people look at her and say, damn, somebody got them eggs in that damn pot.
And didn't clean it up.
All right, so this is where the beef really starts, because there was a
beef.
There was a little snafu yesterday.
No beef
when it came to the singular parking pass that we had. Someone asked why do we have one? Ask the NFL. I don't know, but in order to get people from the house to here, we have to do a little handoff, and it feels like there was a little lapse in handoff yesterday, and the back and forth got a little contentious, Ron. It got a little contentious.
Hey man, listen,
I was asleep.
I just asked some questions. I think it was a quality. We were talking through text messages.
Oh, you lost tone.
And we read messages. No, I think I got his tone. I just think it went different if we was face to face.
Uh oh. All right.
I mean, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying I think it would have been different if it was face to face, and I don't think it wouldn't have been as much of a thing. I think he was. I see the tone to me wasn't anger. I think it was more freaking out. Like, oh shoot, oh man, how am I gonna get this thing? I gotta get up in 4 hours.
Hey, meantime, I'm right upstairs, boys. If y'all need anything from me, don't matter what it is. Just bang on that door.
Okay, all right.
Hell, you got the code. Come on in and say, hey, dumbass. Hey, fool, I need that parking pass. I get it. But I'm the idiot that didn't, of course, little old me. Hey, man, that's my bad.
Look at Reggie.
I was trying, but you know what? We work with two creative guys. That you guys are gonna, you own up, and then we're gonna come together and we're gonna love each other.
You just answer questions.
I like that.
Somebody wanted to know some suggestions. The hell, I gave them.
Look, I tried. Somebody said if Reggie's gonna start fights, we better damn get the videos. Well, shout out to Figgy. He's making sure to get videos.
Oh, he's got it going right now.
But ain't no fight to be had. We all good.
Now, I heard Chris is in the house today. I do want to. I have heard, I've been told as soon as I walked in that, it got spicy. It got spicy in the response to this in the morning when this story was told from Sean Pendergast. So I would like to hear it.
Damn, see what happens when you go to bed early?
I would like to hear it now because I was able to hear Patrick Creighton, who lost his mind the other day. But I'd like to hear it.
Well, okay,
I'm sure you will.
Santiago, I'll let you know that happened. What was that? Right about 9:57, right in there. So if you want to go get that audio for the fellas.
Oh, was it crosstalk?
Oh yeah,
Sean.
Oh yeah,
I heard Sean was feeling himself.
All right, see, I thought I didn't work, but I think I might have done something here.
It did work.
I just want to hear it.
And so now that I have sowed the seeds of discord, In the Loop is done for the day. We'll be back with you tomorrow here on Super Bowl Radio Row. We leave you with these fine fellas. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now in New Orleans, Louisiana, the drive is live.
The drive is live.
There it is. Hell, there's T-Mill. T-Mill, one more day. One more day. Tyler will be back, but our guy Chris Santiago's been holding us down. He has got the ones and twos for us, and it's a good time as we are back here. The drive live again, Radio Row here in New Orleans, doing our thing. It'll be a fun show as we try to bring the sights and sounds to you of this big game. Clint's in the building. As I said, you can catch us on YouTube and Twitch, where you can see us all. You can catch us as well on and get involved on the show on the text line 713-572-4610. So it sounds like you see that this That's what happens, Clint. When you
What
got
happens?
some grown-ass men, and people try to corner us, and try to corner some grown-ass men into some things, you ain't going to get us. You ain't going to get us. You ain't going to get us. Now, like I said, I would like to hear what Sean had to say, but you ain't going to get us. You ain't going to get us, baby. We handle this thing like gentlemen. We're gentlemen out here, baby. We're gentlemen. I know your ass better get back home and get that pan clean, though. It was a good time.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that Seth wanted to use that pan and it wasn't clean.
Might have.
I sure hope it wasn't just a moseying through the kitchen and finding something to complain about. I sure hope it.
No, I'm certain he wanted to use it.
I left that at the house. Huh? Oh, okay. That's sweet of him.
That's sweet of him. But no, man, it's fun. We are having a great time with the whole crew. It's been a real good time, and then we'll continue to do that thing. I do want to start here, though. We'll get to some of the Astros news that's coming out. Big game last night with the Rockets, and we'll discuss that. But I want to see where you are right now. I mean, it's now 24 hours exactly removed from the big news of Nick Caley. And I know many people around here may have been disappointed in your reaction to it, and some had the same reaction. All right, I just wanted – you had a little sleep on it. You had a little wine last night, I assume.
No wine.
No wine. Damn.
No wine.
I saw a bottle in there. I thought maybe you tipped it up. You know,
straight to bed, man.
Did your thing. You got to hang out and see some old teammates. Listen to Jalen Hurts. Listen to some guys around.
Yeah, enjoyed
last
it.
night. But you had some time. You've woken up. Where are you at now on the OC hire? Have you had some time to breathe, think about it, and look at it? Where are you at now? Are you feeling any different? You feeling any better about it? You feeling any more optimistic about the move?
Not better, not more optimistic. It's still a wait and see, and that's not going to change day to day. That is, I'm not one to bring the trust D'Amico, trust Nick, to the table. For me, that's just. I might as well say I don't have an opinion. I don't. It doesn't matter to me, right? To me, it is a huge risk at a time when the organization is, you can argue, in two of the most critical years, assuming that C.J. Stroud works out and is the quarterback that's making $60 million a year or more moving forward. So, it's a huge risk. There's a ton of unknown, and we'll see how it all works out. We'll see what kind of guy Nick Caley is. We'll see if we're talking about identity week 9. We'll see if we're talking about, oh man, that's a poor performance, but guys just have to execute. If that's the kind of stuff that we continue to get, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Now I know you're, as you mentioned yesterday, more wait and see. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely.
Let's see what happens. This recent news about one of his former players, Cooper Kupp, coming out and saying he's been informed that the Rams hey, by the way, the Rams, and they go, hey, they get what they need out you, and then they go ahead and push you on, man.
Move you on.
They move you on.
Move on down the street.
Jared Goff got me to a Super Bowl. Get on. How long ago was it? 3 years ago? Cooper Kupp was the Super Bowl MVP, and he had that great year. Nah, man, get on, man. We done with you. And he is 31, getting up in age, and his play has dropped back. But what if Nick Caley can help maybe facilitate maybe him coming here? Maybe that's a thought, because the Texans are, with Tank's injury, the Steph Diggs thing, they're in the market for a receiver. I saw the last Daniel Jeremiah did his mock draft in the first round. What if he's able to facilitate and help bring in Cooper Kupp? Is that something that potentially changes things for you moving forward with a Nick Caley?
Absolutely.
If he can bring that to the table.
If Nick Caley can bring guys in the caliber of Cooper Kupp and plug them into his offense, and those guys go out there and help us win games, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. And this is one of those, to me, that's big enough with Cooper Kupp to where if you can look D'Amico and Nick in the eye and say, hey, I know there's been some injuries the last couple of years, But I'm telling you, I've been in the building with this guy day in, day out, and there is a lot of tread left on the tires. This is a guy that you would love to have in the building as it pertains to dealing with your quarterback and in the wide receiver room. A lot of the similar stuff that we've heard about Steph Diggs and back in the day it was Brandon Cooks. Like a lot of that stuff. Can he give us the inside on, which he should be able to, he's been in the building with him, on what Cooper Kupp is all about legitimately. And then obviously if you get him here, you use him the right way, you plug him in and he's an impact player. Yeah, that would be, for me, that would be a big plus. Cool, absolutely. You talking about building a resume and adding to
you be into Cooper Kupp? You be into that move?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. No question about it. I like what Cooper Kupp brings to the table. Look, the conversation is going to start with the injuries the last couple of years. I mean, he's lasted 12 games the last couple of years. I think he had 9 games a year before that. Since he won the Super Bowl MVP and had to earn the triple crown at the wide receiver position, over 1,900 yards receiving and 100 and some odd catches. And I mean, it was a hell of a year. He led in catches, yards, and touchdowns. Since then, injuries have been a problem. But if you look at his numbers and kind of forecast them, I mean, he had 100 catches this year. I mean, you forecast those numbers and boy, if he was healthy,
they're just saying.
What's that?
You said he would have 100 catches.
How many catches did he have this year?
Let me check on Cooper Kupp.
I got it right here.
No, I think the age is what the concern may be from others, but 31, and as you said, the injury thing. But to me, the Cooper Kupp situation is one where he had 60
100 targets. I'm sorry, I was looking at my screen wrong. 100 targets, 67 catches in 12 games, 700 yards, and 6 touchdowns. That is extremely productive. And if you forecast that out, he would have over 100 catches, and you'd have over 1,000 yards, and you'd have 10 touchdowns. Obviously, the injuries are the first problem there, right? But the get past the injuries, and this dude's productive when he's healthy.
Yeah, if you're missing it, we're talking about Cooper Kupp, who it's been informed to him that the Rams are searching to trade, and you think it would make sense they go to the AFC, and this is a team that would need it, and he is clearly and has some connections and ties to the OC. I like the Cooper Kupp thing as long as you're being realistic. Obviously, there's going to be a risk with Cooper Kupp because of the injury thing. But if you're realistic on what you're getting and you're not expecting the Cooper Kupp who won the Triple Crown and led the league in catches, yards, and touchdowns and had that amazing season and was Super Bowl MVP, if you're expecting the guy that is a strong 2 on this team, if he could stay healthy, you can look at it. I mean, he's gone from that crazy year of 1,947 yards to 812, 737, 710. Of course, injuries have played a role in that, but he would be the perfect complement to Nico Collins. And he would be a really good friend, as you know, to the quarterback. Where he plays and where he works in the middle of the field, it would be a great help. So if they could pull that off, if they could get him, and Nick Caley can be instrumental on bringing a Cooper Kupp in, as long as I said, you are not thinking of the Cooper Kupp where you're like, I think that was a bit of an issue, I think, for some with Steph Diggs. I think some people were looking at Steph Diggs and like, that dude that was a 4-time, All-Pro or 4-time All-Pro, Pro Bowler, all of that.
Yeah.
No, you got to look at him in the frame of a compliment to your one, which we know is Nico.
Well, look, this is not a situation with Diggs then, or which some of us thought it was, me included. But this is not a situation expect that, right? Clearly, look, you got to acknowledge the injuries, as I mentioned. The cap hit has to be adjusted, whether it's on the front end by the Rams in some kind of trade, or it's Cooper Kupp willing to renegotiate his contract. I mean, the next 2 years are too expensive to pay for what you could fairly expect to get out of Cooper Kupp. There's 2 years left on his contract, and there it's a big number. It's a big number.
He's not going to go. He's not going to.
Right. So the Cooper Kupp conversation is not. I mean, it shouldn't be. I mean, anybody that's done any kind of thinking around Cooper Kupp being an option for a Texans team, it's more along the lines of you're looking for a 100-catch guy, you're looking for a 1,000-yard guy, you're looking for a guy that can clearly still separate in the red zone when it's the most difficult to separate and has a knack for getting the ball in the end zone. And if he can stay healthy, you could get one of them 12, 1,400-yard years. You could get one of them 10 touchdown plus seasons. You can get, again, you can get 100, 110 catch season out of that guy. He's still a number 2 behind Nico Collins, and the conversation, injuries, he has to stay healthy, contract that has to be renegotiated, and is he a guy that the NFL views as a player that can go somewhere and be a 1? I don't know what the market looks like for him. I have no idea. Right, the articles that I read today had 5 teams, none of them being the Texans, but it was all him playing second fiddle to CeeDee Lamb, second fiddle to George Pickens, being one of many up in Baltimore. Bills, obviously, he would have a kind of a 3-headed monster there with their receiving core.
He still would be a 1 there. He still wouldn't. To me, he wouldn't be a 1 there either. I think. Like, clearly, it wouldn't be just like, all right, this is our go-to guy. Yeah, as you said. Like,
yeah, it would be more of a 3-headed monster of guys that they're just going to spread the football around. Yeah, the conversation for me as it pertains to the Texans is no way, shape, or form about he's going to be a 1. The injuries would bother me if I didn't have Nico Collins. Right? The salary, the cap hit is going to bother me big time because I have Nico Collins, and I'm looking for a 2-type receiver. But the reality of it is, when he's healthy, he's productive.
Yeah, I think the Texans can go many different ways to fill that because I think, as I said, with the up in the air with Diggs, hell, they could bring Diggs back if they wanted to. But the up in the air with Diggs and the Tank Dell situation where he could miss all of next year with that gruesome injury he had, they're going to have to add something there. I think it's going to be more than John Mechie and Hutchinson. They're going to add something there. They could do a lot of things. It could be a Cooper Kupp. It could be a free agent. They could bring back Diggs. It could be in the draft, younger, wherever. From the person texting in, no Cooper Kupp, give me T. Higgins. Yeah, I don't think they're doing that. I don't think they need to. All right. I think they have their 1. I don't think T. Higgins is looking to come to somewhere and be like, yeah, let me run into another Jamar Chase situation where I'm competing. I think I'd win. And I think that'll be super, super expensive. I think they would go in a different route. But Nick Caley could play a part in that, right? I do think Cooper Kupp, as you see it, I think he has a great relationship with the organization. And I think he may have some – I'm not going to say he's going to be able to make the decision, but I think they may have some input from him on places he would like to go. There may be a deal of, hey, Cooper, what are the places you'd like to go? And maybe he puts out and tries to gets the best deal there.
Look, here's the thing, is if you look at Cooper Kupp, and whether he's making the call or not, like Houston has to be a destination. You've got a pocket passing quarterback that is as receiver friendly as anybody in the league when he's right. You've got a number 1, so the expectations aren't going to be for you to go out there and lead the crew. You've got a face that you're familiar with that is, hell, if you're as high on Nick Caley as Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans are, you would want to be here with a familiar face, a guy that knows how to use you, a guy that you have great chemistry with, and a guy that you have a lot of confidence in. So, I mean, to me, it would be very difficult for Cooper Kupp to want to be somewhere other –
or at least this would be an option.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, there's some really good teams out there that are going to be interested in Cooper Kupp potentially. And so I'm not sitting here telling you that the Texans are the best overall team because, as I said, Buffalo, Baltimore, there's some really good teams that are probably going to be in the mix for Cooper Kupp. But when you look at long term, like Cooper Kupp's got to hit a lick the next 3 or 4 years. Like he's got to stay healthy, opportunity to be, and how quickly can you get to a point where you're playing well? Where can you play indoors? Where can you not swing from, not that he has to, but you swing from L.A. to Buffalo. That's some pretty different playing conditions a good chunk of the season. So, yeah, look, I just think you'd be hard-pressed, and I don't know Cooper Kupp, but I think you'd be hard-pressed for Cooper Kupp to find a better, more friendly Cooper Cup friendly situation to get into than Houston.
Yeah. Text line coming through. What happened about that parking pass? Well, we'll get to the bottom of it. I'm really intrigued. Figgy cut me off as I'm walking through. Hey, you hear Sean this morning? I said, okay, I can't wait to hear it. I can't wait to hear it. Chris, you gonna have that for me? I'm gonna need that look. Chris, you gonna have that for me, Big C? I'm gonna need that from you.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, look at it. Oh, nonchalant. Hey, by the way, I noticed you ain't text me no more after that game got a little tight. After that game, but Chris on that bet. Chris had the.
Well, you see, the reason why is because y'all don't reply. So I'm just like, if y'all don't reply, I'm not gonna text.
Nah, I replied.
No, you
I
didn't.
replied.
No, you
I
didn't.
replied. I believe in my heart I did.
No,
I replied on the first one. And then that +6 and them text stopped coming through.
Nah,
he said they up 10.
I told you it was +6.5, and they covered. They covered that +6.5. So
you did say 6.5.
Did he say 6.5? Oh, I thought it was 6. Oh, you had the hook on there. Okay, well there you go. You made it then. All right. I was gonna say I thought we lost Chris. Chris stopped responding after that thing didn't run through. All right, we'll continue here, and there's been some new comments made by the general manager of the Astros, Dana Brown. He has spoken about Alex Bregman. Wait till you hear what he had to say there, and then our favorite, talking about Jose Altuve in left field. You don't want to miss any of that. That's next right here live on The Drive.
We're learning a lot about a guy.
610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Welcome back in. The Drive is live right here on Radio Row. And also want to send a shout-out to our good friends Flight by Yingling as they present Sports Radio 610 right here on Radio Row. Also, Low T Center as they also support us here as well. And I can't wait. And we got a guest coming up here next segment. He will join us in the exclusive furniture hot seat. He will be right there. It's coming up here in about 10 or 15 minutes, so stay tuned for that. Also, you can catch us, and many of you are catching us on YouTube and Twitch, our live stream, Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. You can watch us live at Radio Row on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers video stream. So we appreciate all of those who have come to help us roll here on Radio Row. All right, Clint, Dana Brown got out to talking again.
Did he? That's always hey, entertaining.
Hey, Dana Brown is becoming my favorite. Just my favorite.
Soundbite,
what's he gonna say? What's DB about to say? I mean,
he's making a name for himself.
Quickly, baby. He said he just kept it real on Ryan Preston.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
There it is, man. It's a true professional, baby. Just keeping it real in there. All right, well, it sounds like he kept it real again on Alex Bregman. This Alex Bregman situation has continued to roll and roll and roll, Clint. And here is Dana Brown, the latest. He speaks to the media today. This is him talking about where they are on the Alex Bregman situation.
Well, I mean, ultimately, we're still having conversations about Bregman internally, and I could probably leave it at that.
I also said they're no longer in talks with Bregman or Boris, but really just within themselves, just internally. And then, you know, he also about him in the past tense, right? He said we moved on. And we lost Bregman, and we lost Tucker, but we gained Paredes and we gained Walker. Like talking about him like in a past tense, Clint. And it does, man. It gets the feel, and it seems like, at least from him, that they have moved on, and it's just conversation. It doesn't seem like Alex Bregman is coming. Every time he talks, I feel more and more the thought of Alex Bregman is not coming to the Astros, and it doesn't seem like they're in it.
Well, I don't know what people want to hear from Dana Brown, like what you expect to hear from Dana Brown. Like I think they've made the offer. They stood firm with the offer. And Bregman, if he wants to play games, if Boris wants to play games, I don't know why they need to continue to have a back and forth with Bregman. They know what the offer is, and Bregman doesn't want to take a yearly, year-to-year average pay cut, and the offer is flat out. It is a pay cut on a year-to-year basis, and so if you want to entertain that and not necessarily entertain it, if you want to accept it, come on back. If not, we're not going to play ball and be this dog and pony show for you and Boris and to go out and try to get more from somebody else or try to get a longer contract from somebody else. It is what it is. And I just don't think that's going to change.
No.
And the Astros are clearly not interested in pursuing and chasing Alex Bregman, which, again, to your point, like
they've made the moves to not do it.
Right. I mean, you feel good about the moves that you made. Is it Bregman and Tucker? No, it's not. But you feel good about where you're at, and to both of those guys being gone. And to go pursue a guy that now found out the market isn't what he thought it was going to be for himself, I think would be silly. I love the kind of the stance of, hey man, we there's not a lot of talking for us to do. I mean, everybody involved knows the cards that are on the table, and we'll see where the cards fall.
And I got to give him credit, like because I think there's some times, and I've said this, and I wonder when you hear these reports of Bregman coming, like what's the plan here? It feels like Dana Brown has a plan and has stuck to that sucker.
Yep.
And now, hey, if you want to come back and we can maybe do something else, but he's not about to, break his back to try to figure this thing out, which I give him respect of we've heard a lot of other stuff around. He hadn't moved off of it. Like the way he's made it sound was like, as you said, what ain't no talking to be done.
Yeah.
This is what we did. We moved on. Hey, we've got something else. Now, I don't know if you love this part of it. Dana spoke about his second baseman, his Hall of Fame second baseman, potentially playing in left field. This is
we still doing this?
This is Dana Brown talking about Jose Altuve and how he looked in left field.
Yeah, so I walked out one day, I saw him taking some fly balls, and me being a scout from coming out of a scouting background, I was like, look, this guy looks pretty good out there. And we all know he could run, and I just saw the fun and enjoy it. You know, he was out there having some fun, so that's always a good thing.
The fun, and I walked out and saw him taking some.
Hey, but you hear Dana though? Dana want to slide in his credentials real quick on you, real quick in that little.
The old scout in me.
The old scout in me, and that scouting eye your boy's got right here. I looked at him and said, "Damn, he looks pretty good out there now."
Joy, man. Altuve's running around out there in that open field. He's happier than I'll get out.
Now, Clint, the part, that's the part that that's weird to me is. Like I would have thought like the reason that Altuve would even consider, or they would even consider, hey, let's move to left field, is completely due to Alex Bregman's here. Alex Bregman here. We got to find space. We got to find space for this lineup. Now he's talking in a way like, hey man, we've moved on. Are we going to be seeing Altuve in left field regardless of if Alex Bregman is on the team or not? Like, is that going to be another position we're going to start to see him in?
Well, I thought it was an Alex Bregman. Like, I thought it was a plan to allow Alex Bregman back in the building if those stars end up aligning. But shortly after this all surfaced, there was a report that the Astros were interested. I believe is Jorge Posada. Is that the right word? What was the guy's name?
No, Jorge Polanco.
Polanco. There you go. Wrong. Just didn't finish it right, boys. But there you go. Another infielder, and that just leads you to believe that the plan is to. It's not Bregman centric. It's any infielder, any bat really. They want to give themselves some flexibility. If that bat comes around and it happens to be an infielder, then Altuve can fill the void in the outfield, and continue to keep his bat in the lineup. So I would like to think it was Bregman-centric, but clearly it's not.
Clearly the way they're talking and putting him out there, whether Bregman is here or not, we're gonna see some Altuve in left field. I can't. Who needs to get on the field at second base?
I'll be honest with you. I want to see it.
You're intrigued to see it?
Absolutely. I will tune in and see it for damn sure. No question about it.
I don't know, man.
You know, he was out there having some fun.
Yeah, I know he's having some fun. Who else is having some fun out there? Who else can we throw out there? Let's see. Let's see what Yainer can do out there. He can have some fun out there. Go put him in center. This is wild. We'll see what happens there. But it looks like, at least coming from Dana Brown, the Bregman situation stands. I hope it just ends. I want some sort of closure to this, where he signs, whatever. This Bregman thing, I think Dana's over it too. Shoot, yeah. I'm tired of having to answer questions about this thing. So we'll see what happens there. And it looks like it is very, 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 very plausible that we'll see some Jose Altuve in the outfield. Coming up, we will continue rolling here, right here live, and we'll hopefully get a chance to speak to a really, 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 really great individual, snapper, and former member of the United States Army Green Berets. He will join us coming up. University of Texas, we'll hear from him as well, and we'll continue as we roll in here live on The Drive Radio Row.
All right, y'all, take your big game experience to the next level.
Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, looking forward to speaking to Nate Boyer. He joins us in the. He'll be joining us coming up. This is the first person we've had in this exclusive furniture hot seat right here. This lazy boy right here. I feel like you think he's gonna rock back? You think he's gonna as soon as he sit in?
Probably get comfortable.
Go ahead and get comfortable. Get in there. Get in there, Nate. Get comfortable. There we go. Yeah, see, does he rock back? No. See.
There it was.
Yeah, it is. There it is. There it is. Joining us, former NFL player, long snapper for the Seahawks, and played a little ball at the University of Texas as well.
That's
I think
right.
the people here in
Welcome
Houston.
Horns.
There you go. There you go. Luckily, our producer is not in today, who's an Aggie, so he might.
Well, he was there. You know, he saw what happened the day after Thanksgiving or whatever that was.
Yeah, he was actually there, Nate. He was actually there.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. He was there with a little lighter pockets.
Yeah, he was there, and they forced him to leave after the third quarter. He got out and bounced right there.
Oh, boy.
All right. Also, Green Beret. Also, before we get started, I know I speak for Clint and everybody here. We so thankful for serving your country and everything that you've done to allow people like us to live our lives. So we are very, very appreciative of that, and thank you for everything you've done for people like us.
My honor. I trust me. I needed it. I needed to be a part of something. I find my purpose, and I felt like I hadn't done much for others in my life at that time, and so it was. But I appreciate you saying that.
I'm sure you've talked about this a lot. What was the moment though that is there a specific moment that led you to say, "Man, I've got to do this. I've got to do something."
Yes. So I was 23, and I went to I was not in a good place, mentally, physically, all kinds of things. And I woke up on my buddy's couch, hungover, and on the coffee table was this Time magazine, and the cover of it said "The Tragedy in Sudan." And the article, at least the one I was reading, was about the genocide in the Darfur. And this was in 2004, right? 300,000 people been killed, millions displaced. Most of the men were off fighting or had been killed. It's women and children just flooding these refugee camps, and they're understaffed. So I called all these NGOs like, hey, can I come help? Like Doctors Without Borders, Child Fund, Catholic Relief Services, and they were all saying, we appreciate your passion, but you don't have a college degree, you don't have any special skills. What are you going to do? I'm like, well, I mean, I've worked construction, I worked on a fishing boat, I've done all kinds of odd jobs. I could figure there'll be some kind of manual labor thing I can help with, I promise you. And they were like, well, it's just not that simple. And I said, I'm just going to go anyway. So I went to the travel agency, because we didn't buy stuff online back then, to the AAA, and I bought a plane ticket to go to Chad. And I flew over there, and I talked my way on. And that completely changed my life, my perspective. For the first time in my life, I felt in a weird way at home, but because people were excited and needed me, excited to see me in the morning, like the kids come play soccer with us, and just simple stuff, passing out food rations and helping in the medical centers with what little skills I had. And then my last week there, I got malaria, and this local family put me up, and they wouldn't take $1 from me. And they put this radio next to the cot, and the only station that came through was the BBC News, and the Second Battle of Fallujah was going on. And I'm listening to these brave young men and women, they were mostly Marines in that battle, that were risking their lives to fight for these people in Iraq. And I just said, you know what, that's next. When I come home, I'm going to join the military. So I came home, found out about the Special Forces and their mission, which had a humanitarian side to what they're doing beyond kicking doors down and, doing bad things to worse people. But it just it all clicked in a kind of a quick time frame. So I went from this person who just didn't have any belief in themselves and didn't feel good about themselves at all to enlisting and trying to be a Green Beret. But it was through that trip to Africa. That's a long story, but it's a good question because that's the biggest turning point in my life was past 21 years ago now. But it was
how about the process of becoming a Green Beret? Like what was that like, and how does that compare to your days playing football and preparing to play a game kind of
thing? I mean, sometimes people are like, there's no way football is as tough as being a Green Beret, and I'm like, well, it's different because there's a lot more sort of God-given athleticism or whatever you want to call it that is required to play football at a high level, right? Whereas in the special forces, it's a lot more of just that mental toughness. You just, no matter what, you cannot quit, and you want to all the time, right? Because it's super hard and it's long. The training, from basic training all the way through earning your Green Beret is like 2 years. And SF stands for Special Forces. It also stands for Suckfest because that's what it is. Like every day, you just like, I don't want to do this again, and you just gotta. But it's all worth it once you get done. But it is very challenging. And you do a lineup at the beginning of all the guys trying out for it. And you could pick which people you think are going to make it, and you might be right 1 out of 5 times.
Did you just point to me?
Because there's no way, but he would do it. This would be the guy, and you'd be like, he made it.
that dude did it. Hey, what was the most difficult thing you had to do, or the most memorable thing? Story? I mean, surely you got some crazy stories about the training. What was the wildest?
I mean, the most difficult for me was SEER school, survival, evasion, resistance, escape. If you've ever seen G.I. Jane, they do it's like a mock POW camp towards the end of the movie. Similar thing, because when you're tired and you haven't ate anything and you're just freezing, we did this in February, and you start to believe that it's simulation.
Mental as much as anything.
Yeah, and it feels very real. I mean, they're whooping on you, and they know all these things about you, and they're interrogating you, and it's crazy, right? And so that was the toughest part, just getting through that. And you want to tap out, but you can't. Most memorable though was earlier in the training. It was right after selection. So selection is like a 3.5 week long. Every day you got a big rucksack on your back, and you're navigating through the North Carolina sticks, basically, trying to find this stick in the ground that's got a grid coordinate on it with a compass and a map, and that's all you got, right? And then you got to go find the next one, and it's long and it's hard. It's a lot of people don't make the time standard because it is challenging. So getting done with that, and then they're calling out names and putting you in these different formations, and you don't know what it means at the end of the selection. One of them's good and one of them's not, right? And I'm standing there, and I'm looking around, and I'm thinking, like, I don't know if this is a good line. And you look over here, you're like, well, no, that guy's been crushing it. So, but then they had these older Green Berets, veterans, walking around in civilian clothes, And they're kind of walking around, like, assessing everybody. And this dude walks up and, like, whispers in my ear, "Welcome to the Brotherhood." And when he said that, I just got chills, and I was like, "Oh man!" I almost start crying. You know what I mean? It was that was a moment that just like, whew. Even though you still got a year plus of training. There's no guarantee from that, but you got a better shot once you get through.
Nate Boyer joins us, former NFL player, also a member of the University of Texas. Came as a Longhorn, as you just heard him at the start of this, Hook 'em Horns, as he joins us here on The Drive, right here live on Radio Row. What led you to Austin? As somebody, a California kid, grew up in California, what led you to Austin?
Oh, man. It was a great city. I'd only been there once, Part of it was the school, and part of it was the team. I never played football in my life, and it was a huge regret.
You never played football in your life?
Never played football. I played baseball. I played basketball. I played soccer.
Hold on. When did you start playing football?
I was 29. Naturally. You know what, though? If I would have played when I was younger, my dad told me this, and he's so right. If I would have played when I was younger, because I was a good athlete, never a great athlete. I was like sixth man on the basketball team and, those kind of things. Like I was first team all-league in baseball, but as a utility because I played every random position and whatever. He was like, if you would have played in high school, maybe you would have done okay, but you would have realized how impossible this is, or you would have thought that, and you just wouldn't have tried. You wouldn't have tried out. But because you had that naivety which isn't always a bad thing to have a little bit. You were like, screw it. I mean, worst is going to happen if they get cut.
Yeah.
And I didn't. I ended up working out. And not that I didn't prepare for it, but it's a good point. I never thought of it that way, but when he told me that, I was like, you're right. I think he's absolutely right. So if I had somewhere with a legendary program, even though we weren't very good when I was there, we were 8-5, 9-4 days before it got real bad. And now they're really good, which is awesome. But sort of the end of Mac's career. Mac Brown's career is when I was there. But anyway, I loved Austin. I remember the first time I went there, second time I went there. First time I went there, I just partied on 6th Street. Second time I went there to look at the school.
Did you have a spot? Did you have a bar?
There's not one. There's too many. There's too many. But I do have a little stake in a place called El Cockfight in Austin. So if you're in Austin, go to El Cockfight.
I'm sorry, it's called
El Cockfight. Yeah, it's not a gay bar. However, a lot of people think it is, and it's all good. We love everybody, man. We don't care.
El Cockfight, not a gay bar. Gotcha.
To find out, you got to go. It's open to interpretation right now, but
exactly.
you got to go. And
I'm
never know about Austin. I married a Longhorn, so
there you go. Good man.
Hopefully she's not been there, Nate. I don't. I'm just be honest with you. On the outside,
we got a big neon sign that says "World's Greatest Cock" when you walk in there.
Again, I hope she hadn't been there.
Now, was that you? Did you push for that sign?
No, I didn't. I did nothing to do with the design. I was a silent investor. Obviously, I'm not silent now, but
look, the next time we go, we'll go in there together, and we'll experience it. That'll be.
But I'll tell you real quick. I showed up in Austin. I'm in my dress blues. It's my last several months in the military, and I was wanting to get into school, and I didn't have great high school grades, but I was like, I'm just going to show up in the admissions office with my Green Beret on and uniform. They'll do it again. And I get in the taxi, because this is before Uber and Lyft, and the taxi driver's taking me up there, and taxi drivers, they're half of them are crazy, not all of them, but they're out there dudes. And this guy was hilarious. And he was like, have you ever been to Austin? And I was like, yeah, once, but I never really spent real time here. And he's like, oh, man, you're going to love it. All the cowboys smoke pot and all the hippies carry guns. And I was like, he's like, everybody just kind of gets along out here. And I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah, so
he wasn't too far off, once he said that, I was like, I'm in.
I'm in, huh? Yeah.
Hey, Nate, tell us about MVP, man. And I know, you guys are doing some big things there. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, Emerging Vets and Players, co-founded with Jay Glazer almost, I guess, 9 years ago now. And what we do is we bring together combat vets and former professional athletes, and we help them find purpose and identity when they lose a uniform. Look, the battlefield and the ball field are different places. No one's ever – some people do, but no one's realistically comparing going to war with playing a game.
Yep.
But the locker room, the camaraderie, the identity with that uniform, the structure, there's so many things that are similar. Honestly, the sacrifice, it's a different kind of sacrifice, but if you want to be elite athlete, there's a lot of sacrifice that goes into that. Mm-hmm. But then it's over, and a lot of times the average NFL career is 3 years. You're 25 years old, and you feel like you've peaked and you'll never be great again. That's tough, to be on that pedestal and come down. And vets feel that way too. Not so much because, maybe they were in the limelight or whatever, but you had this strong connection to a sense of purpose, and you were a part of something important. You a lot of respect, and you don't even know where to start. You're trying to figure out maybe a corporate job or whatever, and you're missing that element of, honestly, the adrenaline, but also just the camaraderie and the connection to something that's bigger than you, that's truly bigger than you. And so they have mutual respect between the two. They look up to each other, kind of heroes to each other. So we brought them together, recreating that locker room. And really it's just a network of people that are helping build each other up, got each other's back. We meet up in the gym weekly and train for 45 minutes or so, and then we huddle up and just sit around like we're doing and just talk. Sometimes it's just a conversation like this. Sometimes somebody's going through something pretty heavy, and we rally around that too. But it's really just about rebuilding the locker room and that community. That's really what MVP is all about. There's a movie that I directed called MVP.
Okay.
That's out on Prime and Apple TV and all that. If people want to learn more, go to the website, go to vetsandplayers.org, but also check the movie out. And if you're in New Orleans, if you guys are still here Friday, are you?
We will.
Friday night, Molly's at the market. We have an MVP party. We're going to have vets and athletes bartending back there. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a blast, and it is free. Is an open invite.
Look out now.
I like that now.
But I'll make sure you guys, if there's a line, I'll pull you guys around.
I like that. No, Nate, we know you're a busy man and a lot to get to. We certainly appreciate you stopping by. A lot of people on the text line, great interview.
Hell yeah.
Liked hearing from you, and we appreciate, again, everything you've done, and we appreciate your service.
Thank you guys. Thanks for having me.
All right,
Really
that's Nate Boyer in the exclusive furniture hot seat, and he did it well. He did it well. Coming up as we continue.
Got a good warmed up.
As we continue here on the drive, something that seemed to bother Texans fans and something that Texans fans didn't even really consider. Clint has a different take on it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks. Look, we got 5 lodges around.
here, an Odyssey sports station. Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. The Drive is live. And, Clint, you heard a little bit more than I did. We are going to get to Park and Pass Gate here in a bit. You heard a little bit more than I did. I came in a little out. I do want to hear it live. You know, I like to hear it live.
It's for those that have been listening since our crosstalk at 1:55-ish to now. It's just interesting kind of how information flows. It's interesting how one ear hears something versus how the other ear hears something, and then it's communicated in a way. And it's kind of, I feel like Seth and the Pan got probably taken a little out of context. There's some missing facts there that I can fill in the blanks for them, but there's the is long.
Oh, is it?
It's and he gradually gets a little bit more frustrated. Doesn't seem to be frustrated at all at jump, but he gets a little more frustrated.
I want to hear it.
And then I'm not real sure that John Lopez and Reggie Atatula aren't stirring the pot.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like I'm not real sure that those two weren't waiting for the topics to be discussed so that they could.
Maybe it feels like maybe they let them. It feels like maybe they led them topics. Yeah. I wonder if they did. They really.
You'll see how it goes.
I want to hear that. We're coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. We'll figure out.
We're going to get to the bottom of the pan. We'll get to the bottom of the pan, and damn sure in the 4 o'clock.
we will get to that. Again, we greatly appreciate Nate Boyer. Fun interview there. If you're ever in Austin, go to the Cock Bar.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly what the name of it was.
Well, I just said it was.
I think it was El Cockfight. I think is the name of it.
I mean, it says the home of the big cock. It's what he said. It's a huge sign.
Yeah.
As soon as you open the door.
I said, I just hope my wife didn't stroll through there a few times when she was in Austin at school.
Well, you don't even know what. It could be just a good place to have some drink. Well, maybe they got beer pong.
I know. I would imagine in that place there's a lot of fellas like yourself that enjoy seeing how many ways you could use that word and throw it around. And I just would rather my wife at that age not be around it. Please. I'm gonna go through there though. I'll slide through and have a good time.
Yeah.
I bet you they got a nice tequila bar.
I bet you they do. Yeah, and a good time. I mean,
I could talk Nate Boyer. I mean, I could do an hour-long podcast, long form with Nate Boyer. That stuff, which I'm sure it entertains most civilians that have never done anything like that. Not only is it, could you never do it, but secondly, it was done for your freedom. But so I'm sure it appeals to everybody. But damn, it's good stuff, man.
How many days you think you could last?
I could last longer than most.
You think
I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and say I could complete it because I don't want to disrespect anybody that has. But I would be able to.
The Green Berets training, what he was.
That training, yeah, I would be able to last longer than most. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I mean, I would be able to last.
I would take the under on 45 for me.
45 days?
Minutes.
You wouldn't last 45 minutes in training?
I'd take the under.
What do you think? You think?
Hell, in my
45
mind,
minutes?
Yeah, I'd take the under. I'm just saying, man. Hell, I remember when I was 18 and 17, and what two-a-days was like for me. And I would imagine this is a lot more tougher 40 and two-a-days. I give myself. I was gonna say 30 minutes, but I got a little bit more belief in myself than that.
I'm not going to sit over here and
you say you'd have multiple days. You come back.
Oh yeah, I mean he said it's 2 years. He said the training's ultimately 2 years.
45
like.
Any of the physical stuff. Yeah, 45.
Yeah, no, I would. Again, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I could finish 2 years. I'm not going to say that I could be a Green Beret. Again, that's disrespectful. I feel like I'm wired in a way that I could. It would be hard to make me quit. It'd be hard for me to look myself in the mirror and say, "Man, I quit." Now, if they walked up and said, "Hey, Bub, you ain't got it," then it'd be easy. The minute they told me I ain't got it, take your ass home, I'd probably bow and take my ass home. But as long as it's still I'm in the game, I feel like I'd be all right.
Yeah, 45 minutes, not more 38. All right, as we're live, Radio Row, still the big story is the new OC, And the other part of that walking into yesterday, Clint, was the fact that Chip Kelly was signed and the massive deal he got, by far the highest paid offensive coordinator, $6 million a year has been reported. And I think a lot of people are like, oh, God, I saw this a lot on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. No, I don't want to pay $6 million. That's too expensive. I'm glad. They were never going to. They shouldn't pay that, all this, and that. You came at it in a different thought, Clint, on the, hey, $6 million for Chip Kelly. Most people were like, no, I'm glad. Fine, take him. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't even want to do that. Hell, there's some like, I don't even want to interview him because I wouldn't even think about paying that. What would have been your thought process? Because I think it seems like a lot of people may have been disappointed if they would have spent that kind of money on Chip Kelly, the way people are talking.
No, I don't give a rip about the money they spend. I mean, I would feel really good as a Texans fan. And I'm not saying that Chip Kelly was the guy, but had they entertained Chip Kelly and been in the game for Chip Kelly, knowing it was going to be like whatever the report was that Ohio and per, I would feel a lot better about the Texans and what they're going to do offensively if the brass would have been like, we'll entertain it. We'll take a look at it. We're that serious about offensive football. We're that serious about – look, you're talking about $5 or $6 million a year. You've had to pay C.J. Stroud $60 million. You know, I know one's a salary cap, one's a coach's deal. I would just – my point in all of it is not that one guy directly is the answer. My point with Chip Kelly is I would love to think that the organization that I fan for – and cover on a daily basis, I would feel tenfold better about what's going to happen offensively if this organization was in the game with a Chip Kelly and money was no object.
Yeah, because it's a signal of, hey,
we're serious about winning, man. We got to get this done.
Yeah, we understand we can pay anything we want to somebody. I did find that I understand if you were like, yeah, I don't think Chip Kelly is as great as everybody cracks him up to be, or you were talking about, I don't know if he's a great fit. I get that. But as a fan, the thinking of, oh, I don't want to pay $6 million. It's not going to the salary cap. Why do you give a damn how much it is? I would think if as a fan is, let me get the absolute best person in here.
Yeah.
And not due to cash. And again, if you were one who was like, and I know I've seen some people in the last day text in like, no, God, he's not worth that. He's not like a lot of people, but he filled in the NFL. I can understand if that is your thought. But if your thought is, I'm glad they didn't get him because it would cost too much, why does that matter to you?
It's all relative, right? I mean, it's like he is as good and as valuable as somebody's willing to pay him. And Ohio State, just winning a national championship, was willing to pay him $5 million, and the Las Vegas Raiders were willing to pay him $6 million. So obviously he's worth it. Now you individually can believe, he failed several years ago as a head coach or whatever, however you want to couch it.
Somebody said he was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, somebody said he's worth it, so he's clearly worth it. And again, to me, I'm going to make this clear, like it's less about one guy versus the other and more about the organization being in a position and being serious enough about offensive football where something that's not going to hold them back from signing a player like coach's salary, I would feel better about it if they were entertaining those caliber offensive coordinators. Absolutely. Yeah. Without a doubt.
All right, as we continue live here, the Drive and the Drive family, Clint, you're going to need to help my wife, Courtney. She's texted me about a survey.
Oh, wow.
An important survey that she's doing at work. She said, I'm doing a very important survey for work and need your input. I said, okay, I'll take it to the air. We'll get the people's input. 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Do you think the term hit it and quit it is known universally by everyone? Hit it and quit it. Now, I don't want you to – you know what that means, don't you?
Well, hell yes, I know.
Okay, now I don't want you to give it away, but do you?
It's a phrase I lived by for about 40-plus years.
Does everyone at this table understand "hit it and quit it"? You got the meaning of this. Hit it and quit it. We got a thumbs up right here. You got it, Parker? Yes, sir. Yes, baby. Figgy, you got it. All right, everybody, you know, hit it and quit it. You got it. I think he knows. Is that one?
That fella may not.
Because she's texting. She's like, is there an age stoppage?
Yes.
Both older. But so you don't think this is one that everyone knows? Hit it and quit it. Like you think?
I don't think if you walked up to my father-in-law right now and just randomly said, "Hey, man, hit it and quit it," he would know what you're talking about.
Linda.
No. Because she's been around me, there's a really good chance she has. Yes, I mean she may. I don't know. My mother-in-law, no chance.
Your mother-in-law, she's got no chance. Age?
No chance.
Really?
No
I
chance.
am certain my mom has hit it and quit it.
Big Earn, Dad, you may have to repeat it 3 or 4 times before he heard it and processed it. So I'd say no with Big Earn too.
You would say no. Yeah, I don't want to give away what hit it and quit it because someone just said, no, I don't have it from the text line.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one. I don't know. I mean, I hope maybe one day my kids don't know. Never know.
Yeah. Yeah, someone said universally known. No, universally known to everyone between the ages of 35 and 70.
No, 70 ain't got it.
I think younger.
I'm going to go 25, 50.
Yeah, you don't think 20? I think younger.
I don't know, man. These
you
kids
think these
now,
high school kids like
15, man, 15.
15, right?
Yeah.
I think there's some 15-year-olds out there that know it, but I don't think if you walked into a high school class and said hit it and quit it.
Hey, yeah.
No, they will know. They will know. Them young kids, man.
You know better than me. I guess I'm just assuming that they're so different nowadays.
I think I'm at, from what I'm seeing, I would say this feels like maybe a 75%, 80% of most people. If we walked around here and did a poll, hit it and quit it. Like we walked around here and did a poll, I feel like.
Yeah, most folks are they're all in that age range. I mean, they're all at least 25.
You think Ryan?
25
There's Ryan Leaf walking by.
Yeah,
if I
he
say
does.
the phrase "hit it and quit it," you know what that means?
Just dead face, too. Just dead face.
Ryan Leaf. And Ryan Leaf, yes, he does know what hit it and quit it means. There it is. He said he was a college quarterback.
That's right. I told him, I said I lived by about 44 years.
That's it. Ryan Leaf said somebody came on and said, you ain't quitting this. There it is. Ryan Leaf. I mean, he walked by, hey, dead face. Yeah, hell yeah, I know what it is. I'll give it.
That's going. You know how great that's going to be. I mean, I ain't seen him in a year, and he's going to be like, boy, I tell you what.
What kind of show y'all got
Ain't
going?
seen you in a year. First time I see y'all over there talking about hitting and quitting.
Baby. He said, I was the look in his eyes. I was a college quarterback. My goodness, the damage he did it.
Good to see you. Good to see you, and I'm sure you're looking good to see you. You ain't grown up yet.
Comedian Craig Gass will join us coming up. Here we'll get a good conversation with him. He's got an excellent story. If you don't know it, you'll want to hear it. And a very, very funny guy. And he's got an impression that when I look at his face, I can't see it, and I got to hear it. I need to hear Tracy Morgan. I got to see and hear that for myself. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out now. This ain't rocket science, man. A great night's
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. With Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here, Radio Row here in New Orleans, and we have another member sitting in the exclusive furniture hot seat right here, baby. We got you there. Got you in the lazy boy in the hot seat to do his thing, joining the drive. Craig Gass, who joins us, and you know him, stand-up comic, also did work on King of Queens, Family Guy, American Dad, great voice work. And I'm telling you this, I'm gonna make you all wait through this because I need to hear this myself. Everybody I keep hearing says he does a serious Tracy Morgan. You talked to me about it. I told you don't do it before we get on. I want to wait, make people listen to this. And while you're at it, if you don't know what Craig looks like, look him up and tell me if that guy right there says he's about to crush. He's about to crush. And if you're watching him on YouTube, which just some people aren't watching, if this guy's about to crush a Tracy Morgan impression, I can't wait. I can't wait to hear this, man.
I'm known as a comedian who does voices. I've always been able to do any voice that I hear because of how I grew up. My whole family's deaf. My mom, my dad, my sister are all, which sounds like a joke, but it's not. My mom, my dad, and my sister are all completely deaf. And growing up in a deaf family, I couldn't learn how to talk from my family. I learned how to talk by watching TV, and I copied all the voices I heard on TV. And I always talk about the fact that I never got an accent from the Bronx, which is where I grew up. And in the Bronx sounds like Tracy Morgan.
Everybody in the Bronx talk like this, whether you black or white, male or female. That's crazy. Hey, this is the voice of your next door neighbor, and I'm a Vietnamese girl. That's crazy.
Like everybody sounded like that. So yeah, that's Tracy. And dude, I remember the first time I met Tracy was at Saturday Night Live. I wrote for a Weekend Update from 98 to 2000. I wrote for Colin Quinn. And I remember walking up to Tracy, and I go, hey, man, Tracy, I just want to say hello, man. My name's Craig Gass. I'm a comedian. I write for Colin. And, dude, you're my favorite cast member on the show. And he goes,
yeah? That's crazy. You a stand-up comedian? And I go, yeah. And he goes, what you doing next Friday? And I go, next Friday? He goes, next Friday! And I go, I don't know. What am I doing next Friday? He goes, you open up for me at the New York Comedy Club. And I was like, really? Yeah, I would love to. So that I had nothing going on in my life back then. My whole week was like, I'm opening up for Tracy Morgan, And then I go do the show. And this is the first time I realized how unusual Tracy Morgan is, because I did the show. Tracy comes up to me, and he says, Craig, what you drinking? And I go, oh.
Come on, man, you got to stop.
I go, can I get a Corona? And he goes, yeah, you get a Corona. So how you like this? And I go, how do I like this club? And he goes, no, how you like stand-up comedy? A ghost just walked into the room.
I think Tracy just knocked it down.
He said, how do you like stand-up comedy? And I said, oh, man, I'm head over heels in love with stand-up comedy. He goes, you got to be like Bruce Lee in the 6-foot kick. And I go, the what? And he goes, you don't know about Bruce Lee in the 6-foot kick? They say when Bruce Lee kick you, you go back 6 feet. That's why when people ask me, how you living? I'm like, I'm 6 foot kicking it. You got to 6 foot kick your way through life. That's the way you got to approach your life.
And he got nose to nose with me, and spit was flying out of his mouth into my eyeball. And I go, what are you talking about? I had no idea what he was talking about. A week later, I'm telling other comedian friends of mine, I'm like, man, that Tracy Morgan guy's kind of weird, man. And then one of the guys in that group was a guy named Kurt Metzger. Kurt was writing for the Chappelle Show, and he goes, dude, I was in a car with that guy on the West Side Highway, and Chappelle's Show had only done one season, and he goes, I looked at Tracy, and I said, oh, I don't know if I told you, Chappelle's Show got picked up for a second season, so that's cool, right? I can make some more money. And he said, Tracy just went, damn, Kurt, and he slammed the brakes on, pulled the car over on the side of the West Side Highway, and he goes, what are we in, Kurt? Right now, what are we in, me and you? And he goes, in a car? And he goes, no, we in show business, Kurt. We in show business. How many letters in the word show? And he goes, 4. And he goes, how many letters in the word business? And he goes, 8. And he goes, don't you forget that, Kurt. And he goes, what is, that's not even a lesson. What, we're counting letters? Like, what, yeah. Like, all the Tracy Morgan stories are just, and I love that guy, man. He's one of the funniest dudes on the planet. And, but just loves stand-up comedy. And we were talking about the anniversary of SNL coming up and how Tracy's been doing a lot of interviews. He's just one of the most raw, funny people I've ever met. But he's always talking in euphemisms. There's a urban legend that Tina Fey pitched the idea to Tracy like this. She goes, hey, Tracy, I got this idea for a show. I'm pitching an idea to NBC for a show about a show at 30 Rock. And one of the characters on the show is a guy named Tracy. What's his last name on the show, 30 Rock?
Oh,
I can't remember. Tracy something. And she goes, I got this idea for this guy. He's a comedian on a show at 30 Rock. His name's Tracy.
It's him.
It's him. But she goes, so the idea is the character is like this comedian named Tracy. And the country loves Tracy. Everybody in America loves Tracy. But what the country doesn't know is that Tracy's crazy. He's like certifiably insane. Do you think you could play that? And Tracy, the urban legend is that he was like,
yeah, I could do that. I used to live on Dagobah. I used to mess around with Yoda's cousin. I could do anything. And he's like, okay.
I hear him. I can never believe if he's being serious or not. I can't.
Yeah, dude. One of the great. Oh man, I can't tell you the story, but I don't know. Do you want me? I already passed one story. All right. So if you dump this,
the damn thing.
Watch. It's at Caroline's Comedy Club. It's a Monday night. This agent comes up to me and says, did you hear about that party last week? I go, did you hear about what? He goes, did you hear about that party last week? Tracy Morgan had a party. Everybody took their clothes off, and they all started jumping in this. And I was like, what? And he goes, we're standing around with suits on, and there's naked people. And I went, wait, like that? And he's like, no, just, all right. And then at that moment, Tracy Morgan walks around the corner. I haven't seen Tracy in probably a year at this point, and I go, Tracy, I heard your party was messed up, man. Tracy rolled over and just eyeballed me, and he just went,
it was crazy. It was crazy. You know what's crazy about it, Craig? When you get off on my floor, you don't even hear nothing. You don't hear nothing at all. Then you start walking towards my apartment, but you still don't hear nothing. Then you knock on my door, but you still don't hear nothing, right? And when I open the door, there's buttholes and toes everywhere. And I went, what the hell? And just because I've never heard that phrase before, I said, did you just say buttholes and toes? And Tracy Morgan said, yeah, before he added some of them toes were in the buttholes. And he walked out of the room. It's the most magical story I've ever heard in my life.
Magical.
But, yeah, man, that guy, Tracy, I still see him around in the city, and he's just one of the nicest guys, one of the most likable guys. He will talk to anybody, but he's always talking in euphemisms. And it's just, But, yes, so I'm a comedian who does voices. And to talk to the Chiefs and the Eagles yesterday, and I'm getting help from a friend of mine by the name of Steve Gleason. Steve Gleason is a legend in the town of New Orleans. He was just recognized on the ESPYs for his courage, the Arthur Ashe Courage Award. Yep. Steve Gleason played for the New Orleans Saints, was a stud. They actually have a statue of him in front of the Superdome. But he was diagnosed in the middle of his NFL career with ALS. He now is only capable of communicating through a machine, like a laptop. I don't know what you call that device. And he uses his eyes to form sentences. And he's one of the funniest dudes I've ever met. I met him through a friend of mine plays guitar in the band Pearl Jam. And Steve's a huge Pearl Jam fan. So I've been running into him over the years. And he's just, he's so quick. I remember he said, I saw him backstage at a Pearl Jam show, and he goes, through his machine, said, hey, Craig, come over here and entertain my friends. And I walked over and was like, hey, what's up? You guys here with Steve? I'm a comedian. You guys want to hear some impressions? Name of a celebrity. I start doing impressions for them. And then Steve, on his machine, said, Craig's family is deaf. That's probably how he learned how to talk. And I said, what he just said is true. That's because my family's deaf. I couldn't learn how to talk for my family. I learned how to talk by watching TV. I copied all the voices. That's accurate, Steve. And Steve goes, my kids will probably end up sounding like robots. And I was like, wow, damn, wow. Like I saw, he came to at the Super Bowl in Houston, to the show I did in Houston, and after the show he said so many nice things about my stand-up, and I was like, oh my God, can I hug you? Can I give you a hug? And he said, of course, I love hugs. And I went to hug him, and he said, not as much as I love BJ's. And I went, what? Dude, you can't. Come on, man.
But you just gave him the hug, right?
Yeah. And he just, I pitched an idea. I said, Steve, I think it would be great if you help me interview the Chiefs and the Eagles, and this is the angle I want to go with. And he said, I love it. Let's do it. So he's totally into it. He's very self-effacing. He's one of the funniest dudes I've ever met. So we're putting together this incredible package with the Chiefs and the Eagles this week with the team. So
real quick before we go, you gave us Tracy Morgan. You got a couple more in your belt, right? Real quick.
Yeah, man. I've always been able to do any voice that I hear. Like everything, like because I grew up in a deaf family. Like the weirder the voice, the easier it is for me to do it. Like Christopher Walken has a real stop and go kind of voice where he'll talk every once in a while. He'll stop. And then he'll keep going. Or Adam Sandler, who is really silly. And that's a shibby-doo. Hee-hoo. And then my first episode of Family Guy that I ever worked on, they asked me to do Al Pacino. It was just me and Seth MacFarlane in the studio. And Seth kept doing one line as Peter Griffin where he kept saying, this is crazier than when Al Pacino was a slumlord laundromat tenant. And then they cut to me as Al Pacino surrounded by a bunch of broken down.
You're out of order. And you're out of order. And you're all out of order.
And we did that 3 times. And Seth MacFarlane goes, all right, man, I think we're good. But, and this is embarrassing, I got nervous because I thought we're going to be friends now because we're working together. And I stood up and I went, all right, so you want to hang out? And he goes, what do you mean hang out? And I go, you want to grab a coffee or something? And he goes, I got to work. And I said, all right, you want me to leave? He goes, yeah, get the hell out of here. And I was like, oh, my God. I grabbed my paperwork. I walked out. They didn't call me again for like 6 months. Then they started calling me and saying, hey, can you do this voice or this voice? And everything they gave me, I was like, I can do any voice you need. I'll do any voice. I can do any voice. And every time I come back in, Seth MacFarlane's never around. It's always Mike Henry, who does the voice of Cleveland and the creepy old guy. And every time I see Mike Henry, I go, hey, Mike, is Seth around? Every time I see him, he goes, don't worry about Seth. We'll get you out of here real quick. Like, oh, man, we'll get you out of here really quick. So, yeah, man, I'm going to be in Houston later this year. Okay. And when I do, I'll come by and visit. I got many more Tracy Morgan stories for you. And there's a couple comedy specials that will be out between now and the next time I see you. I'm putting out 2 comedy specials. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to coming in and talking more sports with you guys and sharing this thing I'm about to do with Steve Gleason.
At some point, we'll get to sports. But, yeah. Craig, we appreciate you joining us, man. I know you got a lot of spots to be in. I want to say that I'm a bit disappointed because I feel like you didn't think I had Pearl Jam because the way that you explained it, and it was like, hey, probably don't know who Pearl Jam is, so let me explain. But like, I don't know who Eddie Vedder is. I don't know who Pearl Jam is. Damn it, the way you just came, because you didn't do it that way. You came this way. You came this way with, I don't know if you know who Pearl Jam is. My friend plays in a band called the Rolling Stones.
Yeah, people always give me crap for that. They always be like, yeah, my buddy plays in this band, Pearl Jam, and then people are like, yeah, I know Pearl Jam. Like, everybody will say that. It's just a habit that I have of, like, my musician friends. Like, sometimes my people don't know what band, but yeah, Mike's band is a big band. So, yes.
All right, Craig, we don't need you anymore.
All right, thank you for having me on, man. Thank you, guys.
Craig,
that was fun.
Joined us. That was a lot of fun.
That's crazy.
Hey, man, I can't even. That broke me down right there. That one. I thought you was going to slide into Denzel next, but that broke me down. Coming up as we continue live, we will get in a little bit about the game. Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni. It feels like those 2 guys are disrespected like hell. Who's worse? We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you guys about QC Kinetics. Look, if you've got just
Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Wow, that was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. As someone texted in, Ron, can you repeat Craig's last name? Gass, Gass, 2 S's on that ass. That was very funny, man. That caught me off guard. Hopefully he does come in because, I don't want to get a little deep, but that has to be a heck of a situation in your mind that, hey, man, everybody in the house, just my parents, but my sister, everybody's deaf, and I'm the only one that isn't. You know what I mean? That's got to – you wonder, you don't put anything in his thoughts, but you wonder how does he feel like, God, that's unfair? Does he feel bad for it? Is there a certain amount of guilt that you carry? I didn't mean to go too deep, but I mean when you're doing Tracy Morgan like that, and it just caught me off guard. That was that was something else. Yeah, that was it. No, man, that was good times with him, and hopefully we catch him again. All right, we are here, Radio Row, for the Super Bowl, and I do find it very interesting. If you were to just do the say it out loud. And just like let's just say what the accomplishments are of these individuals. Jalen Hurts, the quarterback, Nick Sirianni, the coach. It to me would sound a lot different from how they're spoken about. Like it feels like these two, the way they're spoken about, they would feel like mediocre, middle of the road guys. All right, I mean, we got Jalen Hurts, who's been an All-Pro, second in the MVP voting a couple of years ago. Now he is in his second Super Bowl. He has made the playoffs every year that he's been a starter, double-digit wins every year, 46-20 as a starter, 140 total touchdowns to 39 picks. Nick Sirianni, 48-20, 5-3 in the postseason. He was a coach of the year every year that he's been there, and he's been to 2 Super Bowls. But is it just me? Does it feel like those guys are talked about not in the vein of what their resumes say? Like it feels like those two are spoken about like.
Yeah, look, I think you're onto something. I think the as you say it, I'm thinking about it. I'm like, yes, yeah, but for 2 totally different reasons. Like I can fully understand why Nick Sirianni is quote unquote disrespected, right? I can fully see where like he brings a lot of it on himself with doing things outside the box for an NFL head coach, doing things outside the box for the face of an organization, doing things outside the box to your own fan base and not even on the road to somebody else. Anytime. I don't know, and the more we're even here this year, the more I talk to people, it seems like most people didn't really respect the way that he handled the firing of the offensive and defensive coordinators last year in Philly, regardless of whether it should have or shouldn't have happened. But the way he handled it apparently was more of make people scapegoats instead of just be straight up a buck about it. So I can understand where Nick Sirianni is quote unquote disrespected. The thing with Jalen is real interesting because there is there's a track record of a guy that just all the dude does is win. Well, and look, I understand. Hell, his own coach and Nick Saban doubted him and replaced him at one point in time. So I understand why. The skill set isn't the flashiest, sexiest, most sought-after skill set in 2025 football. But the reality of it is, and we know that we talked about it before, the Jalen Hurts story is absolutely beautiful because he doesn't have those, and he wins in a different way, and he's such a class act, and it's such a he's so humble, and just the way in which he goes about it. It doesn't surprise me that it's overlooked and doubted and disrespected, but I just wonder what the guy has to do for people to stop doing it.
And see, this is, and I know, and knowing working with you for 5 years, I know this is where moments frustrate you. Because if he wins Sunday, if he wins the game, and no matter how the game is won, right? He can play worse than he did in the last Super Bowl that they were in, the first one where
the odds are he will not play as well as he did. But
he could throw a pick, he could do whatever, and if they win it, now you tell me if I'm wrong. If they win it, I think he then automatically turned into Russell Wilson, like the Russell Wilson before, let's ride. That the Russell Wilson before he got to Denver, where Russell Wilson was. Oh, wow, multiple Super Bowl appearances. He's won a championship. He's on a Hall of Fame track. And I think if he just wins a game, I think many people will view and look at him differently. And it's like, he is that. I mean, he is what he is. He runs the football. He throws. He's a dual threat that scores from many different ways. And I think we talked about it before. It's a little bit of the Dak thing, except Dak has nowhere near the resume he has. Is his strengths are not visual on the field. His greatest strengths are the adult in the room, the guy you can depend on, the guy that's the quiet confidence, the leader, all that. That's very much like Dak is his strengths. But then if I were to say that, though, but I read that, I'm like, man, 140 touchdowns and 39 picks in 4 seasons? Yeah. Second in the MVP race, and really probably would have won the thing had he not gotten injured. It just doesn't seem like it fits or people believe. Like it's like, oh, he's lucky. It's kind of the Troy Aikman, your former teammate, of look at all these dudes that he has around him, and that's why this is the case.
Well, he's got a good team around him, but most guys that make a run and consistently in the playoffs and win double-digit games per season and get to multiple Super Bowls, they typically do have a pretty good group around them. They typically have a pretty good coordinator on each side of the football. And again, it's a style of play thing with Jalen. Because he doesn't have an elite NFL arm, it's every game. It's not just the Super Bowl. It's every game. Watch a game and listen how these guys constantly nitpick his game and talk about, you're watching from the big eye over here, one-on-one coverage, and he didn't throw it. And why didn't he throw it to A.J. Brown, the go route? Well, probably because it's the worst route, lowest percentage route in the game. It's probably why he didn't do it. But you're saying he didn't do it because he's not good enough to do it, or he didn't see it. Like he's just picked apart game in, game out in a way that other players aren't. And it's simply because he's just not as an elite of a passer of the football as all these other guys are. And what we really should be doing is admiring the fact that he realizes that, he embraces that, he doesn't try to be something he's not, and he wins at a Super Bowl caliber level anywhere he goes, whether it's college or in the pros. So instead of embracing it and it just looks a little bit different, everybody tries to poke holes in it.
I feel like both of them deal in a situation of, we don't, when I say we, the public, many people, we don't actually think you guys are elite or as good as you are, but we treat you that way. Like we give you the rules of being elite, even though we don't think you are that. Like I think they come down on Nick as if, you're the coach. You shouldn't do that. Well, hell, you've been saying he ain't a good coach, and now you come down on him like it's Andy Reid or something. And I think we do it with Jalen as well. So that it's an interesting thing and dynamic with those two of 4 years. Those two have been together. He's been the starter, and they have just been great. Anybody would take what they have done.
We've waited long enough, boys. We've waited long enough. There's the crosstalk. Apparently, there's a little show friction, and I ain't talking about Ron Hughley's thighs. I'm talking about
completely
I'm talking about Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive, baby. And we've got some audio. We're gonna cuss and discuss. Friction. We're gonna break it down. We're gonna maybe cause a little bit more friction. Hopefully, Ron's got his new draws on and he can handle it a little better. We shall see. We'll do that next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and we got one of them Big Easy kind of parties going on out here at Radio Row, Super Bowl Radio Row in New Orleans. Day number 2 is underway, and we got a lot of fun to be had out here. We're going to get to this friction. Y'all stick right there with me. Before we do that, though, I want to let everybody know we got a big contest going on the Odyssey app right now. Listen, 60 minutes a day to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app. You heard me. Download the Odyssey app, log into the Odyssey app, and listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day. That gives you one entry. You can do it every single day until February the 23rd. That gives you one entry into this contest, and the contest is to win airfare and accommodations for you and 3 others to Las Vegas for the first 2 rounds of the big-time college basketball tourney that's right around the corner, and $20,000 for you to do with as you please while you are in Sin City. Again, download the Odyssey app, log in, and listen to Sports Radio 60 minutes a day. Every day you do, and we a winner. And this is a big-time prize, ladies and gentlemen. Also, on that Odyssey app, here's a cool feature that you're going to want to keep. You're going to know about. On that Odyssey app, you can use the rewind feature, and you can go back and listen to earlier content, whether that's Payne and Pendergast in the morning, it's in the loop, or it's us. Here's what you can do right now. The Nate Boyer interview, we had him on, former NFL player, former Green Beret, former Texas Longhorn. Great story. Very, very entertaining. You can go back and listen to that. That was at 2:40. And then Craig Gass, comedian, well-accomplished comedian and actor, was on with us at, what was that, 3:15, 3:20-ish? Either one of those, you can go back and listen. They were both absolutely tremendous. The Odyssey app is the way to go. Again, download the Odyssey app, log in, and listen for 1 hour a day. And it's good stuff. All right, Santiago, we got to hash a few things out here. Apparently, Ron and I we are aware of the back and forth that was had last night. I'll be honest with you, I was not aware of any of it until Ron woke me up and came and got the keys so that he could get this parking pass. I was not aware of the text messages that were exchanged until this morning when I woke up. But there were a couple of things. Apparently on that crosstalk, there's a couple of things, and we'll try to get to the bottom of both of them here. Really, there's 3 things. We'll try to get to the bottom of all 3 of them. Apparently, I used Monday morning, which was morning 1 that we were here. Seth and Sean were not obviously present in the house because I didn't get up and cook breakfast at 4 o'clock in the morning. They were not present in the house, so I cooked breakfast for everybody else, made sure that I offered it to everybody else. Some ate, some didn't. As you could imagine, I'm in a house that I don't own, and so there are slim pickings in terms of what we're cooking with here. I'm not at home with my wife's high-dollar pans that don't stick, all right? But
ain't nothing like a good non-stick pan.
Yeah. Well, I knew when I started cooking on this sucker, it was not going to stick. I mean, it was going to stick quick, and it was going to be thick. And I did 1 round of eggs. Didn't have enough for myself, so I made sure the fellas ate. And then I cooked twice on the same pan that is a below acceptable grade of pan for me because I use my wife's top-notch stuff.
Not what you used to.
When I got done, Ron, there was it was stuck. I mean, I couldn't have peeled it off with a fork at the time. I tried, actually, to be honest with you. I tried. I was like, this is not going to work. This is going to be ridiculous. I'm going to mess it up. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to throw a little hot water in there. I'm going to throw a little soap in there. And I'll be honest with you, I tried. There is a little brush that's made that I tried with that brush for every bit of 5 seconds, and it wasn't coming off at all. So I said, I got to let it soak. I got to let this thing soak. So Monday morning, about 9 o'clock, I let that thing soak. I took ran these fellas up here to do the midday show. I was going to let it soak all day last night or today, and I didn't get back around to it. And so that pan was a solo sitting in the sink. Apparently that was a problem. Apparently that was a problem. I didn't know that was going to be a problem, but apparently it was. Here's a little back and forth of, let's be honest, it's labeled Seth, but Seth, I get it, bub. There's several voices involved here. Let's kick this thing off with J-Lo stirring the pot a bit.
Do we have our first Airbnb controversy?
Oh, we do?
Do we? I'm asking, do we?
Clint doesn't know how to wash a dish. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I didn't even hear. Well, I mean, I got back at 2 a.m., so dishes were not the least of my concern.
My plans after the show are to go back, and the current the obstacle in my life is getting the pan that Clint used to cook eggs in a couple days ago to get it clean.
You're
going
to take the day off.
There's a 2-inch plaque of egg carcass
Key
on that pan.
phrase, a couple days ago.
A couple days ago. I walked home yesterday, and it hadn't been, there. As far as I could tell, no detergent had been dripped in it to soak or anything like
put
that.
Some hot water on it.
Yeah, and so I'm just going to go try to tackle that mountain.
I think the pan's ruined.
I know. I'm going to get it clean. I'm going to get it clean.
Are you?
I spent about 45 minutes cleaning last night, and that pan is the last remaining obstacle.
Did anybody eat the eggs that he made in the pan?
Oh, yeah. Oh, they were great.
They were good eggs?
Yeah, they were great.
Because usually if the eggs leave a residue like that behind, there can be a funk.
No, they were very good.
It wouldn't have been a big issue, if it had been cleaned immediately after he'd cooked it.
All right.
They said you broke the pan. Damn.
All right. Well, I'm not. I would not be. I'm not. That's highly likely. But one, make it a little side note here, by the way. Lopez clearly stirring the pot multiple times, just quick little jabs in there. First of all, starting the conversation.
Well, he got in the box and said,
Secondly,
you don't know how to wash the dish.
Well, I'll tell you what. I made a conscious decision that I was not washing any dishes because there is a dishwasher that is full go. That actually Seth, I think, turned on. Somebody turned it on because when I came home last night, it was running. So Lopez, your old ass is the only one washing dishes in the house.
Did Lopez say 2 days?
Clint said that damn brisket wasn't that good.
Yeah. Look,
today is Tuesday. You cooked Monday morning, right?
Chief, when they were having that crosstalk, it was 27 hours long. Old. I mean, it wasn't 2 days. But let's start with that. So. One, number two.
That chicken wasn't that damn good.
Somebody must have messed with the pan because there was hot water and soap both put in the pan. Third, I tried to clean it. It was not coming off immediately in any way, shape, or form.
More time to soak. Yeah,
in any way, shape, or form. And so the pot situation, the pan situation. Yeah, look, I can understand. I can understand Seth's question and what's going on here. I figured somebody in the house would notice that. I don't think Seth, that was painted a little different way. That the way that information flows here, Seth didn't feel any kind of way about the pan. It wasn't no big deal. Now there was a lot of pot stirring going on about the pan. There were some facts that were left out right there about that pan, and I don't know, but I appreciate all the dispute around the house. Especially for a guy that has 2 different occasions has cleaned up the house.
Okay, got you.
And not only have I cleaned up the house, but I have thrown away at least 5 water bottles that I purchased for the house that had 1 drink taken out of them.
I'll throw a little bit in on that.
Yeah. Yeah, you better believe it.
Take that thing back to your room, whoever did it. I believe
I
believe at least one of them bottles was done by somebody sitting at this damn table.
Well, no, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they have. I'm not making the point about it. He leave the bottles around. I got no problem with it. I'll pick them up. Ain't no big deal. Ain't no problem at all, y'all. But we're gonna find somebody to hammer on. Hey, this ain't the fella.
So you earned it. You earned to be able to soak that.
I mean, I feel like I've really taken a step, boys, in my maturity. It's the first time I've ever cooked
let me ask you
on a family trip or the fellas trip. Like
it's your first time. Your first time.
I cooked and I've cleaned twice.
You were inspired by John, and you tried to jump in and do that. Let me ask you.
It just makes me want to go back to just sleeping late and staying in a room and not helping any, and then I just stay off the radar.
Who annoyed you the most in that exchange?
Probably Lopez. Yeah. Lopez, because Lopez is stirring. He's stirring the pot.
It's that trickle off laugh afterwards. Well, Clint don't know how to wash the dishes.
Yeah, he's stirring. Lopez stirring the pot. Now let's fast forward. Apparently there was a text message exchange last night. Y'all, listeners, you got to bear with me now. This is good stuff. It's a longer piece of audio, but it needs to be to make sure that you get the full get down of what's going on here. Apparently, we've got one parking pass in the among the group. We have about 18 vehicles and one parking pass. All right. So the way that works is Sean.
4 for those who are scoring at home.
Sean uses it early in the morning at 5 a.m. because ain't nobody getting their ass up to bring him over here, which makes sense, right?
Got it.
Now he brings it. I take the fellas once again. I take the fellas for the midday show. Anybody wants to go over, they don't want to get up at 5 a.m. and don't want to. I take the fellas over there, and then Sean brings the pass back, puts it on the table. When it comes time for me and Ron to come over, we got the pass to drive over here. I will start with this. I dropped the ball because I left the parking pass in my truck when we got done last night. I did not put it on the table. Not as I was told. I was not told to do anything. I'm pretty sure it was common courtesy to do it. And I dropped the ball. I did not put the parking pass on the table. But after I went to bed early last night, apparently there was some text messages exchanged, and there may be a little bit of friction, and I'm not talking about that friction that's between Show's thighs.
There's no reason. I don't have thunder thighs.
I think it's I think people really grasp the friction that I'm talking about.
Parker, stop laughing so damn hard at me.
Here's the text message issue that's going on in the frat house.
11:37. Hey, I need to Clint and Ron. Hey, I need the parking pass. Text me back.
Correct.
Yeah. Right? Because I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
I got 4 hours of sleep I got to go get.
That's right.
This is Ron's reply. It's in Clint's car. He's in the bed, I think. I'm on bourbon.
That's right.
Okay, so
I can't confirm.
That text is basically like, sorry, bro.
That's right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So I said, okay, well, I need it. Any suggestions? That's a reasonable reply.
Yes, it is. I'm going to tell you.
That's a reasonable reply to screw you, I'm on Bourbon Street, right?
Okay, see, that's interesting because that's not the way he, from my perspective, hearing it from Ron, he's like, look, I'm letting you know, I'm nowhere near the house. I cannot impact this at all. So when you go suggestions, that was definitely heard with some passive
I think what Sean was hoping was that Ron would say, yeah, when I get home, I'll put it on the table for you.
Yeah, no, but here's the suggestion.
Yes.
Okay, now I'm getting hot.
Oh, yeah. We're going to have a Royal Rumble at some point. Let's go.
I guess call him, or the only other thing I would think is go to gives me the combination to get into their suite.
Yeah, go into the suite.
And find his key.
That's right.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to go into a room where I don't know if he's sleeping on the couch or in the bed. I'm supposed to walk in, turn the lights on, and go find his key to go get the parking pass that they were supposed to leave on the table. That's
Ron basically told you, not my problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
Yeah, well, and my asking for suggestions while he's out on Bourbon Street is apparently an imposition.
It's a classic. It's one of those things where if you were texting somebody from across the room and you saw them receive the text, look at it, and then make a face like throw the phone down, right?
Am I being unreasonable that
No,
at 11:30 at night when I have to get up at 4, I'm asking
you're not.
how am I getting the parking pass?
So what are the rankings?
Well, here's the problem, and we'll
Ron's
get back
at
to
the
the
bottom
rankings.
right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think for Ron,
he
was
got
like
hot about me asking for suggestions. We got issues. Well, by the way, waking up punishment, leaving the parking pass in his truck.
Yeah.
So I can look at it that way.
True.
I said, okay, I'm not going to do that. When you get home, can you find the key and leave the parking pass on the table? Reasonable request and solution, right? And, and to Ron's credit, he did. The parking pass was on the table.
There you have it.
I got a few.
Go ahead. Hey, jump, Bubba. Jump.
Reggie and John, y'all, you're the ones.
You got to change. Hey, boss man. If you were thinking about changing the name of their show from In the Loop to something maybe fresh,
In the Mess.
Hey,
because y'all messy as hell.
Pot stirring SOBs right there.
Damn. But
grab a spoon. That's what it needs to be.
But the first thing is, see, he is connecting us as we in this situation. I ain't drive that car. I ain't got them keys. That ain't me. What's it mean is we? Hell, I didn't come in. I ain't been in the car since we drove up here. That ain't me. I'm out. I'm like, I can see if it's one thing. I got keys to the car. Are we sharing this thing? Or we both? That ain't my car. How was that up to me? I mean, and you lucky I'm responding to you. Now you sitting here down here with your draws. I mean in a tizzy, as we could all see it. And I'm like, hold on, man. I'm gonna be nice and respond to you, because what I'm sitting here thinking is, he must really mean this for Clint, because hell, this ain't got nothing to do with me. Ain't my car. That wasn't a Toyota Camry that was out there that I needed. any suggestions. Hell, what the hell you gonna do different than I'm gonna do? You the one who need it right now. I'm on Bourbon. You at the house. You right there next to him. You got the code. You can knock on the door. I don't. And my man said, no, I'm not going to. And I said, hell, I gave you some suggestions. And Figgy and well, I'm not talking to Reggie, but Figgy, you were there. You know, Figgy, I told him. I said, and my first mind was to end my portion of the conversation. I will go give you no suggestions. The hell you talking about some suggestions? You thinking of any of them there yourself? You right there next to it. And I was nice. And I said, hell, I think maybe you should start by calling him. Hell, it was 10-something. Maybe give him a call to see if he's awake. I don't know. Next step would be, if you're sitting right there, is everybody knows the codes of these bad boys, or come knock over and go wake him up. Because that's what you expect me to do when I get in, except I'm going to get in later. And what did I do? It's nice enough to walk in, came in.
Hey, big dog. Yeah, man, what's good?
Yeah, I mean, I took him out his sleep. I said, hey, man, and I did. I said, Sean, boy, you got to see your message. Sean need that parking pass. He flipping out about that parking pass. He said, oh, damn, it's on the. And I went and got it, put it down there. But, hell, that could have been your move. Hell, let's just be completely honest. Hell, you know Clint longer than I've known him. You could have walked in there and said something to Clint. Like me saying to Figgy from Brand's room to go get that thing while I'm sitting right here at it. No. Come on, Sean. I should have left that damn thing in there.
Look, here's the deal. It's my fault. I want to make sure everybody understands that I am fully aware it's my fault. I should have left it on the table. And moving forward, that damn thing will be on that damn table by 6:30 every evening. But it just seems like.
I know it's established. We're a partnership with that Escalade.
Well, you were I think that was more had to do with you being my roommate. I think more than the Escalade. But that's okay. Here's the deal. I want to be really clear. There ain't a person that's on this show. I mean, that's on this station. That if I'm sitting at the house and something's upstairs and I need it, I don't give a damn if you dead in the middle of something. Reggie, I don't care if you bring one home. I don't care what you're in the middle of. I'm going to knock on that door and say, hey, man, I got a show at 5 o'clock in the morning. I need that parking pass, partner.
If I'm in dire straits the way he was.
Well, no, it just it just should have never gotten. Like, hey, man, hey, Clint, wake your ass up, man. I need that parking pass. Yes. You know I got to get up early.
Did he ever call you? Did he ever contact you besides that text where clearly you wasn't answering?
No, I didn't have a missed call.
I'm about to say now.
I woke up and looked at them texts this morning. I said, damn, y'all, what did I miss? I got to quit. I literally just started turning on my do not disturb on my phone. And I shouldn't have done it. I'll leave it on the rest of the time. I shouldn't have done that. But, damn, that could have been avoided, man. It could have been avoided by me doing it right early, but it damn sure could have been avoided. Like, just come on up there. Hey, y'all still feel fresh. Y'all need deodorant.
Like, I'm just saying,
I don't carry them Jimmys no more, so don't come up there looking for one of them if y'all figure that out. But
that felt far. I just said, man,
jumped off the.
You need this. I'm on Bourbon Street with a purple drink. And I mean that's what they called the not I ain't sipping on syrup, but the purple drink.
The back, yeah.
And I'm sitting there, and you right there, you around the corner. You about to get any suggestions? What kind of magic you want me to make from bourbon? And you need it right now.
You were better than me on that because I'd had a really hard time entertaining. Like especially if I'm out like that, it's like just whew. That would have been you did right there. You did your part, man.
Love you, Sean. Even though that Reggie and John are trying to.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm not worried about Seth or Sean. At the end of the day, it's these two that are in the loop stirring the hell out of it.
I just want Sean to know it's just as hot as you got. I was as hot as I was when you tried to get me to make some suggestions to you. What response do you think I had? Coming up next. As we hear live and rolling here, the Rockets. The Rockets, listen, a rough one. They've lost 3 in a row, but I think there's a space where you could come and feel like you're in a good place based off what they did last night. And there is the issue of that problem that keeps coming up for the Rockets. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. The orchard signs are popping up all over us.
Your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, and The Drive is, of course, on the road as we are here, Radio Row, and we are enjoying ourselves here, and I've had a really, really good show. Check out that Odyssey Rewind feature. You can catch a lot of the things we had. Craig Gass, Nate Boyer, you can check that out as well. All right, Clint, the Rockets are still the number 2 team in the West. But they are on a bit of a slide. They've lost 3 in a row, and they went on the road yesterday, and they lost that game to the Knicks. Now, I would also point out, Clint, in this game there was no Alfred Şengün, and there was no, and Şengün's missed multiple games here, and there was also no out of the game. So your starting center and your all-star, and then your point guard as well, he was out of this game. And they held it. They were leading most of the game, as Chris knows. They were leading most of the game and until that fourth quarter got there. And, listen, it's frustrating. You win 3 in a row. And I've said it, Clint, that the expectations have changed with this thing thus far. But I think the things you can look at, and you heard it on the broadcast from the Knicks guys, a lot of, hey, this is a physical team. This is a team that we know you got to pick it up and step it up against. So you can see they are thoroughly creating this thing about themselves and what they are and what you have to expect to see them every time you play the Rockets. And you're doing it and hanging in this game against a really good team. The Knicks, one of the best records in the NBA, third in the East, just because Boston and Cleveland are really getting off. You were in that the whole way, and you lost towards the end of the game without 2 of your big weapons. To me, yes, it's frustrating, but I still continue to see positive and become excited. And to think in some of these games, when you have Şengün there, when you have even Fred, when you have your full complement of guys, that it will look different. So, yes, it's frustrating, and they need to get going, and the expectations have changed. But I didn't come away from last night being disappointed. I was a little disappointed that game against the Nets. That was rough, and they got them again tonight. But I didn't come away with that they took an L to the Knicks.
Yeah, I think I'm probably beyond. I'm probably beyond getting beside myself about a certain one game, right? I think they've earned the right in such a long season to maybe have a bad outing from time to time. And then you look at the simple fact that last night you're missing one of your top 2 scorers on the team, as well as the one guy that has the ability to get in there and really control the game and control the tempo of the game at that any given moment. Those are 2 critical pieces. And so, yeah, I don't know, man. I look at it and I'm not beside myself about any single game with the Rockets. Now, the overall 3 games skid, you're flirting with some issues here, and you need to right the ship.
Is this like, can we stop? This is the second day in a row they have just come in here and parachuted on one of our segments. Do we need to have a sing-off?
No. I'm not. I'd rather not. You can do all you want to. Stand up and sing. This is
the second time they've parachuted.
I was totally distracted in my thought because it's screaming over here next to me.
Do we need to have a sing-off?
Yeah, that's up to you, man. Stand up and get to yelling. Chief.
I just did. I didn't know if we needed to do this.
What song you going with?
Oh God, what was that? What was that they were just singing? I can't make it out. 6 feet. I can't make it. I can't make it out. What would we go?
I ain't got it, Chief.
Yeah, I got a couple. My go-to's always 5 Steps by Drew Hill.
I don't know if I got that one. I don't know how many people in this room got that one. Probably wouldn't. Probably, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say probably wouldn't be as much of a hit if you went 5-step Drew Hill in this crowd.
I think it's just the loudness of it. If you really hit it. And I think you're wrong, because I think the folks at that table would stand up and start singing it with us. I think there's a couple of other tables around here.
Well, you got a couple. I mean, I didn't understand what that song was, but the one before, the one yesterday was one that everybody in this building knows, no matter what. Yeah. Same thing again, same song again. Yeah, that's a different.
Yeah, it's the same song. It's Creed, One Last Breath. They sing it apparently every day at this time.
Oh, well done. Good job, man. That's impressive.
And they went Creed.
Radio's all about creating benchmarks.
They went Creed, huh? That's where they went, huh? That's where they went in that thing. All right.
If we put a little thought about it, we ain't going Creed.
No, I ain't going. I'll go in a direction you want to roll here. I can't go Creed. We can go Tennessee whiskey if you want to do that.
There you go.
I mean, we could. I would do that, but I wouldn't go Creed. I ain't got Creed in me.
I don't know the words.
Yeah, someone like people that we can hear. People texting in, they're singing Creed. Yeah, I mean, damn it. See, now I took them out. All right, I mean, we're making really great rocket points. I still had another one. And Creed and Ike Reese is parachuting in this thing. And rolling through. Right, maybe I'm going out on a limb. I don't believe Creed was Ike's choice.
No, there's no question. When they first started yesterday, Ike was very uncomfortable with it. The two white guys led the way, and Ike eventually, it went on so long, Ike eventually got in.
Came in there. Yeah,
there's no question about it.
That's interesting. I think we should listen. I think we should really think about this.
I think we should. You are more than welcome. I will sit back and let you have the stage.
I think we should really think about. We've got a few more days. I think we should think about this and parachuting in.
Nah. If it had been the original idea, cool. But whoever does it next is going to look like an absolute douchebag.
We got it. No. It doesn't count as looking like a bag. If we are countering and messing up their segment.
Oh, you're doing it. Oh, that's what it's about.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah, because we got people in here that stopped thinking about that rocket steak and they're thinking about singing that song, Creed. Irwin comes in with "Baby Got Back." Dun, 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 dun. Like we got some thoughts. There is some thoughts. I think we can do something with.
You got a rat in your pocket?
Huh?
You got a rat in your pocket?
I don't have a rat in my pocket.
You better quit saying we. Don't start that singing and expect me to dial in.
I'll like Reese you. I'll drag you in like.
I like Reese you.
I had never heard. Do you got a rat in your pocket? That's the first time I've heard. I'm sorry. I know you just looked at me. Never heard of that one. Is that a key one? We did a little tour earlier about I got a rat.
When somebody keeps saying we gonna do this, we gonna do that, and they say you got a rat in your pocket.
Never heard that.
You say another. We is a multiple term. Is plural.
I'm saying I'm one more person away from thinking we got a two American situation here. That's what I'm gonna say. If Brandon don't got it, I don't know if anybody does. All right.
I'll bet $100 Brandon got it.
All right, try it real quick, Brandon. Go ahead, explain.
Brandon, if he's sitting over there talking about we need to sing, we gonna sing, we gonna do this, we gonna do that, and I say, you got a rat in your pocket? Do you know what I'm referring to?
You got a what in your pocket?
If he's using the term we, and saying doing anything, and I'm not real interested in doing it, and I say, you got a rat in your pocket? Do you know what I'm saying?
I don't have
Two Americas. Two Americas. God, dog, it happened right there.
It's got to be more than one person involved if he's saying we. And I'm saying I'm not going. You got a rat in your pocket?
I get it. Okay.
No, you get it. You ain't never heard it. That's your first time, right?
I think that's probably deep stuff. That's got to be a Baytown.
How about this one? How about
a Baytown thing?
If you're from Silsbee, Texas, you'd have heard it.
Yeah.
How about this one? You keep saying who. Keep saying who this, who that. And I say, man, your feet fit the limb?
Never heard it.
You ain't got that one? Do you know what I'm referring to?
No.
Do your feet fit a limb?
I mean, I can process of elimination, get what you're saying, but I never heard them. I'm looking at you like, what the hell is he talking about? I never heard that.
Damn, I thought Teresa had them.
I appreciate these.
Do you think Teresa
got a rat? I'm going to use that, Clint.
From South Georgia?
I'm going to use it.
When somebody keeps talking about we, that you ain't real interested in doing it?
Because normally when I hear we, the response is we speak French, or I don't speak French, or something like that.
I've heard that.
You know what I mean? That's the one that's more
coming up next.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
Coming up next, I had a moment where I last night as we were at the opening night, I feel like I really disappointed our guy Figgy, and I wasn't happy with myself either. I was not happy with my performance either. I really felt like, and I need help. I need help with this situation, and I want to openly apologize to Figgy. Because I could tell Figgy was getting frustrated. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, check it out. Injuries can take you out of the game, man.
SportsRadio610.com.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we're live on Radio Row here in New Orleans and having a good time today as usual. And we've had a good time thus far this week, and we'll continue. As we've said, follow the sights and sounds. Figgy, Brandon, those guys have been doing a fantastic job of kind of documenting everything that we've been doing in here. And I mean, on the air, while we're here, while we're out, while we're doing a great job of it. And last night, Clint, you went. And first off, Brandon's here, Figgy's here. I want to give a standing over. I got to get this to my guy, Clint.
What happened?
There's no way in hell that I thought you were going to last as long as you did last night at that opening night. I tried to, in the nicest way possible, express to you, this probably ain't your thing. Oh, but I want to see it. I felt bad I didn't go last year, and I was thinking to myself, nothing about this says Clint Stoerner. I could see the annoyance, and Clint, he lasted at least an hour, I think, maybe.
I was trying to wait you guys out and see if y'all wanted to leave with me. I felt bad trying to leave him with the vehicle, but it got to a point where I was like, I can't go no more.
Yeah, no, I saw you. Yeah, I saw you. And then you felt better because you had gotten one person to go with you, and Brandon, who was going to go with him. But Brandon was only going because he thought we was all going, and then he was like, we got to get the hop and stuff. And so you bounced. So I'm proud of you. There ain't no way I thought to say, boy, this ain't – we all said it to each other. This ain't Clint's thing. I don't think Clint
I'm going to tell you, Ron, and if I go too long here, just interrupt me.
Somebody put a tripod on his foot.
That's what I was fixing to say. If you want the rudest group of people that you've ever been around, it's media people, particularly camera people and reporters. I mean, just blatant disregard for my big ass standing on two blades of grass in the whole stadium. My man, I'm just trying to listen to Jalen Hurts and watch how he handles the media. Which, by the way, straight class act. I mean, it just. I mean, literally. I mean, there's not a fake bone in dude. I'm sitting there listening, and this dude walks up, and he's probably, I'd say, early 40s. It looks like he's about 60, but I'd say early 40s. And he opens up this tripod, and literally he got three legs. He sits one of them on top of my left foot. I said, man, are you kidding me?
See Clint in here about to fight somebody.
And he didn't even acknowledge. Like, he didn't even look at me. Like, I'm literally I was honest to God, no exaggeration. My lips were 12 inches from his ear when I said, are you kidding me? And he didn't even look at me. And then he just continues to move closer and kind of nudge me out of the way. So, and I'm like, man, I'm not even in the scrum. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, I was just, at that point, I was like, nah, I got to get up out of here, man.
You got to ride, yeah.
This is. I mean, and by the way, they I don't know if it's always been like this, but they let anybody and everybody in.
Well, yeah.
There.
So everybody you go out there. Everybody is getting any kind of content. Like I think any of you right now at your house, if you
applied as soon as the Super Bowl's over, you can get in there next year. Bring your camera. And here's the other thing: the youngsters, because it's mostly youngsters. The old heads are still fighting, trying to do it their way. The youngsters walking, and I'm talking about it's packed, man. Walking with their phone on one of them long sticks, videoing themselves,
they're doing the show right
doing
there.
An interview or a show as they're walking through this crowd, like just walk. I mean, it's wild. And if I'd have got hit with one more backpack, the little dude with the backpack on it, that his body gets through, and then he turns real quick and he bangs you with the backpack and acts like you don't even feel it.
And one of them that's just
yes, yeah. I'm just like, hey man, yeah, this is unbelievable. And look, I understand. I'm not knocking these people around because they got to. If you ain't like that, you got to get in, or you ain't gonna get your work done. You ain't gonna be worth a damn. But hey man, that's a life I can't lead, man.
So we were deep in it, and we were going around trying to get some content, and we put some out, and you've seen some of the stuff that Figgy's put out. We talked to some players. So we're trying to get around there and get players. And I'm just, having fun, whatever. And I get the sense from Figgy, damn it, come on, Ron. Come on. Get in there. I'm just and I come and I admit I was not aggressive enough. I was not aggressive enough in just going in. I could feel the disappointment coming from Figgy's dreads. I could just feel it. Like at one point he said, "Hey man, you gotta get in there." And it's really hard for me with female reporters, and I think they know it. And the female women, I think they know it.
There ain't no doubt.
I mean, and they're coming in and like. I think Figgy was like, "Here, box her out. Use your weight." I could just feel it, and I apologize, Figgy. I think we got some stuff. We could have got some more, but I felt at one point I tried to slide it in real quick, like, "Hey, you want to switch? You want to get one?" Because I feel like Figgy, the way Figgy was looking was like, "Damn it, just let me get my hands on it. Let me get in there."
You know what? I got a little irritated, not because of you, because this was my first time
That's
doing
okay.
this.
You can say it.
So I got there. I'm like, okay, this is what type of time. Shit, look, like we sitting there waiting for one person to finish their little deal.
Yeah.
And then we gonna step in. And then you see a cute little girl come in. Hi, Jalen. So what's your favorite color?
A couple of them was ugly too.
And they interviewing somebody for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, a couple of them were ugly too.
Yeah, the Charles Omenihu one. I thought he was gonna fight somebody. Now, luckily, Figgy stepped back because
I realized who it was.
Yeah, the TV channel took him from us. We had him, but Figgy.
This lady was hogging up Charles Omenihu.
And
then about 10, 15 minutes.
And I thought it was our turn, and then somebody slid in, and Figgy, hey, come on, man, you got to get it in right now. As soon as it gets done, I felt like, damn, I'm really disappointed.
Ron wants to get in there and shift his weight to each foot a few times, get planted in. Hey, look here, my name's Show. My name's Show.
I'm trying to be a gentleman here, and these cats in here, yo, I got you. I'm like, yo, damn. Like,
hey, man.
You see it's my turn here, man. You know you just walked up from out there.
Ron, I told the boss man on the way over here when I was dropping the fellas off midday, I said, hey, man, I hope you know, man. Like, I try to bring value in as many places as I possibly can. Like, I'm trying. And I went over there last night. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, boss, man, if I got to do that right there to keep my job, just go ahead and get me up out of here. That is not – I just can't – there is zero – zero – I'd feel terrible. If I did if I'd have set my tripod on somebody's foot, I would have lost my position when I was apologizing. Like, I would not – there ain't no way in hell
I thought about not doing it.
Oh, that dude didn't think about me one bit. He was steadily thinking about how he could get in front of me. Yeah, right. The media world done figured it out. The higher-ups, if you find you an aggressive female, that's the way to go right there. She's going to get more front row video content than anybody.
Find you a cute woman. She can just step in and she'll get whatever she wants, man.
And off of last night, a couple of ugly ones too. But Biggie, it was Justin Watson. That was the one I felt the most from Figgy. I think 4 women slid in front of me. So they're coming out off the side, and the chick from NFL Network. I said, "Here, man, let me walk away, man." I said, man, I did. I wanted to tell Figgy, man, I'm sorry, man.
Yeah,
I know. We got some.
And see, this wasn't like a regular media scrum where everybody just surrounding the player and just throwing out questions.
Right.
They were doing like 10-minute one-on-one interviews.
Tell the truth, Figgy. You wanted to take that damn mic from me, didn't you?
Nah, I didn't. No, real talk, I thought you was doing a good job, man.
See, this is
but I'm like, Ron, don't let these cute little girls or ugly girls
that's the word
jump in front of you, man.
Yeah, they did. I just figure it's a deal of like, hey, man, you saw me, I'm behind her. You know, you got me, you gonna go after me. No.
Yeah.
They just slide in like you ain't standing there.
I don't know what the NFL is thinking.
What do you mean?
Like, that cannot be the best way to get done what you're trying to get done. It just absolutely cannot.
I bet them players hate it. Boy, they down there for a smooth hour, just people coming up and doing anything.
What's your favorite food?
One of them, I don't know who he was because I couldn't see his number on his chest, but he was sitting there talking to another one, and he was like, man, they must just give anybody a press pass to get in this thing.
Yeah, and
I can't believe that they – I'll be honest with you, I cannot believe that they released – all the players into that mess.
They released the hounds, baby.
And I cannot believe.
They don't reach the top.
I guess the security at this thing getting in and out is absolutely unbelievable. Like I had a guy jump down my throat because I didn't check out quick enough, leaving the building. I was like, hey man, I got you, man. I didn't know I was supposed to check out when I was leaving. I got you. I'm just trying to find the damn bus. But yeah, that's That's wild to think that they just because you had some. I mean, you got like Juergens, the offensive lineman. Is that right? You got with the bad back.
Yeah.
That had to play emergency.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out there walking around amongst a bunch of fools.
And
what are we doing?
And I think that's my thing for me is there are some people who have a level of aggressiveness and they hard about this that I just like. It seems like you need this more than I do. Like the way that you're staring, like you're staring. They're in here. They're staring down. I mean, they got a fire lit on their ass. They're standing here, and I'm like, here, man, go ahead and take it, man. I'll go next.
Yeah.
Like,
no, it was a couple times. I'm like, maybe he got a school project or something, man.
I was school project. You're right.
I was boxed out, like leg in, and it was like got a body on me, leg in, across the way, boxed out, and got in. I said,
they had you in the paint, brother.
Hey, there was a dude in there dressed up like a genie, painted blue.
Good looking.
Asking players if they he had like a shoe box or some kind of box that was painted. He said, "You want this?" That was his question. Was you want this box? And then he'd pull something else out. You want this? Literally full head genie gear, all the genie gear and everything on. Genie in a bottle. Like, how does that happen? Like, what do we do? What's NFL doing?
I will say this: nothing was better than Jameis last night.
Jameis is great.
Jameis, we got Jameis. He's just walking around trying to throw. Was he trying to throw cookies to D-Hop? And he couldn't catch it. He couldn't catch a damn one of them.
I caught him, Ron. I caught him in a just a sidebar convo with somebody that he recognized. Like they were all walking through, and I was just watching him. And some guy, he walked past him and came back and started talking to the guy. And it is the intensity in his eyes and in his.
He's working. He is serious.
But it was just a general. It wasn't on camera or anything. It was just a general conversation with a dude that this guy clearly wasn't a player, by the way. But he was just so passionate and so energetic, man. It was just like, wow. Dude's he's gonna crush it in that TV stuff, man. Especially if they keep him in that kind of freestyle out in the mix. He's gonna crush it.
All right, coming up, news made yesterday in that scrum we were just talking about from Andy Reid, the head coach of the Chiefs. He gives an update on his future. We heard from finally Luka Doncic and Anthony Davis on their thoughts, and I will just say one of them sounds like, "Hey, all right." And the other one sounds like he's trying to convince himself that he's in a good position. All of that as we continue coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all check it out.
Odyssey Sports Station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 6. Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. And luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber and Chris Santiago, Big Santiago, have the latest for you. And the latest is we are live here on Radio Row here in New Orleans. And we're here to bring you the latest hits, the big stories going right now. And let's start here where we are in the Super Bowl. And Andy Reid, the head coach of the Chiefs, and this is something that I'm sure many people are wondering around, especially cities around the country that desperately want this Chiefs thing to end. And that is, he spoke about his future, and Andy Reid has already said, Clint, that he'll return as the Chiefs coach next year. Not anything past next year, but it seems like each year here of late it's been a, will he come back? Will he retire? Will this be the end? He's already announced that he will come back. And to me, that may be the real key to this thing, Clint, is there are many people, and obviously the city of Houston is right there with many others, that desperately want to see this Kansas City dynasty, this thing come to an end. And I think, Clint, the way that it could, and you can really see the shift, and I think the big challenge, the next big challenge to me is whenever Andy Reid does hang it up, right? Like, this isn't a situation where Andy Reid kept going together for 20 whatever years. I don't think this is a situation where Andy and Pat are going to go for 20 years, just the age and where they are. That could be the next big thing that the Chiefs have to deal with is whenever Andy Reid moves on, because that's been such an advantage they have most times out.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a challenge whenever Andy moves on. Hell yeah, it's going to be a change. You're talking about trying to replace an absolute legend. So yeah, that's going to be a hellacious challenge.
To me, that's to me where this thing potentially can get knocked off. Where teams like,
so you think it's going to require Andy Reid to retire for this team?
I'm talking about to me, if you're thinking, all right, the time where you're like, all right, hey, they're vulnerable, they're really vulnerable, where you think like this thing can stop and they're not just winning. They've been to 7 straight AFC Championship games.
Yeah.
I'm talking about when Andy leaves, that then is a challenge where it's like, all right, maybe this thing won't just sustain and just be rolling through. I think that's the.
I mean, look, I think their sustainability, if you will, even at the crazy level that they've been able to win, I think it's fair to say that it's solely dependent on two people's being. If Pat gets hurt, I think they're going to be in trouble. Obviously, at any point in time, and if Andy retires, then they're going to be in trouble. There's going to be they're going to have hell trying to keep this thing rolling, especially with the expectations what they are right now. I mean, think about what you just said. They've been to 7 straight AFC championships. I mean, I come along with that. You hear it all the time in football of like the more you win, the more people expect you to win, and at some point you tap out. You just can't meet or exceed expectations any longer, and you got to move on. And so, I would imagine at some point, the way that this thing with the Chiefs gets derailed is nothing short of Andy and Pat, one or the other, not being themselves and not being around.
Yeah, and because when you look at it from the Texans' perspective, they are going to D'Amico and CJ. If this thing goes the way you want it, they are going to outlast them. Right? They'll roll past them, and so that's just something you gotta look at is could this thing roll down? That's the opening, but it will at least be one more year amongst those things. So the Chiefs are still going to be intact. And by the way, I also think probably Travis Kelce stays as long as Andy is, because Travis talked about that yesterday. So that is the latest there with the Chiefs. It looks like they will continue to have those main parts with them coming up next year.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, shout out to Reggie as this is rolling through here. Ian Rappaport reports the Texans have promoted Cole Popovich to the offensive line coach and run game coordinator. Sources say he'll work closely with the new offensive coordinator. Previously, Popovich was the assistant O-line coach, but Houston always held him in high regard. Well, you ain't kidding, are you? This is interesting. So I thought he got fired.
He did.
And then he got rehired.
They announced that he got fired.
He got let go. So they brought back the assistant. So where we are right now, the scapegoats are old Chris and old Chris Strausser, and then obviously Bobby Slowick. Those are the ones that are rolling. Will there be any more changes? How do you feel about this one, Houston?
So, well, no, look.
How do you feel about this one? The assistant offensive line coach was fired
this is the first hire, right?
Yep.
So let me get this right. So everybody understands this. Nick Caley gets the offensive coordinator job, and of all the O-line coaches in America, he goes and gets the guy that was the assistant O-line coach.
Got it yesterday.
For I mean, I don't cover all offensive lines, but I would say this was a very, very
bottom third.
Just think about it from not only a bottom third, but I mean, there's a handful of teams that had spent the money, had the investment up front, had the talent up front, and underperformed severely, right? The Texans are one of those teams. And this guy was in the meeting room with them. And so you want me to think that Caley came in and said, all right, boys, this is my shot. This is my shot to continue to ascend at the NFL level. And I'm going to hire Cole Popovich, that sat in the same room with the O-line coach and orchestrated an unbelievably disappointing stretch of football from an offensive line.
Just needed 24 hours to find that OC, that offensive line coach. And it's going to be the same person that was coaching them last year.
Well, I wonder how many people, because this is the same like, there's a lot of folks out there. Who was the real good O-line coach that was at Denver and played with the Oilers?
Oh, Mike Munchak.
I always want to say Bruce, but yeah, Mike Munchak. Like there's a lot of people that are, we're under the impression like that would be a great hire. Bring that guy in. But you got Cole. Yep. That's interesting. It's
getting info that Cole was never officially let go. That was just reports. That wasn't actually the case. He has always, I guess, been there. And there was reports that the offensive line coach and the assistant were let go. But he gets promoted up.
Another one of those wait and see may be great. I tell you what, you trust the process, y'all. Just trust the process.
Come on, man. I know. Here's someone just texted in and just said, "Here we go. You guys always talking ish about every move the Texans make." No, man, I'm not talking ish. I'm just saying that's again. I will say this big because the number one thing we said they got to fix, the number one thing that they've got to fix from when Bobby Slowick got let go was that offensive line got to get better. Got to get better. So you fired the offensive line coach and brought in his assistant? Yeah, this would have made more sense if you brought in Gerard. If you kept Gerard, all right, now there's all right, hell, at least Gerard. Yeah. As you just so eloquently put, you mean Nick Caley. Sometimes you get one of these opportunities. You mean Nick Caley said, yeah. Has he met him?
Oh, I don't know.
Have they met each other? They have a relationship? Matt probably in their New England days? Yep, worked with him in New England. Yep. All right, I got you, Nick. And I don't mean Caley. The other one. I'm sorry. This looks like Nick Caserio's directing this the whole way, and that's fine. It may work, but I'm just simply saying, when Bobby Slowick was fired, in your mind, did you say, "All right, man, this is what we're gonna do. We got C.J. Stroud, we got Nico Collins, we got all this. We gotta have the biggest, like the best group where people will say, oh, that's the spot I want to go to." And they came up with Nick Caley, the tight end coach and passing game coordinator. Yes, some people wanted him, but they came up with Nick. And then it was within 21 days that they needed to fill the number one issue with this team that held them back was the offensive line. And they brought back the assistant to the same coach that was there last year. That in your mind, you were like, this is what we're going to do. Like, this is where we're going to keep the same, the assist. Like, in your mind, that was like, hope it works.
Yeah.
Right? Not going to interview some of the top candidates. And I don't care what you say about Clint Kubiak and Chip Kelly. They were the two of the top candidates in this thing. You didn't interview them. And you brought back the assistant to your bad offensive line coach. Which, again, Chris, as I've said, bad in the sense of, hell, I don't know how bad you are. We keep running offensive line coaches out of here. And if you ask George Warhop, when he went to Baltimore, he looked like a different guy, I guess, with that offensive line. That is wild to me. This is a huge deal to me. Because it's not just the offensive line coach, which normally, this signifies so much of what's going on, who's running the show, and that this team sat and evaluated and said, the best course of action for us is, not even sit around and look a little bit. The best course of action is, let me bring the assistant O-line coach from last year. Wow.
Yes, it is as underwhelming as you could possibly make it from the OC perspective as well as the O-line perspective. Looking forward to seeing the rest of the staff.
Like you're looking at it now, and look at the rest of the staff. It's just look at the Texas staff. All right, that is wow. That is the latest.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Rockets, they lose last night, 124-118. Hopefully no one starts singing behind us here in a bit. But they've got a back-to-back. If that guy starts singing, I swear to God, I will take this thing off. I will take this. And this is the second time we've tried to do a Rockets segment. Damn it, and y'all keep coming in. I'm sorry. The Rockets last night, the Houston Rockets last night, lost a tough one to the Knicks. I want to make sure y'all hear because y'all keep interrupting our damn Rockets segments. The last time that we no, but listen, the Rockets, they lose a tough one last night. And the one thing that comes to mind is something we talked about last week to me is end of games. And not just the final shot. End of games. We watched it again yesterday. I'm sorry for the yelling, Houston. I can't take it. All right, it's like when we do the Rockets, they're like, no. All right, it's like you're not doing it. But we watched this in Memphis. In that game at the end of it, and not just the final possession, but multiple possessions to end. The last 3 minutes, the ball was in Payne and in Jaren Jackson's hand. Yesterday, it was Jalen Brunson. And he hits a big three, makes plays down the stretch, and the Rockets just couldn't keep up. Amin Thompson tried. He had a turnover late. They just struggled with trying to try to figure out how they were going to close things out. And to me, that is still, and we'll see what happens. The deadline is Thursday. That is still the issue that seems to be running through this team. At the end of games, who is that going to be? And maybe it is Şengün. Maybe it is Şengün. No, damn that, Ike. Maybe it is Şengün. But I'm not sure. That's the thing that keeps coming up that we keep seeing.
Yeah, look, I mean, you're missing Şengün. To your point, an option at the end of the game, along with Jalen Green and even Amin Thompson, but you're missing one of those three guys that you would like to have the ball in their hand, and then you're also missing the one guy that can come in, and even if it's within the last 4 minutes of the game, the guy that can come in and steady the waters. Okay, everybody pump their brakes. Let's get a plan. Take a breath, take a deep breath, and let's figure this thing out. Gather our thoughts, kind of deal. You're missing those two guys, and so it's going to be a different path to victory when you're missing them two guys anyway, right? I mean, it is interesting though, Ron, to your point of like not to make too much of 3 losses in the middle of the season, because this season has been great, and their reputation around the league is growing of a team that you may beat them, but you're going to know you was in a fight no matter who's on the floor, and that's all fine and dandy. But the one thing that keeps kind of rearing its head is that, hey, man, at the end of games, it sure seemed like the New York Knicks knew exactly who they were going to get the ball to and exactly who they were going to ride the rest of the way.
And it feels like the Rockets are taking turns, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, one possession we'll try Green.
Yeah.
One possession we'll try Thompson.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll talk to Brandon Scott tomorrow on our Rockets report, and you can catch him twice a week with Adam Spolane, H-Town Hoops podcast. But that is to me, is that something that they need to try to find in the before the deadline Thursday, or is this let's see who grows into it? Because that is hard to just come away from and to look at. Those are 2 playoff teams, and as many of you who watch the NBA know, the fourth quarter, yes, they tighten up. You talked about it. We were talking about it in the room earlier.
There was a stat floating around the social media, and it was a legit stat where it just showed the fall off in the fourth quarter, and how the Rockets were great in quarters 1 through 3 from a scoring perspective, and then the fourth quarter it just falls a little bit. They go from top 3, top 5 in the league to pretty significantly lower, and it was just your point in response to that stat was, well, that's when teams kind of tighten down and actually start playing defense, number one, and number two, it's when your superstars need to rise and be the reason you win, and you really can't figure out who that is consistently. You don't have one guy to be a ball dominant guy that can go get those points, and at least you don't know who he is yet. That one stat that was pretty telling.
Yeah, we'll see if they go out and do that, or if it. I did like Amin Thompson taking the ball and saying I'm going. He just just got stripped in the lane there late. So a lot going on there. I need to use the restroom. The last thing I need to be doing is yelling. That might take me out for a day, right then and there. But coming up, we've got to jump back on this, Clinton. I want to kind of get the thoughts of you and the people texting in. If you just missed it, the Texans have made a move. They are bringing in, which was Clint said this yesterday. It may be as important as the OC hire is who is the offensive line coach hire going to be. We know who it is, and he was the assistant O-line coach last year for the Texans. We'll discuss and get more on that and get your thoughts as well. That's coming up next.
All right, rodeo fans, y'all check it out now on Thursday, February the 6th. That's this Thursday from 8 to 10 p.m. at Twin Peaks. I'm talking.
Live from New Orleans, Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 on Radio Row. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we return here, Radio Row, but this news here just comes out, and I am curious how people are thinking right now. I'm curious how you are feeling about this situation where the Texans are. The Texans yesterday hired their new OC, Nick Caley. He was his NFL experience started with the Payne. With obviously Tom Brady, obviously Bill Belichick, and then obviously Nick Caserio was there from 2015 to 2022, and then he moved on and became the tight ends coach, and then last year with the Rams, the tight ends coach, and then it was added he would be the tight ends coach and passing game coordinator, and now he has been brought in to be the offensive coordinator here. And I know you said this as we were leading into this, Clint, the offensive coordinator job may be just as important as whoever that line coach is going to be. Those two things may go into one because obviously, as you said, to fix things, the OC has to get C.J. Stroud going better, but to get C.J. Stroud going better, the protection in the O-line has to improve.
The reality of it is it's all dependent upon the O-line, right? I mean, C.J. Stroud can go work as hard as he could possibly work, and the reality of it is if he is the most pressured quarterback in the league, the Texans aren't going to be very good. Well, I shouldn't say that. They're not going to be very good, relatively speaking. They're going to be a playoff team. They're too talented not to be a playoff team. They're too talented not to win this division. They're going to do this no matter who's coaching, or it doesn't matter. They're going to make that happen. But when you start bumping up against Baltimore and Buffalo and the Patriots and whoever the up and coming teams are, right? You start bumping them up against teams that are in the playoffs in any given year or consistently. Like they're going to expose your offensive line. You're not going to be able to run the football effectively. You're not going to be able to do those things. You're going to get exploited. They're going to pick on you, and it's going to be the reason that you lose games. And so, look, whether you're talking about Nick Caley doing his job or C.J. Stroud doing his job, their jobs are made exponentially more difficult than they already are if you've got an offensive line that can't protect, can't execute basic mechanics and techniques, can't communicate. I mean, think about all the problems that you had on the offensive line this year. Like, those problems have to be solved. They literally have to be solved for C.J. Stroud to be better and for Nick Caley to do his job. That's the reality of that situation. And if you think bringing the assistant offensive line coach on is the answer to that, then so be it. But there's conversations to be had about that. There's layers to all of these hires. Who's making the hires? Why are you settling on an assistant coach here? And I think it makes for great conversation. Unfortunately, I'm just not. Again, for me, it's underwhelming on all fronts.
Text line coming through. I'm not excited about this news, but I believe that D'Amico and Nick have earned our trust. They turned around a 2-14 team, and D'Amico willingly fired his buddy Slowick. We need to trust them until proven wrong. I mean, listen, that is fairly your option and an opinion, right? I can see why you trust that. I don't know that the entire fan base trusts this. I will just simply say again, never in 1,000, never in a million years did I think when this process occurred that you would have two first-timers as the OC and offensive line coach. I would have never thought that there would be rookies who have never had that role before.
But I push back on the trust the process stuff, because what has D'Amico Ryans or Nick Caserio, what have they done as it pertains to offensive football? What have you heard or what have you seen as it pertains to offensive football that puts you in a position where you say they've done a good job, or I will trust the process? Like, what have they done?
I guess year one under Slowick, I guess. I mean, that's the best. I mean, that's the best that they've.
So you trust D'Amico and Nick on that, but you don't trust Bobby Slowick on that.
I'm just. When you asked, I just tried to give you the.
Yeah, I mean, look. The reality of it is again, we're talking about an offensive unit that every position on the offense, with the exception of the running back position, backslid from the previous year. There were unexcusable errors week in, week out. So much so to the fact that Dan Orlovsky's on national TV talking about the details with this offense are the problem. Not the quarterback or not the protection or not the receiver. No, the details across the board are the problem. Right? You got receivers running all over the place, right? Apparently. Ben McDaniel's good. You trust that? Right? You got tight end. You got a tight end that can't bust himself out of a wet paper sack. Right? I mean, you got an offensive line across the board that can't communicate and can't execute the basic blocking techniques and mechanics. Trust that? That's the O-line coach we chose. Okay, I mean, like
well, there are people here who believe he was in a situation potentially being kind of held back, in a situation, or maybe Chris Strausser was the one, or Bobby Slowick was the one.
Very
implementing
possible,
things.
possible.
That's what the hope is, because really,
and if somebody in that building comes out and tells me that, cool. I mean, then we'll agree. But I mean, you can't be on the outside looking in and go, "Boy, I just trust the process." When it's blatantly obvious, you can see. You just push all that stuff to the side. I guess that's tough. That's a tough pill for me to swallow.
Yeah. Again, as I said, I never would have thought first timers would be.
Well, yeah, I mean, just think about it, Ron. Like you're.
I thought somebody would be a vet. Somebody would do something.
You're back-to-back 10-game winner.
Yep.
You're back-to-back division round of the playoffs, and you've got. I mean, there's literally the next step is AFC Championship and Super Bowl, and these are the moves that are going to get you there.
We'll see.
Right? If we're just discussing the moves in a vacuum, it's hard to see that those are the moves that you think are going to get you there.
Yep.
Now, we a lot of folks, I know I get hit on social media about a lot of folks, you sit back and say, well, who's available? Well, that's a problem too. You know, that's a big problem too. You got yourself in a pickle with Bobby Slowick not working out, and now you know, none of those guys are available. None of those other guys want to interview. These are the only options available. Well, that's a pickle that you got yourself in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting thing. And I don't know, maybe this is the thing. Maybe he did pick him. This does make me wonder or give the lingering thought of, you know, how much impact or influence Nick Caley is having on selecting the staff and who he's going to be working with. We've already heard reported from Aaron Wilson that Gerard's going to be back as the quarterback coach. That was reported earlier today that he would be back as a quarterback's coach, and now like this, it's a lot of the same.
Yeah.
The only thing at this moment, we'll see how this thing goes.
If you're going to hire Nick Caley, you should keep it the same, with the exception
really?
of the off. Well, with the I mean, yeah. I mean, you're like keeping the like you've made like you're the whole stance that has been made or statement that's been made when you hire Nick Caley is we're doing everything we can in-house to keep the continuity, chemistry, and verbiage the same so that we can grow this thing instead of start over, right? The best way to do that is to bring in familiar faces. The best way to do that is the guys that were already in the building, keep them in place.
Yeah. All right, as we continue, Texans make a big move here in bringing in their new offensive line coach, who was the assistant last year, as we were continuing to finish that up. Also, a player that is apparently going to be available in a position of need for your Houston Texans. We'll talk about that player and if that should be something that Nick Caserio, Nick Caley, and company should look at to add to this offense. Also, one more day as T-Mill's best bets are being handled by Chris Santiago. We see if he can win you some more money. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right.
welcome back in as we are live here on the Drive Radio Row. And as we said, coming up here in a bit, we will get to T-Mill's best bets by way of Chris Santiago. And I believe Tyler will be back tomorrow. Tyler is back from his Disney trip, and why not? And well, I'm sure. What kind of sound do you think we're going to hear from Tyler Milner? Is it going to be the gravelly? Is it going to be the nasally one?
Oh no, he'll be recovered.
You think he'll be recovered? Yeah, he's got a little time. We'll hear from him, and Tyler will be back. But one last time, his best bets coming up as we will get to that in a bit. Remember, coming up behind us, Area 45, the fellas tonight, they will react to this offensive line coach situation where the Texans their assistant O-line coach from last season, he will take over and be promoted to be the new offensive line coach from last year. Cole Popovich has a connection with Nick Caley and Nick Caserio in their time in New England. He is going to be the new guy as the O-line coach to pretty big decisions there. All right, Clint, before we roll to best bets, yesterday it came across that a former Super Bowl MVP would be potentially on the trade block. Cooper Kupp, wide receiver, L.A. Rams. He came out and said it on social yesterday. He didn't agree with the situation, but he's been informed that the Rams are going to put him on the trade block. And we just throw this out because, Clint, the Texans are going to be, I believe, on the hunt to add a receiver. Now, I don't know how they're looking. They went in the offseason in a trade last year to get Diggs there, and they paid him good money. There could be, a trade like this, free agency to try to grab somebody, could be the draft. They're going to need to add another receiver with one, not knowing if Diggs is going to be the one they bring back. Obviously, the Tank Dell injury could last for a long stretch. What about the thought of Cooper Kupp? Obviously, Nick Caley has a relationship with him. He went with him. 31 years old. What would that option look like to you? What do you think about that idea of Cooper Kupp being another receiver added to this team?
Yeah, look, I like the thought of Cooper Kupp being added to the team. Now, there's a couple of things that you just have to discuss up front, right? I mean, the injuries have been a problem. He's missed 18 games since just unbelievable year in 2021 where they won the Super Bowl and he was the Super Bowl MVP. They beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl that year. He won the Triple Crown that year where he had the most receiving yards in the NFL, had the most receiving touchdowns in the NFL, and had the most was it receptions? Is it yards, receptions,
and touchdowns? Triple Crown. He had it all.
Yeah, that's what I said. But what's the third one? The catches?
Catches, yards, and touchdowns.
There you go. He had all three of them, led the league in all three. And since that year in 2021, he's missed 18 ball games. So injuries have been an issue. I only say that to say that just, for me, it's he's no longer a number one. I don't believe he's going to be pursued as a number one around the league as the guy that had 1,900 yards receiving in 2021. I think he's more a number two. The injuries are a problem, and number two, the contract is a problem. He's got some big money this year and some big money next year left on this contract, and so they're trying to trade him, and the money's going to be an issue. The injury is going to be an issue. Now, you look at what the Texans would be looking for. I would think that Cooper Kupp would be on the range of what they're looking for. They're looking for a number two receiver. And if he stays healthy, he's going to be productive. He's been productive. He was productive this year, 60-some-odd catches, 700-some-odd yards, and 6 touchdowns. You get in the red zone, he can separate and make himself available to the quarterback. And so, yeah, look, I think Cooper Kupp would complement Nico Collins really, really well. Obviously, Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, came from the L.A. Rams, and so there's a relationship there. He should have the inside scoop on what exactly Cooper Kupp is and what he's got left. And so, yeah, I would think if there's tread left on those tires, And Nick Caley, nobody knows more than Nick Caley. I would think that the Texans would definitely be in, given that the injuries are, at least at this point, he's healthy, and the contracts are renegotiable, or which I did see a report a little earlier, I don't know to what extent the Rams are willing to pick up a good chunk of the contract. I didn't see any numbers of what they would agree to pick up, but they are willing to eat some of the Cooper Kupp contract that is remaining, again, which is 2 years for big money.
Yeah, they're probably going to have to pick up some of that. Yeah, they're going to have to, and we've seen that with trades. Well, they'll have to pick up some things as well. But yeah, to me, it's all in the, hey, what are you expecting? What are you expecting from him? And what kind of sets that up? He is. You don't need a one, Clint. You got one.
Right.
You got
That's
Nico
why Cooper
Collins.
Kupp's an option.
You know, and I think they would really kind of fit each other really, really well. And he does so many things in the middle of the field that can open things up. He's a great route runner, and yes, he's a little older, 31. I'm not saying he's the perfect fit. I'm not saying that he's the right one, but you can see his skill set and see. Well, I can see how that matches with him, and you wonder what the deal is. I see somebody on the text line, on YouTube and Twitch, with the thought of we don't need all this old wide receiver with injury, with injuries that can't stay healthy. I get that. If that is a very, very fair complaint and issue to have with that thought. But if he's got a relationship with Nick Caley, that is somebody most definitely, to me, if you're like, all right, I'm going to go with him, I got Diggs, I have maybe the draft, you can see that being an option that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think it makes perfect sense. I mean, if again you're looking for a 2 or 3, there's not going to be the perfect receiver out there for the right amount of money that's going to be a 2 or 3 that's just going to be floating out there that's going to make you happy. I mean, there's going to be warts on whoever you get, and if you can get Cooper Kupp at a discount, because here's the deal: when he's healthy, which I know I get it, that's a big obstacle to. He's healthy. He's productive. 60 plus catches this year on 100 targets, 700 plus yards. Again, 6 touchdowns. If he stays healthy for the entire season, you're looking at 1,000 plus yards. You're looking at 10 touchdowns. You're looking at 100 catches. By the way, Nico Collins this year, 12 games. I think what do you have, 7, 8 touchdowns? I mean, it wasn't
7 touchdowns. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, so, and I'm not saying Cooper Kupp is Nico Collins. I'm just simply saying you can't base everything, whether you want a guy or not, just based solely off the fact that he's been injured a bit. It's a risk you got to take, and I'm here to take the risk with Cooper Kupp. I think it would be a great compliment to C.J. Stroud. To Nico Collins. I think he'd be big time for C.J. Stroud, just that security blanket and a different style of receiver than what he's had. So, yeah, man, I would love for that to be. I could warm up to Nick Caley probably a little bit there, Ron. If Nick Caley all of a sudden parlays this thing into Nick Caley and Cooper Kupp and he's the one that's got the inside track on that. Yeah, I could probably warm up to Nick a little bit here.
Here's Ian Rappaport on NFL Network, kind of giving a little bit more context to the price of this and what it would potentially do, or what would potentially have to happen for a team to make the trade financially for Cooper Kupp.
I would add, my understanding is the Rams are at least willing to eat some of the money, potentially paying down the $7.5 million signing bonus, which a lot of that is fully guaranteed for Kupp, maybe easing the burden, making a trade a little easier.
All right, yeah, that makes it easier. And to me, if they want to get this done, they have the ability to get this done. It's not going to absolutely kill them. As we said, the Rams will have to kick in on that. So it's at least, to me, an option. And as you said, you would be bringing somebody in that knows the offense, that you would think, or knows Nick Caley at least.
Well, Nick Caley
knows them.
Yeah, Nick knows them really well. He would know Nick really well. That chemistry would be there. I mean, just naturally, it's beautiful. And then you look at at C.J. Stroud. I think C.J. Stroud and Cooper Kupp would, in a matter of days, would have tremendous chemistry. And look, and you look at this from a Cooper Kupp perspective. I mean, is there a better place to land for him, a friendlier place to land? Even though the Cooper Kupp, the conversation, the article I read had the Baltimore Ravens, the Cowboys, the Steelers, the Broncos. I mean, there were several teams out there, and some of them are probably